Chapter 341. The appearance of divine grace has a huge impact on the world of life. In this world with extraordinary power, the lower-class civilians hope to become professionals. Professionals with poor cultivation talents hope to become strong. And the semi-god forces and semi-saint forces all want to cultivate more legendary strongmen. The appearance of divine grace has increased the vitality of the world of life to a certain extent. Outside the Violet Empire, a group of sects are working harder to collect the power of faith. In the territory of the Violet Empire, as one divine grace after another descends, the Violet Empire's guardian god church can easily increase the piety of believers and develop new believers. When the lower class people saw the divine grace appear, they were indeed very excited at first and wanted to obtain it very much. However, as time went by, they also realized that there were too many believers in God, and God could not grant divine grace to all believers. If they did not receive divine grace, it was obviously because they were too ordinary. Under the guidance of the clergy, the believers changed in a positive direction, believing that the more devout they were in their faith in God, the greater the chance of receiving divine grace. The degree of devoutness of the believers' faith was increasing, but this did not affect their normal lives. Before we knew it, the Violet Empire had been established for 9 years, and every year, the Violet Empire had undergone too many changes. The most direct result was that the lower-class people, who made up the majority of the population of the Violet Empire, had a better and better life, and the professionals had a better life. Just based on this, the Violet Empire's guardian god church did not need to spend too much effort in spreading its faith, and it could make Xiao the god with the most believers. By the 9th year of the Holy Calendar, the population of the Violet Empire's origin continent had reached 340 million, and there were still 180 million people living in the demi-plane. The actual total population of the Violet Empire had reached 520 million. This is really a very large number. Just the population of the origin continent alone has attracted many legendary strongmen and demigod strongmen who believe in the way of deification. If they know the population of the demi-plane owned by the Violet Empire, it is possible that the Violet Empire will be coveted again. Those top forces dare not covet the Violet Empire again, but the other 11 demigod forces that are equal to the Violet Empire on the surface will definitely dare to covet it. There may even be a situation where the 11 demigod forces will unite to divide the Violet Empire. If they can successfully divide the Violet Empire, each family can also obtain nearly 50 million people. Nearly 50 million people, this is already a lot. After the War of Faith was temporarily over, there were many weak empires with a population of less than 50 million. As long as there are enough interests, the hostile forces can unite. The Violet Empire knows this problem, and the demi-plane cannot be completely hidden, so it only says that there are less than 10 million people in the demi-plane, and the information disclosed to the outside world on the population of the origin continent is also reduced. Among the huge population of the Violet Empire, there are a large number of talents with professional talents. The 3 major professional academies of the Violet Empire, as well as professional schools all over the country, spare no effort to cultivate citizens with professional talents. As these talented professionals continue to grow, the basic strength of the Violet Empire is growing rapidly. Low-end combat power, middle-end combat power, high-end combat power, top combat power. The current Violet Empire has become the first in the world of life in terms of low-end combat power, and it is the first that the following few combined cannot surpass. There are still 3 goals ahead. Only by achieving these 3 goals, the Violet Empire will no longer be coveted by this or that. To this day, the world of life still continues to cultivate all the talented citizens who have reached 1 star or above, just like in the disaster of the dead. The number of countries can probably be counted on one hand. The reason why these countries gradually gave up on training all citizens with 1 star or higher talents is very simple, that is, population growth. The more people there are, the more people have professional talents, but the development speed of each country is too slow, and many countries have become poor because of the war, and are unable to continue to train all citizens with 1 star or higher talents. The fundamental reason is still poverty, and the Violet Empire is rich. It is the most wealthy force in the world of life. In the War of Faith, it earned a lot of wealth from various countries by selling military supplies and daily necessities. The major forces in the world of life envy the population of the Violet Empire, and also envy the wealth of the Violet Empire. For example, in terms of transportation, the Violet Empire employs a large number of professionals, and after years of hard work, it connects all small cities, medium cities, large cities, and a few important towns in the Violet Empire with railroads. On the railroads, There are magic trains that can carry thousands of people or transport more than 4,000 tons of cargo at a time. As a world of life, with extraordinary power, it has the most convenient means of transportation, the teleportation array. The ultra-long-distance teleportation array can teleport from one end of the origin continent to the other in just 10 seconds, which is very fast. There are also short-distance teleportation arrays in a small town, so there is no need to travel long distances. The teleportation array is very convenient to use, but the key is the cost of using the teleportation array, which most low-level professionals cannot afford. Most low-level professionals cannot afford it, and the lower-level civilians, who account for a larger proportion of the population, cannot afford it, so that the lower-level civilians rarely have the opportunity to leave their county-level areas. The top leaders of other countries mostly don't care about the travel of the lower-class civilians and low-level professionals. A few of the top leaders of the countries have ideas, and there are also Blue Star player nobles who give advice, but the financial resources are not enough to support it. The Violet Empire cares about the lower-class civilians and has enough financial resources to build a railway network covering the entire Violet Empire. With the current income of the lower-class civilian families in the Violet Empire, they can afford the cost of taking the magic train. However, at this stage, the lower-class civilians who make a living by farming are unlikely to take the magic train to travel, unless they have important relatives' weddings or funerals to attend in other places. Most of the time, going to the county-level city, is the farthest activity distance. When the Violet Empire develops for a few more years, perhaps the lower-class civilians will have enough wealth and be able to travel to other places. Most of the people who take the magic train are low-level professionals and small merchants. Big merchants can rent large space storage items and use teleportation arrays to travel. Before the magic train appeared, small merchants could only use horse-drawn carriages to transport goods. Now they use the magic train. The speed and transportation cost of horse-drawn carriages are far from comparable to those of the magic train. With the magic train, the net income of small merchants has increased significantly. The magic train has promoted the economic development of the Violet Empire in the early stage, and will become more and more important to the economic development of the Violet Empire in the future. Seeing that the Violet Empire already has a railway network covering the entire territory, the Blue Star players and nobles in other countries are envious and jealous, and feel powerless about their own countries. Just a railway network allows Blue Star players to see the gap between the Violet Empire and other countries. The Violet Empire already has money, and has invested heavily in national construction. The Violet Empire will only become stronger and stronger. Some people even pessimistically speculate that perhaps in the future, only the Violet Empire will remain in the realm of life. Of course, some players think that this is too much of a worry. The development of the Violet Empire can only improve the living standards of the people in the Violet Empire, but it is not certain that the strength of the Violet Empire will increase. The most important thing in the War of the Realm of Life is the confrontation of top combat forces. If the top combat forces gain an absolute advantage, the war will be won quickly. A peerless genius who becomes a super strongman is far more important to the country than a large army. This idea is common in the minds of the top leaders of various countries. They envy the development of the Violet Empire, but they are not busy following the footsteps of the Violet Empire, and they are not worried that the Violet Empire will monopolize the origin continent. Foreign countries do not care about the development of the Violet Empire, and the Violet Empire does not care about the views of foreign countries. The Violet Empire develops in an orderly manner. In terms of transportation, cities are connected by railroads, and there are also railroads in large cities, with magic trains running on them. However, the latter magic train has far fewer carriages than the former, and the latter's forward speed is also much slower than the former. After all, it runs in densely populated cities, and the latter is equivalent to the trams in the cities on Blue Star. The railroads between cities are convenient for people to travel long distances, and the roads connecting the cities to the towns and villages below are ordinary roads. Although it is called an ordinary road, it is not ordinary. This road was built under the leadership of an earth magician. The road is very flat, and the four-wheeled carriage running on it can pull a large carriage, which can carry more people or more goods. The smooth roads that extend in all directions also promote the economic development of the Violet Empire. In foreign countries, except for the noble territories of Blue Star players, it is rare to see earth mages building roads. Most cities use civilian labor to build a dirt road, and the better ones will be paved with small stones. For the roads below, more people walk on them and trample them out. Backward other countries, developed Violet Empire, this has almost become a consensus among Blue Star players. In terms of transportation, In addition to magic trains and horse carriages, the Violet Empire also has very common bicycles, as well as a relatively small number of two-wheeled magic cars and four-wheeled magic cars. Bicycles are affordable for the lower-class civilians. Every rural family has a bicycle, and three-wheeled bicycles are more popular than two-wheeled bicycles. Cheap bicycles are popular among the middle and low-income groups, while expensive magic cars are exclusive to high-income groups. The size of the magic car is much smaller than the magic train, so the magic car does not have a magic array engraved on it, and it needs to directly consume magic crystals to activate the magic car. It is said that some alchemists are researching magic cars that are powered by fighting spirit or mana, but market research shows that the sales of such magic cars will be lower than those powered by magic crystals. On the contrary, the idea of turning magic cars into alchemical props with both offensive and defensive functions has attracted the attention of some wealthy people who have invested in the project for research. The development of transportation is only one aspect of the development of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire has made progress in all areas that can be thought of, including the long-standing professional system. Of course, the professional system was not developed by the Violet Empire, but simply an increase in the upper limit of the realm of life. Even so, the Violet Empire has left a deep mark on the development of the professional system. On the surface, Zhao Yi is the first demigod in the realm of life, and Melissa is the only half-saint in the realm of life. On the internet, people often say that the Violet Empire is becoming more and more like the modern Blue Star Society. This is a very normal thing. The founding emperor of the Violet Empire was a Blue Star player. Blue Star players can guess that Zhao Yi is still leading the development of the Violet Empire. There are so many Blue Star players in the Violet Empire. The environment of the Violet Empire is fair and just. Even if Blue Star players are not professionals, they still have many opportunities to show their talents. As a result, the Violet Empire is not short of ordinary Blue Star players with wealth comparable to mid-level professionals. Thanks to the efforts of Blue Star players, the Violet Empire is a fusion of the human civilization of the living world and the human civilization of Blue Star. The good sides of the two human civilizations have been absorbed by the Violet Empire, and the bad sides have been discarded. For example, the noble fiefdoms of the country within the country, the Violet Empire is still the only country in the world of life that has abolished the noble fiefdoms. 9 years have passed, and most of the nobles of the Violet Empire have recognized this. Thinking back, they can feel that the fiefdom will become a burden to themselves. Without the fiefdom, it is really easy and free. If there is another force that promises the nobles to betray the Violet Empire, there will be only a handful of nobles who can agree. Another example is the fairness and justice of the human civilization of Blue Star. Although the human civilization of Blue Star cannot achieve true fairness and justice, it is much stronger than the human civilization of the world of life. In the world of life, professionals and non-professionals are two classes. In the eyes of many professionals, non-professionals should be their slaves, and they should be beaten and scolded. The laws and regulations of most countries have certain restrictions on professionals. Professionals who kill civilians need to be fined, which is very small for professionals. The laws and regulations of a few countries have almost no restrictions on professionals, and there is no punishment at all for professionals who kill civilians. Of course, most professionals will not intentionally kill civilians. On the other hand, the family members of professionals may be non-professionals. Only in the Violet Empire, the restrictions on professionals are very strict. If professionals intentionally kill civilians, they will be directly executed in serious cases. On the other hand, if civilians actively provoke professionals and are then killed by professionals, the professional's crime will be lighter. If professionals only beat up civilians, as long as the injuries are not too serious, professionals will not be punished. This world is ultimately a world where force is supreme, and the strong are respected. Civilians are protected by the laws of the Violet Empire, but they should also respect professionals. It can be said that the fairness and justice of the Violet Empire is in line with the fairness and justice of the world of life. There are restrictions on professionals, but they are within their acceptable range. Professionals and civilians in the Violet Empire can get along in a friendly manner. Only a few places in the world of life can do this. Chapter 342. Unconsciously, the Violet Empire has been established for almost 10 years. I have witnessed the changes in the Violet Empire over the past 10 years and feel a lot. The culture of our Blue Star country has been integrated into the Violet Empire. Seeing such strange yet familiar things in the streets and alleys, I remembered that we have lived in the world of life for almost 16 years. How many 16 years are there in a mortal's life? I suddenly feel homesick. For some reason, I feel proud of the development of the Violet Empire in the past 10 years. Blue Star Country is my first hometown, and the Violet Empire in the world of life is my second hometown. In the development of the two hometowns, I have made more contributions to my second hometown. I miss home, but I want to stay in this second home forever. The world with extraordinary power is so charming. I regret choosing the second option. On Blue Star, I am just a senior high school student. In the world of life, I am already a father. My wife is a foreign player. We have agreed to spend the rest of our lives together after returning to Blue Star. It's a pity that our children can't go to Blue Star. I want to work hard to leave a large fortune for my descendants in the world of life. It will be 10 years since the founding of the country. Our Violet Empire is getting stronger and stronger. As a Blue Star player who chose the third option, I am a member of the Violet Empire and will never be separated from it. Seeing the strength of the Violet Empire, I am very proud. I hope that in the next 10 years, the Violet Empire will become even stronger. As the 10th anniversary of the founding of the Violet Empire approaches, the topic of the 10th anniversary of the founding of the country is becoming more and more popular on the internet in the Violet Empire. Netizens have spoken out and expressed their feelings. At least most of them are satisfied with life in the Violet Empire. In the world of life, there is no better country than the Violet Empire. Nobles can get what they want, professionals can get what they want, and civilians can get what they want. Although the class has always existed, the vast majority of people in the Violet Empire have become a whole because of the Violet Empire, and are proud of the strength of the Violet Empire. Others have feelings for the Violet Empire. As the founding emperor of the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi also has a lot of feelings in his heart. Under Zhao Yi's leadership, Zhao Yi knew that the Violet Empire was developing so fast. However, when the country was just founded, Zhao Yi could not imagine that the Violet Empire had developed to this point in less than 10 years, and it had already opened a very large gap with other countries in the world of life. Zhao Yi was impressed by the development of the Violet Empire, but he would not be satisfied with the current development of the Violet Empire. The world of life, which has extraordinary power, will not always be peaceful, especially as the strongest force in the world of life. The Violet Empire will face more tests. Zhao Yi hopes that one day in the future, the Violet Empire will be able to develop to the point where other forces in the world of life will not be able to fight against the Violet Empire even if they unite. Zhao Yi hopes that one day in the future, the Violet Empire will be the only country left in the world of life. Looking back at the beginning, when he just entered the world of life, as a small lord, Zhao Yi had almost no ambition. Today, Zhao Yi already has the ambition to swallow up the entire world of life. This change is not small. When Zhao Yi and Brittany were together, Brittany often lamented the changes in the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire comes from the Violet Kingdom, which was established by the Violet family. Brittany is the last king of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Empire was born from the Violet Kingdom. Violet is still Violet, but it is a very powerful Violet, the strongest force in the world of life. Looking back at the Violet Kingdom, that was on the verge of extinction, and now the most powerful force in the world of life, the changes are really too big. And all this was brought by Zhao Yi. Brittany is very fortunate to have met Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is the only one in the world of life who can make Violet undergo earth-shaking changes. Whenever thinking of Violet's changes, Brittany's love for Zhao Yi could not be concealed and revealed, giving Zhao Yi a different feeling. Time passed, and the fourth semi-saint of the world of life still did not appear, but new semi-gods were born one after another. Many legendary strongmen, who took the path of cultivation to become saints, were very unwilling. Why is the realm improvement speed so fast when taking the path of faith to become a god? And why is the realm improvement speed so slow when taking the path of cultivation to become a saint? In fact, they also know the reason. The way to cultivate to become a saint is to rely on one's own talent. If one's own talent is not good, there is no chance to enter the legendary realm, let alone the semi-saint or even the immortal saint. Having become a legendary strongman, they continue to cultivate to become a semi-saint, but the semi-saint is so far away from them. Even several legendary strongmen are stuck here, and they are stuck for 10 years. However, the legendary strongmen who are practicing to become saints have not given up. Although it will take 10 years, it is less than 1% of their lifespan, which is a level that they can easily accept. It was just that other juniors entered the transformation realm before them through the power of faith, and they felt a little uncomfortable. The gap had already been created, and the dignity of being a strongman also made them not easily switch to the way of faith in the godhood. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next moment, they will be able to break through this bottleneck and become a semi-saint. Switching to the way of faith in the godhood, under the current situation of the world of life, the difficulty may be greater than the difficulty of practicing to become a semi-saint. The population resources have already been divided up, and the sacred covenant dominates the order of the world of life. The demigods in the sacred covenant have a common idea to reduce the number of competitors. From being exploited to being an exploiter, they want others to continue to be exploited, and they don't want the number of exploiters to continue to increase. All the strong ones can see that as the number of demigods and semi-saints increases, the Holy Covenant will fall apart one day. When the Holy Covenant falls apart, the world of life will find it difficult to accommodate new sects to spread their faith everywhere. On the path of cultivation to become a saint, everyone can help each other, but on the path of faith to become a god, everyone is a competitor. The legendary perfection realm experts, who are on the path of cultivating to become saints, can only continue on this path and strive to become semi-saint experts. However, they are in the legendary perfection realm, and the semi-god experts and semi-saint experts can only exert the power of the legendary perfection realm in the realm of life. The legendary perfection realm is also different from the legendary perfection realm, and there are even semi-god experts and semi-saint experts who are not opponents of the legendary perfection realm experts in the realm of life. The top forces with legendary perfection realm experts sitting in the seat should not be considered as being exploited, nor are they exploiters. The strong who took the path of cultivation to become a saint were not satisfied, and the strong who took the path of faith to become a god and became a demigod were not satisfied either. Even though their realms were improving so fast, they still wanted to gain more power of faith and improve their realms even faster, and they wanted to become the first true god in the world of life. At another meeting of the Holy Covenant, a founding member demigod made a proposal. The world of life is big and small, and it cannot accommodate so many demigods. The strength of our Holy Covenant is strong enough. We can take action to prevent new demigods from appearing. Let's divide the remaining population together, and let us become true gods as soon as possible. In the vote, only 3 demigods agreed to the proposal, and all the demigods who were promoted later were the first to express their opposition. The proposal was not passed, but the emergence of this proposal shows that the sacred covenant is gradually splitting up. The emergence of the sacred covenant is ostensibly to establish the order of the realm of life, but in fact it is to delay the time for other legendary strongmen to be promoted to the demigod realm and distance themselves from the demigods who were promoted later. It can be said that the demigods who were promoted later have always had great opinions about the original founding members of the sacred covenant, but they are not strong enough, so they can only keep their opinions to themselves. At the Holy Covenant Conference, Zhao Yi could feel the malice of the Hojin demigod towards him. This malice was well concealed, but Zhao Yi's body was an immortal god. At such a close distance, it was like holding a knife and staring at him greedily. Perhaps before becoming a demigod, he was weak and did not dare to have many ideas. Now that they have become demigods, Zhao Yi's thoughts on the Violet Empire have reappeared. We are all demigods. Even if we go further in the demigod realm, we cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life. We are not afraid of you. The demigods of the later Jin dynasty not only had ill will towards Zhao Yi, but also towards other founding members of the Holy Covenant, regardless of whether they were demigods or demigods. After all, the demigods of the later Jin dynasty were the first to be suppressed. In the late stage of the War of Faith, the forces they belonged to were still constantly gaining population through war. It was because of the emergence of the Holy Covenant that they had to spit out half of the occupied land and a large number of people under the pressure of the Holy Covenant, which delayed their promotion to demigods for a long time. They dared to do this when they were demigods, and when these predecessors became real gods, they would do the same to prevent them, the later ones, from becoming gods. The later Jin demigods suppressed the thoughts in their minds, and did not take any action for the time being. They were waiting for more demigods to appear. Then they tried to unite all the later Jin demigods to attack the founding members of the Holy Covenant and send these predecessors to death. If the predecessors did not die, they, the latecomers, would continue to be suppressed. This was what they, the later Jin demigods, did not want to see and could not tolerate. Because of the malice of the later Jin demigods, Zhao Yi paid close attention to these later Jin demigods, but the other founding members of the Holy Covenant paid less attention to the later Jin demigods. Zhao Yi felt that the power of faith had a growing influence on these demigods, and the demigods spent more time on the sects and believers. This meeting had such a proposal that was obviously not going to pass, most likely because the power of faith had been deeply poisoned, and the several demigods who agreed were also deeply poisoned by the power of faith. Zhao Yi thought of these demigods of the later Jin dynasty again. If the demigods of the later Jin dynasty continue to absorb the power of faith and were slowly changed by the power of faith. Perhaps there was no need to worry about the malice of the demigods of the later Jin dynasty. This is a guess, and it is very unsafe. No matter how powerful the power of faith is, it may not be able to change the subjective will of a demigod or even a god. The Holy Covenant meeting ended, and the news that a founding member demigod proposed that the demigod forces divide up all the population of the living realm, and several founding member demigods agreed. Spread quickly. Damn it, not only do you want to delay the time for me to become a demigod, but now you want me to never become a demigod. You just wait, I will definitely avenge this. As long as you give me a chance, you can forget about becoming a god. Sure enough, the weak are the ones who are bullied. After becoming demigods, they become arrogant and don't care about us legends at all. Demigods and semi-saints cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. If we all unite, you demigod forces and semi-saint forces will have to hide in the demiplane. Our forces must have a strong person in the transformation realm to lead them. Without a strong person in the transformation realm, we will always be the objects of oppression and exploitation, and even be slaughtered by others. Zhao Yi was the first to learn the news. His face remained unchanged. When such a proposal appeared at the meeting, Zhao Yi had already guessed that this would be the result, and that he would be used by others. The proposal was not passed, and the news spread, which would not have much impact in a short period of time. But the seeds of hatred have been planted. The demigods of the later Jin dynasty were all suppressed by the Holy Covenant. When there were more and more demigods of the later Jin dynasty, they were more likely to unite because of their common hatred. When they have enough power, a new war will break out, and the hard-earned peace period will end again. The only thing Zhao Yi hoped for was that the war would come later. This time it was inevitable, and the Violet Empire would also be dragged into the war. In fact, this war had been delayed by Zhao Yi for a long time. If there had been no Holy Covenant, the war would have broken out a few years ago. Other demigods and demigods believed that they established the Holy Covenant to gain more benefits and delay the time for others to become demigods. For Zhao Yi, these were not important at all. It was because the Violet Empire was not strong enough, and was coveted by too many forces that Zhao Yi came up with a Holy Covenant. The Violet Empire and other demigod forces united, and those forces that had ideas about the Violet Empire were all suppressed, and dared not make any moves. The Violet Empire is the strongest force in the world of life, but it has not opened up a large enough distance from the second. If the Violet Empire had the strength of the Dragon Clan at the beginning, it would not have to worry about these things. All forces united would not dare to start a war against the Violet Empire. If the Violet Empire was destroyed, other forces would also suffer heavy losses. The emergence of the Holy Covenant has allowed the Violet Empire to maintain peace for nearly 3 years. Zhao Yi expects this period of peace to last for a few more years. The Violet Empire needs more time to develop itself. Zhao Yi needs to think carefully. If a new war of faith breaks out, the Violet Empire cannot be dragged into the war. If it enters the war, all enemies must be quickly defeated. Chapter 343. The incident gradually fermented, and the founding member of the Holy Covenant, the demigod Otzi, who initiated the proposal, gradually felt something was wrong. Otzi felt that the problem was not in the outside world, but in himself. Why did he initiate such a proposal? This is a proposal that will obviously not be passed at the Holy Covenant meeting. Under normal circumstances, no one would propose it, and no one would agree to it. A fool cannot become a strong person. The strong understand that if the Holy Covenant, and the demigod forces, and the semi-saint forces really join forces to divide the population of the world of life, then the top forces in the world of life will immediately abandon their previous hatred and unite to fight against the Holy Covenant. Demigods and semi-saints cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. As long as there are enough legendary powers, the demigod forces and semi-saint forces of the Holy Covenant will retreat to the half-plane. Even if the proposal is not passed, it will sow the seeds of hatred for the top forces. The number of enemies of those who initiated the proposal, and those who agreed with the proposal will increase rapidly. Otzi proposed it himself, and 3 demigods agreed. There is a problem, something is wrong. What is wrong? For the time being, Otzi could not find the reason, so he called the people who had the most contact with him, including legends, epics, and mid-level professionals. What do you think of my recent changes? Otzi asked. The people who were asked by Otzi were hesitant, and finally it was Otzi's great-grandson, Legend Atari, who spoke up. Grandfather, you seem to be even more superior, like a real god, indifferent to the development of your family and the Sigma Empire, only concerned about the development of the Guardian God Church, the increase in the number of believers, and the improvement of your own strength. and almost completely ignored other things. Only Atari could say this, and with Atari's identity and strength, Atsuvi could listen to it. After listening to Atari's words, Atsuvi fell into thought. I have changed. I have really changed. When did I start to change? What caused me to change? I understand. It is the power of faith. Atsuvi was poisoned, but not to the extent of being terminally ill. After thinking carefully, he realized that all this was due to the power of faith. Compared with demigods and demigods, demigods are so ordinary, but demigods have all kinds of magical abilities. The way of cultivation, from zero level to legend, to demigods and immortal saints. On the contrary, the way of believing in the way of deification seems to have been suddenly inserted into the cultivation system. The power of faith, the magical power that fascinates most of the legendary powerhouses and all demigod powerhouses in the world of life. As long as you get enough power of faith and absorb the power of faith, you can quickly improve your realm. Compared with the way of practicing to become a saint, believing in the way of deification is taking a shortcut. Except for the method of the heroes in the other world in the disaster of the dead, to quickly improve their strength by destroying the undead, there is no faster shortcut than believing in the way of deification in the long history of human civilization in the world of life. More importantly, except for the shortcut the hero from another world destroys the undead, which has no flaws, other shortcuts have a lot of flaws. For example, quickly improving strength by shortening lifespan, or improving strength by killing a large number of living beings. Many legendary masters guessed that this shortcut also had flaws before taking the path of faith and deification, but there were not many legendary masters who could resist not taking the path of faith and deification. At the beginning, it was those legendary masters who had little life left and were far from the legendary perfection realm who took the lead in taking the path of faith and deification. After that, other legendary masters with longer lifespans could not resist the temptation of absorbing the power of faith to quickly improve their realm. Seeing that the enemies were quickly improving their realm by absorbing the power of faith, more legendary masters stepped into the way of faith to become a god. The flaws of the way of faith to become a god have been temporarily ignored by them. At this time, strength is the most important. If they can become immortal gods, even if there are major flaws, the legendary masters feel that they can accept it. Today, the way of faith to become a god has been around for almost 10 years, but not many people are paying attention to and looking for the flaws of the way of faith to become a god. Now, Atsuvi became the second demigod to discover the flaws of the shortcut of faith to godhood. The power of faith, a magical power that can quickly improve the realm, is constantly affecting oneself and has reached the point of changing one's personality. Suddenly, Atsuvi was afraid of the power of faith that was entangled with him. The power of faith has such a great influence on him. If he becomes an immortal god, will the god be a puppet of the power of faith? Xiao Yi believes that the power of faith is poisonous. At this moment, Atsuvi also believes that the power of faith is poisonous. I can't absorb the power of faith anymore. If I continue to absorb the power of faith, I will change more and more. Will I still be myself at that time? But if I don't absorb the power of faith, my realm cannot be improved. Others are still absorbing the power of faith. Especially when I have offended so many people, once my strength is caught up by them, I will be in danger. I have to continue to absorb the power of faith. I am so talented and so powerful. I will definitely find a way to solve the poison of faith. Atsuvi continued to absorb the power of faith. Like Atsuvi, the 3 founding members who agreed with Atsuvi's proposal also found that they had changed, and then they also confirmed that they were affected by the power of faith. The situation changed, and the power of faith affected them, so they continued to absorb the power of faith. Even Xiao Yi, who had become an immortal saint, could not solve the poison of faith. They were still demigods. How could they solve this huge problem that affected all the legendary strongmen and demigods who took the path of faith to become gods? After the Holy Covenant, Xiao Yi kept thinking about the several demigods who were poisoned by faith. An idea gradually emerged in his mind. The influence of the power of faith on the demigods. Could it be a transformation from human nature to divinity? Xiao Yi thought about his original body and his demigod clone. The original body is an immortal saint. A saint is a life form higher than humans. But Xiao Yi can feel that his humanity has hardly changed. Cultivating the way to become a saint, the saint controls his own power in himself, and will not be changed by the outside world. If the demigod clone is a separate individual, with the progress of the demigod clone, it is estimated that the divinity has already overwhelmed the humanity. It is just because Xiao Yi's original body is an immortal saint, and the demigod clone is still a clone, controlled by the original body. It is useless for the power of faith to affect the demigod clone, unless the power of faith can follow the connection between the clone and the original body to affect the original body. At least now, the power of faith cannot affect Zhao Yi's original body. Zhao Yi felt a little fortunate again. The problem of believing in the way of deification is really too big. Fortunately, he did not blindly let his own people embark on the way of believing in deification. The problem of the poison of faith and the problem of the enemies of the Violet Empire are the two problems that Zhao Yi needs to solve most. The problem of the poison of faith is difficult to solve at this stage, and it needs to wait until the clone becomes a real god before studying it. The problem of the enemies of the Violet Empire is more troublesome than the former. Population, wealth, and land are all the eye-catching places of the Violet Empire. When its strength is average, it will be coveted by others. After becoming the strongest force in the world of life, it is still coveted by others. However, the strength of the Violet Empire is far inferior to that of the Dragon Clan before the disaster of the undead, and it cannot fight against many alone. At the current speed of development of the Violet Empire, even if it develops for another 100 years, it will not be able to defeat the majority with one person. The outcome of the war in the realm of life is still determined by the legendary combat power. In the next 100 years, the Violet Empire will produce at most two legends. One is Lin Mingyao, and the other is from Jianshan. With the huge population of the Violet Empire, a large number of 5-star talents with legendary potential will be born every day. With the education system of the Violet Empire, no genius will be missed. The Violet Empire can cultivate several geniuses into legendary warriors in just 100 years by consuming some precious resources, but it cannot cultivate dozens of geniuses into legendary warriors. Not to mention 100 years later, even in the next 10 years, as the demigod clones get closer and closer to the realm of gods, the Violet Empire may be besieged by many forces, with a total of more than 100 legendary combat forces. Believe in the way of deification, everyone is a competitor to each other, and other demigods are even more worried that Zhao Yi will prevent other demigods from becoming gods after becoming gods. The Violet Empire needs more legendary combat power. Zhao Yi set his sights on the ability of the third stage of the demigod, using the power of faith to enhance the strength of the believers. Although the highest efficiency of converting the power of faith is only 1/10 of that used on the demigod clone, this method is currently the only way to quickly increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire, and it is an effective method. It only took a year for the demigod clone to enter the legendary realm and be promoted to a demigod. That was the Violet Empire 6 years ago, and the spread of faith by the Violet Empire's patron Saint Cult began only after the demigod clone entered the legendary realm. If the current situation of the Violet Empire is taken into account, it will definitely take no more than 4 months to advance from the beginning of the legendary realm to the demigod realm. It can take Zhao Yi's clone 4 months to advance from the legendary realm to the demigod realm. The same amount of faith power can completely advance a fanatic, with a strength of less than the 4th level to the beginning of the legendary realm. This means that as long as Zhao Yi's demigod clone does not consume the faith power itself, but uses it all to improve the strength of the believers, the Violet Empire can gain 1 more legendary combat power in 4 months. When entering the legendary realm, it is also a legendary combat power. If you can't beat the enemy's legendary combat power, you can just drag the enemy's legendary combat power. What's more, Zhao Yi's demigod clone no longer consumes the power of faith to improve the realm. As long as there is a demigod whose realm catches up with Zhao Yi's demigod clone, the other demigods will be much more assured of Zhao Yi, and turn their attention to the demigod with the highest realm. Consuming the power of faith to improve the strength of believers is a strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone for Zhao Yi. Increase the legendary combat power for the Violet Empire, increase the strength of the Violet Empire, reduce the forces that covet the Violet Empire, stagnate the realm of the demigod clone, and divert the attention of other demigod forces. The incredible grace of God allows believers to become legendary strongmen, and continue to increase the number of believers, and improve the piety of believers in the basic base of the Violet Empire. Zhao Yi does not need to worry about other demigods succeeding in deification first. After all, Zhao Yi's original body is a saint, and he has been practicing for nearly 10 years. If he just entered the realm of gods, he is no match for Zhao Yi's original body. If the first god prevents the later ones from deifying, he can prevent other demigods, but he cannot prevent Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's original body will take action with the sacred spear in hand, and it is even possible that the first god born in the world of life will become the first god to fall. Zhao Yi carefully thought about the plan of consuming the power of faith to increase legendary combat power for several times, and then decided on this plan. The first legendary combat power added is naturally the Pope York of the Violet Empire's patron saint church. The fact that York was promoted to legend by God's grace must be widely publicized, so that the citizens of the Violet Empire know about it, and the top forces outside, the semi-god forces, and the semi-saint forces, know about it. There is no point in secretly promoting it, and only by widely publicizing it can the effect Zhao Yi needs be achieved. After this plan, Zhao Yi also thought of a second plan. As an ally of the Violet Empire, Jianshan moved to the Violet Empire as a whole, and established Jianshan Academy based on Jianshan to train swordsmen for the Violet Empire. Jianshan has been completely integrated into the Violet Empire. Like Jianshan, the Violet Empire can try to invite other top forces to join the Violet Empire. One thing to note is that the legendary masters of the top forces invited cannot follow the path of faith and deification, but can only follow the path of cultivation and becoming a saint. It is not easy for the Violet Empire to invite them, so Jianshan can invite them. Compared with the Violet Empire, which has been established for almost 10 years, Jianshan has good relations with many top forces. If a top force joins the Violet Empire, the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire will increase accordingly, and the overall strength of the Violet Empire will also increase. The key is that this plan is unlikely to succeed. Jianshan was able to join the Violet Empire because of the close relationship between Jianshan and the Violet Empire. Jianshan might be attacked by the enemy because he was an ally of the Violet Empire, so he had no choice but to accept Zhao Yi's invitation and move to the Violet Empire. Other top forces knew the situation of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire seemed to be the most powerful force in the world of life, but it attracted a lot of attention and was coveted by many forces. There were really few top forces that would choose to join such a Violet Empire. On the other hand, there are relatively few top forces that are determined to cultivate the way to become a saint. Regardless of whether it can succeed or not, it is better to try. After Jianshan joined the Violet Empire, it developed better, which may attract the top forces in decline to join the Violet Empire. The two plans were determined by Zhao Yi. For the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi really worried about it. After all, Zhao Yi was the founder of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is the home of Zhao Yi and the girls. Zhao Yi does not want the Violet Empire to be divided up by the enemy, so he can only retreat to the half-plane. Chapter 344. Zhao Yi gave two plans to York and Brittany respectively. Since the power of faith obtained daily would be quickly absorbed by Zhao Yi's demigod clone, it would take several months to accumulate the power of faith in order to grant the grace of God to raise York's realm to the legendary level, so the plan of inviting top forces to join the Violet Empire was carried out faster. Zhao Yi told Brittany about this plan, and Brittany immediately set off for Jianshan. In Jianshan, Brittany first talked with her teacher, Sword Saint Su Lei, and then Sword Saint Su Lei told Legend Delisi and Legend Maishila to invite the two legends to come, and the four legends sat together. Compared with the previous Jianshan, Jianshan has developed better after moving to the Violet Empire. Jianshan has gained more talented disciples. It can be expected that Jianshan will produce more legendary masters, and even semi-saint masters in the future. Brittany first briefly talked about the changes in Jianshan. The three Jianshan legends nodded, and agreed with Brittany's statement. After moving to the Violet Empire, Jianshan Empire has developed better. Relying on the huge population base and growing economic strength of the Violet Empire, Jianshan has gained more talented disciples and more cultivation resources. Brittany continued, because of my husband and Melissa, our Violet Empire is the only force in the world of life that has two transformation realm masters. With this, the Violet Empire is recognized as the strongest force in the world of life. However, we all know the situation of the Violet Empire. In terms of the number of legendary masters, even with the Dragon Clan and Jianshan, it is not the force with the most legendary masters in the world of life. It just so happens that legendary combat power is very important, and even demigods and half-saints cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. The Violet Empire was founded too recently, less than 10 years ago. To cultivate a legendary warrior, it would take 100 years, which is too long for the newly born Violet Empire. So Zhao Yi had an idea, which was to invite top forces to move to the Violet Empire like Jianshan did, so that they could obtain more training resources from the Violet Empire and select more qualified disciples from the huge population of the Violet Empire. After all, the Violet Empire was founded too recently, and it had too few contacts with other top forces, so it was not convenient to invite them directly, so he hoped that Jianshan would come forward and invite other top forces to join the Violet Empire. After saying these words, Brittany looked at the three Sword Mountain legends. The three Sword Mountain legends only looked at each other for a few times, and quickly made a decision. Jianshan could come forward on behalf of the Violet Empire to invite top forces to join the Violet Empire. As for whether it would succeed, it was unknown. The Three Sword Mountain legends all understood that Violet was still developing, the population was increasing, the basic strength was increasing, and the wealth was also increasing. If new top forces could be invited to join the Violet Empire, the cultivation resources obtained by Jianshan would not decrease. On the contrary, the new top forces joining the Violet Empire would make the Violet Empire stronger. Jianshan has been integrated into the Violet Empire. The stronger the Violet Empire is, the better Jianshan will become. At the same time, the three Jianshan legends also understand that the possibility of success of this plan is relatively small. The three Jianshan legends usually focus on cultivation, but they also understand the changes in the situation in the world of life, including the fact that many forces covet the population and wealth of the Violet Empire, the establishment of the Holy Covenant, and the recent major events in the Holy Covenant. The Violet Empire does not have absolutely strong strength, and there are still forces coveting the Violet Empire, especially the title of the strongest force in the world of life in the Violet Empire, and the title of Zhao Yi's first demigod. The situation of the Violet Empire is not very good. In this case, the top forces that are qualified to join the Violet Empire are less likely to join the Violet Empire. It would be best if a top force could join the Violet Empire, but it would be fine if there is none. It is just an attempt, and will not take up much time for the three legends of Jianshan. After Brittany left Jianshan, Sword Saint Su Lei, Legend Delisi, and Legend Mai Sheila immediately took action to contact those old friends who had a good relationship. First, they talked about the past, then talked about the development of Jianshan moving to the Violet Empire, and finally issued an invitation on behalf of the Violet Empire. Old friends were more or less envious of Jianshan's development over the years. Facing Jianshan's invitation, old friends did not make a decision immediately, but discussed it internally first. This was actually an excuse. They also knew that it was unlikely for their own forces to join the Violet Empire, but they did not have the idea of directly refusing, which might offend the Violet Empire and hurt the relationship between friends. Not long after, the news that the Violet Empire invited top forces to join spread. For this matter, most of the top forces in the world of life, the semi-god forces, and the semi-saint forces did not care. On the one hand, it is the situation in the world of life, and on the other hand, the top forces are independent and autonomous. Joining the Violet Empire is subject to the constraints of the Violet Empire, so the possibility of a top force joining the Violet Empire is relatively small, and does not need to be paid attention to. Regardless of whether it can succeed or not, the three legends of Jianshan have made efforts. On the other hand, the Violet Empire Guardian God cult is also taking action. Zhao Yi told York about the matter. York was so excited that he could not speak when he learned that he would be given a new grace by God, and would become a legendary strongman in one step. You should know that York was originally only a 2-star talent first-level natural mage. Without great opportunities, he could only become a 3rd-level natural mage in this life. Becoming a legendary strongman only exists in York's fantasy. Even a 5-star talent professional only has the potential to become a legendary strongman, and many geniuses fall in the middle of the journey. All professionals have fantasized about becoming a legendary strongman. Now, the dream has come true, and York is about to become a legendary strongman. York's belief in Zhao Yi has reached the point where it cannot be increased. Facing the gift of the god he believes in, the only thing York can do is to manage the Guardian God Church well, and develop more believers for the god. In order to expand the influence, the matter of God's grace must be widely publicized. Not long after, a message spread from the headquarters of the Guardian God Church. My God will send down God's grace again in 3 months, allowing the Pope to be promoted to the legendary realm. Faced with this news, the archbishops and bishops of the Guardian God Church of the Violet Empire were the most excited. There is no doubt that Pope York is the person who has made the most contributions to God in the Guardian God Church. York has made so many contributions that God has sent down God's grace again and again. 3 months later, York will enter the legendary realm that only exists in their imagination. The Pope has become a legendary strongman. Will it be their turn next? As time passed, this news has been confirmed by York. Knowing that it is true, more professionals began to believe in Zhao Yi, and the professionals who originally believed in Zhao Yi became more devout. Legend, that is a super strongman, with a lifespan of 1,000 years. In the past, Zhao Yi frequently bestowed divine grace to ordinary people, who did not have the talent of professionals to become professionals. Generally, they became first-level professionals, and rarely became above the first level. This situation can attract professionals to become Zhao Yi's believers, But this time it is undoubtedly more attractive to professionals to become Zhao Yi's believers. When the grace of God is bestowed in 3 months, Pope York will really be promoted to the legendary realm, which will definitely make more professionals become Zhao Yi's believers. Only 5-star talents and saint-level talents have the potential to be promoted to the legendary realm. Professionals below 5-star talents can easily become Zhao Yi's believers. The matter quickly spread in the world of life. Compared with the last time the Violet Empire invited top forces to join, this time's matter attracted the attention of many legendary and demigod strongmen who believed in the way of deification. The Violet Empire patron Saint Pope York is only a 7th level professional. How much faith power is consumed to upgrade from the 7th level to the legendary realm? According to the loss rate mentioned by the dragon speaker, the faith power consumed is probably enough to allow a strong man, who has just entered the legendary realm, to directly advance to the demigod realm. Consuming so much faith power to improve the realm of believers, what is the strongest demigod going to do? Is he giving up the first faith to be deified and not wanting to become the first true god in the world of life? Interesting, very interesting. Consuming the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire, it is very likely that the dragon speaker wants to give up the leading position in the way of faith and increase the strength of the Violet Empire. The previous invitation of other top forces to join is also to increase the strength of the Violet Empire. The dragon speaker may delay the progress of the way of faith for the Violet Empire. My chance has come. If this is true, I will have the opportunity to become the first true god in the world of life, but the first position will cause the fear of other demigods, which is also a troublesome matter. I must think of a way to reduce their fear. Considering the previous actions of the Violet Empire, the strongmen quickly guessed Zhao Yi's purpose, which was exactly what Zhao Yi wanted. However, the demigods were not completely relieved. After all, Zhao Yi was far ahead in the belief of the way to deification, and he was still the only demigod in the 3rd stage. Only when other demigods surpassed Zhao Yi in progress will the demigods turn their attention to the new number 1. For the time being, this is enough. The strong men who have ideas about the Violet Empire began to worry, and they did not want Zhao Yi to do this. If Zhao Yi continues to improve his realm quickly, the demigods will continue to be wary of Zhao Yi and want to attack the Violet Empire. More strong men and forces will participate, and it will be easy to eliminate Zhao Yi and divide the Violet Empire. Zhao Yi no longer improves his realm and continues to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. The demigods are no longer wary of Zhao Yi, and some forces that originally had ideas have given up their ideas because of the increase in the strength of the Violet Empire. Should we take advantage of the fact that the Violet Empire has not yet increased its legendary combat power and immediately take action to kill Zhao Yi and destroy the Violet Empire? The legendary masters were all hesitating. They were more worried about another thing, which was the Holy Covenant. They were worried that the demigod forces and demigod forces of the Holy Covenant would come to support the Violet Empire. The best opportunity to attack the Violet Empire was after the Holy Covenant was dissolved and before Zhao Yi became a god. Of course, it was also possible that Zhao Yi would become a god before the Holy Covenant was dissolved. In that case, they would choose to attack when there was a serious split within the Holy Covenant. But now that Zhao Yi did this, they still had a chance to attack, and the problem became that the united forces were reduced. The Violet Empire ignored the changes in the outside world and made preparations in an orderly manner. Soon, the time came to February 1st, the 10th year of the Holy Calendar. Before dawn, believers kept coming out of their homes and gathering at the headquarters of the Guardian God Church. Among the believers were civilians, professionals, and clergy. Outside Zhaocheng, there were also a large number of believers from nearby towns and villages rushing to Zhaocheng in the dark. In the past few days, believers from all over the country came to Zhaocheng on the magic train. Only an hour after dawn, Zhaocheng was overcrowded, and the Zhaocheng garrison was fully mobilized to maintain order. In front of the temple of the headquarters of the Violet Empire Guardian God Church, a tall purple gold statue stood in the front. Under the statue, Pope York led a group of clergy to pray silently. The believers outside saw this scene and prayed quietly. Time passed slowly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Yi appeared, standing tall and upright, standing between heaven and earth. The sky was dyed purple gold, and a purple gold drizzle hit the believers in Zhaocheng. The believers who had physical pain immediately felt the pain disappear, and the few believers with injuries recovered quickly. This purple gold drizzle is mixed with a lot of water of life, which is the water of life of the top life potion for professionals. After dilution, it also has a huge effect on ordinary people. All these changes are true miracles. Zhao Yi, who has become illusory and huge, gently points to York's position, and York's whole body is covered by purple gold light. York can feel that his realm is rapidly improving, and the slight pain has been ignored by York. Thank my God. Great God, thank you for your gift. At this moment, the believers no longer care about the Pope's divine grace. God has appeared, and being able to witness the coming of the God of faith is the greatest honor in their lives. Zhao Yi also felt that more faith power was gathering at this time. In Zhaocheng, the faith of a large number of believers continued to increase, and the number of fanatics increased rapidly. God's descent, miracles, and divine grace, under many factors, such as seen, can appear. If it were other sects in the world of life, it would be a single descent of God or divine grace. Other legendary strongmen and demigod strongmen would not be as generous as Zhao Yi to create a miracle with a large amount of water of life. The cost was huge, but Zhao Yi also gained a lot. There is no gain without effort. As the purple gold light covering York dissipated, the divine favor to York had ended, and now York was already a legendary strongman. York directly displayed his legendary domain, a legendary domain emitting purple gold light, in which stood a tall statue. When York unfolded his legendary domain, Zhao Yi felt the presence of the statue, and felt that he could pass on his own power to the statue. York's domain was a domain that had never existed in the world of life. Zhao Yi gave this domain a name, the Divine Favor Domain. Chapter 345. The God's Favored Domain is definitely the most suitable legendary domain for York. Zhao Yi spent a huge amount of faith power to raise York to the legendary realm, but now York has just entered the legendary realm. On the battlefield, he can only hold back an enemy of the legendary realm at most, and there is even a possibility that he will be killed by a senior legendary strongman. Now that he has the God's Favored Domain, Zhao Yi can allocate a small part of his power to York, so that York has more powerful power, and can even hold back enemies of the legendary perfect realm. This power comes from Zhao Yi's demigod clone, which is the only demigod in the world of life that has entered the third stage, and demigods cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. In this case, the demigod clone can completely divide most of its own power and apply it to legendary believers through the divine field, allowing them to quickly possess the power of the legendary peak or even the legendary perfection from the beginning of entering the legendary realm. Zhao Yi will not spread this situation to the outside world for the time being. Zhao Yi has done so many things to protect the Violet Empire, from raiding 3 top forces, to uniting all the demigods and semi-saints to establish a sacred covenant, to inviting top forces to join the Violet Empire, and consuming the power of faith to increase the number of legendary combatants in the Violet Empire to delay the time of his own deification. After doing so many things, if the Violet Empire is still besieged by the enemy, spreading the matter of the God's Favored Domain will only make the enemy's siege come faster. Therefore, the matter about the God's Favored Domain needs to be hidden. In the next period of time, consume the power of faith to add a few more legendary combatants to the Violet Empire. If they can all give birth to the God's Favored Domain, Zhao Yi's confidence in protecting the Violet Empire will increase greatly. The matter of the God's Favored Realm will not be spread, but Zhao Yi told York about it, and asked York to quickly familiarize himself with the power of the first legendary realm, and then familiarize himself with the power blessed by Zhao Yi. Only by constantly using and familiarizing himself with these powers can York exert more strength. God's descent, miracles, and God's grace, 3 great scenes all appeared in Zhaocheng, and believers quickly spread this matter in the Violet Empire. A large number of believers regretted not going to Zhaocheng in person. Although the believers who did not come to Zhaocheng did not see the 3 great scenes, listening to the words of other believers was enough to increase their faith. The fact that the Pope of the Violet Empire's guardian god church, York, was promoted from the 7th level to the legendary level during this divine descent made more professionals become Zhao Yi's believers, and also increased the faith of the professionals who were originally Zhao Yi's believers. Zhao Yi's daily faith power continued to rise, which meant that the time to add a legendary combat force to the Violet Empire was constantly shortening. The Violet Empire's guardian god church is the largest sect in the world of life, with the most believers. Now that Pope York has become a legendary powerhouse, he has once again established the status of the Violet Empire's guardian god church. Of course, as the status of the guardian god church continues to rise, the influence of theocracy on the Violet Empire will continue to increase. But theocracy and monarchy will not conflict, but complement each other. The fundamental reason is that Zhao Yi is the founding emperor of the Violet Empire, and now he is the guardian god of the Violet Empire. The news that York has obtained the grace of God and become a legendary powerhouse has gradually spread to the outside world. The demigods and the legendary powerhouses who follow the path of faith and deification are temporarily unable to determine whether Zhao Yi really wants to do that, delaying the time of deification and constantly increasing the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. Raising only one person to the legendary realm is still a leading position for the first demigod of the living world. Only when Zhao Yi continues to increase the legendary combat power for the Violet Empire, the demigods and legendary masters can confirm Zhao Yi's thoughts. They are envious of Zhao Yi. The population of the Violet Empire is so large that Zhao Yi can easily obtain a large number of believers. The power of faith he gains every day makes them look up to him, so that today, he actually consumes the power of faith to raise believers to the legendary realm. Among the demigod forces, not only the Violet Empire is in urgent need of legendary combat power, most of the demigod forces need more legendary combat power. The remaining few demigod forces are not so urgent for legendary combat power, but they also hope to have as many legendary combat power as possible. Demigod and semi-saint powerhouses cannot use power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life, and legendary combat power is still relied on by all forces. But compared with Zhao Yi, they have not yet entered the third stage of demigods, and cannot consume the power of faith to improve the strength of believers. Even if they reach the third stage of demigods, they are reluctant to upgrade their believers to high-level professionals, thinking that they will become real gods as soon as possible. York's becoming a legend has little actual impact on the demigods and legendary masters who believe in the way of deification. The greater impact is on those professionals below the legendary realm. God. The fact that the believer's strength can be improved has spread to the outside world when Zhao Yi continued to bestow divine grace last year. Well-informed professionals can know about this. This matter is very important to professionals. Professionals' talents are innate. People with high talents have the potential to become legendary masters, while people with low talents cannot even enter the first level. Professional talents can be changed, but the price is very high, and very precious treasures are needed. Even the most favored descendants of legendary masters in the top forces are unlikely to obtain this treasure to improve their talents, not to mention those with very poor backgrounds. Talent determines the future of professionals, and becoming a legendary master can only exist in their fantasy. Until July last year, it was reported that God could improve the strength of believers. Even if believers do not have professional talents, they can become professionals because of God's grace. This incident shocked the professionals, especially the professionals with 1-star and 2-star talents. They hope to obtain the grace of God and become legendary masters. Gradually, professionals outside the Violet Empire also knew that in the current world of life, only the guardian god of the Violet Empire could grant the grace of God, and other gods could not do it. In this case, a large number of professionals in the Violet Empire became Zhao Yi's believers, while outside the Violet Empire, not many professionals became other gods. Believers. For professionals with low talent, legends are very far away. If they can obtain the grace of God and become a mid-level professional, it is also a huge surprise. The improvement of the professional realm represents the increase of strength and lifespan. For strength and lifespan, they are very willing to become believers of a certain god. The key is that this god must have the ability to bestow the grace of God. Since the fact that the patron god of the Violet Empire has bestowed the grace of God has been confirmed, there have been foreign professionals who want to immigrate to the Violet Empire, and there are more professionals who are hesitating. If you don't want to be far away from your motherland, the gods of your own country may also have the ability to bestow divine grace. A large family cannot be transferred at will. A variety of factors made the professionals hesitate and did not act rashly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and other gods still have not bestowed divine grace, while the guardian god of the Violet Empire has once again bestowed divine grace, which has actually promoted a person to the legendary realm. Legend, the top combat power in the world of life, has a lifespan of 1,000 years, and is the realm that all professionals dream of. After the matter was confirmed, more professionals were ready to go to the Violet Empire, and become believers of the patron saint of the Violet Empire. With the huge population of the Violet Empire, even if you become a believer of the patron saint of the Violet Empire, the possibility of obtaining the grace of God is very small, but there is hope after all. More professional families are going to settle in the Violet Empire. A large number of professional families are ready to move to the Violet Empire, including foreign nobles. Foreign nobles will lose their noble status when they move to the Violet Empire. Even if they can obtain a noble title in the Violet Empire in the future, they will not be able to obtain fiefdoms. Before deciding to move to the Violet Empire, foreign nobles had already studied the Violet Empire thoroughly. The Violet Empire is the most powerful force in the world of life, the country with the largest population, the largest territory, the richest wealth. Various first titles are hung on the Violet Empire. The nobles of the Violet Empire have no fiefs, but they have regular noble salaries. Without fiefs, There is no need to develop fiefs, and there is no need to maintain fief troops. The lives of the nobles in the Violet Empire have become better, and fiefs are a burden to them. Regardless of the fact that the Violet Empire is coveted, the Violet Empire is definitely the most suitable country for settlement in the world of life, whether it is for civilians or professionals. In fact, the Violet Empire is coveted, and at most only the top leaders of the top forces know about it. The people below don't know it at all. If this kind of thing spreads, they will be attacked by the Violet Empire. In the month after York became a legendary strongman, the number of immigrants who want to settle in the Violet Empire has increased dramatically. For these immigrants, the Violet Empire's verification method remains the same, and they are very welcome to join, especially the entire professional family coming to settle in the Violet Empire, which will contribute to the economic development of the Violet Empire. The territory of the Violet Empire is as large as 23 million square kilometers, but the population is only 350 million. It is still a sparsely populated country, and more people are needed to fill the vast territory. The Violet Empire needs civilian population and professionals. Professionals are the main force for the development and construction of the Violet Empire. Moreover, the number of professional immigrants in the Violet Empire has skyrocketed. The Violet Empire's top leaders are very clear about the reason, which is to obtain God's grace. To obtain God's grace, one must become a believer of the patron saint of the Violet Empire. The more devout the faith, the more power one contributes to God, and the greater the chance of obtaining God's grace. To obtain the grace of God, they came to the Violet Empire to settle down. Such professionals are very assured by the Violet Empire's top leaders, and they will not deliberately restrict foreign professionals from joining the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire does not restrict the joining of foreign professionals, but the top leaders of the countries where foreign professionals originally came from frowned. Although the war between top forces is often determined by the top combat power, the middle-level professionals, as the backbone, are also more important to the top forces. Low-level professionals are the easiest to cultivate, and the difficulty of cultivating middle-level professionals is greatly increased. If a top force continues to lose middle-level professionals, it will be a big problem. Fortunately, the current situation is not too serious. For the Violet Empire, the number of immigrants has increased dramatically, but these immigrants come from hundreds of countries in the world of life. If hundreds of countries share the burden, the number of professionals from each country going to the Violet Empire will not be large, which is within an acceptable range. Moreover, the professionals who leave are not the core of the country or power. If they are in the core, or focused on training, it is difficult for them to go to the Violet Empire. Even if they come, they will most likely not pass the review of the Violet Empire. For forces with demigods in charge, the top leaders of the forces hope that their demigods can enter the third stage of demigods as soon as possible, so that they can bestow divine grace, so that the professionals within their own sphere of influence will not leave, but will attract professionals from outside to join. For forces with only legendary masters in charge, the top leaders of the forces can only hope that their legendary masters, who believe in the way of deification, can become demigods as soon as possible. If they cannot become demigods, they can only be the objects of oppression and exploitation of demigod and semi-saint forces, and now they don't care whether the professionals below leave or not. The grace from the patron saint of the Violet Empire deeply affected the Violet Empire, and even the Blue Star players. The Blue Star players outside were envious and jealous. Especially the Blue Star players, who had a grudge against Zhao Yi. The more they saw Zhao Yi and the Violet Empire's strength increase, the angrier they became. Apart from being angry themselves, there was no other way. They were not qualified to take revenge on the Violet Empire, nor were they qualified to provoke a conflict between their country and the Violet Empire. The Blue Star players in the Violet Empire were happy, proud, and there were constantly Blue Star players trying to believe in Zhao Yi. Boss Zhao Yi is invincible. I was in Daocheng. I witnessed with my own eyes that day that Boss Zhao Yi raised a 7th-level professional to the legendary realm with a wave of his hand. I never thought that becoming a legend would become so easy. Even our rapid upgrade by eliminating the undead was far better than that. I have been trying to believe in my God. I don't know if I have become a believer of my God. According to the teachings of the Violet Empire's guardian God Church, I am very willing to believe in my God. Even if I return to Blue Star 100 years later, I will continue to believe in my God. I always feel that the Violet Empire lacks legendary combat power. Now it's good. Boss Zhao Yi has taken action to directly mass-produce legendary combat power. I wonder if I can see the Violet Empire single-handedly sweeping across the entire life realm before leaving the life realm. Every day that passes, Zhao Yi will gain a large number of professional believers. There are already rumors circulating in the Violet Empire. The Pope is just the first one. The guardian god will continue to bestow divine grace to allow the Violet Empire to continue to increase its legendary combat power. This rumor was not revealed by the guardian god church. It was just a guess by a professional, but it was believed by a large number of professionals. This is also a reason for Zhao Yi to increase the number of professional believers. Chapter 346. All the strong men who have embarked on the path of faith and deification have more or less some professional believers. It's just that Zhao Yi can bestow divine grace, allowing civilian believers to become professionals, or allowing professional believers to improve their realm, and constantly gain a large number of professional believers. After that, the number of professional believers of demigod strongmen will greatly exceed the number of professional believers of legendary strongmen. Everyone has professional believers. Even legendary strongmen can feel that with the same degree of piety, professional believers provide more faith power than civilian believers, and the stronger the professional believers are, the more faith power they provide. York, who has just entered the legendary realm, provides tens of thousands of times more faith power every day than civilian believers of the same faith piety. In the human race of the living world, although the professional population is only a few tenths of the civilian population, the professional population will be an important source of faith power no less than the civilian population. For the strong who have embarked on the path of faith and deification, it is difficult for civilian believers to grow rapidly within their own sphere of influence. They can only continue to cultivate, slightly increase the number of civilian believers, and strive to improve the piety of civilian believers. In order to become demigods faster, legendary strongmen and demigod strongmen are trying to get more faith power. They have also set their sights on professionals, and want to increase the number of professional believers. The idea is good, but in practice, the number of professional believers they increase is too small, especially the number of professional believers increased by legendary strongmen, which is almost negligible for civilian believers. The main reason is that in the eyes of professionals, the strongmen who embark on the path of faith and deification are nominally gods, but in fact they are still professionals, and they are stronger than them. It is difficult for weak professionals to have faith in powerful professionals, and they mainly worship them. In this case, there are very few believers of legendary professionals, and the number of believers of demigod professionals is gradually increasing. Zhao Yi can bestow divine grace, which is definitely a divine means to attract a large number of professionals to become believers. The strong people who embarked on the path of faith and deification were very envious of Zhao Yi, especially the demigods, who all wanted to enter the third stage as soon as possible and have the ability to improve the strength of their believers. As long as they can obtain this ability and continue to receive divine grace, the number of their professional believers will increase sharply, and the power of faith will also increase sharply. However, they are still some distance away from the third stage of demigods, and can only watch the only third stage demigod in the world of life gain a large number of professional believers there, and they are envious and jealous. Envy, jealousy, covetousness, fear, the strong men in the world of life show all kinds of emotions towards the Violet Empire. At this time, a new message quickly spread from the Violet Empire to the outside world. On June 1st, the patron saint of the Violet Empire will once again bestow divine grace on Zhao Cheng, and grant the legendary power of Flet. The territory of the Violet Empire is as large as more than 23 million square kilometers. In order to better manage such a vast territory, and because there are no noble fiefs in the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi established states above the provinces. The states are similar in size to the princedoms of other empires, with an average state area of more than 1 million square kilometers. The Violet Empire now has a total of 18 states. The most important state of the Violet Empire is the former territory of the Violet Empire, the former territory of the Violet Kingdom, and this area is the Violet State. The Violet Empire's guardian god church. In each state of the Violet Empire there is an archbishop. The archbishop is a 6th level or 5th level professional, and each province has a bishop. The bishop is a 5th level or 4th level professional. Follett is the archbishop of the Violet State. Among all the archbishops of the guardian god church, Follett ranks first. The guardian god church does not have a saint for the time being, so in Zhao Yi's list of legendary combat power added to the Violet Empire, Follett will be the second to receive God's grace and become a legendary strongman after York. Detailed information was quickly sent to the strongmen of the living realm, mainly about Folt. They learned that Folt was only a 6th level swordsman. To promote Folt to the legendary realm would consume more faith power than promoting the 7th level York to the legendary realm on February 1st. The time was set on June 1st, and it had only been 4 months since York became a legendary strongman. In such a short time, Zhao Yi was able to gain so much faith power that he could promote the second person to the legendary realm. The outside strongmen were surprised. According to what Zhao Yi said, the power of faith can improve the conversion rate of believers' strength. If it is used on Zhao Yi himself, it is expected that he can directly enter the semi-god realm from the beginning of the legendary realm. Now it is only used to upgrade a believer to the beginning of the legendary realm. This use of the power of faith is really too luxurious for the outside strongmen. They wish that all the power of faith consumed by Zhao Yi belongs to themselves. They feel the huge gap between themselves and the first semi-god of the living world. At the same time, they also preliminarily confirm that Zhao Yi will give up his leading position in the way of deification and continue to consume the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. Even if this dragon speaker no longer consumes the power of faith to improve his realm, it will take several years for the demigods behind to catch up with the dragon speaker. If the dragon speaker adds several or even dozens of legendary fighters to the Violet Empire in the next few years and continues to improve his realm, the position of the first demigod will still be unshakable. Is this the foundation of the first demigod? It is incredibly powerful. It is estimated that he already has a large group of professional believers. It is so enviable. When can I enter the third stage of the demigod realm? The threat of the first demigod still exists. I think the dragon speaker is a smart person. He understands the situation of the Violet Empire. It cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. The Violet Empire does not have absolute strength. It is the most correct choice to temporarily give up the deification and increase the legendary combat power for the Violet Empire. Waves are wavering and hesitant. If the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire continues to increase, the forces that can unite will only become fewer and fewer. The Violet Empire, with so many population resources and such huge wealth, can be full if it only gets 1/20th of it. The outside strongmen have their own ideas, but they have nothing to do with the professionals below the legendary realm in the outside world. Because Zhao Yi promoted York to the legendary realm, it has attracted a large number of professionals to immigrate to the Violet Empire. Because of this new news, Zhao Yi is about to promote the second believer to the legendary realm, and more professionals have the idea of immigrating to the Violet Empire. Among them, there are even 7th level professionals. 7th level professionals, high-level professionals, are basically high-level in all forces in the Violet Empire, but now they are attracted by the Violet Empire, and have the idea of joining the Violet Empire. It can be seen that legend, the attraction to professionals. Compared with this new news has a greater impact on the professional circle in the Violet Empire. The previously circulated news has been confirmed. After York, someone else will obtain the power of legend, and there will be a third and fourth person in the future. The power to elevate people to the legendary realm, the desire for the legendary realm, and various factors. Every day there are more and more professionals who become Zhao Yi's believers. The less talented and the lower the level of the professional, the easier it is to become Zhao Yi's believers. Zhao Yi feels that the number of believers is increasing, and the power of faith is increasing. York is the Pope of the Violet Empire's patron saint church, and Zhao Yi has promoted him to the realm of just entering legend. Fled is the first archbishop, and his status in the patron saint church is second only to York. He will also be promoted to the realm of just entering legend by Zhao Yi. In the future, all new legendary combat forces will be promoted to the realm of just entering legend by Zhao Yi. Different status, but the same realm. This will not have much impact on the internal affairs of the Violet Empire's patron saint church. The power of the clergy was given by Zhao Yi. As long as the clergy's faith was devout enough, they were capable and made great contributions. Even if their strength was low, Zhao Yi could continuously improve their position in the Guardian God Church. Anyway, they were all Zhao Yi's fanatics, and their faith was absolutely devout, and they would not go against Zhao Yi's will. The second time the believer's realm was upgraded to the legendary realm. This time the focus was on the legendary realm after Flet was promoted to the legendary realm. If Flet's legendary realm was also the realm of God's favor, or related to the realm of God's favor, it would be the best news for Zhao Yi. York has the divine favor domain, and can obtain the power of Zhao Yi's demigod clone, and can have the power of the legendary perfection realm at most. This power is not York's own, and cannot be perfectly mastered, but only with the power of the legendary perfection realm. It can basically hold back the incoming legendary perfection realm enemies, or hold back multiple legendary realm enemies with weaker strength. This is very important for the Violet Empire. Counting York, the only legendary perfection realm combat power in the Violet Empire is Zhao Yi's original body, his own clone, Melissa, and other legends in the Violet Empire, who are either in the middle or relatively average among the legendary powerhouses. The Violet Empire can improve its strength slightly if it has one more legendary fighter, and it can improve its strength greatly if it has one more legendary perfect fighter. Soon, the time came to June 1st. This time, Zhao Yi's followers crowded inside and outside Xiaocheng. Under the witness of countless followers, God descended, miracles, and God's grace appeared again, and Flet was promoted to the legendary realm. When Flet entered the legendary realm, he unfolded a legendary realm that was almost the same as York's, the God's favor realm. The Violet Empire gained another legendary perfect fighter, first York, then Flet. Two legends were born in the Guardian God Church, which made the old people who followed Zhao Yi in the monarchy department feel a little restless. These old people followed Zhao Yi through the undead disaster era, experienced the rapid upgrade of eliminating the undead, and understood the slow progress of professionals under normal cultivation. There are many 5-star talents in the King Realm and the Epic Realm professionals among them, all of whom have the potential to become legendary strongmen, but the past 10 years of cultivation have made them feel that they are very close to the legendary realm and also very far away. Now that they see that after the end of the undead calamity, people with much lower ranks than them have now jumped up and become legendary strongmen, their hearts are a little confused. In their opinion, within the territory of the Violet Empire, they are more qualified to be granted legendary power by the Lord. Zhao Yi noticed this situation, and the main body personally summoned Elliot, Lei Rang, Veronique and others to talk about the old times, and then talked about the new legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. The ability of the third stage of the demigod is to consume the power of faith to enhance the strength of believers, but there is a disadvantage in this. The believers whose strength has been enhanced will no longer be able to practice and improve their strength in the future. This is not important to me. I know that as professionals, everyone wants to become a legendary strongman, and you all want to enter the legendary realm, but I don't want to use the power of faith to elevate you to the legendary realm. We fought side by side, and came out of that difficult period. We are comrades in arms, we are friends, we can sit together and drink, eat and tell jokes. I don't want you to become my believers. If we become believers, we become the relationship between God and believers, and the distance between us becomes farther. You are all very young and have high potential. The legendary realm is not out of reach for you. I hope you can cultivate and become a legendary strongman. Listening to Zhao Yi's words, Elliot, Lei Rang, Veronique and others gradually became excited. So that's how it is. So that's what the Lord thinks. We are comrades and friends with the Lord. The Lord doesn't want us to become his believers. They are not Zhao Yi's believers now, but there are Zhao Yi's believers among their relatives, and they have also seen believers who are devout to Zhao Yi. Thinking about it carefully, they don't like to face Zhao Yi in that way. Elliot, Lei Rang, Veronique and others spread Zhao Yi's words among the old people who followed Zhao Yi in the monarchy system, letting everyone know the Lord's thoughts. In the excitement, their inner restlessness returned to calm. The Lord will always be their Lord, and it will not change. Zhao Yi said what was in his heart to the words of Elliot, Lei Rang, Veronique and others. Zhao Yi needed the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire, but he did not want these old people to become his believers. If everyone in the Violet Empire becomes Zhao Yi's believer, what kind of scene will that be? On that day, Zhao Yi can no longer walk in the outside world with his real body. Once he shows up, everyone on the street will bow down to him as a god. This scene feels boring just thinking about it. Believing in the way of deification is really a terrible thing. The Violet Empire is better. The unique doctrine of the Guardian God Church of the Violet Empire will not change the normal life of believers. Outside the Violet Empire, the believers there have become numb and blindly follow because of their beliefs. They are about to lose their own personality. That is not what Zhao Yi wants, and Zhao Yi will not turn the Violet Empire into that. Chapter 347. Since York, every 4 months, Zhao Yi will bestow divine grace to elevate a high-ranking member of the Violet Empire's Guardian God Church to the legendary realm, and the excess power of faith will also be used to enhance the strength of other believers. Facing the actions of the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi felt that the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire first gradually decreased, reached a low point, and then continued to increase. This made Zhao Yi very speechless. The Violet Empire continued to increase its legendary combat power, and the improvement of its strength would make some forces no longer dare to covet the Violet Empire. It just so happened that because the strength of the Violet Empire increased, some powerful forces began to fear the Violet Empire again. In the past, they were afraid of Zhao Yi's success in becoming a god first, but now they are afraid of the number of legendary combatants in the Violet Empire. Previously, the Violet Empire became the strongest force in the realm of life because it had 2 transformation realm masters. It was only in this situation that some powerful forces behind the Violet Empire were not very afraid of the Violet Empire. After all, the Transformation Realm Masters could not exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life, and the number of legendary combatants in these forces was greater than that of the Violet Empire. However, as the number of legendary combatants in the Violet Empire increases, the Violet Empire is about to become one of the living realms in terms of the number of legendary combatants. The number of legendary combatants in the Violet Empire is still increasing, and the powerful forces are more and more wary of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is moving towards the Dragon Clan before the undead disaster. No top force, demigod force, or demigod force in the living realm hopes that another Dragon Clan will appear in the living realm. So Zhao Yi felt that the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire first decreased and then increased. Weakness attracts covetousness, and strength attracts fear. This is the reality of the world of life. In fact, the same is true for the Blue Star, which has no extraordinary power. The outside world, the forces that covet or fear the Violet Empire, once again took action. After all, the Violet Empire is the strongest force in the world of life. In addition to the previous lessons of the Shahavi Empire, the Ziegler family, and the Blood Shadow Assassin organization, the various forces that took action put on layers of vests, and carefully contacted other forces that had ideas about the Violet Empire. The most important point is the Holy Covenant. It is because of the joining of new demigods that the Holy Covenant is constantly divided, and the various forces have the idea of taking action against the Violet Empire again. Whether it is a new demigod or a founding member demigod, we must try to contact them. It doesn't matter if we can't win them over, as long as they don't support the Violet Empire. Another dragon-slaying alliance has been established, and more forces are joining in. Maybe their ideas are different, but they have a common goal, which is to destroy the Violet Empire. What is unimaginable to the various forces that join the dragon-slaying alliance is that no matter how well they hide, they can be found by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's main body once again moved around the origin continent, found the forces that harbored ill will towards the Violet Empire, and then selected the forces with the strongest malice. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey again? No, Zhao Yi did not have this idea. If he killed the chicken to scare the monkey again, it might make the enemy desperate, and it would also make more forces wary of the Violet Empire, and it might even cause a large number of forces to besiege the Violet Empire. Therefore, Zhao Yi's goal is to create chaos, and use it to divert the attention of those forces that have ill will towards the Violet Empire. What kind of chaos can divert the attention of so many forces? Nothing is more important than the death of a Transformation Realm expert. Since ancient times, this is the first time that a Transformation Realm expert above the Legendary Realm has appeared in the Life Realm. Transformation Realm experts are the new peak of combat power in the Life Realm. The number of Transformation Realm experts in the Life Realm is about to reach 20, but 8 years have passed, and no Transformation Realm expert has died in the Life Realm. If a Transformation Realm expert suddenly dies now, it will definitely attract the attention of all forces. There is another problem here. On the surface, Zhao Yi is still the most advanced demigod in the realm of life, and everyone thinks that Zhao Yi is the strongest in the realm of life. Once a Transformation Realm expert dies, their first suspect will be the Violet Empire, and the Violet Empire needs to distance itself from it. To create Zhao Yi's demigod clone and Melissa's alibi more naturally, it is best to kill a Transformation Realm expert in the demi-plane. These are relatively easy to do. Zhao Yi quickly selected the target. There are 3 targets in total: the demigod Old Sakwa of the Sakwa Empire, the demigod Ashwell of the Chiha Empire, and the demigod Shira of the Clea Empire. The 3 demigods' forces are at the forefront of all demigod and semi-saint forces in terms of hostility towards the Violet Empire. Among them, Ashwell is a founding member of the Holy Covenant. One day in March of the 12th year of the Holy Calendar, Zhao Yi's main body went out and came to the first target, the Sakwa Empire. As a demigod who was suppressed and rejected by the realm of life, Old Sakwa spent most of his time in a medium-sized demi-plane in the Sakwa Empire. Old Sakwa was confident in his own strength and did not hide the place where he lived. Zhao easily found this demi-plane and was able to enter it without being discovered by anyone. After confirming that Old Sakwa was in that medium-sized demi-plane, Zhao Yi entered the demi-plane directly with his hidden body, and found that Old Sakwa was consuming the power of faith to practice. Old Sakwa, who was practicing, did not notice that there was an extra strong man in the demi-plane. Zhao Yi quickly approached Old Sakwa's position. In the demi-plane, Zhao Yi could exert his full strength, and did not need to use weapons. He punched directly. The next moment, a huge fist made of holy power emerged from Zhao Yi's fist, and smashed directly into the house where Old Sakwa was. The holy power fist was getting closer and closer to Old Sakwa. Old Sakwa, who was immersed in cultivation, finally felt the danger coming. However, old Sakwa had no time to react. He and his house were destroyed by the holy power fist. A strong man in the second stage of demigod was killed instantly by Zhao Yi's body. Zhao Yi came quietly and left quietly. When Zhao Yi left this demi-plane, other people in the demi-plane discovered that something happened in the area where old Sakwa was. The Sakwa Empire is a medium-sized demi-plane with an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, with hundreds of thousands of people living there. However, no one lives near old Sakwa. The high-ranking old Salva does not live with mortals, and mortals cannot withstand the leakage of old Sakwa's power, momentum, and pressure. The sound of Zhao Yi's killing of old Salva was loud, which attracted the attention of high-level professionals in the demi-plane. The high-level professionals came to the area where old Salva lived and found that the house where old Salva lived had disappeared, leaving a huge fist mark on the ground. Something happened. The demi-plane began to be blocked, and the other three legendary masters of the Salva Empire entered the demi-plane one after another. The three legendary masters believed that old Salva, who had reached the second stage of demigod, would not die. Even if old Salva faced Zhao Yi, the strongest demigod in the world of life, he would not fall suddenly. It should be that something happened to old Salva himself, destroying the house he lived in and running away to an unknown place. The three legendary masters quickly ordered people to search for old Salva's traces in the demi-plane. However, before the search for old Salva had lasted long, a piece of bad news suddenly came. Old Salva's fanatics were the first to feel that the god they believed in had suddenly fallen. Some fanatics could not accept the fact that the god had fallen and chose to commit suicide. Dead, old Salva is dead. The only transformation realm powerhouse in the Salva Empire has fallen. The three legends of the Salva Empire could not accept this fact for a while, thinking that old Salva was not dead yet. If old Salva died, the Salva Empire would undergo a huge change. From a demigod to a top power, the Salva Empire will spit out more than it has eaten before. In the Salva Empire, there are still a large number of spies from other forces, and these spies quickly spread the changes that have taken place in the old Salva believers. What? Old Salva fell. Old Salva is a strong man in the second stage of demigod. Who in the world of life can kill him? The dragon speaker and his contracted dragon teamed up. Impossible. Old Salva disappeared without much movement. Was old Salva killed in one move? No one in the realm of life can kill old Salva with one move. Old Salva is in a demi-plane where he can exert all his power. Is it the immortal god who killed old Salva? Investigate. Send more people to the Salva Empire. We must find out whether old Salva is alive or dead. If he is dead, how did he die? A second stage demigod cannot die so easily. After receiving the news from the Salva Empire, the demigods and semi-saints in the realm of life were the most excited. Old Salva is a transformation realm expert, and they are also transformation realm experts. Old Salva is in the second stage of demigod, and his strength ranks in the middle among all the demigod experts and semi-saint experts. Old Salva is so powerful that the demigod experts and semi-saint experts do not believe that old Salva will die so easily. Compared with old Salva being killed by others, they think that old Salva has some problems and exploded himself. A group of demigod forces and semi-saint forces sent spies to the Salva Empire to collect intelligence, and sent envoys to meet with the Emperor of the Salva Empire, asking the Emperor of the Salva Empire to tell them what happened. Soon, more information came out. Old Salva was not found. According to the reaction of old Salva's followers, old Salva completely disappeared, which was equivalent to falling. A huge fist mark was left in the area where old Salva lived. All kinds of information showed that old Salva, who was in the second stage of demigod, really fell. It was most likely that old Salva was killed by a powerful enemy, and old Salva had no power to fight back. After confirming that old Salva had fallen, the first thought of the demigods and semi-saints was that old Salva was killed by the Violet Empire. In the realm of life, only the Violet Empire has two transformation realm masters, and one of them is recognized as the strongest in the realm of life. If the two transformation realm masters of the Violet Empire join forces, they can kill old Salva. The key is that there are too many problems here. The masters know that Zhao Yi is powerful, but they don't think that Zhao Yi and Melissa can kill old Salva in seconds. When old Salva fell, Zhao Yi and Melissa were both in Zhaocheng and had no time to go to the Salva Empire. Could it be that other transformation realm masters teamed up to kill old Salva, but the only trace of the battle there was a huge fist mark on the ground? The masters couldn't figure out how old Salva died, nor who killed him, and most of the transformation realm masters were either worried or afraid. Old Salva was killed by someone, most likely in one move, So all the transformation realm masters in the world of life might have been killed by that powerful enemy. At one time, all the demigods and saints came out of the demiplane, and they dared not stay in the demiplane for the time being. In the demiplane, they can fully exert their own strength, and there is no rejection from the world of life. But old Salva died in the demiplane. They can exert their full strength in the demiplane, and so can the enemy. In this case, it is safer in the world of life. Because of the death of old Salva, a new Holy Covenant meeting was quickly held. This meeting had only one theme, which was the death of old Salva. The old and new Metamorphosis Masters, who had conflicts before, had no conflicts at this meeting. Everyone was discussing the death of old Salva. There were only so many Metamorphosis Masters in the realm of life, and suddenly one of them died. It turned out that Metamorphosis Masters would also die. Everyone couldn't feel at ease. They had to find the powerful enemy who killed old Salva as soon as possible. The realm of life did not allow such a powerful enemy to exist. Will old Salva die because of? A newly promoted demigod said while looking at the sky. The other demigods and semi-saints all understood what the new demigod meant. It was possible that old Salva had angered the god of creation and life, and suffered divine punishment and died. Only an immortal god could kill old Salva in one move, and there was no immortal god in the world of life, but there was one true god, the god of creation and life. The powerful men did not dare to think too much, fearing that they would also be punished by God. Even though they had entered the transformation realm above the legend, they knew that they were still very far from the realm of the god of creation and life. Compared with the divine punishment in previous records, the huge fist mark left by old Salva's death did not seem to be a divine punishment. After a sacred covenant meeting, the worries or fears in the hearts of the strong men did not decrease at all. On the contrary, the worries or fears in the hearts of several of them increased a lot. They are the strongest in the world of life, but there are already strong men in the transformation realm who have fallen in the world of life, which is too terrible for the strong men in the transformation realm. A group of demigod forces and semi-saint forces continue to investigate the death of old Salva. The Salva Empire, without a demigod strongman, can still be maintained. For the time being, no demigod force or semi-saint force wants to cut meat from the Salva Empire. It can be seen that Zhao Yi's chaos strategy does work, but it is unknown how long this effect can continue to win peace for the Violet Empire. Chapter 348. The death of the first demigod in the world of life has brought a huge impact to the world of life. Legendary masters, demigod masters, and semi-saint masters are all worried or afraid of the death of old Salva. They are all worried or afraid that they will be the next one to fall. Even the second stage demigod old Salva will fall, and other demigod masters and semi-saint masters will also fall, not to mention the legendary masters, who are one level lower in strength. Zhao Yi only felt that the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire suddenly decreased, and all forces focused more on the death of old Salva. Gradually, the news of the death of old Salva spread, and even the players on Blue Star knew about it. It's terrible, even a demigod can fall. If I didn't live in Zhaocheng and knew that Zhao Yi had stayed in Zhaocheng all the time, I would have suspected that Zhao Yi killed the demigod. Legendary strongmen used to be the top fighting force in the world of life, but now demigods and semi-saints are the top fighting force in the world of life. Demigods and semi-saints have only appeared for less than 10 years. Such a powerful demigod has fallen. The world of life is really dangerous. I chose the second option. I used to envy those who chose the third option. Staying in the realm of life will give them more life and power, and they don't have to go back to Blue Star to be an ordinary person. Now I don't envy them anymore. The realm of life is too dangerous. Even a demigod will die. This world is really not suitable for us. How did this demigod die? Was he really killed by a powerful enemy, or did he explode due to a problem in his cultivation? I don't know how strong a demigod is, but as the top combat power in the realm of life, how could he die almost silently? I don't know what the cause of death is. The thoughts of the Blue Star players are relevant to the realm of life. Not counting Zhao Yi and Lin Mengyao, the strongest player among the Blue Star players is still at the 7th level, and no one has entered the epic realm. Facing the general trend of the realm of life, the Blue Star players can only go with the flow. Also a Blue Star player, Zhao Yi is able to lead the general trend of the realm of life. Other top forces, semi-god forces, and semi-saint forces cannot imagine that the fall of old Salva was really done by Zhao Yi, and the players can't imagine it even more. Under the leadership of Zhao Yi, the Violet Empire pretended to be like other forces, and made almost the same moves because of the fall of old Salva, but the internal development of the Violet Empire was still the main focus. In particular, the legendary combat power is increased every 4 months, and it is carried out as usual, unaffected by the fall of Old Salva. On June 1st of the 12th year of the Holy Calendar, the Violet Empire added another legendary combat power, and the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire only increased slightly. It has not been 3 months since the fall of Old Salva, and most of the energy of various forces has been focused on the fall of Old Salva. The forces that covet the Violet Empire can only give up this matter temporarily. Compared with the division of the Violet Empire, the fall of Old Salva is more important, and all the strong are worried that they will be the next one. The news that the Violet Empire has added another legendary fighter came, and many people frowned. Some even wondered why it was Old Salva who fell, instead of Xiao Yi, the strongest demigod in the world of life. If Xiao Yi fell, it would be easy to divide the Violet Empire in the future. The Violet Empire was founded very recently, and its internal stability is obviously not as good as those empires that have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xiao Yi is the core of the Violet Empire. Once Xiao Yi dies, the Violet Empire is prone to chaos. All forces will win over the top leaders of the Violet Empire, and it won't take long to split the Violet Empire. What a pity, it was Old Salva who died, not Xiao Yi. I hope it will be Xiao Yi who dies next time. Never mind, if Xiao Yi also dies suddenly, it will be too terrible. It is better for Xiao Yi to be killed by a joint team. Time passed slowly. Half a year has passed since the death of Old Salva. No useful information has been found about the death of Old Salva. Some people even suspect Xiao Yi again. In the world of life, strength is the most important thing after all. If you become an immortal god, it is impossible for you to die suddenly like Old Salva. Before the death of Old Salva, in order to improve their strength faster, many strong men set their sights on the Violet Empire. Now, many people have set their sights on the Salva Empire. The previous Salva Empire was ruled by the demigod Old Salva, a member of the Holy Covenant, and had an area of more than 100 million square kilometers on the Origin continent. The demigod forces and the semi-saint forces are the makers of the order of the world of life. The top forces dare not move in the world of life, but the demigod forces and the semi-saint forces can move. In the past, the strong were still afraid of the fall of Old Salva. Now, some strong have set their sights on the Salva Empire. Since the Salva Empire no longer has a demigod, it should spit out what it had eaten before, or even more. The demigod forces and the semi-saint forces cut flesh from the Salva Empire to strengthen themselves. In the past 6 months, the Salva Empire has not been sitting idle. The fall of the demigod has greatly reduced the strength and influence of the Salva Empire. The Salva Empire must increase its power in a limited time and protect its own interests as much as possible. The benefits gained by Old Salva after becoming a demigod can be given up. So after the Old Salva, a new patron saint of the Salva Empire appeared. One of the 3 legendary masters of the Salva Empire embarked on the path of faith and deification. Although they are all patron saints of the Salva Empire, the new god and the old god are different after all. The most important thing is that the old god has reached the semi-god realm, while the new god is only at the legendary realm. The believers of the Old Salva can feel the existence of the god, but the believers cannot feel the existence of the new god. Even with the full support of the clergy of the patron saint of the Salva Empire, the new god can only inherit 1/10 of the followers of the Old Salva. This is already a very good start. Even if the Salva Empire spits out everything it has eaten, the new patron saint can rely on the foundation of the Salva Empire, and one day enter the realm of demigods again. At that time, the Salva Empire will become a demigod force again. Soon, the demigod forces and the semi-saint forces began to cut flesh from the Salva Empire, and the emperor of the Salva Empire agreed to all the pursuits of the demigod forces and the semi-saint forces. However, once the demigod and semi-saint forces want to invade the base of the Salva Empire, the attitude of the emperor of the Salva Empire will become very tough, pulling in other top forces while making a gesture of fighting to the death. In this case, the demigod and semi-saint forces will no longer force it. There is no conclusion on the death of Old Salva. The Salva Empire has a relatively good foundation. It is very likely that another demigod will be born in the future. In addition, there is a split within the Holy Covenant. There is no need to offend the Salva Empire. The newly promoted demigods in the Holy Covenant did not agree to invade the base of the Salva Empire. It took more than half a year for the demigod forces and the semi-saint forces to divide the things that the Salva Empire vomited. The uneven distribution of interests led to the gradual increase of conflicts within the Holy Covenant. After all, everyone wanted to eat more. During this period, hundreds of fights were staged, and even legendary strongmen fought each other. Fortunately, no high-level professionals died, and the conflicts would not be expanded. In the early days of the Holy Covenant, these things would not happen at all, and each force would restrain itself. However, as new forces join the Holy Covenant will have to redivide the sphere of influence. It is normal for conflicts to occur for the sake of interests. Where there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. This has been the same since ancient times. More than a year has passed since the death of Old Salva. People have gradually forgotten about this incident. Some strong people even began to think that the death of Old Salva was an accident. In the past year or so, 2 more demigods have been added to the world of life, and at the same time, the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire has continued to increase. Zhao Yi was helpless against the maliciousness of the outside world. The strongest strength would arouse fear, and the largest population and the most wealth would attract covetousness. Zhao Yi did not want these first thrones at all, but he could not hide them. Weakness can be hidden, but strength can never be hidden. The outside world is paying attention to the Violet Empire. If the Violet Empire reports false news, the outside world can also investigate and estimate it by themselves. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry. He could wait a little longer before creating the second chaos. The maliciousness of the outside world towards the Violet Empire had not risen to a very serious level. One chaos could at least delay the Violet Empire for 2 years. In March of the 13th year of the Holy Calendar, 2 years had passed since the death of Old Salva, and Zhao Yi's main body took action again. This time the target was one of the 3 targets 2 years ago. Old Salva had already fallen, and only Ashwell, the demigod of the Chiha Empire, and Shira, the demigod of the Clea Empire, were left. Zhao Yi chose Ashwell, the founding member of the Holy Covenant. Because of the death of Old Salva, the demigods and semi-saints of the world of life endured the suppression and rejection of the world of life and lived in the world of life. However, 2 years had passed, and no other accidents had occurred. Most of the demigods and semi-saints had relaxed their vigilance. Just like the death of Old Salva, Zhao Yi quietly came to the place where Ashwell lived and smashed Ashwell and his house with one punch, leaving a huge fist mark on the ground. The Chiha Empire discovered that their demigod was in trouble faster than the Salva Empire. When several legendary masters of the Chiha Empire saw the huge fist mark on the ground, they felt a shudder in their hearts. 2 years ago, when Old Salva fell, a huge fist mark was left on the ground. Now, a huge fist mark is also left in the place where the demigod lives, which almost means that the demigod has fallen. This is like the sky falling for the legendary strongmen of the empire. They cannot lose the demigod, regress from the demigod force to the top force, and become the object of oppression and exploitation again. However, the huge fist mark on the ground represents everything. Ashwell has really fallen. Why? Why did it fall to Ashwell? The legendary masters of the Chiha Empire were going crazy, but it was useless. It was easier to kill the demigods. They should be thankful that they were not killed along with them. Soon, the spies of various forces in the Chiha Empire quickly spread the news of Ashwell's fall. The second stage demigod Ashwell of the Chiha Empire fell, leaving a huge fist mark at the place of his fall, just like the place where Old Salva fell. No one found out who left this huge fist mark. The news from the Chiha Empire once again made the legendary masters, demigod masters, and semi-saint masters of the life realm feel fear. The death of Old Salva had made them worried or fearful, but it gradually disappeared as time went by. Now another demigod has died, which means that the death of Old Salva is not an isolated case. The death of Ashwell means that there may be a third or fourth one. The demigods and semi-saints do not want to be the next target, and more powerful people are afraid. Who is it who killed Old Salva and Ashwell? Hurry up and hold the Holy Covenant meeting. We can't wait any longer. Old Salva died, and Ashwell also died. Who will be the next one? Because of Ashwell's death, the Holy Covenant meeting was held the next day. Why did Old Salva die? Why did Ashwell die? What do the two have in common? Why did they take action against Ashwell after 2 years? The demigods and the semi-saints had too many questions to be solved, but after discussing them, they could not get an answer. Then someone made a suggestion. The enemy is very powerful. If you don't want one of us to continue to die, I suggest that everyone gather together and unite to fight this powerful enemy. Before Zhao Yi raised his objection, others stood up to object. If we gather together, it will be like we are trapped and unable to move. It is not advisable. Being trapped is better than being dead. At this time, Zhao Yi stood up and said confidently, if you want to gather, then gather. The enemy is very strong, but Melissa and I can stop the enemy together. That's fine. We don't need to gather together. 2 or 3 people in a group should be able to stop the enemy. Some people agreed with Zhao Yi's words, but in fact they were against everyone gathering together. This topic was not continued, and it depended on everyone's own ideas. Just as the meeting was about to end, a demigod proposed a new idea. Do you think it is possible that the hidden forces of the living world took action? The demigods and semi-saints who participated in the meeting looked at Zhao Yi and fell into deep thought. When the undead disaster occurred, all forces believed that the so-called void was a hidden force. Apart from the void, no other hidden forces were noticed. However, since it is called a hidden force, it means that it is very well hidden, so this idea is possible. Only Melissa was secretly laughing. Melissa felt that these people were very interesting, and could come up with any ideas. Because of the death of Old Salva and Asheville, some people were almost scared. Chapter 349. 2 years ago, Old Salva fell, and now Asheville fell. A huge fist mark was left at the place where both fell, which is enough to prove that both fell because they were killed. Who will fall next? None of the demigods and semi-saints want to be the next one to fall. Although the proposal to gather all the demigods and semi-saints at the Holy Covenant meeting was rejected, after the meeting, the demigods and semi-saints contacted each other. The demigods and semi-saints, who have a good relationship, stay in one place in groups of 2 or 3. If a strong enemy attacks, they will not fall without making much noise, like Old Salva and Asheville. As long as they can withstand the attack of the powerful enemy, they will immediately call for support from other demigods and semi-saints. Except for those who have grudges, everyone else will come to support them. No one wants to be the next person to fall, so the only thing left is to kill the powerful enemy. Soon, the news of the fall of the demigod Ashwell spread in the world of life, and Zhao Yi felt that the outside world's maliciousness towards the Violet Empire was rapidly declining. Zhao Yi created chaos twice in a row, which would temporarily divert the attention of those forces that had ideas about the Violet Empire, so the maliciousness would decrease, but it was unknown how long this time would last. In addition, the demigods and semi-saints began to form a team. Maybe they could kill a few legendary masters next time to divert attention, but the effect of killing legendary masters might not be as good as killing demigods and semi-saints. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling the degree of hostility from the outside world towards the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi plans to wait for a while. When only one demigod fell, many people might think it was an accident. After the second demigod fell, no one would believe it was an accident, so the impact of Zhao Yi's second creation of chaos would last longer. Because of the death of the second demigod, the world of life is even more peaceful than the previous peaceful period. The strong men in the transformation realm and the legendary realm stay together, and will not act alone easily. Just 2 months later, new changes occurred in the world of life. The Silver Wolf Empire demigod Old Nelson began to bestow divine grace. Old Nelson became the second demigod in the world of life to reach the 3rd stage after Zhao Yi. Then the legendary strong men, demigod strong men, and semi-saint strong men in the world of life began to wonder. Zhao Yi was the first to be promoted from the legendary perfection realm to a demigod, Old Carter was the second, and Old Nelson was the third. Under normal circumstances, Carter should be the second to enter the 3rd stage of demigod. So why is it that Nelson is the first to enter the 3rd stage of demigod? Nelson himself was very confused about this matter. He felt that since he had entered the 3rd stage of demigod, Carter should have entered the 3rd stage of demigod earlier than him. Perhaps it was because of Zhao Yi's experience that Carter hid himself. Regardless of whether Carter hid himself or not, Nelson began to bestow divine grace, harvest professional believers, and obtain more power of faith. He then spread the news to the outside world, saying that Carter had entered the 3rd stage of demigod. Without rumors, many strong men suspected that Old Carter had entered the 3rd stage of demigod. Because Zhao Yi continued to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire, his own progress was slow or even non-existent, so the strong men turned their attention to Old Carter and Old Nelson. The pressure was dispersed, and Old Nelson was much more relaxed. A month later, Old Carter also began to receive divine grace. Old Nelson and Old Carter entered the 3rd stage of demigod successively, causing some influence in the world of life, which slightly reduced the growth of the outside world's maliciousness towards the Violet Empire. Until 5 months after Old Nelson entered the 3rd stage of demigod, that is, in November of the 15th year of the Holy Calendar, Zhao Yi created the 3rd chaos in the realm of life, killing all 3 legends of an empire in the northern region of the origin continent with 3 punches. A demigod is stronger than 3 legends, but the impact of the death of 3 legends in the realm of life this time is no less than the impact of the death of 1 demigod. The powerful enemy has made a move again. The demigods and semi-saints are somewhat fortunate that they chose to team up with others. The powerful enemy should be limited in strength. After all, the realm of life cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm, so this third time they chose to attack the legendary. Why did this powerful enemy attack the strong men of the realm of life? What are the similarities between the three targets chosen by the powerful enemy? Where is the powerful enemy? The powerful men of the realm of life are increasingly afraid, especially the legendary ones. The first two deaths were all demigods, and the legendary ones were able to relax a little, thinking that the powerful enemy only targeted demigods, or all the metamorphosis realm strong men. Now the powerful enemy has also attacked the legendary strong men. The legendary strong men and the metamorphosis realm strong men are all in danger, and no one wants to be the target of the fourth attack by the powerful enemy. The outside powers did not know what the three targets Xiao Yi chose to attack had in common. Xiao Yi had his own criteria for selection, which was to distinguish them according to the degree of their hostility towards the Violet Empire and Xiao Yi. The more hostility they had, the more likely they would become Xiao Yi's target. And those forces that had ideas about the Violet Empire, fearing that they would be attacked by the Violet Empire, put on layers of vests and joined forces with other forces, and neither of them knew each other's identities. You don't know me, and I don't know you. If we knew our identities, all the strong men who had ideas about the Violet Empire would die, and the outside power's suspicion of the Violet Empire would increase sharply. The first time he created chaos, he added 2 years of peace to the Violet Empire. The second time he created chaos, he added more than 2.5 years of peace to the Violet Empire. The third time he created chaos, he added almost 4 years of peace to the Violet Empire. Every time he created chaos, the Violet Empire gained more peace. At the same time, as the number of legendary warriors in the Violet Empire increased, many forces dared not think about the Violet Empire anymore. In addition, as other demigods entered the third stage, the attention of the strong men shifted to Old Carter and Old Nelson. While Xiao Yi continued to increase the legendary warriors for the Violet Empire, he also began to absorb the power of faith and improve his realm. Even if he had to add a legendary combat force to the Violet Empire every 4 months, Xiao Yi felt that other demigods could not match the remaining power of faith. In August of the 20th year of the Holy Calendar, Xiao Yi's clone entered the 4th stage of demigod. There was no news of other demigods entering the 4th stage in the living realm. In the 4th stage of demigod, another ability was added. Through the connection of the power of faith, the strength of believers could be remotely improved. On the basis of the original loss of the power of faith, the remote improvement of the strength of believers would only increase the loss very little. The ability of the 4th stage is convenient for demigods. They only need to feel the wishes of believers through the power of faith to remotely improve the strength of believers without running around outside. Entering the 4th stage of demigods, Xiao Yi felt that there was no 5th stage in the demigod realm. After the 4th stage of demigods, it is the real realm of gods. From February of the 10th year of the Holy Calendar, Xiao Yi promoted Pope York to the legendary realm. To August of the 20th year of the Holy Calendar, 10.5 years have passed. Every year, the Violet Empire adds 3 legendary combat forces. In the past 10.5 years, the Violet Empire has added 32 legendary combat forces. With the addition of 32 legendary combat forces, plus the original legendary combat forces of the Violet Empire, the number of legendary combat forces of the Violet Empire has long been the first in the world of life, and exceeds the sum of the second and third. With so many legendary combat forces, the outside world is more wary of the Violet Empire. In a few years, the Violet Empire will become like the Dragon Clan in the past. A large number of weaker forces dare not have any ideas about the Violet Empire. Other forces that still have ideas about the Violet Empire are because the number of legendary warriors in the Violet Empire has increased, but the quality is still not good enough. Those who become legendary warriors through divine grace cannot practice and improve their realm by themselves. The newly added legendary warriors in the Violet Empire are all in the initial stage of legend. Even if they master the power of the legendary realm, they are likely not the opponents of the legendary warriors of the same realm in the outside world. There are still many forces that want to attack the Violet Empire. They don't want to see a new Dragon Clan appear. After all, the dragon race is a foreign race. Although the human race is not united, it will not be defeated by the dragon race. The Violet Empire is a part of the human race. The powerful Violet Empire will attract other human forces to it. In the end, the Violet Empire may become the only overlord of the world of life. However, the top combat power of the world of life is now the demigods and semi-saints. The Violet Empire is still the only force with 2 transformation realm masters, but there is not much difference between 2 and 1. More importantly, the unknown powerful enemy will take action every few years, so that all the forces in the world of life dare not act rashly. The peace of the Violet Empire is still going on. Zhao Yi's clone entered the fourth stage of demigod, and Zhao Yi began to think about it. He increased the legendary combat power for the Violet Empire while improving his realm. He has already entered the fourth stage of the demigod realm. The gap between the demigods behind should not be too far. The next step is the realm of gods. Should he be the first to be deified, or let other demigods be deified first? It doesn't matter to Zhao Yi whether he is deified sooner or later. Zhao Yi's original body is already an immortal saint, at the same level as gods. Zhao Yi used his clone to believe in the deification in order to allow Joanna, Brittany, Ignatz, and other people who could not become saints to gain eternal life. The belief in the deification was to explore the way ahead. Joanna, Brittany, Ignatz, and others were still very young, and Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to be the first to be deified. Zhao Yi's original body was promoted to sainthood in the demi-plane. The promotion scene at that time was very grand. If it was placed in the world of life, it would basically be known by all forces in the outside world. This is still the reason for cultivating the way of sainthood, to cultivate oneself. If it is changed to the way of belief in deification, Zhao Yi feels that the scene of deification will be more exaggerated. Even if it is deified in the demi-plane, there will be very big changes in the outside world. After all, most believers are in the outside world. In addition, deification is also a good opportunity to increase the number of believers and improve the piety of believers. The world of life cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm, and becoming a true god will not have a greater impact on the world of life. No, Zhao Yi cannot be sure of this. Comparing demigods with demigods, demigods have magical abilities, and can use the power of faith to enhance the strength of believers. After becoming a true god, it is very likely that there will be more magical abilities, and the power of gods will be used to influence the world of life. The most important point is that if a person becomes a god first, there will almost certainly be other strong people who will appear to stop him from becoming a true god. After thinking it over, Zhao Yi decided not to be the first person to become a god. If the person who becomes a god has more ill will towards the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi will also stop him from becoming a god. When someone succeeds in becoming a god, Zhao Yi's clone will become the second god. If a god comes to stop him, Zhao Yi's original body will go out. It has not been long since he became a god. Even if the god improves his strength quickly, he cannot compare with Zhao Yi's original body, who has practiced a lot. Another year passed, and Old Carter and Old Nelson successively entered the fourth stage of demigod, but neither of them promoted it to the outside world, not wanting to attract more attention. Zhao Yi could think of encountering other strong people's obstruction when he was deified, and Old Carter and Old Nelson could think of it too. In order to reduce the attention on themselves, Old Carter and Old Nelson made a move secretly. Old Carter may have entered the fourth stage of demigod, and the dragon speaker may have already consumed the power of faith to improve his own realm. According to the news from the Carter Empire, Old Carter is not far from the fourth stage of demigod. Old Nelson entered the third stage of demigod earlier than Old Carter, and now Old Nelson is likely to have entered the fourth stage of demigod. Rumor has it that Old Nelson is preparing to postpone his deification like the dragon speaker, and is preparing to consume the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Silver Wolf Empire. Soon, all kinds of news about Old Carter, Old Nelson, and even Zhao Yi were flying around the world. The other demigods looked at themselves and calculated the time. It felt that such a long time had passed. Old Nelson and Old Carter might have entered the fourth stage of demigods. The strong men did not care about whether there were demigods entering the fourth stage for the time being. They cared more about what the demigods' fourth stage abilities were. Old Nelson and Old Carter fell silent, not saying anything, letting all kinds of news from the outside world fly around. However, as the two continued to move towards the realm of gods, they both felt that it was not so easy to become gods, especially when blocked by other strong men. Increase allies and reduce enemies. Only when the number of allies exceeds the number of enemies can there be a chance of successfully becoming a god. Old Nelson thought about it, and sent someone to contact Old Carter. We form an alliance. No matter who reaches the perfect state of demigod first, we must do our best to help the other party become a god. If one party succeeds in becoming a god, we must also do our best to help the other party become a god. Old Carter thought about it carefully and agreed. The two demigods took out a high-level contract that the Blue Star players exchanged from the Points Mall during the Undead disaster, determined the content of the contract, and then wrote their own names. The party that violated it would be punished by the God of Creation and Life. Chapter 350. 6 years in the Hope Calendar, 21 years in the sacred calendar, Zhao Yi has been in the realm of life for 27 years without realizing it. With the age of Blue Star plus the age of the realm of life, Zhao Yi is already 50 years old. 50 years old is middle-aged on Blue Star, and old among the civilians in the realm of life. But 50 years later, Zhao Yi still looks like a young man. Zhao Yi can keep his youthful appearance, which can be done by powerful professionals, but most of the Blue Star players, who came to the realm of life and survived to this day, are non-professionals. In fact, starting from 5 years ago, the Blue Star players, who chose the second option gradually chose to leave the realm of life. They are not professionals, their lifespan is limited, and more importantly, their bodies are constantly aging, so they give up continuing to experience this alien life in the realm of life. In the past 20 years, many people have had enough of playing in the realm of life, but many people have married and had children in the realm of life, and because of this family, they have stayed in the realm of life and are reluctant to leave. The Violet Empire is considered good, and the bottom-level Blue Star players have a good life. In most areas outside the Violet Empire, the lives of the lower-level Blue Star players are almost the same as those of the lower-level civilians in the life realm. The quality of life is poor, and they are bullied by professionals, so more Blue Star players in the outside world choose to leave the life realm at an earlier time. Even some Blue Star players, who chose the third option, regretted it. The future they had imagined was not so beautiful. Even in this life realm with extraordinary power, life cannot be repeated. Since you have chosen your own path, you must continue to walk on it. As time went by, Zhao Yi still added a legendary fighter to the Violet Empire every 4 months. This situation made the outside world's maliciousness towards the Violet Empire grow more slowly, and more forces gave up their original ideas because of the Violet Empire's growing strength. The Violet Empire was so powerful that even if the combined strength of all forces greatly exceeded that of the Violet Empire, once a war broke out, the Violet Empire might be destroyed, and its own legendary strongmen would also fall. The weaker the power, the more likely it is to have accidents. The Violet Empire is too powerful, so it is better not to get involved. On the other hand, although the outside world's malice towards the Violet Empire is increasing slowly, Zhao Yi is still regularly attacking and killing some legendary and metamorphosis realm masters in the life realm, who have strong malice towards the Violet Empire. For Zhao Yi, it is easy to kill legendary masters, but it is a bit difficult to kill metamorphosis realm masters in the team. He can only rely on luck. Maybe he will find an opportunity to attack and kill metamorphosis realm masters. In July of the 28th year of the Holy Calendar, Zhao Yi's clone entered the realm of demigod perfection. One step further would lead to the realm of immortal gods. After entering the realm of demigod perfection, Zhao Yi automatically realized the method of deification. Deification needs to be carried out in the realm of life, and a grand deification ceremony needs to be held. Relying on the power gathered by the believers, the divine fire is ignited to complete the final transformation. Zhao Yi is not in a hurry to deify, but the preliminary preparations can be carried out quietly. When it is time to deify, he can quickly prepare and directly hold the deification ceremony to catch the enemies off guard. At the end of the 30th year of the Holy Calendar, the population of the Violet Empire was 638 million, the population of the Demi-Plane was 414 million, and the total population of the Violet Empire was 1.05 billion. 30 years after the founding of the Violet Empire, the population has exceeded 1 billion, a very exaggerated number. Even the population of the origin continent is far more than the second most populous country. When the Violet Empire was founded, the population of the origin continent was only 160 million, the population of the Demi-Plane was only 127 million, and the total population was less than 300 million. From less than 300 million people to more than 1 billion people, such a population increase rate is terrifying. In the war in the 3rd year of the Holy Calendar, the total population of the Violet Empire increased by 100 million directly, and then, there were the people who immigrated to the Violet Empire from the outside world every year. Of course, more important is the natural population growth rate of the Violet Empire itself. After the end of the undead disaster, the human population of the living world dropped sharply, and the remaining population was mainly young and middle-aged, with almost no elderly people, and even few middle-aged and elderly people. Relying on the young and middle-aged population, the continuous birth of children has led to a population explosion in the Violet Empire. In the peaceful period after the war, whether in the world of life or in Blue Star, there will be a population explosion, both in the Violet Empire and in countries outside the Violet Empire. However, the natural population growth rate of countries outside the Violet Empire is much lower than that of the Violet Empire, And the most important reason is food. The Violet Empire took back all the noble fiefs and distributed land to all the people living outside the city. Just relying on farming, a family can live a life without worries about food and clothing. Civilian families in the Violet Empire have no shortage of food. They can feed as many children as they want, and they can also give land for their children. Food is only the most important point, and the second is medical care. Children are prone to premature death, but the Violet Empire will send doctors and even priests to reduce the mortality rate. In addition, the Violet Empire has always been in a peaceful period, and the natural population growth rate has remained high. In most areas outside the Violet Empire, the nobles have almost exhausted their wealth due to the undead disaster. In order to accumulate wealth, they can only continue to exploit the people. Obviously, a large number of people were lost in the undead disaster. After the undead disaster ended, the land was vast, and the population was sparse. The living people were able to get a lot of land. However, under the oppression and exploitation of the nobles, the lower-class civilians in most areas of the living world still had a hard life. If they had more children, they would have to consider whether they could raise them. Under such circumstances, the population of the outside world was also growing rapidly, but it could not be compared with the Violet Empire. The population of the Violet Empire has been growing rapidly for 30 years. It is expected that the natural population growth rate will gradually decline in the future. After 30 years, the middle-aged people at the founding of the country have entered old age, and the population mortality rate is also increasing. Although the natural population growth rate will gradually decline, with the huge population base of the Violet Empire, the annual population increase will only increase year by year. The Violet Empire has a territory of more than 23 million square kilometers, with nearly 640 million people living on it. It is not considered sparsely populated, but it has not reached the level before the calamity of the undead. Before the calamity of the undead, the Violet Kingdom, with a territory of more than 1.3 million square kilometers, had a population of more than 70 million, which is more than the population of many empires after the end of the calamity of the undead. With the current territory of the Violet Empire, coupled with the development of agricultural technology in the Violet Empire, it can at least feed 2 billion people. Now there are only 640 million people, which is far from the limit. The Violet Empire still needs to patiently develop itself. In April of the 32nd year of the Holy Calendar, for years after Zhao Yi's clone entered the realm of demigod perfection, Old Carter finally entered the realm of demigod perfection. When entering the realm of demigod perfection, Old Carter also realized the method of deification. At this time, Old Carter did not hesitate and immediately issued a divine order to the guardian god of the Carter Empire to prepare a grand deification ceremony for himself. On the day of the deification ceremony, arrange clergy to let as many of Carter's followers as possible pray at the same time. At the same time, Carter is also contacting allies to inform them that he has entered the perfect state of demigod and is ready to be deified. Since Carter and Nelson formed an alliance, Carter has been actively looking for other allies. Eternal gods are what Carter pursues, but there are too many problems that need to be solved before and after deification. Before, Zhao Yi was the most powerful demigod in the world of life. Most of the demigods were afraid of Zhao Yi, worried that Zhao Yi would be the first to succeed in deification, and would prevent the later ones from deifying. As Old Carter became the most powerful demigod, although Old Nelson was sharing the pressure, a lot of attention was still on Old Carter. Before, the masters were afraid of Zhao Yi, but now they are afraid of Old Carter and Old Nelson. It is very likely that no matter who is the first to be deified, they will be blocked by a large number of masters. So after forming an alliance with Old Nelson, Old Carter is looking for other allies. It is best to have more allies than enemies, so that the allies can stop the enemies and successfully complete the deification. There are no fewer strong men who share the same ideas as Old Carter and Old Nelson. The number of Old Carter's allies is increasing. Old Carter even wants to form an alliance with Zhao Yi, but Zhao Yi refuses. The reason for the refusal is simple. A large number of strong men in the world of life have ill will towards Zhao Yi or the Violet Empire, either because they are afraid of it or because they covet it. Old Carter also has ill will towards the Violet Empire, and there is a lot of it. Zhao Yi not only refuses to form an alliance with Old Carter, but also intervenes when Old Carter is deified to prevent him from becoming a god. Not only did Old Carter want to form an alliance with Zhao Yi, but other demigods also wanted to form an alliance with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi did not think of fighting alone, nor did he think of stopping all demigods from becoming gods. The strength of the Violet Empire was growing rapidly, but it was far from the point of confronting the entire living world. Zhao Yi chose a demigod, who had less ill will towards the Violet Empire to form an alliance, and personally invited several other demigods, who also had less ill will towards the Violet Empire. The Holy Covenant still existed, but it had already been divided into several factions, pulling each other. Old Carter regretted not forming an alliance with Xiao Yi. If he could form an alliance with Xiao Yi, Old Carter felt that his chances of becoming a god would increase by 10%. On the surface, Xiao Yi still adds a legendary fighter to the Violet Empire every 4 months, and consumes the power of faith from time to time to improve the strength of other believers. But Old Carter felt that Xiao Yi's realm had not stopped, and had already begun to improve. According to the population of the Violet Empire, the number of professionals in the Violet Empire, the number of Xiao Yi's believers, and the degree of faith of Xiao Yi's believers, Old Carter even felt that Xiao Yi might have reached the perfect realm of a demigod. After all, it was just a guess. Even if Xiao Yi had reached the perfect demigod realm, he was not ready to be deified. Old Carter himself had already begun to quasi-deify. He had formed alliances with so many powerful people in the past. Old Carter believed that he had a relatively high chance of being deified, and could not wait any longer. When Old Carter's allies knew that Old Carter had reached the perfect demigod realm, and was about to be deified, they could not sit still. Especially Old Nelson, he was not far from the perfect demigod realm. As long as Old Carter succeeded in being deified, he would be the next one. Old Carter and his allies gathered together to discuss how to reduce the number of enemies that prevent Old Carter from becoming a god. I have an idea. There are many forces in the world of life that are afraid of or covet the Violet Empire. We can contact them, and let them attack the Violet Empire when Old Carter becomes a god, reducing the possibility of accidents when Old Carter becomes a god. On the other hand, the Violet Empire will be severely damaged if not destroyed. A newly promoted demigod, who has a deep malice towards the Violet Empire, said. As soon as this idea was proposed, Old Carter and his allies felt that it was feasible. In addition to several other methods they thought of, the strong men immediately took action. As Old Carter began to act, Xiao Yi felt that the hostility of the outside world towards the Violet Empire increased rapidly, and a few days later, the hostility surged again. The outside world had spread that Old Carter was going to be deified, and Xiao Yi had some guesses in his mind when thinking about this. Obviously, Old Carter was going to be deified, and it was impossible for him to attack the Violet Empire at such an important time. That is, when Old Carter was deified, most forces were paying attention to Old Carter, and some forces would attack the Violet Empire. It seems that this battle is inevitable. This is a battle that has been delayed for more than 20 years. The reason is the fear caused by the increased strength of the Violet Empire, and the covetousness caused by the population and wealth. If there is a battle in the Violet Empire, Xiao Yi's clone and Melissa can't leave. Xiao Yi is ready to let his original body take action. If other strong people can't stop Old Carter from becoming a god, then Xiao Yi's original body will take action. At present, the number of legendary combat forces in the Violet Empire is 5 Dragon Clan, 3 Jianshan, and 3 in the Violet Empire headquarters. Lin Mingyao has reached the epic peak. The most important one is the Violet Empire's Guardian God cult, which has 67 legendary combat forces. The Violet Empire has a total of 78 legendary combat forces, and there are no legendary peak powerhouses or legendary perfect powerhouses on the surface. The biggest problem is that the 67 legendary combat forces of the Guardian God cult were all created by Xiao Yi, consuming the power of faith. They are all just entering the legendary realm, which is only level 90, and they cannot practice to improve their realm. These are the views of the outside forces on the Violet Empire. Although the Violet Empire has many legendary combat forces, most of them are the weakest legendary combat forces created by consuming the power of faith. The Violet Empire is very powerful, but not so powerful that it is invincible. Look at the population and wealth of the Violet Empire, and then look at Old Carter, who is about to be deified. Under the connection of some forces, more and more forces have joined the Dragon-Slaying Alliance to attack the Violet Empire on the day when Old Carter is deified. Facing the powerful enemy that may come, Xiao Yi is calm. The God's domain is temporarily exclusive to the legendary masters of the Violet Empire's Guardian God cult. Xiao Yi's semi-god clone only uses the power of the legendary perfect realm. Other powers can be used to enhance the strength of legendary believers through the God's domain, and at most 10 legendary perfect masters can be strengthened. In this way, the number of masters in the Violet Empire who can exert the power of the legendary perfect realm will reach 12. Chapter 351. Old Carter moved very quickly, entering the realm of demigod perfection in April, and then decided to hold the deification ceremony on May 1st. At the same time, the Dragon-Slaying Alliance was also constantly inviting people. Seeing that old Carter was about to be deified, and that the strength of the Violet Empire was still growing, more and more forces joined the Dragon-Slaying Alliance at its invitation. On April 30th, the Dragon-Slaying Alliance stopped inviting new members, and the number of members had reached 31, with a total of 5 demigods and 69 legendary masters. The 5 demigods can only exert the power of the legendary perfection realm in the world of life, which means that the Dragon-Slaying Alliance has a total of 74 legendary combatants. 74 legendary combatants are basically the maximum number of powerful people that the 31-member forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance can dispatch. All member forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance have at least 2 legendary powerful people in the transformation realm. Basically, all member forces are legendary powerful people in the transformation realm. The upcoming war is rare in the history of the human race in the world of life. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance has dispatched 74 legendary combatants, and the Violet Empire has 80 legendary combatants, including Xiao Yi and Melissa. The outcome of this war will be decided by the battle of the legendary fighters. In the eyes of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, as long as the legendary fighters of the Violet Empire are eliminated, the next thing is how to divide the Violet Empire. Although the 74 legendary fighters that the Dragon-Slaying Alliance can dispatch are less than the 80 legendary fighters of the Violet Empire, in the eyes of the powerful people of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, the winner of this war must belong to the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, and the loss of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance will not be too great. Although the Violet Empire has many legendary fighters, 67 of them are in the initial stage of legend, all of which are the weakest legendary fighters. The focus of the Dragon Slayer Alliance is only 3, namely the Demigod Dragon Speaker Xiao Yi, the Demigod Silver Dragon Melissa, and the legendary Space Mage Ignaz. Xiao Yi and Melissa can both exert the power of the legendary Perfect Realm, and are surrounded and killed by the 5 demigods of the Dragon Slayer Alliance. Ignaz is a more troublesome type, and is restrained by the legendary Space Mage of the Dragon Slayer Alliance carrying a legendary treasure with space attributes. No matter how you look at it, the victory will belong to the Dragon Slayer Alliance. This situation makes the Dragon Slayer Alliance's strongmen look happy, and they are already thinking about dividing the Violet Empire after the war. The Violet Empire has so many people, so much wealth, and such a vast land. If the 31-member forces divide it up, each family can eat their fill. The Violet Empire is really too big, and it needs 31 top forces and demigod forces to join forces to besiege it. Such a powerful force is not suitable to appear in the world of life, at least now. At the same time, the strong men of each family are also thinking about developing their own family to be stronger than the Violet Empire in the future. The strong men made a quick decision. On May 1st, 74 legendary fighters were divided into 4 teams and teleported to the capital of the Violet Empire. The space of the capital of the Violet Empire was blocked as soon as possible to prevent the legendary fighters of the Violet Empire from coming to support quickly. First, they surrounded and killed the strong men who were stationed in the capital of the Violet Empire, the most important of which were Xiao Yi and Melissa. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance believed that it was much stronger than the Violet Empire, but it did not think that both sides would gather their strength before starting a war. They would still raid if they could, and minimize their own losses as much as possible. No strongmen wanted to fall in this battle. However, before April 30th, the Dragon-Slaying Alliance discovered that the Violet Empire had undergone a major change. The legendary strongmen stationed in various places in the Violet Empire, including the legendary dragons of the Dragon Clan and the legendary strongmen of Jianshan, quickly gathered in the capital of the Violet Empire. By the time the Dragon-Slaying Alliance knew about the incident, the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire had all gathered in Zhaocheng. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance was not too surprised about this incident. At this point, the Dragon-Slaying Alliance had made a lot of noise, and could not be completely hidden. It was normal for the Violet Empire to get some news. The battle plan did not change. Since the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire were all gathered in Zhaocheng, they would have a big battle with the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire in Zhaocheng. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance had absolute confidence that they could completely destroy the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire at a relatively small cost. The strong men of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance had no intention of attacking various places in the Violet Empire. Those were all spoils of war from various forces. When the battle of the legendary forces was over, they would be able to harvest and divide all the spoils relatively completely. Moreover, if the Dragon-Slaying Alliance attacked various places in the Violet Empire, the Violet Empire would also attack the member forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. Now both sides had enough tacit understanding, and the strong men of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance just thought that the Violet Empire could not detect the exact strength of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance and was arrogant, A few of the dragon-slaying alliance's strong men were a little uneasy, but they still believed that the battle would win, and that the uneasiness was caused by their own lack of strength. Finally, May 1st arrived. Most of the strong men in the living realm came to the capital of the Carter Empire. Some of these strong men were allies of Old Carter, some were trying to stop Old Carter from becoming a god, and some were neutral and simply wanted to watch Old Carter become a god. Those who stopped Old Carter from becoming a god also came in the name of watching Old Carter become a god, and Old Carter could not refuse. Even the only 4 semi-saints in the realm of life, 3 of them came, and the remaining one was in the Violet Empire, where a fight was about to break out. The way to become a saint is different from the way to believe in the way of deification. There is no conflict or contradiction between the two sides. Old Carter is more relieved about the 3 semi-saints who are watching the ceremony. The deification ceremony officially started at 9 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, the people of the Carter Empire put on their best clothes and walked out of their homes. Those who live in the city will gather towards the church. Those who live in the village without a church will gather towards the center of the village, where a clergyman holding a holy book has already stood. At 9 o'clock, the deification ceremony began. Almost at the same time, clergymen in various parts of the Carter Empire began to guide believers to pray. The great patron saint of the Carter Empire will ascend to the throne today. My God said that those who believe in me can gain eternal life, and those who disobey me will fall into hell forever. Under the guidance of the clergy, more power of faith gathered towards Old Carter, who was undergoing the final transformation. At this time, a voice appeared. What are you waiting for? If you wait any longer, Old Carter will really become a god. I go first. As he spoke, a newly promoted demigod rushed towards Old Carter, but then Old Carter's allies tried to stop him. One person took action, and soon others took action. Allies who had signed a contract with Old Carter took action one after another, fighting with the enemy. There was also a group of people standing on the periphery, watching this chaos and watching Old Carter continue to be deified. Just as the battle broke out in the capital of the Carter Empire, 74 legendary warriors of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance were divided into 4 groups and teleported to the outside of Xiaocheng. They immediately surrounded Xiaocheng and kept an eye on all the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire, not letting any of the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire escape. The escape of only one legendary fighter is a huge threat to the members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. They might come back at any time and kill all the legendary fighters of the Violet Empire. Outside Xiaocheng, except for the 74 legendary fighters of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, who just arrived, no one can be seen. On the wall of Xiaocheng, 80 legendary fighters of the Violet Empire, including the legendary dragon transformed into a human form, stood there quietly, watching the powerful people of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance who just arrived. A war with more than 150 legendary warriors was about to break out. At this moment, a huge space gate appeared in the sky above Xiaocheng. The strong men of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance clearly saw that a sky city was passing through the space gate and coming to the battlefield of Xiaocheng. This is the sky city of the Violet Empire, which is almost equivalent to a legendary perfect realm warrior. Several strong men on the side of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance frowned slightly. It turned out that the Violet Empire also hid a sky city. The 5 demigods quickly discussed it. One demigod went to deal with the sky city, and the 4 demigods worked in pairs to deal with Zhao Yi and Melissa. On the battlefield of Xiaocheng, the fighting spirit quickly intensified. Zhao Yi and Melissa flew into the sky ahead of everyone else, and the 4 demigods of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance also flew into the sky. They will fight in the sky. After that, the legends of the Violet Empire left the city wall and flew into the sky. The legends will fight in the middle and low altitudes. Just as the legends of the Violet Empire left the city wall, a magic shield enveloped Xiaocheng the next moment. Xiaocheng has a legendary defense array, and it has not allocated legendary combat power to control it, but it can withstand the full-strength attacks of several legendary powerhouses even if it consumes a large amount of magic crystals. The two sides did not say much and started fighting directly. The colorful fields of the legendary forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance bloomed in the sky, but the legendary field of the Violet Empire was a little special. All the legendary forces created by the power of faith unfolded a similar legendary field. In these legendary fields, there was a statue of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi immediately dispersed the power of his semi-god clone, and the 10 legendary forces were blessed by Zhao Yi's power, and quickly transformed into legendary perfect realm forces. Kill. Melissa restored her true form as a silver dragon, and Zhao Yi took out his sacred spear and took the initiative to kill the 4 demigods of the Dragon Slayer Alliance. Dragon Claw attack. Dragon swings its tail. However, Facing two demigods at the same time, the Silver Dragon's true form with excellent defense power was also repelled. Fortunately, both sides could only exert the power of the legendary Perfection Realm, and Melissa was only slightly injured. The two demigods who attacked Melissa had no time to be happy, and their faces suddenly changed. They saw Zhao Yi holding a sacred spear, and one shot pierced through the magic shield and the person. With the support of the power of faith, it is difficult for a demigod to die even if his body is pierced. However, the demigod who was pierced has obviously suffered a serious injury. Zhao Yi exerted more force, and the demigod was directly reduced to ashes. Killing a demigod with 2 moves, another demigod fell in the world of life. Seeing this scene, the 3 demigods of the Zhulong Alliance in the sky quickly flashed through their minds. They all thought of the fall of strong people that happened every few years in the past 20 years. Did Zhao Yi do it? Run or kill Zhao Yi at all costs? The 3 demigods had very little time to think. Zhao Yi was even faster. After killing one demigod, Zhao Yi immediately attacked the nearest demigod with a gun. Melissa also began to fight back, trying to hold the 2 demigods back and not let them escape. From 4 to 2 trying to surround Zhao Yi and Melissa, to Zhao Yi quickly killing one of them, to Zhao Yi chasing them, the situation on the high-altitude battlefield kept changing. When the 3 demigods noticed the battlefield below, where the legendary masters of the Violet Empire were suppressing the legendary masters of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, the 3 demigods suddenly woke up. This is a trap for them. Run. No one wants to kill Zhao Yi anymore. Only by escaping, informing the outside world of what happened here, and gathering more power, can the powerful Violet Empire be destroyed. There are also the legendary strongmen and demigod strongmen, who were killed by unknown strong enemies in the past 20 years. This unknown strong enemy must be Zhao Yi. As long as other strongmen know that Zhao Yi did it, they will definitely not let Zhao Yi go. A few seconds later, Zhao Yi killed the 2nd demigod. Melissa held back a demigod, and another demigod had already run some distance. This demigod had already determined that he could escape with his life. However, Zhao Yi did not kill the demigod that Melissa held back, but directly chased the demigod that ran some distance. The distance between the 2 sides was quite large, and it was difficult for Zhao Yi to catch up under normal circumstances. Faced with this situation, Zhao Yi directly took out a treasure of the same level as the sacred spear, the time hourglass. Only the sacred can exert the full power of this level of treasure, but Zhao Yi's clone has already reached the perfect demigod realm, so there is no problem using the time hourglass. Zhao Yi directly activated the hourglass and accelerated his own time. Under the effect of time acceleration, Zhao Yi's flying speed increased sharply, and the distance between him and the escaping demigod in front of him kept decreasing. The demigods, who noticed the situation behind him, were almost going crazy. Could it be that this dragon speaker could use power other than the legendary realm? Perhaps it was possible. In a short period of time just now, the dragon speaker easily killed 2 demigod masters. In the past 20 years, the dragon speaker has killed so many masters. We are all demigods. If we cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life, how can we easily kill so many strong men? The dragon speaker must be able to exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life. But what's the use of knowing this? The most important thing is to escape with your life. Zhao Yi, I am a demigod. As long as you can spare my life, I am willing to surrender, and I am willing to give all my wealth. The escaping demigod begged Zhao Yi for mercy, but Zhao Yi ignored him, and caught up with the demigod under the effect of time acceleration and killed him. After killing the 3rd demigod, Zhao Yi quickly returned and killed the demigod, who was about to be seriously injured by Melissa. At this point, the 4 demigods of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, who surrounded Zhao Yi and Melissa, were all killed. Zhao Yi and Melissa quickly flew to the battlefield below. In the battlefield below, under the leadership of 10 powerful warriors, with the power of the legendary Perfect Realm, the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire unexpectedly hit the Dragon-Slaying Alliance hard in the first stage. The severely injured legendary warriors of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance also noticed the battle in the sky. After finding that their own demigods had fallen, some legendary warriors chose to escape, but were held back by the legendary warriors of the Violet Empire. They would rather be seriously injured or even die than hold back the enemy. The enemy was held back, and was constantly harvested by their own warriors. Especially when Zhao Yi and Melissa arrived, they eliminated the remaining enemies at a faster speed. Chapter 352. The 74 enemies that attacked were all destroyed, and the Violet Empire also paid a heavy price of 7 deaths and more than 10 serious injuries. Zhao Yi ordered people to bring back the bodies of the dead. If the bodies could not be found, As long as the remains were found, it would be fine. He activated the hourglass again. Time went backwards. The power of faith was lost quickly. After all the power of faith was consumed, the realm of Zhao Yi's demigod clone began to decline. When the demigod clone was about to fall to the third stage, the 7 legends who died in the battle were all resurrected. The 7 people who were resurrected were all seriously injured. Zhao Yi could directly restore them to full health, but it would cost more. As long as they were resurrected, they could also consume the water of life to heal the seriously injured. In fact, to resurrect the dead, Zhao Yi could order the high-level priests of the Violet Empire to perform the resurrection spell, or consume the resurrection spell scroll in his hand. The problem was that there were only 2 resurrection spell scrolls, and there were only 3 high-level priests who could perform the resurrection spell. Moreover, the cost of performing the resurrection spell was very high, and the resurrection spell could not be performed again in a short period of time. On the other hand, the resurrection spell also has great restrictions on the target. It needs to be a short time after death, and the body should be relatively well preserved. If only the limbs are left, it is difficult to resurrect, not to mention being killed to pieces. In this case, Zhao Yi chose to do it himself. Even if he was killed to pieces, Zhao Yi could still resurrect him. This is the power of time. Zhao Yi's clone is not an immortal god after all. It costs a lot to resurrect 7 people. It takes several years to return to the perfect state of demigod, and this is without continuing to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. But for Zhao Yi, the price he paid was worth it. The 7 people who died in the battle were all from the Violet Empire's guardian god church, and they were all Zhao Yi's fanatics. Because of their beliefs, they were willing to use their lives to hold back the enemy. As their god, Zhao Yi would not let them die like this. When the 7 people were resurrected, there was no surprise in the eyes of Zhao Yi's fanatics present, only the fanaticism of faith. In their view, the god they believed in was omnipotent, and it was just to resurrect the dead. Their faith and piety did not decrease or increase, because they had reached the limit of their faith and piety. For the 7 people who died in the battle and resurrected, Zhao Yi planned to arrange them to enter the demi-plane and be responsible for the missionary work in the demi-plane. In the future, as the hidden fighting force of the Violet Empire, these 7 people have fallen in the outside world. The battle in the Zhaocheng battlefield ended, and the battle in the Carter Empire's capital battlefield continued. The strong men who did not want Old Carter to be deified took action one after another, and Old Carter's allies tried their best to stop the enemy. The 2 sides fought together, and there were also neutral strong men watching the battle on the periphery. It seems that the 2 sides fought fiercely, but no one has died so far. Both sides seem to have a tacit understanding. They will not sacrifice their lives for Old Carter, and they don't even want to be seriously injured. It should be that the strategy discussed by Old Carter and his allies worked. If the strong men who went to the Violet Empire were in the battlefield of the Carter Empire's capital, half of them might join the battle to stop Old Carter from becoming a god, and the remaining strong men would be neutral, and none of Old Carter's allies would be among them. Now these strong men have all gone to the Violet Empire, relieving a lot of pressure on Old Carter's allies, so that Old Carter's becoming a god is still in progress. Seeing that Old Carter was getting closer and closer to the end of his transformation, the seemingly neutral strongmen could no longer sit still. One after another, they attacked Old Carter, but were stopped by Old Carter's allies. The strength of the enemy, and thus was close to being balanced. If one more strongman joined, they would be able to face Old Carter, but no one among the neutral strongmen chose to attack. Zhao Yi's main body, hidden in the sky, sighed slightly. If he did not take action, Old Carter might really complete his transformation and enter the final stage of the conferred god. In order to prevent accidents, Zhao Yi still took action. Considering the situation on the Violet Empire side, Zhao Yi did not hide his appearance, but only hid his own strength, pretending to be a semi-saint strongman, and fell from the sky. Seeing that Old Carter was about to complete his transformation, a newcomer appeared on the battlefield. Many people looked at the newcomer, including Old Carter. Then many strongmen, including Old Carter, were surprised. It was Zhao Yi. Why was Zhao Yi here? Even if he was not an ally of Old Carter, now he knew that there was a so-called dragon-slaying alliance that was going to attack the Violet Empire when Old Carter was deified. The Violet Empire must have received the news, but as the most important fighting force of the Violet Empire, why did Zhao Yi come here? Moreover, Zhao Yi, who came here, gave the strongmen a somewhat different feeling from Zhao Yi's demigod clone. While the strongmen were thinking, Zhao Yi had already rushed towards Old Carter. At this time, Old Carter's allies could no longer spare a hand to stop Zhao Yi, so Old Carter could only take action himself. Bang! The two fought with one move, and Old Carter was directly beaten back by Zhao Yi's move. Zhao Yi rushed forward and chased Old Carter. Although in the world of life, and most one can use the power of the legendary perfection realm, but the legendary perfection is also different from the legendary perfection. Zhao Yi is obviously the strongest among the legendary perfection. Old Carter was beaten back by Zhao Yi, and golden blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. This is the blood of a demigod. If he becomes a real god, the blood will turn into gold. Old Carter was injured. He knew that he could not defeat Zhao Yi, so he immediately called for help from his allies. Immediately, an ally wanted to get rid of his opponent and come to support, but their opponent would not give this opportunity. All the strong men who wanted to stop Old Carter from becoming a god at the scene did not care why Zhao Yi appeared here. They just wanted Zhao Yi to successfully stop Old Carter from becoming a god. Puff! Zhao Yi held the 100-change spear and stabbed Old Carter's arm with one shot. Old Carter was already covered with wounds. The Old Carter believers on the ground wanted to help their gods, but Old Carter's believers didn't even have a high-level professional. How could they help the gods they believed in this legendary battle? Old Carter ran for his life frantically. His allies couldn't spare a hand to save him. Old Carter could only choose to ask for help from the neutral strongmen and promised a high reward. However, up to now, no neutral strongmen are willing to help. They didn't want to help before, and they don't want to help now. No strongmen are willing to stop Zhao Yi from the strongest force in the world of life, the Violet Empire. The neutral strongmen watched Old Carter being chased by Zhao Yi, and finally stabbed to death by Zhao Yi. Old Carter died, and the strong men of the two opposing sides exchanged glances and stopped fighting. There was no point in fighting any further. Most of the strong men looked at Zhao Yi. The demigod and semi-saint strongmen present had already felt that Zhao Yi, who appeared here, was a semi-saint, not a demigod. This was a very magical thing. They all knew that Zhao Yi was following the path of faith and deification, and he might have entered the fourth stage of demigod. How could a semi-saint Zhao Yi appear now? Could it be that Zhao Yi has twin brothers, one who became a demigod and the other a demigod? Zhao Yi didn't care about the strange looks of the powerful men, and looked at the powerful men who had more malice towards Zhao Yi or the Violet Empire. The legendary powerful demigods of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance have been completely annihilated, and soon, the powerful men here will also know that with this record, Zhao Yi doesn't intend to hide it anymore. The strong will not allow the weak to covet. You all remember this, my Violet Empire is the most powerful force in the world of life, and I will not allow the weak to covet it. In front of me, the weak must hide the dark side of their hearts. Next time, if I see someone with malice towards the Violet Empire again, I will definitely not show mercy. Old Carter is not the first, nor the last. Anyone who dares to harbor ill will towards the Violet Empire will die. After saying these harsh words, Zhao Yi looked at the strong men who had deep ill will towards him, or the Violet Empire again, and turned away. The strong men seemed to be shocked by Zhao Yi. After all, Zhao Yi killed Old Carter, who was about to be deified. Until Zhao Yi left, a demigod whispered to his ally, "Who does he think he is? The Violet Empire is about to be destroyed." The next moment, an arrow shot through space and hit the demigod, who was muttering but almost unprepared. This arrow only caused a small injury to the demigod, but it made the strongmen present frown. This arrow was Zhao Yi's warning. The strongmen thought carefully, and compared with Zhao Yi in the past, Zhao Yi today seemed to have a big change in character. He actually left the Violet Empire alone, and came to personally stop Old Carter from becoming a god. The strongmen present had too many doubts in their hearts waiting for answers, but some of them had temporarily put aside these doubts, and turned their attention to the Carter Empire. Old Carter is dead. Without Old Carter, the Carter Empire will become the object of oppression and exploitation. They all want to cut meat from the Carter Empire. The strong men who have no idea about the old Carter Empire turned back home. When the strong men returned to their own territory, the news from the battlefield of Zhaocheng in the Violet Empire had been transmitted back from Zhaocheng. 5 demigods and 69 legendary strongmen of the Zhulong Alliance attacked Zhaocheng in the Violet Empire. Zhao Yi, the demigod, and Melissa, the demigod, led 78 legendary strongmen of the Violet Empire to fight. The Violet Empire dispatched the Hidden Sky City. In the end, the Violet Empire killed all the Dragon-Slaying Alliance warriors at the cost of the death of 7 legendary warriors. These are the information that the spies of various forces in Zhaocheng can learn, as well as the news from the Dragon-Slaying Alliance warriors before their death. The main purpose is to inform the outside world that Zhao Yi is very powerful, and kill the demigod with 2 moves. It is very likely that Zhao Yi is the powerful enemy who attacked and killed legendary warriors, and Transformation Realm warriors in the past 20 years. In addition, the Violet Empire also hides as many as 10 legendary Perfect Realm fighters. They usually only show the strength of the legendary initial realm. They suddenly burst out on the battlefield and caught the dragon-slaying alliance off guard. All the news was summarized, and the powerful people in the living realm were shocked. The dragon-slaying alliance is very strong, with 5 demigods and 69 legendary strongmen, and only a few of the legendary strongmen are in the legendary initial realm. With such strength, the dragon-slaying alliance should defeat or even destroy the Violet Empire in the minds of the powerful people in the living realm. How could it be destroyed by the Violet Empire in turn? Zhao Yi, the demigod in Xiaocheng battlefield, could kill a demigod in 2 moves. The Violet Empire actually hides 10 legendary Perfect Realm warriors. The number of legendary warriors in the Violet Empire is almost catching up with the Dragon Clan before the Undead disaster, and has surpassed the Dragon Clan in legendary Perfect Realm combat power. How could the Violet Empire become so powerful? The Violet Empire has really become the former Dragon Clan. More importantly, Zhao Yi, the demigod, is in Xiaocheng battlefield, and Zhao Yi, the semi-saint, is in the Carter Empire capital battlefield. How could there be 2 Zhao Yis? There are also speculations from the dragon-slaying alliance that Zhao Yi is the powerful enemy who has been attacking and killing people in the past 20 years. Is this true? The powerful people in the life realm are not sure, but Zhao Yi's strength makes them think it is possible. After learning this information, the powerful people who were originally wary of the Violet Empire became even more wary, and some of them were even afraid. The Violet Empire destroyed all the demigods and legendary strongmen of the dragon-slaying alliance at the cost of the death of 7 legendary strongmen. Who else in the life realm can stop the Violet Empire? Even old Carter, who was about to be crowned a god, was killed by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi should be the strongest in the world of life. Many of the strong men who originally coveted the Violet Empire gave up coveting it out of fear. If a strong man is still coveted, it means that he is not strong enough. Now the strength of the Violet Empire is strong enough, and there will not be many strong men who dare to continue to covet the Violet Empire. The strong men who returned home could not sit still before they had rested for a long time. More than half of the strong men were afraid of such a powerful Violet Empire. The dragon-slaying alliance wanted to destroy the Violet Empire, but failed. It is unlikely to destroy the Violet Empire in the future. Just like the situation with the Dragon Clan is very powerful, but the Human Clan is even more powerful. The various forces of the Human Clan will not unite to attack the Dragon Clan, fearing that the Human Clan will pay a high price in the battle against the Dragon Clan. Especially those forces with only 1 legendary strongman, they are unwilling to participate in the battle against the Dragon Clan. Now it is the same with the Violet Empire. I am afraid that some forces have already thought about joining the Violet Empire. The strong men no longer thought about destroying the Violet Empire, but wanted to check and balance the Violet Empire, and did not want the Violet Empire to continue to increase in strength. This seemed to be unstoppable, and Zhao Yi could still use the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. It was most likely that the extra legendary Perfect Realm combat power of the Violet Empire was also created by Zhao Yi through consuming the power of faith. So what needs to be stopped is the expansion of the Violet Empire's territory, and not let the Violet Empire obtain more land and population. So in this day, 3 major events happened in succession in the world of life. The Dragon-slaying alliance was destroyed by the Violet Empire, and old Carter failed to be deified and was killed by Zhao Yi, and the strong men in the world of life actively connected to stop the expansion of the Violet Empire. Chapter 353. Not long after the battle in Xiaocheng ended, a new meeting was underway in a palace in the Xiaocheng Imperial Palace. The theme of this meeting was expansion. Originally, the Violet Empire had no plans to expand for the time being. The territory of more than 23 million square kilometers could support at least 2 billion people. In the 32nd year of the Holy Calendar, the population of the Violet Empire in the origin continent was only 670 million, which was far from 2 billion. But the plan did not change as fast as it did. The changes in the realm of life forced the Violet Empire to consider immediate expansion. The Dragon-slaying alliance has 31 members, and sent a total of 5 demigods and 69 legendary masters to attack the Violet Empire. The attacking masters were all wiped out by the Violet Empire. Among the 31 members of the Dragon-slaying alliance, only less than 5 families have 1 or 2 legendary masters in their families, and all the legendary masters and transformation masters of other forces have all fallen. Even if there are still a few forces with legendary masters in charge, now the legendary masters and the top leaders of the forces have all fled. They dare to attack the Violet Empire, and they will have to accept the revenge of the Violet Empire next. The several legendary warriors who fled are expected to not dare to come to the Violet Empire for retaliatory destruction in the future. The number of legendary warriors in the Violet Empire is too large, and they will fall on the land of the Violet Empire if they are not careful. It can be said that after a war, the 31 forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance in name became the spoils of the Violet Empire. With storage props, wealth, various cultivation resources, treasures, etc. can be taken away by the top leaders of the forces, but land and population cannot be taken away. Especially population. In the current world of life, the value is greater than land. What the Violet Empire needs to expand is population and land. However, the expansion of the Violet Empire also needs to consider other factors. After a great war, the Violet Empire almost showed all its strength. It doesn't matter whether the outside world regards Xiao Yi as the powerful enemy who has been attacking and killing everywhere in the past 20 years. Such a powerful Violet Empire will make most forces in the world of life feel afraid. The strength of the Violet Empire is already the real first in the world of life. Even if the forces behind it join forces, they can't beat the Violet Empire. At least 1/3 of the forces in the world of life need to unite to defeat the Violet Empire. It is defeat, not destruction, and it will have to pay a heavy price. Considering that there are still many neutral forces and forces with only one legendary strongman in the world of life, most of them will not participate in the war against the Violet Empire. It is basically certain that the outside world will not start a new war with the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire has one piece for itself with its absolute strength. The outside forces can only cooperate and unite against the Violet Empire, but they dare not easily provoke a war against the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire does not want to start a new war, and the outside world does not want to give up the new war, but the Violet Empire still has to gain the benefits it should gain. The 31 members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance control an estimated 200 million square kilometers of land, which is more than 8 times the territory of the Violet Empire. There are at least 3 billion people living on the land they control, which is 3 times the total population of the Violet Empire. With such a vast area and such a large population, most other forces would probably want to swallow it all in one go, but the Violet Empire would not. The Violet Empire prefers to take steady steps. The most important thing is that the Violet Empire does not want enclaves far away from the mainland. Even if there is a teleportation array, developing enclaves will be troublesome. If the Violet Empire wants to expand, it must expand from the mainland to the outside. It is expected that the territory of the Violet Empire will be expanded to 50 million square kilometers at most, and the new population will not exceed 330 million, which is half of the population of the Violet Empire's origin continent. Under the guidance of Zhao Yi, the ministers set their sights on the 6 kingdoms bordering the Violet Empire, and a number of outer empires. Among these forces, 6 kingdoms have no legendary masters, and dare not have any idea about the Purple Emperor. However, the gods that spread faith in 3 of the kingdoms belong to the forces that are members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. All the outer empires have legendary masters, and one of them even gave birth to a demigod, but he died on the battlefield of Zhaocheng. The other 2 are also members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. The 6 kingdoms have a land area of more than 7 million square kilometers, and the 3 outer empires have a land area of about 20 million square kilometers. The Violet Empire has almost completed this round of land expansion by swallowing up the land of these 6 kingdoms and 3 outer empires. However, the total population of the 9 countries is much larger than the planned population increase, which is the most urgent problem to be solved. The 3 empires must be destroyed, and the 6 kingdoms can be let go if they have not taken action. The 6 kingdoms will be relocated again, and they will be given a larger territory and more population. It is expected that the kings and nobles of the 6 countries will be very willing to move to a place far away from the Violet Empire. With the Violet Empire as a neighbor, many people will not sleep well, worrying that when they wake up, their country will be destroyed by the Violet Empire. This approach can also show that the Violet Empire loves peace. Among the 6 kingdoms, the forces that spread faith in the other 3 kingdoms are not members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. The Violet Empire does not intend to make enemies with them, so it can allow the 3 forces to move their devout believers, so as to reduce some population. After the 3 forces move to the 3 kingdoms, they can continue to spread faith in the new home, which will not be a loss. At most it will be a little troublesome. After the expansion of the Violet Empire, it will definitely spread faith in the newly added land. It is difficult for those who are devout to other gods to become Zhao Yi's believers, so it is also a good thing to be taken away. Devout believers are a trouble for the Violet Empire, and they are also trouble for other forces. They will become a factor of social instability. Only time can slowly change these people's beliefs. Fortunately, most of these people are civilians and do not have military power, so they will not cause too much impact. The new round of expansion plan of the Violet Empire has been initially formulated. The following matters are handed over to Alice and the ministers. Zhao Yi has other things to do. After the Battle of Zhaocheng, the Violet Empire harvested a large amount of spoils. The Violet Empire will not accept these spoils. The valuable things are expected to have been taken away by the top leaders of the forces, leaving mainly the population and land, which are the two wealths that cannot be taken away. The Violet Empire will not accept these spoils. With the Violet Empire's record, the forces in the world of life are expected not to act rashly, but their eyes are full of desire. So Zhao Yi came up with an idea to summon the forces in the world of life and use these lands and populations as auction items. The Violet Empire will gain a large amount of magic crystals, various cultivation resources, and various magic materials. The legendary and demigod masters, who follow the path of faith and deification, should be very willing to exchange wealth for wealth and want to become immortal gods faster. Since the establishment of the Holy Covenant, the wars in the world of life have suddenly decreased. At most, small-scale wars have broken out, and medium and large-scale wars have been invisible. In the past 20 years, the various forces in the world of life have accumulated a lot of wealth. Zhao Yi plans to empty their accumulated wealth this time. In addition, dividing land and population in the form of auctions and competing among various forces will also cause conflicts between the various forces, further reducing the possibility of the various forces uniting to deal with the Violet Empire. After making the decision, Zhao Yi immediately spread the word to the outside world, inviting all forces with legendary masters, demigod masters, and semi-saint masters to visit the Void Trading Field. By the way, the kings of the 6 kingdoms bordering the Violet Empire were also invited. Soon, all forces in the world of life received Zhao Yi's invitation. The masters didn't know what Zhao Yi was going to do, but faced with the invitation of the strongest force in the world of life, all forces agreed. On May 4th, 32nd year of the Holy Calendar, the 3rd day after the death of Old Carter, the masters of the world of life gathered at the Void Trading Field. Our Violet Empire has only been established for 32 years. From the beginning of the founding to now, we have never initiated a war, but there are always enemies coveting the Violet Empire and wanting to destroy the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire has to fight back. I didn't think of stopping Old Carter from becoming a god, but in order to succeed in becoming a god, Old Carter actually attracted such a group of enemies to the Violet Empire, so I changed my mind and stopped Old Carter from becoming a god. I don't want to continue talking about the past. Please remember that our Violet Empire is the most powerful force in the world of life. We don't allow the coveting of the weak. Since you are a weak person, you must restrain your thoughts. This is a provocation to the strong. Once you find out again, you will usher in the thunderous wrath of the Violet Empire. The above are all minor matters. The next is the most important thing for me to invite you to the Void Trading Field, which is the spoils obtained by the Violet Empire after destroying all the strong men of the so-called Dragon-Slaying Alliance. There are a lot of spoils. My Violet Empire only wants the land and population of the 6 neighboring kingdoms such as the Goshawk Kingdom, and the Glory Kingdom, and the 3 empires. The 3 empires will be completely destroyed, but the 6 kingdoms will move to other places. My Violet Empire only wants these spoils. Other spoils, in addition to the new homes of the 6 kingdoms, my Violet Empire plans to use the remaining spoils to hold an auction. All forces with legendary strong men, demigod strong men, and semi-saint strong men can participate in this auction. You can use magic crystals, cultivation resources, and magic materials to bid for a piece of land and the population on the land. Facing the first half of Zhao Yi's words, the strong men who came to the Void Trading Field had their own thoughts. When Zhao Yi said the second half of the words, the strong men could not control their expressions and were surprised. All the forces were staring at the members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, whose strong men had fallen. Many strong men felt that the Violet Empire could not accept all the spoils. They never thought that the Violet Empire would do so. The Violet Empire only took a small part of the spoils, perhaps only 1/10 to 1/8 of the total spoils, and the rest of the spoils were actually auctioned. Among the invited forces, only 6 kingdoms were not eligible to participate in the auction, and the things used for the auction were only magic crystals, cultivation resources, and magic materials. For the strong who embarked on the path of deification, these resources are far less important than population. The strong want to get more population, The legendary strong want to become demigods as soon as possible, and the demigods strong want to become true gods as soon as possible. Before, all the strong were still afraid of the strength of Zhao Yi and the Violet Empire. Now all the strong are thinking about how to bid for more population in the upcoming auction. Finally, Zhao Yi announced the auction date, June 1st, and hoped that all parties would intervene in the trophies that were closer to their homes to help maintain stability in the area. Maybe the area would be auctioned by the forces that maintain stability, which would be beneficial to the forces. The matter had been settled, and the strong men were ready to leave the void trading field. At this time, the lord of the city of Mage, the half-saint Ladelman Rolling, asked Zhao Yi, "Are you a half-god or a half-saint?" Zhao Yi smiled and replied, "I am both a half-god and a half-saint. The half-saint is my original body, and the half-god is my clone." Zhao Yi did not hide this matter, and let the outside world know that the Violet Empire has 2 semi-saints and 1 semi-god, a total of 3 Transformation Realm Masters, while the outside world does not even have a force with 2 Transformation Realm Masters. This is also showing the strength of the Violet Empire. For Zhao Yi's answer, the group of masters continued to be surprised, and after being surprised, they were very puzzled. They didn't understand how Zhao Yi could make his clone become a demigod when his original body became a semi-saint. The clone technique is something that most strong men know, but they feel that they cannot do it. The strong men did not continue to ask, because it is important for people to know themselves. No one would tell such secrets to the outside world. If Zhao Yi told them, the strong men would not believe it, fearing that Zhao Yi would lead them into a ditch. At least one of the doubts in the strong men's hearts was solved, and they also understood the strength of the Violet Empire. After that, the strong men returned to the matter of bidding for the spoils of the Violet Empire. The strong men left the void trading field one after another, and their soul projections returned. The first thing they did was to summon the top leaders of their own forces, tell them what happened in the void trading field, and ask them to immediately gather magic crystals, cultivation resources, magic materials, and other wealth to prepare for the auction. In addition, they had to send people to the nearest trophy area to maintain stability in the area, so that perhaps this area would be taken by their own forces, and it could not become a mess before officially taking over. Faced with the decision of the strong, the leaders of various forces have no right to refuse. All they can do is to do their best to do this, and gather more wealth for the strong. Magic crystals and cultivation resources are not of much use to the strong who believe in the way of deification, but they are very important to the leaders of forces, who have not even reached the legendary realm. These things must be auctioned, and their cultivation progress will become slower in the next period of time. Some people want to successfully bid for a piece of trophy, so that their strong can be deified as soon as possible, and then be granted eternal life by their strong. Some people also hope that they have not bid for any piece of trophy, and the magic crystals and cultivation resources brought back will not affect their own cultivation. Chapter 354. The various forces in the realm of life were busy connecting yesterday, trying to unite against the Violet Empire. Today, they are busy collecting magic crystals, cultivation resources, and magic materials, hoping to bid for at least one piece of spoils. In fact, there are also strong people who want to connect again and lower the price together to prevent the Violet Empire from earning too much wealth. The idea is good. When the auction really starts, everyone will be competitors, and will definitely go all out. After all, the number of spoils is limited, and everyone wants to gain more people and land. While the forces of the living world were busy collecting wealth, 2 major events, Zhao Yi's killing of Old Carter, and the killing of all the strong men of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance by the Violet Empire, were gradually fermenting. The outside world mainly spread among high-level professionals first, and the high-level professionals were extremely surprised. They all saw that the Violet Empire was one of the protagonists of these 2 events. Old Carter, who was in the perfect state of demigod, was holding a ceremony to confer a god. He was about to enter the final stage of the conferment of a god. All enemies were blocked by Old Carter's allies. Finally, Zhao Yi appeared and quickly killed Old Carter. Another thing is even more shocking. A total of 5 demigods and 69 legendary warriors from the Dragon-Slaying Alliance attacked the Violet Empire. Although the Violet Empire had more legendary warriors, most of them were the weakest legendary warriors created by the power of faith. If the battle had not yet begun, most high-level professionals would have believed that the Violet Empire would definitely lose and would most likely be destroyed. It was never expected that the Violet Empire would completely destroy the powerful enemy at the cost of the death of 7 legendary warriors. The Violet Empire actually hides 10 legendary warriors. The Violet Empire's strength is growing too fast, so fast that it is unbelievable. Under such circumstances, Old Nelson, who can basically reach the demigod perfection this month, has given up the idea of becoming a god immediately after entering the demigod perfection. Old Carter's allies are also Old Nelson's allies, but this time Old Carter's deification made Old Nelson see that the strength of his allies is not enough. The deification must be postponed, and efforts must be made to increase the combat power of the party. Old Nelson decided to learn from Zhao Yi. After entering the realm of demigod perfection, he began to consume the power of faith to upgrade his believers to the legendary realm, increasing his legendary combat power. Having entered the realm of demigod, his lifespan has greatly increased. Old Nelson has enough time to accumulate strength. Only with strong enough strength can he break through the enemy's obstruction and successfully become a god. Other strong men who are close or far from the realm of demigod perfection have similar ideas to Old Nelson in their minds. In the outside world, the news was only spread among high-level professionals. In the Violet Empire, the news spread directly on the internet, and ordinary citizens soon learned about the two major events in the living world that were related to their own country. It's really a death wish. Our Violet Empire is already so powerful, and there are still people who dare to provoke our Violet Empire. If they didn't provoke our Violet Empire, there would still be a possibility of successfully becoming a god. Once Boss Zhao Yi made a move, he couldn't die anymore. This is the fate of provoking our Violet Empire. I never thought that our Violet Empire has become so powerful. So many legendary, and even demigod warriors have attacked us and were killed. I feel that one day, the Violet Empire will dominate the world of life. It's a pity that I probably won't see that day. I suddenly want to live in this world of life forever. I feel that the Violet Empire is going to expand again. Almost all the warriors of the 31-member forces of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance have died. The Violet Empire is going to reap a lot of spoils. Even if the spoils are very far away from the Violet Empire, other forces dare not encroach on it based on the Violet Empire's record. What is this called? This is called forced expansion. Brothers, the opportunity to make money has come again. Get ready and open up new markets. Just as things were brewing, the army of the Violet Empire had already been dispatched. Sturi's Western Legion was responsible for the 6 kingdoms, Veronique's Northern Legion, Isaiah's Southern Legion, and Lei Rang's Eastern Legion were responsible for 1 empire each, and Elliot's Central Legion remained motionless. As the 4 major legions were dispatched, the Violet Empire also sent 15 legendary masters, 1 for each of the 6 kingdoms, and 3 for each of the 3 empires. The battles mainly broke out in the 3 empires, and there would be no large-scale battles. The 6 kingdoms had to move as a whole, and the kings and nobles would not refuse the opportunity given by the Violet Empire. In the void trading field, the 6 kings willingly agreed to move, and there would be no fighting. The 4 legions went to the 6 kingdoms and 3 empires, and the first thing they had to do was to control the order in various places and restore stability. This was relatively easy, and the difficult thing was still behind, which was the believers. Pseudo-believers and general believers can easily convert with a little favor, but true believers are much more difficult to convert, and devout believers are even more difficult to convert. Fanatics can be ignored directly. Knowing that the God they believe in is dead, most fanatics will commit suicide to follow, and it is almost impossible for the fanatics, who are still alive, to convert. Fanatics are also the group most likely to destroy social order. They may take revenge on the enemies of God because the God is dead. Obviously, the Violet Empire is the enemy. Therefore, the Northern Legion, the Southern Legion, and the Eastern Legion in charge of the 3 empires have received orders that if they encounter civilians rushing over, they must kill the enemy without mercy. Before the auction on June 1st, the Violet Empire had completed its expansion and incorporated the lands of 6 kingdoms and 3 empires under its rule. After completing a new round of expansion, the territory of the Violet Empire jumped from more than 23 million square kilometers to more than 51 million square kilometers. The population of the origin continent alone increased from 670 million to 1.1 billion. The total population of the Violet Empire has reached 1.46 billion. The countries behind the Violet Empire have a territory of only over 16 million square kilometers and a population of less than 250 million. The gap between them and the Violet Empire is getting bigger and bigger. The vast land can support a large population, and the population is the source of believers. Not many people dare to covet the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire has enough strength to protect itself. In addition, the Violet Empire is willing to share the meat. The strong people who believe in the way of deification have prepared their wealth and are waiting to participate in the auction. The competition at the auction on June 1st is as fierce as it can be. Even the forces that were originally friendly with each other have become enemies because of snatching the same auction item. The Violet Empire sits and watches the show, exchanging those undigestible spoils for a huge amount of wealth. In order to reap as much wealth as possible from all parties, the spoils were divided into states or kingdoms of the Violet Empire as auction items. After the auction, the forces that grabbed the auction items were busy formally receiving the land and population, while the forces that did not grab the auction items could only watch and at most make some small moves to attract some people to their own countries. It has been 32 years since the end of the undead calamity, and most areas on the origin continent are still sparsely populated. It will take at least 100 years to restore the population density before the undead calamity. Even if the population of the country doubles, there is enough land for living and enough fields to be divided. The only problem is the source of food in the early stage. You can choose to buy from a large grain exporting country like the Violet Empire. After the auction, the Violet Empire did not concentrate on digesting the newly occupied land. This time, the Violet Empire personally sent invitations to some top forces, inviting them to join the Violet Empire. Like the last time, the top forces invited this time are still neutral top forces where legendary strongmen only practice the path of becoming saints. The difference is that the last time the Violet Empire did not have enough strength, and was coveted by too many forces, and those neutral top forces basically had no intention of joining the Violet Empire. Today's Violet Empire has enough strength, and has the confidence to invite neutral top forces to join. As long as the top forces join, the strength of the Violet Empire will also increase. In the future, no force will dare to covet the Violet Empire, and will only become more and more afraid of the Violet Empire. Faced with the Violet Empire's invitation again, some top forces were indeed tempted. In the Battle of Zhaocheng, all forces saw the strength of the Violet Empire, the only powerful force in the world of life, with 3 Transformation Realm Masters. Strength is only one key point, and the other 2 key points are wealth and population. In an auction, the Violet Empire harvested most of the wealth of the world of life, and they were all magic crystals, cultivation resources, magic materials, and other wealth that was most important to professionals. If you can join the Violet Empire and build a school like Jianshan, you can get a lot of wealth allocated by the Violet Empire to support the operation of the school. The less population, the more people there are, the more geniuses there will be. The Violet Empire is one of the few countries in the world of life that is still testing the talents of all professionals, and it will not miss a genius. 5-star talents are the objects that all forces have to compete for. 5-star talents have the potential to become legendary strongmen. With such a large population, the Violet Empire has no shortage of 5-star talents. Soon, the top forces accepted the invitation of the Violet Empire. As time passed, they found that the Violet Empire's position in the world of life had been consolidated, and more top forces were willing to join the Violet Empire. As top forces join one after another, the number of legendary forces in the Violet Empire continues to increase, and the number of professional schools is also increasing. It is expected that it will not be long before professional schools will compete with each other to compete for students. The Violet Empire has become more powerful, and the outside world has coveted less and feared more. Facing the powerful Violet Empire, facing the Violet Empire whose strength is still growing, facing the Violet Empire whose legendary forces are still increasing. The conflicting forces in the world of life quickly reached a consensus. When the Violet Empire wants to expand again, all top forces, demigod forces, and semi-saint forces must unite to stop the expansion of the Violet Empire. The reason for this consensus is that many powerful people are worried that the Violet Empire will dominate the world of life. The demigod forces and the semi-saint forces can oppress and exploit the top forces, but the demigod forces and the semi-saint forces do not want to be oppressed and exploited by the Violet Empire that dominates the world of life. The situation has not yet reached the most critical moment, so the various forces have only reached a consensus instead of directly resisting the Violet Empire. The powerful people understand that the reason for the rapid growth of the Violet Empire's strength is that Zhao Yi has continuously consumed the power of faith to increase the legendary combat power of the Violet Empire. Zhao Yi can do this, and other strong men who have reached the 3rd stage of demigod or even the 4th stage of demigod can do it. Because the population of the Violet Empire is large, Zhao Yi has many believers and obtains more power of faith. But the Violet Empire is far from being comparable to the entire world of life. The total population of the world of life cannot be determined, but it is estimated to be between 40 billion and 45 billion. The proportion of the total population of the world of life occupied by the Violet Empire will definitely not exceed 3%. Compared with the entire world of life, the Violet Empire is still far behind, and the Violet Empire is far from being qualified to become the overlord of the world of life. If the Violet Empire swallowed all the spoils this time, all forces in the world of life would not just stand by and watch, and would definitely unite at the first time to prevent the Violet Empire from swallowing so many people and land. After the auction, Old Nelson successfully reached the perfect state of demigod, and could start deification at any time. Old Nelson really wanted to become an immortal god as soon as possible, but thinking of Old Carter, who was killed by Zhao Yi, and the many obstacles that appeared on the day of Old Carter's deification, and thinking of the Violet Empire whose strength was still increasing, Old Nelson could only bear it for the time being. The power of faith could no longer improve Old Nelson's realm, so Old Nelson began to use the power of faith to improve the realm of his believers. The power of faith consumed by improving the realm of believers was extremely exaggerated, but in order to gain enough strength, Old Nelson had to continue doing so. Time passed slowly, and in addition to Old Nelson, another strongman reached the realm of semi-god perfection, and Old Nelson also used the power of faith to improve a believer to the legendary realm. At this time, Old Nelson finally understood why the Violet Empire had 10 more powerful people in the legendary realm. It turned out that it was not Zhao Yi who used the power of faith to improve them to the legendary realm, but through this magical legendary realm, God's favor realm, he blessed the legendary believers with his own power, so that the believers could obtain the power of the legendary realm. Old Nelson happily continued to consume the power of faith to create believers in the legendary realm, while other strong men who had reached the perfect demigod realm had the same choice as Old Nelson, and also consumed the power of faith to enhance the strength of believers. No one wanted to be the next Old Carter. After becoming a demigod, their lifespan would be greatly increased, and they had enough time to accumulate strength. Then, the news of the gods' favored domain spread in the living realm, and the outside world's fear of the Violet Empire began to decrease, but the covetousness did not increase. Too many previous lessons made them understand that they could not covet the Violet Empire. Chapter 355. Time flies, more legendary warriors are promoted to demigods, and the former sacred covenant has long been dissolved. However, after the sacred covenant disappeared, there were not many wars in the world of life. The main reason is because of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire harvested most of the wealth of the world of life in an auction, and the various forces had no money to start a new war. In addition, the various forces are also worried that the Violet Empire has the ambition to dominate the world of life. Once they start a war, their strength will decline, while the strength of the Violet Empire is constantly growing, and they will not be able to stop the expansion of the Violet Empire in the future. In the nearly 20 years since the death of Old Carter, there have been as many as 15 strong men who have reached the realm of demigod perfection in the realm of life. No one dared to act rashly, and they concentrated on consuming the power of faith to increase their legendary combat power. Zhao Yi didn't want to wait any longer, and other strong men who had reached the realm of demigod perfection also didn't want to wait any longer. They all wanted to become immortal gods as soon as possible. So Zhao Yi invited all the strong men who had reached the realm of demigod perfection to the meeting of conferring gods. Everyone is worried that they will be stopped by others when conferring gods. Why don't we start the conferring gods at the same time? They can't stop all of us. Agree. Agree. The demigods agreed to Zhao Yi's proposal without much thought. If they were to be deified together, someone would succeed. It all depended on who was better prepared. The deification time was set on September 1st, the 50th year of the holy calendar. The demigods had half a year to prepare. The fact that the demigods were deified together was not concealed, nor could it be concealed. Someone would definitely leak the news and attract attention by using other people's deification to reduce their own pressure. When the matter was revealed to the outside world, it shocked the entire world of life. 15 demigods challenged the realm of gods together. This was an unprecedented event in the world of life. Other demigods, who had not yet reached the realm of perfection, were still worried that the people in front of them would succeed in becoming gods and turn around to stop the later ones from becoming gods, so they had always planned to stop all those who wanted to become gods. But now, 15 demigods were planning to become gods together. Who should they stop? You don't need to guess. Someone must succeed in becoming a god. Zhao Yi of the Violet Empire has the highest chance of success. After all, the Violet Empire is the strongest. On September 1st, the 50th year of the holy calendar, all clergymen from all over the Violet Empire took action, gathering believers to pray, and more faith power gathered towards Zhao Yi. Supported by the faith of billions of believers, and the deterrence of more than 100 legendary warriors in the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi's deification ceremony went very smoothly, and those who were hostile to the Violet Empire did not dare to show their heads at all. Gathering faith, completing the final transformation from demigod to god, igniting the divine fire, and condensing the godhood, From this moment on, Zhao Yi's real clone is a real god, as the guardian god of the Violet Empire. At the moment when Zhao Yi's clone was deified, a tall and invisible figure appeared in the sky across the territory of the Violet Empire, as if the sunlight from the sun was purple and gold, dyeing the sky purple and gold. Purple and gold drizzles also dripped from the sky. These drizzles, composed of ordinary water, water of life, and Zhao Yi's divine power, would only drip on people, allowing sick people to either relieve their pain or directly recover their health. In the semi-god realm, only fanatics can clearly feel the existence of God. When becoming a true god, as long as they are true believers, they can feel the existence of God. This alone has caused countless true believers to become more devout. The deification ceremony has ended, but Zhao Yi's actions have not ended. Zhao Yi took out the god's kingdom from the sacred treasure chest. Like other demiplanes opened from the treasure chest, the god's kingdom is also a demiplane contained in a crystal ball. The difference is that the demiplane as the god's kingdom is relatively small, a circle with a radius of 100 kilometers, and at the same time, the god's domain can transform this demiplane into its own god's kingdom almost without any obstacles. If you choose another demiplane, it will take a long time and a huge amount of faith to turn it into your own kingdom. The larger the demiplane you choose, the longer it will take. If the area of the demiplane you choose exceeds the size of the god's own domain, it will be even more troublesome. If the demiplane you choose is very small, it will take less time. But if you want to increase the area of your own kingdom, you will need to consume more faith. In addition, only when the entire demiplane is turned into your own kingdom can the god use his own power to push the kingdom to move in the void, instead of staying in one place. If the kingdom of God stays in one place, it may be invaded by the enemy. Zhao Yi released the kingdom of God and entered the void as a demiplane of the kingdom of God. Zhao Yi himself entered the kingdom of God through a gorgeous gate of the kingdom of God. This is a barren demiplane. There is no life on the black land. Except for the soil, there are only two things in the demiplane: a gate of the kingdom of God and a stone pool. The gate of the kingdom of God and the stone pool are both treasures. Their level exceeds the legendary level, but they have not reached the sacred level. They can be called semi-artifacts. Zhao Yi can allow others to operate the semi-artifact level gate of the kingdom of God, and open countless projections of the gate of the kingdom of God in the Violet Empire at the same time to guide believers to ascend to the kingdom of God. The real name of the stone pool is the reincarnation pool. There is no water in the reincarnation pool for the time being, and Zhao Yi needs to use his own divine power as the pool water of the reincarnation pool. Believers who ascend to the kingdom of God need to be baptized in the reincarnation pool to cleanse their souls, wash away the distractions of being immortal, forge the body of the Holy Spirit, become the Holy Spirit, and gain eternal life. The more devout the believers are in the gods, the less divine power they need to consume to transform into the Holy Spirit. Generally, gods will only transform fanatics into Holy Spirits, which means that only fanatics can ascend to the kingdom of God after death. This practice can inspire believers and make their faith more devout. Basically, as long as the gods are not dead, the Holy Spirit will not die under the maintenance of divine power. The Holy Spirit is very important to the gods. The erosion from the gods makes it impossible for even legendary professionals to live in the kingdom of God for a long time. After living for a long time, legendary professionals will become fanatics of the gods. The Holy Spirit, who is mainly transformed from fanatics, does not need to worry about this. The clergy are the subordinates of the gods in the world of life, and the Holy Spirit is the subordinate of the gods in the kingdom of God. On weekdays, they continue to pray to provide the gods with the power of faith. Some Holy Spirits are also assigned various tasks, such as controlling the gate of the kingdom of God and guiding the souls of dead fanatics to ascend to the kingdom of God. The Holy Spirit can spend most of the day praying. Under the same strength, the power of faith provided by the Holy Spirit to the gods is greater than that of the fanatics. The power of faith consumed by the Holy Spirit is also less when the Holy Spirit's strength is improved. However, the cost of converting a Holy Spirit is relatively high. In order to make the Holy Spirit immortal, the gods are also consuming divine power all the time. It may take more than 500 years to get back the cost. 500 years is very short for the immortal gods. The gods will convert as many Holy Spirits as possible and use them as the guardians, servants, and providers of faith. Zhao Yi suddenly had an idea in his mind to add wings to the Holy Spirit and turn it into an angel in the myths and legends on the blue planet. Holy Spirits, whose strength is not yet at the first level, are wingless angels. The main task is to pray. Holy Spirits from the first to the third level are two-winged angels. Holy Spirits from the fourth to the sixth level are four-winged angels. Holy spirits from the 7th level to the legendary realm are 6-winged angels. Holy spirits, with the strength of the transformation realm, are 8-winged angels. And holy spirits with divine strength are 10-winged angels. The gods absorb the power of faith and transform it into divine power. As long as the power of faith is sufficient, the Holy Spirit can have power comparable to that of the Holy Spirit. The two semi-artifacts, the Gate of the Kingdom of God and the Reincarnation Pool, can effectively improve the efficiency of the Kingdom of God. As long as Zhao Yi senses the death of a fanatic, he can give the Gate of the Kingdom of God a coordinate. The Gate of the Kingdom of God opens the space door leading to this coordinate, collects the soul of the dead fanatic into the Kingdom of God, puts it into the Reincarnation Pool, and transforms it into a Holy Spirit. Other gods do not have these two semi-artifacts, but they can also receive the soul of the dead fanatic and transform it into a Holy Spirit. Undoubtedly, things have become many times more troublesome. For the Violet Empire, which has half-planes of different sizes, the Kingdom of God is small, but for Zhao Yi, who has just been deified, the Kingdom of God is very large, and Zhao Yi's divine domain cannot cover the entire Kingdom of God. At this time, the special nature of the Kingdom of God came out. When Zhao Yi's divine domain cannot cover the entire Kingdom of God, it can initially control the entire Kingdom of God, and under the impetus of divine power, it can make the Kingdom of God move in the void. Zhao Yi did not wait, and immediately turned this Kingdom of God into his own. Zhao Yi's deification ceremony has ended, and he is the first one to succeed in deification among the 15 demigods, who jointly started the deification, becoming the first god in the world of life. The first saint, the first god, were all obtained by Zhao Yi. The deification ceremony of the other 14 demigods in the perfect state is still going on. Compared with Zhao Yi, whose deification ceremony was very smooth, their deification ceremony was not so smooth. The strength of the Violet Empire is strong enough, and Zhao Yi also has enemies. For example, there were still legendary strongmen among the members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance last time, and they were thinking about killing Zhao Yi and peaking the Violet Empire. But the Violet Empire was too powerful. They didn't dare to approach the Violet Empire, and they didn't even dare to send people to the Violet Empire to cause trouble, fearing that they would be found through a trace of clues. The forces of other demigods were not strong enough, and even with allies, they still couldn't deter all enemies. When the deification ceremony began, enemies appeared one after another, trying to stop them from deifying. The Violet Empire did not participate in stopping others from deifying. People always change. They used to have malice towards the Violet Empire. As the Violet Empire became more and more powerful, their malice towards the Violet Empire decreased. The various forces in the world of life have always been wary of the expansion of the Violet Empire. If the Violet Empire intervenes to stop others from becoming gods, it is likely that under the impetus of those demigods, they will unite with many forces in the world of life to resist and contain the Violet Empire. Without the participation of the Violet Empire, it is fine to succeed in becoming a god. Demigods can fall, and as long as they are strong enough, the immortal gods can also fall. Zhao Yi has been a saint for 50 years, and his strength is far stronger than that of the newly promoted gods. Zhao Yi's god clone has far more believers than other gods, and its strength can grow rapidly. The main body and the clone join forces to surround and kill a new god. Zhao Yi will even consume divine power in the future to create a 10-winged angel with divine power. Zhao Yi is very familiar with this matter. It is because Zhao Yi has added so many legendary combat forces to the Violet Empire that Zhao Yi can complete the deification so smoothly. The deification ceremony of others is still going on. Once the deification ceremony is started, it must continue to move forward. If the transformation from demigod to god is forcibly stopped, the demigod will most likely fall, and the least likely will be seriously injured and pay a heavy price. 18 years ago, only old Carter died in the ceremony of deification. Now, the battles in the 14 battlefields of the deification ceremony are much more intense than the one 18 years ago. When the battle of the last battlefield ended, more than 30 legendary strongmen and demigods fell, and only 5 people successfully completed the deification ceremony and became gods of the living world together with Zhao Yi. They are the guardian god of the Silver Wolf Empire, Old Nelson, the guardian god of the Commodore Empire, the guardian god of the Sadley Empire, the guardian god of the Qianshan Empire, and the guardian god of the Zajita Empire. A total of 15 semi-gods in the perfect realm started the conferred god ceremony at the same time, but only 6 gods were born in the end. However, the strong men in the world of life directly ignored the 9 semi-gods who had fallen, and all their focus was on the 6 gods. 50 years, only 50 years after the appearance of the realm above legend, there are immortal gods. Once upon a time, the legendary strong men, with a lifespan of only a little over 1,000 years, were all thinking about getting more lifespans, and those geniuses among geniuses wanted to enter the realm above legend. After an unprecedented catastrophe, a realm above the legendary realm appeared, the transformation realm, the sacred realm of immortality. Unexpectedly, after 50 years, immortal gods were born, and 6 were born at once. The strong men in the world of life were full of envy, and dared not have jealousy and hatred. The strong men in the transformation realm were already very powerful, and the immortal gods had unimaginable power. The strong men thought of the god of creation and life. The newly promoted gods were far less powerful than the god of creation and life, but the newly promoted gods might also be aware of their jealousy and hatred, and the gods would bring down divine punishment. Even if there is only a slight possibility, they dare not try, and they don't even dare to call the gods' names directly. What is even more difficult to accept is the semi-saints. There are only 5 semi-saints in the world of life, one of whom is Melissa. Compared with the 5 semi-saints, the number of semi-gods is dozens of times that of semi-saints, and the gap is too big. Now even the number of gods exceeds the number of semi-saints, and the realm of saints is still very far away for semi-saints. The mentality of the semi-saints can still be stable, and the legendary masters, who are on the path of practicing to become saints, seeing the birth of 6 immortal gods, many people's hearts are once again confused. Chapter 356. Ever since Master Zhao Yi became the first demigod in the realm of life, I could imagine that Master Zhao Yi would become an immortal god. I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. I'm so envious. The Blue Star players who descended into the realm of life are not the protagonists of this world, but I feel that Master Zhao Yi is the protagonist. We are both Blue Star players, but Master Zhao Yi has become an immortal god, but we can't even enter a high-level level. The gap is really too big. It's been 50 years, and we will return to Blue Star in another 50 years. I once regretted choosing the second option. Decades have passed, and I feel that the second option is most suitable for me and most people. Only a few people are suitable for the third option. Boss Zhao Yi is the most suitable for the third option. If he returns to Blue Star, Boss Zhao Yi would never have come to this point today. The immortal gods can grant immortality to others. It is said that many Blue Star players believe in Boss Zhao Yi, and some even become his fanatics. I wonder if Boss Zhao Yi can intercept them, and keep them in the world of life after 50 years. As a player of Blue Star, Zhao Yi became one of the 6 gods, which had a huge impact on the players of Blue Star. All the players of Blue Star who knew the news were talking about it. For Zhao Yi becoming an immortal god, the players of Blue Star only sighed. The birth of 6 gods made the world of life noisy, but Zhao Yi didn't care about it. All his attention was on the clone of the god. After the clone became a god, Zhao Yi still had a lot of things to do. The first thing was to make the kingdom of God his own, and then wait for the fanatics to die and lead the fanatics into the kingdom of God. For the time being, there is only Zhao Yi in the kingdom of God. When there are more transformed Holy Spirits, Zhao Yi will not have to be busy. And it only takes Zhao Yi a few days to make the kingdom of God his own. The second thing is the ability of the gods. Compared with the semi-saints, demigods have various special abilities. After becoming gods, they will almost certainly have more magical abilities. Zhao Yi's clone has just entered the realm of gods, and there is no experience of predecessors to refer to, so Zhao Yi can only explore and move forward by himself. The third thing is to make others immortal. Melissa and Lin Mengyao have the possibility of becoming saints, but Joanna, Brittany, Ignaz and others are unlikely to become saints. Zhao Yi will not let them become his believers and grant them immortality, but will only make them immortal gods. The legendary combat forces in the Violet Empire's Guardian God Church, who were created by Zhao Yi with the power of faith, are fanatics and are suitable to become Holy Spirits in the kingdom of God. The Violet Empire is large enough and has a large enough population. By dividing some areas in the Violet Empire, several people can become demigods and then immortal gods. The population is not large enough, and the Violet Empire will continue to expand in the future. The problem is the influence of the power of faith on them, after they embark on the path of faith and deification. At least Zhao Yi knows that the power of faith has a great influence on other demigods. After becoming a god, the power of faith has not had much influence on himself, but he cannot be sure of the influence of the power of faith on other gods. This matter still needs some time to study. The fourth thing is that after completing the third thing, Zhao Yi needs a new goal. Having become a holy being of immortality, one must set a big goal to understand this world. In fact, after becoming a saint, Zhao Yi has been gradually exploring this world. Perhaps because of his relatively low strength, Zhao Yi's exploration of this world is still relatively low, and he needs stronger strength to understand this world more clearly. Zhao Yi hopes that he will be able to have strength comparable to, or even surpass the god of creation and life in the future. Zhao Yi can only think about this idea in his heart, and dare not reveal it at all. The god of creation and life is still an elusive great existence for Zhao Yi, and he dare not disrespect the god of creation and life in any way. Time passed slowly. Zhao Yi was quickly turning the kingdom of God into his own. On the third day after Zhao Yi was deified, a fanatic finally died. On the day of deification, Zhao Yi bestowed divine grace, so that even those who were about to die of old age could live a few more days. The first fanatic who died was not a natural death of old age, but an accidental death. Zhao Yi looked at the fanatic who died unexpectedly. The fanatic who died was a 14-year-old girl named Karen, with an above-average appearance. She lived in a village in the southern part of the Violet State of the Violet Empire. She was washing clothes by the river and accidentally fell into the water and died. When Zhao Yi set his sights on Karen, Karen's mother was holding Karen's body and crying bitterly, blaming herself for not taking good care of Karen. Karen's weak soul was staring at her mother blankly, with almost no consciousness, and would be reduced to ashes in a moment. Zhao Yi began to activate the gate of the kingdom of God. The projection of the gate of the kingdom of God appeared in the sky above Karen and her daughter's heads, accompanied by divine sounds. The gate of the kingdom of God opened, and a group of illusory angels flew out of the gate of the kingdom of God, 2 of which flew towards the ground. Zhao Yi gave Karen another power, which stabilized Karen's soul and made it possible for her to manifest herself. Karen also regained consciousness. At this moment, everyone present, including Karen's mother, who was crying bitterly, was shocked by the scene in the sky. They didn't know what happened, and they didn't notice Karen's appearance. "Mom, it's God who came to pick me up." Karen's voice sounded, causing the people around to be even more surprised. "Daughter, are you alive?" Karen's mother wanted to hug Karen beside her excitedly, but her hand went straight through Karen's body. Karen was very sad and tried to smile. She smiled and said to her mother, "Mom, I am dead, and I will never be able to accompany you again. But I will pray for you, my father, brothers and sisters every day in the kingdom of God, and pray that God will bless you with peace and safety. Daughter, my good daughter, it's all your fault. I can't bear to leave you." Karen's mother cried even harder. "Mom, you should be happy for your daughter. She is going to serve God in the kingdom of God." Feeling that the time was almost up, 2 angels flew down from the sky. One of them said, "Karen, it's time to go. Death is just a new beginning. Perhaps one day, you and your family will be reunited in the kingdom of God. Goodbye, Mom, uncles and aunts." Karen waved her hand and said goodbye to her mom and the neighbors in the village. Unfortunately, other relatives were still in their way, and she was about to leave and could not see them. Under the guidance of the 2 angels, Karen flew into the sky. On the ground, only Karen's mother and a few people watched Karen go away, while others had closed their eyes and prayed. Before Karen entered the kingdom of God, Zhao Yi was thinking about one thing: how to arrange the kingdom of God. There is only the gate of the kingdom of God, the reincarnation pond, and the bare land in the kingdom of God, nothing else. Such a kingdom of God may be very disappointing to the Holy Spirit. In the minds of many believers, the kingdom of God is full of delicious food, gold and jewelry. There is no hunger, no poverty, no disease, and everyone can live forever. The current kingdom of God is undoubtedly very inconsistent with the fantasies of believers. Zhao Yi waved his hand, and under the influence of divine power, mountains such as Gold Mountain, Silver Mountain, Gem Mountain appeared in the kingdom of God. Walking on these mountains, one could easily pick up a piece of gold, silver, or gem. Zhao Yi waved his hand again, and plants, lakes, and rivers appeared in the kingdom of God. The water in lakes and rivers is milk, and fruit trees are the most abundant plants, bearing fruits of various colors. Milk and fruits are the food of the Holy Spirits in the future. In fact, the Holy Spirits do not need to eat. They can exist only because of the divine power of the gods. If they want to eat, they eat divine power. Therefore, milk and fruits are transformed by divine power, and the Holy Spirits can feel full after eating them. Zhao Yi waved his hand again, and a simple and sacred city appeared in the kingdom of God. This city is where the Holy Spirits live. Outside the city, Zhao Yi built several villages. Perhaps there will be Holy Spirits who like to live in the villages. Zhao Yi did not make too many other things. Most people are full of desires, and the Holy Spirits will enter a low desire state, and will no longer have much desire for everything in the world. Maybe their daily life is the same, and most of the time every day is spent praying to provide the power of faith for the gods. After Karen entered the kingdom of God, she saw this kind of scene. It was a little different from the kingdom of God that Karen had imagined, but it did not disappoint Karen at all. Under the guidance of the angel, Karen's soul entered the reincarnation pool, bathing in the water of the reincarnation pool, and her soul was quickly washed and purified. The girl was pure, and the dirt washed out was very little. Under the influence of divine power, the girl regained a healthy body, the body of the Holy Spirit. Karen was the first Holy Spirit in the kingdom of God. Karen's relatively pure heart also won Zhao Yi's favor. Zhao Yi decided to let Karen serve as a guide angel in the future to guide the souls of other dead fanatics to ascend to the kingdom of God. Zhao Yi's thoughts moved, and more pool water merged into Karen's body. Soon, Karen grew the first pair of wings, followed by the second pair of wings, and finally the third pair of wings. Karen became a six-winged angel. The strength of a six-winged angel is equivalent to that of a seventh-level professional to a legendary strongman. Zhao Yi had just entered the realm of God, and did not have much faith power in his hands, so he only raised Karen to the strength equivalent to that of a seventh-level professional. When the transformation was completed, Zhao Yi's voice appeared in Karen's mind, telling Karen to become a guide angel, responsible for guiding other believers to ascend to the kingdom of God. Karen obeyed all orders from Zhao Yi. In the Violet Empire, the news that Karen fell into the water and died, and then ascended to the kingdom of God spread quickly. That was a kingdom of God without hunger, a kingdom of God without disease, a kingdom of God with wealth everywhere, a kingdom of God where one could live forever, and believers all hoped that they could ascend to the kingdom of God after death. After that, what really caused a sensation was that another fanatic died, and Karen, as a guide angel, took those false angels constructed by Zhao Yi to guide the souls of the fanatics. Someone discovered that the angel leading the team was Karen, who had died before. Gradually, the number of believers ascending to the kingdom of God increased. Most of them were believers who died of old age. After bathing in the reincarnation pool, they would return to youth. Zhao Yi gave various tasks to the believers who entered the kingdom of God first, such as the guide angels like Karen, and the guiding angels who guided the newcomers in the kingdom of God. The number of Holy Spirits in the kingdom of God continued to increase, but the kingdom of God was not lively. The low-desire Holy Spirits did not like the hustle and bustle. They preferred to pray quietly and complete the tasks assigned to them by God. Soon, what happened in the Violet Empire spread to the outside world, and even attracted the attention of the other 5 gods. The 5 gods were busy forging their own kingdoms. Just to forge a kingdom, the 5 gods needed to spend a lot of time and consume a lot of faith. They had no spare energy to guide the dead believers, and temporarily could not turn the souls of the dead believers into Holy Spirits in the kingdom. Why was Zhao Yi so fast? Some gods speculated that Zhao Yi's kingdom might be very small, so it consumed little and moved quickly. They would not choose a small kingdom. One of the gods even directly chose a large demi-plane with an area of more than 1 million square kilometers as his kingdom, but it is unknown when this god will be able to turn the entire demi-plane into his kingdom. Professionals see another point, that gods can really grant others eternal life. In the past few decades, most professionals chose to believe in gods because they wanted gods to bestow grace and improve their strength. However, only a very small number of professionals have received grace, and when gods bestow grace, they mostly bestow grace on clergy to improve their strength. Nowadays, more professionals want to believe in a god. This time they want to be granted eternal life by the god. 6 gods were born in the world of life. After becoming gods, they all gained more believers, and other strong people who were on the path of faith and deification envied them. That is an immortal god. Since they have embarked on the path of faith and deification, the ultimate goal is also to become an immortal god. However, believing in the path of deification is also a dangerous road. 15 semi-gods in the perfect realm started the deification ceremony on the same day, and only 6 gods were born in the end. In the future, if other strongmen want to be deified, they will have to resist the obstruction of other demigods and legendary strong men on the one hand, and even the obstruction from gods on the other hand. Gods have already been born. Will the gods block the later ones from being deified? At least most of the strong men who believe in deification believe that the gods will block the later ones from being deified, and the gods do not want too many gods in the world of life. Not only blocking the later ones from being deified, the 6 gods were born in a relatively short time, and the situation in the world of life has not changed. The fact that there is no change for the time being does not mean that there will be no change in the future. How can a force with a god sitting in charge do nothing? The force with a god sitting in charge has not changed, and other forces dare not move. After the conferred God War, the living world fell into peace again. Legendary strongmen are striving to become demigods, and demigod strongmen are striving to become gods. The immortal gods are the top fighting force in the living world today. Even gods cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the living world. Chapter 357. The 6 gods all had the idea of stopping the later ones from becoming gods, but none of them really took action. The reason was that they could not exert the power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life. Gods have endless lifespans, and are more powerful than those in the transformation realm. If they were in the kingdom of gods, even if they were besieged by 10 demigods, gods, who had not been promoted for a long time, would be able to win the battle. Gods have such powerful power, but they cannot exert it in the realm of life. The realm of life is still dominated by legendary forces. The 6 gods all have the idea of stopping the later ones from becoming gods, but the forces they belong to do not have enough strength to stop the later ones from becoming gods. On the contrary, once a god takes action, there is a very high possibility that the god's force will be besieged by multiple demigod forces. In the world of life, the god's forces cannot stop this siege at all, and at most, they can retreat into the demi-plane. The other 5 gods have been deeply affected by the power of faith. I think no believer thinks that their gods are stupid. The gods know that things cannot be done. Even if they have ideas, they will not take action and just sit and watch the situation in the world of life change. If there is a chance, the gods will definitely not mind intervening. As time goes by, the number of Holy Spirits in Zhao Yi's kingdom is also increasing. The Holy Spirits were mostly civilians during their lifetime, with few professionals. Most of them died of old age, and few died accidentally. There are more and more Holy Spirits in the kingdom of God, but the kingdom of God is still harmonious and peaceful, without any noise. As time goes by, Zhao Yi gradually figures out the magical abilities he has after becoming a god. Zhao Yi can create magic spells released by divine power, protective magic spells, attacking magic spells, auxiliary magic spells, and even healing magic spells with similar effects to light spells. The difference is that when the light healing spells heal people, they will consume the vitality of the person being cast, while the healing magic will not consume the vitality of the person being cast. The magic created by Zhao Yi can be bestowed on the Holy Spirit in the kingdom of God and the believers in the world of life. Because it is Zhao Yi's gift, the believers can use the magic directly without learning it, and the power consumed by using the magic comes from Zhao Yi. For example, a clergyman prayed to Zhao Yi yesterday, hoping to obtain a first-level healing magic. So when a new day comes, Zhao Yi will give this clergyman a first-level healing magic, and the clergyman can release this first-level healing magic without any consumption. This first-level healing magic is only valid for 1 day. When the next day comes, if this first-level healing magic is not used, it will dissipate. The divine power is taken back by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi feels that this magic is very suitable for clergy. According to Zhao Yi's own idea, there will be a new profession in the future world, the magician, and most of the magicians are clergy. The magician does not need to practice, and the realm is improved by the grace of the gods. The magician does not need to learn various magics, and the magicians pray to the gods every day to obtain the magic. Even if the divine magician has just entered a realm, the effect of the divine magic obtained is comparable to, or even exceeds, the top spells of the same level. It can be said that the divine magician is a profession that is completely dependent on the birth of gods. Once the divine magician no longer believes in gods, he will no longer be able to obtain divine magic in the future. If the gods notice it, they will even punish him. Finally, Zhao Yi will set a limit for the divine magician, stipulating how many divine magics of different levels can be obtained by divine magicians of different levels every day. For example, a first-level divine magician can obtain 5 first-level divine magics, and 10 zero-level divine magics every day. As for the promotion of divine magicians, it depends on the contribution made by divine magicians, mainly to spread faith and develop believers. The greater the contribution, the more Zhao Yi will continue to bestow divine grace to improve the realm of divine magicians. Divine magic is a gift, and Zhao Yi will also gain more by bestowing divine magic. After Zhao Yi perfected the divine magic system, he officially granted some believers the qualifications to transfer or work part-time as divine magicians. The first batch of divine magicians were naturally the legendary fighters of the Violet Empire's Guardian God Church, and they directly became legendary divine magicians. After that, Zhao Yi made the clergymen into different levels of divine magicians according to their piety in their faith and their contributions in preaching. When divine magicians first appeared in the world of life, their influence was earth-shaking. There are 5 major occupational systems in the world of life, namely warriors, archers, assassins, mages, and priests. Divine magicians are considered to be an alternative type of magicians. Since priests can break away from mages and become a major occupational system, divine magicians with gods as their backers can also become a major occupational system. The divine magician is very powerful, and soon the professionals also discovered the flaws of the divine magician. The geniuses who aim for the holy realm will not take the path of the divine magician. Geniuses with devout faith and more people with poor talents are very willing to become divine magicians, but becoming a divine magician is not so easy. Only by becoming a clergyman first can you have a greater chance of becoming a divine magician. When the story of the divine magician spread in the world of life, foreign professionals were extremely envious. A very small number of powerful professionals secretly muttered in their hearts, "There are a total of 6 gods. Why are the other 5 gods so different from this one god?" He started guiding the souls of believers to ascend to the kingdom of God early on, and now he has brought out the alternative and powerful profession of the divine magician. However, other gods are slower, but they can learn from Zhao Yi, and soon they will bring out their own divine magic system. Zhao Yi will even refer to the divine magic system of the other 5 gods and improve his own divine magic system. In short, the divine magician has taken root in the world of life and is very popular among people with poor talents. After the divine magician and the divine magic system were brought out, Zhao Yi also made considerable progress in another important matter. Believing in the way of deification and absorbing the power of faith can make legendary strongmen progress faster. At the same time, the power of faith is constantly affecting oneself. The more power of faith absorbed, the greater the impact. But one recognizes this change. Other gods and demigods don't care about this influence and change, but Zhao Yi feels that this influence and change is very bad, as if he has become a different person, and his nature has changed. Zhao Yi himself is because of the relationship between the main body and the clone. The main body is a saint, and the clone absorbs the power of faith, but it does not affect the main body. How can we make it possible for people to embark on the path of faith and deification without being affected by the power of faith? Zhao Yi thought for a long time, but did not find an accurate answer, but thought of a plan that might achieve the goal, and the core of this plan is Zhao Yi himself. Can there be multiple patron saints of the Violet Empire? Can the power of faith between the patron saints of the Violet Empire be universal? Can Zhao Yi purify the power of faith, and then let others absorb it so that it will not be affected by the power of faith? Zhao Yi continued to perfect this plan. He could build a violet pantheon, with a main god and subordinate gods. Zhao Yi himself was the main god, and those who came later were all subordinate gods. In the church, the main god and the subordinate gods were worshipped to determine the relationship between the two parties. Believers believed in the main god as the main god, and also believed in the subordinate gods. In this way, the power of faith gained could be absorbed by both the main god and the subordinate gods. The plan was ready, but Zhao Yi still needed to conduct experiments. The experiment had the possibility of failure. Once it failed, the experimental subject would be affected and changed by the power of faith. Zhao Yi would not experiment on his own woman, nor on Ignaz, but could choose an outsider for the experiment. He would go to the outside world to find a legendary strongman whose mind met Zhao Yi's requirements, and this legendary strongman wanted to follow the path of deification through faith, and then pull him into the Violet Empire for the experiment. Regardless of whether the experiment succeeded or failed, the experimental subject would eventually be deified, which was enough to attract people to become Zhao Yi's experimental subject. Soon, Zhao Yi found a suitable subject, but it was not a so-called outsider, but one of his own, the legendary strongman Shirayer of the newly established Fighting Academy of the Violet Empire. The top forces that joined the Violet Empire all wanted to cultivate to become saints, but because of the appearance of the 6 gods, many legendary strongmen who were originally determined to cultivate to become saints had their hearts shaken, and Shirayer was one of them. Zhao Yi told Shirayer about the experimental process, and Shirayer said that he could accept the result of the failure of the experiment. Anyway, he would not die, and Shirayer believed that he was still himself under the influence of the power of faith. So the experiment began. In the astonished eyes of the other 5 gods, and a group of strongmen who took the path of faith to become gods, the Violet Empire had another guardian god, and this guardian god became a demigod at a very fast speed and continued to move towards the realm of gods. Especially the relationship between this guardian god and Zhao Yi, who has been deified. The latter is the main god, and the former is the subordinate god, a master-slave relationship. Zhao Yi did not care about the surprise of the outside strong, and concentrated on his own experiment. After a period of time, Zhao Yi found that Shirayer could still absorb the power of faith after he filtered it, and it seemed that the power of faith had no effect on Shirayer. Zhao Yi was worried, and the experiment continued. At least after Shiroyer was deified, the experiment would end. While Zhao Yi's experiment was continuing on the other side, the world of life continued to have strong people in the perfect state of semi-gods. The strong men who entered the realm of demigod perfection, like Zhao Yi, Old Nelson, and other 15 demigod perfect realm strong men, were not in a hurry to be deified, but patiently accumulated strength and looked for opportunities to start the deification ceremony again. This time entered April 18th, 76th year of the Holy Calendar, when a total of 17 demigod perfect realm strong men started the deification ceremony together, one of whom was the patron saint of the Violet Empire, Shiroyer. In these years, the strength of the Violet Empire has continued to grow, especially the emergence of the divine magician system, which has led to the rapid growth of the strength of the gods. No force dared to touch the powerful Violet Empire, and Shiroyer was successfully deified. This batch of people who started the deification ceremony together had 2 more people than the previous batch, but in the end only 3 gods were born. The Violet Empire did not attack other demigods who were deified, but the other 5 gods all attacked, resulting in only 3 new gods appearing on this day. There are a total of 9 gods in the world of life, and only the Violet God system has 2 gods, which makes the Violet God system special. Should I let others be deified? Similar thoughts popped up in the minds of the other 7 gods, but in the end no god took action. For gods, the number of believers and the power of faith are the most important. If one more god is added to their power, part of the power of faith will be divided, and the speed of their strength improvement will decrease. Although there are 2 gods in the Violet God system, the other gods did not feel apprehensive. This is equivalent to Zhao Yi giving part of his power to Shiroyer. 1 power divided into 2 is actually weaker than 1 power. Zhao Yi didn't care about this, because the population of the Violet Empire was large enough to provide a huge amount of faith for the gods of the Violet God system. After continuing to observe the already deified Shirul for a while, Zhao Yi determined that the experiment was successful and could enter the next stage. Zhao Yi did not intend to sort them out, and directly Joanna, Brittany, and Ignaz became the patron saints of the Violet Empire. Seeing Zhao Yi's actions in the Violet God system, the other gods were not afraid, but wanted to laugh at him. As the number of gods in the world of life increases, new problems arise. The emergence of divine magicians and divine magic systems has led to a rapid growth in the strength of the gods. As long as the gods are given some time, no matter how weak they were before, they will soon become strong and have a large number of legendary combat forces in the world of life. The gods, who have become stronger, are seeking more population so that the gods can gain more believers, and the situation in the world of life is constantly changing. The gods are indeed blocking the later ones from becoming gods, so that only 3 new gods were born in the last batch, and even fewer new gods will be born in the next batch. Even if the legendary strongmen and demigod strongmen in the world of life no longer block the demigod perfect realm strongmen from becoming gods, the obstruction from the gods may result in no new gods being born in the next batch. Foreseeing this, in order to fight against the increasingly powerful gods, the various forces in the world of life are constantly connecting, trying to unite and besiege a group of gods. If this continues, the gods will only become more powerful, and there is no possibility for them to be deified. However, the gods are also taking action. They are trying to win over some forces, and ask them to open up their territory to spread their faith and gain the support of the gods. When they are deified, the gods will help them. The gods are also competing with each other, and some gods want to cultivate good allies. It would be best if the allies can become gods. If they cannot become gods, they can also get more territory to spread their faith. Seeing the power of the gods, other forces wanted to get close to them. The alliance of the various forces in the world of life did not fail, but it was not very successful. At least the united forces could not have the power to defeat the gods. The former had a little advantage for the time being, but it would disappear soon, and then they would be crushed by the gods. Zhao Yi felt that in the future, the world of life would become the chessboard of the gods. If they could not become gods, they would only be chess pieces, and demigods would only be stronger chess pieces. Chapter 358. Time is approaching July 27th, 99th year of the Holy Calendar. 100 years ago, on July 27th, 6th year of the Hope Calendar, the remaining Blue Star players in the realm of life made their final decision. Most Blue Star players chose the second option, continuing to live in the realm of life for a maximum of 100 years before returning to Blue Star, while a small number of Blue Star players chose the third option, staying in the realm of life forever. Now, the 100-year deadline is about to end. In fact, as of today, there are not many Blue Star players who chose the second option and still stay in the realm of life. For non-professionals, 70 years old is considered a long lifespan, and the aging body will also make those non-professional Blue Star players choose to return early. Becoming a professional, a first-level professional, if he has not suffered many injuries in the past, and has not been treated by the priest's healing spell, the normal lifespan will be around 100 years. 6 years of the Hope calendar and 99 years of the Holy calendar add up to 105 years. Most first-level professionals can hardly live that many years. Therefore, the Blue Star players, who are still in the realm of life, are at least second-level professionals. Most Blue Star players cannot afford those treasures that extend life. As time goes by, the number of Blue Star players living in the world of life continues to decrease, but it has little impact on the world of life. When the Blue Star players first came to the world of life, the natives were quite concerned about the heroes from another world summoned by the god of creation and life to come to the world of life. The most concerned point is that the heroes from another world grow very fast, can quickly improve their realm by destroying the undead, and can also get rewards from the god of creation and life. Many powerful natives even worry that the arrival of heroes from another world will bring great changes to the situation in the world of life and encroach on the interests of the native forces. As they studied the heroes from another world, the Aboriginal warriors found that the heroes from another world were constantly fighting among themselves, and as the realm of the heroes from another world improved, the higher the realm, the slower the improvement speed, so they felt relieved. So the Aboriginal warriors planned to use the heroes from another world to consume the power of the undead, and even stop them when the heroes from another world were fighting fiercely, to prevent the internal consumption of the heroes from another world. The Aboriginal warriors were no longer worried that the heroes from another world would change the situation in the world of life, until Zhao Yi appeared. In the decisive battle between the living camp and the undead camp, Zhao Yi stood out. But there is only one otherworld hero, Zhao Yi, and other otherworld heroes are still not worthy of attention. Especially after the end of the undead disaster, the otherworld heroes can no longer quickly improve their strength by destroying the undead, and can no longer obtain rewards from the god of creation and life. Most of the indigenous strongmen are relieved about the otherworld heroes, and don't care whether they stay or leave. In the world of life today, the only ones who care about the Blue Star players are the Blue Star players themselves, the descendants of the Blue Star players, and the indigenous friends of the Blue Star players. The place where Blue Star players have the greatest influence in the world of life is mainly the Violet Empire. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. My Blue Star body remains young, but my heart has grown old. I don't know how to face life on Blue Star after returning to Blue Star. Maybe the third option was not bad. I have become accustomed to life in the world of life. It is not worse than life on Blue Star, or even better. When I was on Blue Star, my dream was to buy a house of 180 square meters, marry a wife who doesn't need to be very beautiful, and have 2 more children. I never expected that in the world of life, I have created such a large family, and there are professionals among my descendants. I hope my family can continue to be passed down. I really don't want to leave this world. My memories of Blue Star are too far away from me. Most of my memories are about life in the realm of life. It seems that the realm of life has become my first home. It would be great if I could travel between Blue Star and the realm of life. 100 years will be up, and the last batch of Blue Star players will return. I don't know what changes will happen to Blue Star without me. Maybe there won't be much change at all. After all, I am just an ordinary person on Blue Star who can be ignored. Sadness, nostalgia, with all kinds of emotions entangled, time finally came to July 27th of the 99th year of the Holy Calendar. The Blue Star players, who chose the second option, and did not return in advance were forced to leave the realm of life, and their souls re-entered one dark and boundless room after another. In most rooms, the souls of family members were waiting, but no matter whether they entered the room first or later, they were all frozen and had no consciousness. Return. Billions of souls of Blue Star players fell towards their bodies on Blue Star. When the souls entered the bodies, Blue Star, which was frozen in time, came alive again. Compared to the total population of Blue Star humans, only a very small number of people remained in the realm of life. Blue Star turned again, and the humans on Blue Star continued the actions they had just taken. After a while, the memories of the realm of life kept emerging in the mind like a dream, causing a small impact on the memories on Blue Star. Is it a dream? Why is it so real? Soon, through mutual communication, the Blue Star humans confirmed that they really went to the realm of life together, where they had a life of a different world, long or short. Various news related to the realm of life quickly topped the hot search list of major social platforms, and the whole nation discussed this collective journey of the Blue Star humans. Nouns such as Second Life, Realm of Life, Violet Empire, Zhao Yi, etc. almost dominated the entire hot search list. Soon, a new hot search related to Zhao Yi appeared and rushed to the top of the hot search list at a very fast speed. I am a believer in the guardian god of the Violet Empire. I can feel the existence of God, but compared to the living world, God seems very far away from me now. We will establish a branch of the guardian god of the Violet Empire on Blue Star. We can feel the existence of God, and God will also feel our existence. We cannot have extraordinary powers on Blue Star. Perhaps under the power of God, we can become professionals and release divine arts on Blue Star. Those who believe in my God can gain eternal life. I am willing to invest 10 billion funds to build churches of the guardian god of the Violet Empire all over Blue Star. There are not only Zhao Yi's followers among the Blue Star humans, but also followers of other gods. It's just that Zhao Yi has the most followers and has the greatest influence among the Blue Star humans. After all, Zhao Yi himself is a Blue Star human, but he was able to successfully become a god from scratch in the world of life, and also established a country with the largest territory and the largest population on Blue Star. The believers on Blue Star feel Zhao Yi's presence, and Zhao Yi also feels the believers on Blue Star. The power of faith that has reached the quality of fanatics, but is very rare, gathers around Zhao Yi intermittently from the unknown distant space. Zhao Yi immediately thought that this power of faith came from Blue Star. It should be that Blue Star is too far away from the realm of life. The power of faith from Blue Star to the realm of life is very much lost. Zhao Yi cannot send his consciousness to Blue Star through this channel of power of faith. At most, he can spend a lot of money to send some words to the minds of believers. Perhaps when his strength becomes stronger, he can interfere more with Blue Star. Zhao Yi doesn't know how long this time will be. Even though he can't interfere much with Blue Star now, Zhao Yi also took action, consuming divine power to send some words to the most devout believers on Blue Star, asking them to establish the Violet Empire Guardian God Church on Blue Star to spread faith and develop believers. The population of Blue Star is nearly 8 billion. In the past 100 years, the population of the Violet Empire has maintained a relatively high growth rate, but the population difference with Blue Star is at least 1.5 billion. Such a huge population resource is waiting to spread the faith. Although there have been various beliefs on Blue Star in the past, those beliefs are rootless, and the gods they believe in are false. The patron saint of the Violet Empire is a real god that can be felt by believers. Coupled with the memory of living in the world of life, these 2 points alone can make the Violet Empire Patron Saint Church grow rapidly on Blue Star. What's more, not only Zhao Yi can feel the believers on Blue Star, but other gods in the realm of life can also feel the believers on Blue Star. The competition for faith between gods will spread from the realm of life to Blue Star, which is something that cannot be changed. Zhao Yi just hopes that the spread of faith on Blue Star will not lead to a large-scale war on Blue Star, and at least Chen country should maintain peace. In addition, Zhao Yi did not tell Lin Mingyao that he could feel the believers on Blue Star. Lin Mingyao's parents and brother all chose the second option and have returned to Blue Star. Zhao Yi doesn't know when he will have the strength to come to Blue Star. Perhaps on the day when he has enough strength, Lin Mingyao's parents and brother will have died. The departure of the last batch of Blue Star players did not have much impact on the world of life, and the development of the world of life continued. The Holy Realm appeared, and the struggle for faith became the eternal theme of the world of life. At present, there are still only 9 gods in the world of life. Since the second batch of semi-god perfect realm masters were deified, there have been strong people entering the semi-god perfect realm. However, because of what happened when the second batch of semi-god perfect realm masters were deified, these strong people who were only one step away from the realm of God stopped moving forward. Without sufficient strength, death will come as soon as you take the step. Only by continuing to accumulate strength and waiting for more demigods to appear can you succeed in deification. Joanna, Brittany, and Ignaz have also reached the demigod realm. Zhao Yi plans to wait until the third batch of demigods are deified together, and then the 3 of them will start the deification ceremony together. It has been nearly 23 years since the second batch of demigods were deified, and it is expected that the next batch will not be far away. With the strength of the Violet Empire, it is not a problem for Joanna, Brittany, and Ignaz to be deified smoothly. After Joanna, Brittany, and Ignaz are deified, the Violet Empire will face another very important issue: land to accommodate population. Since the expansion in the 32nd year of the Holy Calendar, the Violet Empire has not expanded again in the past 70 years, and its territory has always been more than 51 million square kilometers. At the end of the expansion, the population of the origin continent of the Violet Empire was more than 1,001 million, the population of the demi-plane was more than 440 million, and the total population was more than 1.46 billion. Nearly 70 years later, the population of the Violet Empire's origin continent has reached more than 4.29 billion, the population of the demi-plane has reached more than 2.04 billion, and the total population has reached more than 6.33 billion. The population has tripled, and the annual natural population growth rate is as high as 2%. The Violet Empire has always been in a peaceful period, with a vast territory, a policy of more births, improved medical and health conditions, and a wealthy people. In addition, the living realm has a tradition of having more children since ancient times, just like Blue Star. Due to various factors, the population of the Violet Empire has been growing rapidly. However, the natural population growth rate of the Violet Empire, which has developed to the present stage, is also declining, but the population base is too large, so the population is still increasing. As the population of the Violet Empire continues to grow, problems arise. The territory of the Violet Empire is only more than 51 million square kilometers, but it is home to more than 4.29 billion people, with an average of nearly 85 million people per million square kilometers of land. The population density is greater than that of the Violet Kingdom before the Undead disaster. Although the agricultural technology of the Violet Empire has developed, coupled with the efforts of the natural mages, more than 51 million square kilometers of land can feed 6 billion or more people, but the Violet Empire has begun to worry about the land. The Violet Empire needs more land to feed more people, and the Violet Empire needs a new round of expansion. In the past, Zhao Yi often said that the Violet Empire loves peace and has never initiated a war. This is not a factor that hinders the expansion of the Violet Empire. It is simply a slogan to reduce the fear of the outside world. There are many ways to make the war of expansion just, such as preventing foreign civilians from being oppressed and exploited by the nobles. Over the years, the strength of the Violet Empire has been growing rapidly, and it has enough strength to expand. Zhao Yi used to be very concerned about the various forces in the world of life uniting to besiege the Violet Empire, but now he is not so afraid. The world of life is about to become a chessboard for the 9 gods. The 9 god forces are both hostile to each other, and unite to deal with the top forces, and the union of the semi-god forces. The other 8 god forces are constantly expanding their territory, only the Violet Empire has not expanded. It is time for the Violet Empire to expand. Zhao Yi plans to start the expansion of the Violet Empire immediately after Joanna, Brittany, and Ignaz are deified. No country around the Violet Empire can stop the Violet Empire. The neighboring countries are very afraid that the Violet Empire will expand like other god forces. They have already united, and even brought in forces from other regions to resist the Violet Empire together. However, the strength of the Violet Empire exceeds their imagination. However, starting a war will eventually kill people. The Violet Empire needs to be prepared to minimize its own losses while completing its predetermined goals. Chapter 359. 8 days later, a new batch of heroes from another world will descend on the world of life. They will appear in churches all over the place on May 1st, 161 of the Holy Calendar. A neutral voice without any emotion appeared in the minds of all gods, saints, demigods, and legendary strongmen in the world of life at the same time. This is a strange yet familiar voice to all the strongmen in the world of life. This voice once told the indigenous strongmen of the world of life that the Blue Star players had descended, and also brought the Blue Star players to the world of life. After the Blue Star players made their final decision, this voice appeared again. As the top combat power in the realm of life, the gods and saints wanted to find the source of this voice at the first time, but they couldn't find it. They vaguely felt that this voice came from that great existence, the god of creation and life. Zhao Yi had an extra thought, suspecting that this voice came from the world consciousness. New heroes from another world? Zhao Yi was a little confused. This new batch of heroes from another world should not be humans from Blue Star. It is even possible that the new batch of heroes from another world are not even humans. Because they were former Blue Star players, the strong men in the world of life paid some attention to the new batch of heroes from another world, and Zhao Yi paid the most attention to the holiness of heroes from another world. After receiving the message from the suspected world consciousness, Zhao Yi immediately issued a divine order to the Violet Empire Guardian Church, requiring churches everywhere to be prepared. In 8 days, heroes from another world will appear from the church. Don't be nervous. The clergy will be responsible for guiding the heroes from another world who come. Soon, 8 days passed, and May 8th arrived. In a church in a small town under the rule of the Violet Empire, in a remote corner, a white light circle with a diameter of 4 meters appeared on the ground. The light emitted by the white light circle attracted the attention of Naramo, the first-rank priest, who was the closest to the church. Naramo hurried over. The ranks of the clergy, trainee priests, first-rank to ninth-rank priests, and specific job divisions, deacons, priests, bishops, archbishops, and popes. When Naramo was less than 5 meters away from the white light circle, a figure suddenly emerged in the white light circle and solidified at an extremely fast speed, turning into a real person. He looked like a young man in his mid-20s, with black pupils and short black hair, wearing rough white linen clothes and linen shoes. Where did this beggar come from? This was the first thought that came to Naramo's mind when he saw the person in the white light circle. The Violet Empire was the richest country in the world of life, and even the poorest citizens would not wear such rough linen clothes. The clothes given by the Violet Empire's patron Saint Church to help the poor were at least 2 levels higher than this. But the next moment, Naramo thought of one thing. God said that a hero from another world would come today, and the person in the white halo might be a hero from another world. There has always been information about heroes from another world on the internet of the Violet Empire. Naramo has learned about them, and has seen them. They are exactly the same as himself, without any difference. Now a new hero from another world might appear in front of him, and Naramo is a little curious. Just as Naramo was curious about the hero from another world who came to his church, the hero from another world in the white halo, Hu Fei from the Earth Rabbit country, had regained consciousness. Wow, it's just like the game promotion says, it gives people a real feeling of traveling through time. Hu Fei said to himself. Although he had just entered the game world for a few seconds, Hu Fei immediately felt that this game was different from other virtual reality games. Hu Fei has played hundreds of virtual reality games, most of which are more exaggerated in their promotions, and some games even claim to be 100% realistic, but in reality, they are worse than the other. This unknown game manufacturer released Second World, which suddenly launched a large-scale promotion, and it was also the most exaggerated one. What about 100% realism, real-time travel, Second Life? All kinds of exaggerated slogans made gamers shake their heads. Under normal circumstances, gamers are too lazy to watch such games. If they are deceived by rubbish games again, the name will be written backwards. As one of the top 100 game anchors in the Earth-Star Rabbit country, Hu Fei almost never watches such games. However, when Hu Fei was watching videos while eating, he felt that the promotional video of Second World was of very high quality, and was top-notch. Because of the high-quality promotional video, Second World became the top game in the current gaming industry. So Hu Fei came up with the idea of using Second World to attract a wave of traffic for himself. Enter Second World to see if Second World is very different from the promotion. You can make a contrasting video, and there is a small chance that Second World is really as advertised, which can also attract a wave of traffic. Hu Fei guessed that a large number of anchors had the same idea and planned to enter Second World to see. After all, Second World is the current top stream. The Second World will first conduct an 8-hour internal test, and 3 days after the internal test, it will start a full public test. During the internal test, a total of 10,000 internal test quotas will be completed, and everyone can draw lots, but ordinary people have a small chance of winning. For people like Hu Fei, who is one of the top 100 game anchors in Rabbit Country, the chance of winning is very high. Just as Hu Fei thought, he successfully passed the lottery to get a place in the internal test. When the internal test started at 8 o'clock in the evening, Hu Fei couldn't wait to enter the game through his luxury game cabin. Virtual reality game equipment is universal. No need to purchase exclusive game equipment. Unfortunately, live broadcast is not allowed during the internal test, only recording can be done. There is no account creation interface, and you can directly enter the game world through Crossing Gate. As soon as you enter the game world, Hu Fei feels that he can breathe normally in the game world and feel his heartbeat. Although these two can be simulated in other games, the feeling given to Hu Fei by Second World is too real, and there is no difference between breathing and heartbeat in the real world. Let's look at the birth point, resurrection point, again. The surrounding scene seems to be a church, and there is a clergyman walking towards him. Both the surrounding scenery and the people in front of him are very real. After entering Second World for just a dozen seconds, Hu Fei had an incredible feeling. This game world is too real, and it is no different from the promotional video. I hope that after leaving the birth point, it will be of the same quality. If Second World is of this quality, Hu Fei feels that he will switch to Second World. Hello, hero from another world. Welcome to our world. Naramo had already walked in front of Hu Fei and gave him a polite welcome. Faced with Naramo's words, as a well-known game anchor and veteran player, Hu Fei understood the importance of NPC favorability and quickly replied, "Hello, my name is Xiao Feifei. May I ask how I can help you? Hearing the name Xiao Feifei, Nerima looked a little surprised. Why is this hero from another world called this name? It sounds like an online name. Putting this aside for the time being, Nerima continued, I don't have anything for you to do, but I need you to come with me to see the deacon first. Hu Fei followed Nerima's words and followed Nerima to see the deacon in charge of this church. While walking, Hu Fei explored the game. In addition to being real, Hu Fei also felt that the degree of freedom of this game was very high, as if it was completely free, and players could do whatever they wanted. If it were other games, the task of guiding newcomers should have been triggered by now. When he met the deacon did not give him many instructions, but only gave the task of guiding Hu Fei to Nerima. Hu Fei still did not accept the task. Hu Fei felt that perhaps the second world did not have a task system, but was built completely according to a real world. If it were not for the ability to call out the system panel, it would not take long for Hu Fei to think that he had really traveled through time. Priest Nerima, what should we do now? Hu Fei asked. Originally, Hu Fei wanted to shout, Brother Nerima. Nerima firmly refused this title. Nerima thought for a moment, and thought of the first thing to do. Xiao Feifei, you need an identity certificate and a temporary residence permit now. Everyone who comes to our Violet Empire needs an identity certificate, and you are a hero from another world. Without an identity certificate, you are an illegal resident in the Violet Empire, and it is difficult for you to move. Now I will take you to apply for an identity certificate and a temporary residence permit. Hu Fei nodded along with Nerima's words, and at the same time felt very strange in his heart. After playing so many games, this is the first time he has seen a game that requires an identity certificate. Under the guidance of Nerima, the two walked out of the church together. Hu Fei finally saw the sky of the game world, and also saw more scenes in the game world, which were still so real. As for the scene in this small town of the Violet Empire, it was different from the world of fighting magic imagined by most people, such as the 6-story buildings, bicycles running around, and trams, just like the modern social scenes on Earth. Hu Fei was not too surprised by this, because it was shown in the promotional video of the second world, and there were even more exaggerated scenes than this small town. Xiaocheng and the Sky City both appeared in the promotional video. To apply for an ID card, you need to go to the city hall. The church is not close to the city hall, but not far away. The two did not take public transportation and walked on foot. While walking, Hu Fei asked Nerima about the relevant information of this world. The official website of Second World does not reveal much information about the game world, but calls it the fun of exploring the unknown. Facing Hu Fei's inquiries, Nerima did not get impatient, but enthusiastically explained various issues to Hu Fei, and even talked about the history of the Violet Empire. When Nerima said that more than 160 years ago, there were heroes from another world descending on the world of life. At that time, the world of life was in the disaster of the dead. With the help of those heroes from another world, the living camp defeated the dead camp. One of the powerful heroes from another world established the Violet Empire, and now he has become an immortal god. Listening to Nerima's words, Hu Fei initially thought that the first batch of heroes from another world were developers of the second world. As he listened, Hu Fei felt something was wrong. Billions of heroes from another world descended on the world of life. Now the total population of the Earth Federation is less than 15 billion. How could there be so many developers? It looks more like humans from another planet called Blue Star descended on the world of life as players. How is this possible? Hu Fei shook his head speechlessly. At least now, Hu Fei believes that Second World is still just a game, a very real game. Finally, he walked to the city hall and processed Hu Fei's identity card and temporary residence permit in just over 10 minutes. The name written on the identity card is still Xiao Feifei. Nerima suggested that Hu Fei use a normal name and not use this online name. Hu Fei said that he was only temporarily entering the realm of life and would leave soon. He would use his normal name to apply for an ID card next time he entered the realm of life. Nerima didn't quite understand what Hu Fei said and didn't try to persuade him. Nerima's guidance mission had to continue, so he took Hu Fei to walk around the city. After playing in the city for a long time and being curious about this game world that was very different from the human civilization on Earth, Hu Fei finally set his sights on the extraordinary power of the realm of life. This also meant that Hu Fei had basically made a decision to move to the most realistic virtual reality game on Earth, Second World. There are 6 major occupational systems in the world of life: warrior, archer, assassin, mage, priest, and divine magician. If you want to become a professional, you need to test your talent first. Only if you have the corresponding talent can you learn the knowledge of the professional. After the fighting spirit or mana is born in your body, you can become a formal professional. Among them, the Divine Magician is an exception. The power of the Divine Magician comes from the gift of God. I am a first-level Divine Magician. Can professionals kill monsters and level up? Hu Fei felt a little regretful after asking this question. Under normal circumstances, only players can kill monsters and level up. How can NPCs kill monsters and level up? However, there are exceptions. NPCs in some games can kill monsters and level up like players, but this is not something that can be asked. Level up by killing monsters? I remember that during the calamity of the undead 160 years ago, that group of heroes from the other world could quickly improve their strength by killing the undead. After the calamity of the undead ended, the undead would occasionally appear in the world of the living, but it was no longer possible to improve their strength by killing the undead. Nerima thought for a while and said, listening to Nerima's words, a bad idea flashed through Hu Fei's mind. It is possible that in the game's second world, players need to practice to improve their strength. After spending most of the day in the city, Hu Fei, who is just an ordinary person in the world of life, was already exhausted. Hu Fei called out the system panel to check the time. There were 2 time displays in the system panel, one was Earth time, and the other was World of Life time. In World of Life time, it had been almost 7 hours since Hu Fei entered the world of life, but less than half an hour had passed in Earth time. Hu Fei suddenly woke up, with a lot of question marks in his mind. He had been playing in Second World for most of the day, but less than half an hour had passed in the real world. What a joke. Chapter 360. There are only 10,000 spots for the beta test of the Second World. When they landed on the vast origin continent, they couldn't even make a small wave. As the city with the largest area and the largest population on the origin continent, Xiaocheng also had a player from Earth descend on it. As soon as this Earth player landed, Zhao Yi ordered a clergyman to contact him and asked him questions without any reservation. This Earth player was very curious about the realm of life, and was also curious about the situation of this NPC who asked about the situation on Earth. Could it be that the artificial intelligence cultivated by the game company was going to rebel? With various thoughts such as watching the fun is not too big a deal, there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls, players are making trouble, etc. This Earth player answered all the questions asked by the NPC. As the communication continued, Zhao Yi learned a lot about the situation on Earth. Earth, like Blue Star, is dominated by human civilization, and both are technological civilizations without extraordinary power. However, the technological level of Earth is much higher than that of Blue Star, and it has entered the era of space exploration. It's just that the human civilization on Earth cannot find another habitable planet in the universe in a short period of time, and the human civilization on Earth has not reached the technological level to transform other planets into habitable planets. The development of human civilization on Earth has fallen into a bottleneck. So, while the human civilization on Earth continued to increase its efforts to explore the universe, it was also trying to ease internal conflicts and reduce resource consumption. Virtual reality games were the most important method. Various virtual reality games appeared one after another, and then one day, a game called Second World suddenly appeared and was promoted online. The high-quality promotional video attracted the attention of many players. Then, 10,000 Earth players descended on the realm of life to conduct the so-called internal test. Zhao Yi was just curious about Earth Star, not surprised. As an immortal god, there were very few things that could surprise Zhao Yi. However, as the conversation continued, the curiosity of the Earth Star player who came to Xiaocheng turned into surprise, then into shock, and finally into a head full of question marks. Is this a game or a real alien world? Zhao Yi found this matter quite interesting. The realm of life was disguised as a game, but after the Earth Star players entered the game, they could obtain all the information of the realm of life without any cover. They were sure that this was not a game, but a real alien world. Did they disdain to hide it? The Second World has 10,000 internal beta testers, and most of the internal beta testers have descended on the world of life. Less than half an hour has passed since Earth time, and many internal beta testers have quit the game. They have been speaking frantically on the internet, causing a huge sensation on Earth. Is this a game? No, this is not a game. We have entered a real other world, and all NPCs are real people with flesh and blood. That must be a real other world. The NPCs call us Otherworld heroes, and we are not the first group of Otherworld heroes to descend. More than 160 years ago in the game world, billions of Otherworld heroes from Blue Star descended, and a small number of Otherworld heroes from Blue Star stayed in the game world forever. Is it the background setting of the game company that makes us feel more involved, Or is this game a real world in disguise? Anyway, I feel that Second World is too real. No matter how you look at it, it is not a virtual reality game that can be created with our current level of technology. Rumor has it that the Earth Federation investigated Second World and found no useful information. It seems to have appeared out of thin air on the internet, and it is impossible to use technical means to block Second World. Second World should be more than just a game. The Earthstar internet exploded due to the internal testing of the Second World, and quickly attracted the attention of the whole society. Officials of various countries and major financial groups all set their sights on the Second World. If the Second World is a real alien world, then the Second World has too many things they need, such as extraordinary power, lifespan, resources, etc. The internal testing time of the Second World is only a fixed time period of 8 hours. In the past 5 days in the world of life, the time flow rate is 1:15. However, the time of the living world did not change during the 16 hours of the non-fixed time period on Earth. That is, if 1 day passed on Earth, only 5 days would pass on the living world. Blue Star can pause time. The change in the flow of time between Earth and the living world is beyond the imagination of mortals, but it is also within Xiao Yi's acceptance range. That kind of great power is not possessed by the gods. Because of the influence of the internal test of the Second World on the internet on Earth, 10,000 internal test players have entered the living world one after another, and all left after the internal test ended. The time is too short. The impact of 10,000 players from Earth on the world of life is very small and almost negligible. However, the upcoming public beta will bring huge changes to the world of life. Perhaps more than 1 billion Earth players will pour into the world of life at the same time, and Earth players are very different from Blue Star players. In 5 days, the strong men of the world of life continued to study the Earth players and found 2 characteristics of the Earth players' bodies. The first characteristic is that the Earth players' bodies have 5-star talents. All of them can be warriors, shooters, assassins, and mages. Priests need relatively pure hearts to be employed, and this has not changed. The divine magician is a gift from the gods, and needs to become a believer of the gods. The second feature is very powerful. Earth players can be resurrected in the church after death. According to the number of deaths, the resurrection time and the weakness time after resurrection will be extended. The fact that death reduces the level will be discovered after the public beta. The third feature is not a feature. Earth players cannot kill monsters to upgrade. They can only rely on practice to improve their strength. This is very normal, but with 5-star talents, the upgrade speed of Earth players will be relatively fast. There is only one 5-star talent in the world of life for every million people. There are only more than 20,000 5-star talents in the Violet Empire, and all Earth players are 5-star talents. This is very scary. When the Second World is released for public testing, how many players from Earth will descend on the world of life? As the Second World expands its influence on Earth, how many players from Earth will eventually descend on the world of life? You should know that these are all players from Earth who have 5-star talents and can be resurrected. This kind of player has a name on the Blue Star where Xiao Yi once lived, the fourth calamity. The Blue Star players who once descended on the world of life only have 1 life in the world of life, and life is very precious. Blue Star players need to be careful about their actions in the world of life. Once they die, they must leave the world of life. The weak Blue Star players cannot destroy the order of the world of life, but have to accept the order of the world of life. For example, the bottom players in most areas outside the Violet Empire are oppressed and exploited by nobles or professionals. The Earthstar players are different. They can be resurrected, they don't care about life and death, and do whatever they want in the world of life. They can even destroy the order of the world of life for their own preferences. Billions of 5-star talents and fearless Earthstar players will be a very terrible force in the world of life. As time goes by, this force will become stronger and stronger. Before the Earth players came, Xiao Yi paid attention to them. Now that he knows the situation of Earth players, Xiao Yi pays more attention to them. Xiao Yi is thinking about the impact of the large number of Earth players coming to the world of life at the beginning of the public beta of the Second World on the Violet Empire. Order is the most important thing for the Violet Empire. In the Violet Empire, no nobles or professionals bully the common people. Everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, and the elderly are well cared for, and the young are well cared for. Xiao Yi is worried that the large number of Earth players coming to the Violet Empire will destroy the order of the Violet Empire. There is no need to worry in the early stage. All the players on Earth have 5-star talents, but they have to start from scratch. Moreover, it seems that they cannot level up by killing monsters. They can only practice and improve their strength. They cannot destroy the order of the Violet Empire in the short term. However, as the strength of the players on Earth continues to increase, they may become the fourth disaster and destroy the order of the Violet Empire. The players on Earth need guidance. The human civilization on Earth itself is also orderly, and the players can do whatever they want in the game world. The Violet Empire can guide the Earth players who have landed on the mainland to make them abide by the order of the Violet Empire. If they do not abide by the order of the Violet Empire, they will be locked up in a small dark room or even killed directly. Earth players can be resurrected, but they must be killed until they exit the world of life or leave the Violet Empire. Earth players who are willing to abide by the order of the Violet Empire can join the Violet Empire and become citizens of the Violet Empire. Earth players who are unwilling to abide by the order of the Violet Empire will be expelled from the Violet Empire. I believe that there are a large number of Earth players who like peace and order and are willing to live in the Violet Empire. In addition, Earth players can also be used. The most important thing is the 5-star talent and immortality of Earth players. Almost every 10 years, the Violet Empire will expand once, adding large tracts of land to the Violet Empire, expanding the living space of the people of the Violet Empire, and allowing the civilians in the newly occupied land to get rid of the oppression and exploitation of the nobles. In each expansion, in the Battle of Legendary Combat Power, the Violet Empire has no losses and directly destroys the enemy's legendary combat power, but in the following battles, there will be some losses. This is just a war against non-god forces. The gods are constantly expanding, and perhaps it won't be long before a war between the gods breaks out. By then, the Violet Empire will still have a greater advantage overall, but the losses of low-level and mid-level professionals will increase greatly. Now that Earth players with 5-star talents and immortal bodies have appeared, it is entirely possible to recruit some Earth players who meet the requirements into the army, and let the Earth players perform those tasks with higher mortality rates. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi basically determined his idea for the Earth players: attract Earth players who are willing to abide by the order to the Violet Empire, drive out the Earth players who are unwilling to abide by the order, and absorb Earth players with combat talents to join the Violet Empire army. According to these ideas, Xiao Yi sent a message to the Queen of the Violet Empire, Alice, and the Pope of the Violet Empire, York, and the Violet Empire quickly prepared to welcome the large number of heroes from another world who would arrive in half a month. The internal beta of Second World has ended, and more people are discussing Second World on the Earth Internet. At the beginning, most people were discussing whether Second World was a game or a real alien world. Now, most people have turned to discussing the game content and want to enter the game world as soon as possible. Officials, consortiums, game clubs, game guilds, and a large number of individual players from various countries are studying the game content obtained during the internal beta period. Officials and consortiums from various countries want to study what they can get from the realm of life, while the latter are studying how to develop quickly and gain a leading advantage after entering the realm of life. The official website of Second World has a forum where a large number of players discuss. A newbie would like to ask the beta testers, what profession should I choose when entering the public beta of Second World? A lucky beta tester popped up. Second World has a total of 6 major profession systems, namely Warrior, Archer, Assassin, Mage, Priest, and Divine Magician. Please ignore Priests and Divine Magicians. Priests must be pure in heart to take up the position, and Divine Magicians must be believers of a god. No need to watch. If you can change your profession to a priest, you must change your profession to a priest. In the Second World, the nurse profession is definitely the rarest and most popular. If I can change my profession to a priest, I will definitely change it. After watching the videos posted by the internal test masters, I hope that when the game is publicly tested, I can appear in the Violet Empire. Compared with the other countries in the world of life, the Violet Empire is not a little behind. The Violet Empire is the most powerful country in the world of life. It is good to take shelter under a big tree. The Violet Empire is definitely the most suitable place for us players. We will definitely not go to the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is too restrictive for us players. If we are not careful, we will violate the laws of the Violet Empire and be punished. We players need a relatively free country. The 3 days between the internal test and the public test of the Second World passed in a flash. More than 1 billion Earthlings were ready to enter the game as soon as the public test of the Second World began. This is the first time since the birth of virtual reality games that such a grand occasion has appeared. Among the previous virtual reality games, the game with the most monthly active users is far less than the number of people who will enter the game during the public test of the Second World. This is just the beginning. Many news media on Earth have speculated that at least half of the Earthlings will enter the second world to take a look. They are not here to play games, but they are curious about a different world. Chapter 361. The public beta of the second world has arrived, and billions of Earth players have used game cabins or game helmets to log into the game. On May 28, 161 of the Holy Calendar, 15 days after the heroes from the other world on Earth left the realm of life, more heroes from the other world descended on the realm of life. However, this time, the players from Earth were not born in the city, but in villages far away from the city. 160 years have passed since the end of the undead disaster in the realm of life, and the human population in the realm of life has skyrocketed. According to estimates by relevant departments of the Violet Empire, the total population of the realm of life is now close to 150 billion, which is 10 times the human population of Earth. Although wars broke out after the end of the undead calamity, the medium and large-scale wars that broke out were mainly wars of faith, for the purpose of competing for population, so they would not easily launch massacres of civilians. Even if the war affected the reduction of grain production or even the total crop failure, there would be sects that distributed grain to the lower-class civilians. In this case, after 160 years, the population of the living realm has been growing rapidly, especially in the Violet Empire, where the population growth rate is the fastest. Judging from the current population of the living realm, there is still some distance to reach the upper limit of the population capacity of the living realm. After all, this is a world with extraordinary power. After the public beta of Second World, there will be more than 1 billion Earth players entering the game world, accounting for less than 1% of the total population of the world of life. If all Earth players enter the world of life, they will only account for 1/10 of the total population of the world of life. The arrival of Earth players, at least in the first few days, will not cause too much chaos to the world of life. Moreover, Earth players have talent and immortality, but not much power. A professional apprentice can kill a group of Earth players. Hu Fei, one of the top 100 game anchors in the Rabbit Country, was born in a church in a small village in the south of the Violet Empire. As a small reward for internal test players, other public test players randomly descended to a certain area in the game world, and at most they would descend to a certain area with their family members. Internal test players could specify a country in the game world to descend. Hu Fei chose the Violet Empire during the internal test without hesitation. Returning to the game world again, Hu Fei was filled with emotion. He did not expect that an internal test of the second world would have such a great impact on Earth. Quite a number of Earthlings already believed that the second world was a real alien world. Regardless of whether second world is a real other world or not, the quality of second world alone made Hu Fei decide to switch to this game and continue to do his old business, game live broadcasting, with the main purpose of making money. Not only to get money from Earth, but also to get money from the game world. You must know that with the development of magic in the Violet Empire, mobile phones that can chat via video have already been produced, and the live broadcast industry has also emerged. Hu Fei wants to become an anchor in this second world and broadcast the adventure life of the heroes in the other world in the game world to NPC users. However, it is not easy to become a live streamer in the game world. The mobile phones that can be used for live streaming are very expensive and are not affordable for the newly arrived players on Earth. Similarly, the NPCs who can watch live streaming are not small in wealth. A small amount of reward is the food expenses of an ordinary family for a month. Hu Fei has decided to invest most of his wealth, and then collect money from other players in the game world to buy mobile phones in the game world. Now, Hu Fei called out the system panel to open the live broadcast while starting the game. Dear viewers, Xiao Feifei has entered the game, and is broadcasting live for everyone. As one of the top 100 game anchors in Rabbit Country, Hu Fei started the live broadcast not long ago. Normally, thousands of viewers will soon flock to Earth, but now there are very few viewers entering the live broadcast room. The most important factor causing this result is the time difference between the game world and Earth. Those who want to watch the live broadcast must also enter the second world to watch Hu Fei's live broadcast. At this time, most players had just entered the game and were still exploring, so naturally not many players watched Hu Fei's live broadcast. Hu Fei didn't care about this situation and started the game normally. In the resurrection point of this church, in addition to Hu Fei, several other players appeared one after another. They all had real faces, and wore rough linen clothes and linen shoes. Some players recognized Hu Fei, but for some reason, they did not contact Hu Fei and continued to explore the game on their own. The clergy in the church walked over quickly, first with a welcome speech, and then took the Earthstar players to the village police station to apply for identity certificates and give them money. The fact that the Violet Empire issued identity certificates to players was already well known among Earthstar players, but this matter of giving money to players was the first time they heard about it. With curiosity, Hufei asked the police at the police station, "Mr. Police, why do you give money to our heroes from another world?" The policeman smiled and replied, "In fact, our Violet Empire will give a loan to all new immigrants who lack money, so that new immigrants can integrate into the Violet Empire faster. You are heroes from another world, with many uncertainties, so the higher-ups decided to give you a resettlement allowance directly. This resettlement allowance is very small, only enough for your food and accommodation for a week. You need to find a job as soon as possible to make money and support yourself. The Violet Empire is generous." After hearing the words of the policeman, a player from Earth immediately gave a thumbs up. However, some Earth players thought that this was a novice gift package, but the distribution form was different. Soon, the Earth players who descended to the Violet Empire discovered through the game forum that it was only the Violet Empire that gave money to the heroes from other worlds, and the heroes from other worlds who descended to other regions did not get any money at all. Moreover, the resettlement allowance issued by the Violet Empire was enough for one person to eat and live for a week. The standard was based on the Violet Empire. If this resettlement allowance was placed in a foreign country, it would almost be enough for a civilian family to eat for a month. The good of the Violet Empire was revealed for the first time. After getting their ID cards and temporary residence certificates, the 8 players who landed in the same village as Hufei could move freely in the Violet Empire. They could even leave the Novice Village, but they didn't have much money, so they planned to stay in the Novice Village for a while. According to the habit of playing games in the past, the next step was to accept tasks and complete them. When the players met an NPC on the road, they went up to ask, "Is there anything I can help with? Hello, do you have any troubles that you can't solve? I am a hero from another world. Is there any task you can assign to me?" A villager tried to assign a hero from another world a task to weed the fields. The commission for the task was very low, only 1/10 of the normal salary. Even if it was full salary, with the wealth level of the Violet Empire, not many people were willing to do it. They could only take care of their own fields, and at most they could buy a weeding machine. But the players don't care about these. As soon as they see there are tasks and money to be earned, they immediately scramble for the tasks. This situation occurs in all villages in the Violet Empire where heroes from other worlds appear. Fortunately, there are not many heroes from other worlds who come, and all heroes from other worlds can be assigned tasks. Players who have not done much on Earth can really do any hard work in the game world just for a little money and experience. In the second world, they can't even get experience, but can only get a little money. However, the situation in the Violet Empire made the players from Earth who came to the outside of the Violet Empire very envious. At least the Novice Village in the Violet Empire could receive tasks, but it was difficult for a task to appear in their Novice Village. This is the gap between the Violet Empire and foreign countries. The Violet Empire is the richest country in the world of life. The life of the lower-class civilian families is a happy life that the lower-class civilian families in foreign countries dare not even think about. The lower-class civilian families in foreign countries are busy from morning to night every day, and it is possible that the whole family does not have enough food to eat, and their clothes are also tattered. How can they have the money to hire heroes from another world? Most of the lower-class civilian families in the Violet Empire have the money to hire the heroes from another world who have just arrived. The Earthstar players who descended to the Violet Empire started with a simple difficulty, while the Earthstar players who descended outside the Violet Empire started with a hell difficulty. I'm so envious. Why didn't I descend to the Violet Empire? I can't get any tasks at all, forget it. Find someone to form a team to go out and fight monsters, anyway we can be resurrected. If I have money in the future, I will definitely go to the Violet Empire. Since the public beta of Second World began, Zhao Yi has been paying attention to the heroes from other worlds who descended to the Violet Empire. Indeed, the number of heroes from other worlds who descended has greatly increased. What's interesting is that they all descended to the village, which is the so-called Novice Village. In Zhao Yi's observation, he noticed that most of the players on Earth are lawful, but there are also a small number of chaotic and evil players on Earth who want to destroy the order of the Violet Empire. They rob, steal, hurt people, and molest women. They are simply doing all kinds of evil. There is no need for Zhao Yi to punish these Earth players who disrupt the order. The order of the Violet Empire is always maintained. Occasionally, someone will disrupt the order, and the police will immediately arrest them. Now these policemen start to take action against Earth players who disrupt the order. Since the ones who disrupt the order are heroes from another world who have immortal bodies, the police can be more ruthless when arresting heroes from another world, and can kill them directly if necessary. So these heroes from another world, who disrupt the order, are in trouble. They are either locked up in a small dark room, or killed, and sent back to the resurrection point. Looking at the performance of the Earthstar players, Zhao Yi once again confirmed that most of the Earthstar players can be used. Earthstar players with 5-star talents should be able to become professionals. It's just a matter of time. Earthstar players who are interested in fighting can join the army, and Earthstar players who are not interested in fighting can also be arranged elsewhere. Of course, the most important point is to let the Earthstar players become professionals. This is relatively simple for the Violet Empire. All cities in the Violet Empire have professional academies, and some important towns also have professional academies. The Professional Academy originally recruited students with 1-star and 2-star talents and trained them into professionals. Earth players could enter this Professional Academy to study. Even if more Earth players entered the Violet Empire, the Professional Academy of the Violet Empire could still meet the demand. In fact, in addition to talent, professionals also need to value comprehension. It is not that having a high professional talent will definitely make you a strong professional. If you don't have good comprehension, you may be stuck at a certain level for life. It's okay for people born and raised in the world of life, but it's not necessarily the case for players from Earth. Under normal circumstances, players from Earth enter the game for entertainment. They prefer to engage in simple and rough game activities. They are willing to do physical work such as chopping trees and farming. There are very few players who like brain-burning games. As for the need to learn some complex knowledge in the game, this will discourage a large number of players. It used to be much easier for players from Blue Star to become professionals. Now, it is much more difficult for players from Earth Star to become professionals. Zhao Yi doesn't know how many players from Earth Star are willing to seriously learn the knowledge that professionals need to learn. If we can give Earth players some motivation, the number of Earth players willing to learn knowledge will increase greatly. For example, the reward for Blue Star players is that if you level up 1 in the game, you will have an extra year of life after returning. If you level up 20, all your physical ailments will disappear, and if you level up 50, you will regain your youth. If Earth players also have such rewards, it will definitely inspire a large number of Earth players to learn knowledge. However, it seems that at present, Earth players still don't know what the rewards are, and they don't even know what they can get from the realm of life to return to Earth. This is a very important thing. A professional and a civilian, naturally the professional is more important to the Violet Empire, and can make more contributions to the Violet Empire. Zhao Yi hopes that there will be more professionals among the Earth players who come to the Violet Empire. He is not worried that the Earth players will give up the second world. The second world is a real other world, which can't be more real. Even if you don't want to be a professional, you can experience the life of the other world in the second world. For the time being, it is better to secretly pay attention to the players on Earth. Like Zhao Yi, other gods in the realm of life are also paying attention to these heroes from the other worlds on Earth. Zhao Yi was originally the god who paid the most attention to the players on Earth. As other gods discovered that this group of heroes from other worlds had 5-star talents and immortal bodies, they all paid more attention to the players on Earth. Immortality is something that no god has. Gods only have eternal life and cannot be resurrected after death. Zhao Yi can think of putting the players on Earth in the army, and other gods can think of it as well. All the gods are now observing. It won't be long before some gods take action, and all the major god forces will absorb the players on Earth. Chapter 362. The second world is too hardcore and difficult to play. If it weren't for the game's realism or the fact that it is a real alien world, I would have run away long ago. There are no missions, and everything starts from scratch. I heard that some players starved to death. I'm speechless. Why is my luck so bad? It would be great if I could land in the Violet Empire. The players who land there are so lucky. They can easily receive missions in the novice village. Although they can't gain experience by completing the mission, they can get money. We can't make any money in the novice village, and we have to find a way to go to the nearest city. Anyway, we still have to try to become a professional first. Becoming a professional is the real start of the game. However, it feels that becoming a professional will be more difficult for us. We can't kill monsters to level up. We can only become a professional by learning knowledge. I haven't read a book since I graduated from college. I'm collecting game coins. Players in XX city of XX country can sell game coins to me. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 50 federal dollars. Earthstar countries jointly established the Earthstar Federation and issued the currency federal dollar. 1 federal dollar is worth 1 RMB. Second World was only publicly tested for 1 day. Earthstar players unanimously agreed that this was a hardcore game with a very high game difficulty. It was simply abusing most players. Only Earthstar players who descended to the Violet Empire got a simple start. In order to avoid starvation, the Earthstar players who landed outside the Violet Empire had to try to eat grass and tree bark. Fortunately, they could adjust their taste buds and eat even the most unpalatable food. Because of the difficulty of the game, the players who like to do all kinds of tricks in the game world have to be much more honest this time. The first task is to survive. In the areas outside the Violet Empire, the Earthstar players can't make money in the Novice Village. They can only run to the city or look for weapons to fight monsters in the wild. However, even in the city, the opportunities to make money are still very few, and they still need to compete with NPCs for jobs, which makes the feelings of the players on Earth and the Violet Empire more and more complicated. Why are there two completely different regions in the same world? Why is the Violet Empire so special in this game world, as if the Violet Empire is a modern society and other regions are ancient societies? The Violet Empire has bicycles, cars, trains, and even mobile phones, computers, and the internet, but the areas outside the Violet Empire are so backward. The gap is really too big. If the place where the Earth players landed was close to the Violet Empire, they would soon try to cross the border to the Violet Empire. The difficulties of the Earth players did not last long. Less than 5 days after they landed in the Realm of Life, the gods took action, recruiting brave warriors from other worlds with combat talents, providing food and accommodation, and giving out 10 silver coins per month. After becoming a professional, at least 30 silver coins per month. The Earth players, who saw this recruitment information, gathered over, hoping to be accepted by the NPC. The initial monthly salary of 10 silver coins alone has attracted many Earth players. Currently, 1 copper coin in the game world can be sold for 50 federal dollars. 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins, and 10 silver coins can be sold for 50,000 federal dollars. A monthly income of 50,000 is already a high-income group on Earth. Of course, as it becomes easier for Earth players to obtain game currency, the price will also drop, but for the sake of immediate benefits, it is enough to make a large number of Earth players rush in. There are even female players who feel that they are beautiful and want to seduce them. Seeing the situation outside, the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire are not very envious. Their income from completing tasks is not bad, but being able to join the NPC forces and obtain the method of becoming a professional is very attractive. Fortunately, the Violet Empire did not let them wait for long. On the 8th day, when the Earthstar players entered the Realm of Life, the village chief of the Novice Village issued a letter of introduction to the other world heroes who performed well, introducing them to the professional academy in the nearest city to study. The village chief also told the heroes from the other world that if they performed well in the professional academy, they would even have the opportunity to study at the professional academy. Studying at the professional academy only gave them a chance to become a professional, but studying at the professional academy gave them the chance to become a powerful professional. Upon learning about this, the Earth players in the Violet Empire became excited. The Earth players who received the village chief's letter of introduction immediately took a carriage to the nearest city. As for those Earth players who had not received the letter of introduction, some were cursing, while others were reflecting, and they also wanted to get the opportunity to study at the professional academy. What we in the Violet Empire need are heroes from other worlds, who can abide by the Violet Empire's order. If you don't abide by the Violet Empire's order, you won't be able to get a chance to become a professional in the Violet Empire. If you are willing to go to other countries, we in the Violet Empire will give you a travel fee. It's a very small travel fee, but there are indeed many Earth players who choose to leave the Violet Empire. They feel oppressed in the Violet Empire, as they can do whatever they want in other virtual reality games. They don't want to be constrained by the Violet Empire's order, so they choose to leave the Violet Empire. But more Earthstar players, who have not yet received the letter of introduction, did not easily choose to leave the Violet Empire. They felt the power of the Violet Empire, and the various opportunities in the Violet Empire. Earthstar is a world with order. The laws of the Violet Empire are not harsh, and most Earthstar players can accept them. From the perspective of Earthstar players, they can feel that an orderly country has greater potential than other countries. In the game forum, there are a lot of posts about Earthstar players being bullied or even killed by NPC professionals every day. This is the result of no order or insufficient order. Faced with this situation, the Earth players either endured it and waited to become professionals to avenge their hatred, or raise money to go to the Violet Empire. Among the billions of Earth players who entered the Realm of Life in the public beta, Those who like fighting and killing may not exceed 100 million, and there are a large number of players who just want to experience life in another world. Obviously, only the Violet Empire is most suitable for Earth players who don't like fighting and killing to experience life in another world. In the novice village of the Violet Empire, there are constantly heroes from another world leaving the village with the village chief's letter of introduction. Seeing that there are fewer and fewer heroes from another world in the village, many villagers feel regretful. In the past 7 days, the villagers were able to hire heroes from another world to work for very little money. Although the work efficiency was not as good as their own, it cost less. Unfortunately, the useful labor force left in just a few days. It would have been better if they stayed longer. Because of the village chief's letter of introduction, a large number of heroes from another world poured into the cities of the Violet Empire. The city residents who did not know the truth were still asking where these beggars came from, and why they wanted to beg in the city. The heroes from another world went to the professional academy in the city with the letter of introduction. With the letter of introduction from the village chief and the order issued by the imperial cabinet, after the heroes from another world signed a contract, the professional academy in various places directly accepted these heroes from another world as students. The content of this contract is very simple. The tuition fees for the students from the other world to study at the professional academy are paid by the Violet Empire. After graduation, the students have two choices. The first choice is to accept the arrangement of the Violet Empire and serve the Violet Empire for 10 years. The second choice is not to accept the arrangement of the Violet Empire and need to pay off the tuition fees in the next 10 years. When the students from the other world graduate, the Violet Empire will launch various measures to attract the students from the other world to choose the first option. The professional academy has enough classrooms, but the problem is that there are not enough dormitories, so they have to rent buildings outside the school as dormitories for the newly enrolled otherworldly heroes. The first thing for otherworldly heroes to do when they enter school is to choose a profession. Warriors, archers, assassins, and mages are all available for otherworldly heroes to choose, and a small number of otherworldly heroes must obtain the qualifications to become priests. Most of the otherworldly heroes who have obtained the qualifications to become priests have chosen the priest profession, but a small number of otherworldly heroes are not interested in nannies and choose other professions. When it comes to choosing a career for a different world hero student, the NPC teachers give a lot of suggestions. Different world heroes have 5-star talents in all professions, and can choose any profession, but different world heroes have their own specialties, which come from the body of the different world hero on Earth, which is basically a direct copy of the Earth body into the world of life. For example, those who are good at running, strong, and intelligent can choose from a variety of professions. Many Earth players choose according to the suggestions of NPC teachers, and some Earth players choose their professions according to their own preferences. After the career selection was completed, and the division into classes was completed, the learning career of the Earth Star players officially began. However, within a few days, a large number of Earth Star players regretted their choices. For example, the warrior profession is mainly based on exercise and supplemented by learning in the early stage, while the mage profession is mainly based on learning and supplemented by exercise. Mages also need to have a good body and need to exercise. However, there are many Earth Star players who are not good at learning and think that they are powerful mages, so they choose the mage profession. There are also some Earth Star players who are good at learning and don't like sports and choose the warrior profession. What to do if you regret it? Naturally, you should re-choose your career. This is a special case for the heroes of another world. Most professionals in the world of life cannot change their careers. They can only choose the careers they have. No matter what, at least the players on Earth in the Violet Empire have a good start on the career path. The teachers of the professional academy are also paying close attention to these heroes of another world, looking for outstanding students among them. After a period of observation, they will have the opportunity to study in the professional academy. This really makes teachers envious. Only talents with 3 stars of talent can enter the professional academy. They have no qualifications at all, but the heroes from another world all have 5 stars of talent. Some teachers even think that it would be great if they were heroes from another world. The players from Earth spend most of their time studying in the professional academy during the day. After school, they work in the city to earn money for living expenses. They also want to earn more game world currency to exchange for federal dollars. Most of the indigenous students have families, and their living expenses can be provided by their parents. Some Earth players thought about whether they could do some business and earn more money, but found that they could hardly find any opportunities. The reason for all this was the previous batch of alien heroes, players from Blue Star. It is said that their technology level is much lower than that of Earth, But they have all kinds of industries, which have already developed in the Violet Empire. Now there are no opportunities for Earth players. If Earth players want to make money, they can only work. Fortunately, compared with the novice village, they can make more money with the same working time. It is worthy of being the richest Violet Empire in the game world. The development of the players on Earth in the Violet Empire is stable and improving, while the development in areas outside the Violet Empire is uneven. The various divine forces are constantly absorbing heroes from other worlds, and they want to train them into professionals, mainly to be used in wars. However, the various divine forces do not absorb all heroes from other worlds. Heroes from other worlds are divided into men, women, old and young. Most forces in the world of life, including the divine forces, are selective when absorbing heroes from other worlds, mainly young men and women, and do not want old or young ones. All forces believe that young men and women are more likely to be trained as professionals and have fighting power, but the elderly and children are not. If the Earth players can descend to the territory of the neutral forces that only practice the path of becoming a saint, it is considered very lucky, only slightly worse than the Earth players who descend to the Violet Empire. Joining the neutral forces, accepting tasks, gaining contribution points, and exchanging knowledge are the main ways for neutral forces to summon heroes from other worlds, and there is not much compulsion. Among those divine forces, Earth players can obtain more, but the constraints are greater than those of the Violet Empire. This is also something that many Earth players cannot accept, especially various player forces. Therefore, the players on Earth recruited by the gods are mainly individual players. The order of the Violet Empire is the most perfect, and the constraints are relatively small, which makes a large number of player forces look over here, intending to develop in the Violet Empire, and even recruiting players on Earth in the Violet Empire to join their forces. When can I become a professional? It's so tiring. I have to learn so much knowledge every day. Why can't I kill monsters and level up? I don't want to learn anymore. How should I put it? This is a real other world. If there are monsters to level up, it is more like a game world. Although I also want to kill monsters and level up, I prefer the real other world. By the way, it's really lucky to be randomly in the Violet Empire. I have to study the knowledge of mage as well. I boldly guess what it feels like if I become a mage in the game world, and then bring the mage power back to Earth. Chapter 363. On May 28th, billions of Earth players descended on the world of life. On June 10th, there were Earth players who became professionals. 10 days later, on June 20th, there were Earth players who became professionals in the Violet Empire. The speed at which Earth players became professionals was very fast. The main reason was that all Earth players had 5-star talents. With such high talents, Earth players could cultivate fighting spirit or mana early after obtaining various professional training methods and become professionals. The earliest Earth Star players outside the Violet Empire become professionals 10 days earlier than the Earth Star players within the Violet Empire. This is mainly because the Violet Empire and external forces have different ways of training Earth Star players. External forces value the 5-star talent and immortality of Earth Star players, and believe that the addition of Earth Star players can effectively reduce their own personnel losses, and that Earth Star players with immortality can be fearless in battle. Therefore, a large number of player forces want to train Earth Star players into professionals as soon as possible. The external forces approach is to train Earth players to become professionals as quickly as possible, but they do not lay a good foundation for Earth players who become professionals. Such quick-made professionals have always had no future. Earth players who become professionals are somewhat different from native professionals. Quick-made Earth players and Earth players who have laid a good foundation. The former become professionals earlier in the early stage, and their progress will drop sharply in the middle and late stages. They need to spend more time to fill the missing foundation. Earth players who have laid a good foundation will become professionals a little slower in the early stage, but as long as they lay a good foundation, their realm will be much faster than quick-made Earth players in the future. Many Earth players have discovered or noticed this truth, but there are still a large number of Earth players who don't care and want to become professionals quickly, earn more money quickly, and want to gain a first-mover advantage. Most of the Earth players who study in the professional academy in various parts of the Violet Empire study step by step. Even if someone has become a professional, they will not leave the professional academy and continue to study in the professional academy. On the road to becoming a professional, they still have a lot of knowledge to learn. If they leave the professional academy now, according to what they know, all kinds of knowledge about professionals are very expensive. If they leave the professional academy, they will need to spend more money to obtain this knowledge, and they will also lack the guidance of teachers. Studying in the professional academy is the best choice. The Earthstar players living in the Violet Empire will not lack money. There are too many jobs in the city to earn money. Even after becoming a professional, you can go to the Adventurer Guild to register as an adventurer, accept tasks that only professionals can do, get more money, and accept official tasks to get extra points. The various items in the points mall made the Earthstar players drool. Many Earthstar players made up their minds to become professionals as soon as possible, and took on tasks in the Adventurer Guild to do anything, earning a lot of points, and redeeming the treasures they wanted from the points mall. Cultivation talent belongs to physical talent, which is given by the world consciousness when shaping the body of the Earthstar players, while understanding belongs to the soul talent, which is the talent that the Earthstar players has since birth. The Earthstar players, who became professionals first, are all people with high understanding. As more and more Earth players become professionals, Second World has caused a greater sensation on Earth. You can bring 1% of the power in the game into reality. Originally, Earth and Blue Star were both worlds without extraordinary power. Earth's technology was much higher than Blue Star, but there was not much progress in human lifespan for the time being, only more terminal illnesses were cured. Now, Earth players can actually bring 1% of the power they gained in Second World into reality, which is really incredible. Along with the improvement of strength, lifespan increases. Lifespan. All humans hope to gain more lifespan. I became a 0-level swordsman in Second World. After returning to reality, I felt that my body's strength increased a little. Although the increase in strength is very small, as my strength in the game world continues to grow, I will have the strength comparable to Superman in reality in the future. Now I really believe that Second World is really a real alien world disguised. Why would an alien world appear on our planet in the form of a game? There must be a huge conspiracy here. The humans on Earth must be careful and vigilant. Go, I want to become a legendary strongman in the game world, or even an immortal god. If I can become an immortal god, maybe I can also be immortal in the real world. Power, I need power. For a while, more human forces on Earth made a big decision to enter the Second World and invested a huge amount of money, which made the price of game coins to exchange for federal dollars rise several times. The individual players living in the Violet Empire are almost making a lot of money. However, some individual players, who want to develop well in the Second World, gradually give up selling game coins. On Earth, most ordinary people are ordinary people all their lives, and their descendants are also ordinary people, unable to break class barriers. The emergence of Second World gave them hope of breaking class barriers. Perhaps relying on Second World, they could become rich in the real world. Even if they could not become rich, they could live a life of wealth and freedom, and no longer be oppressed and exploited by capitalists. Zhao Yi soon learned that after becoming a professional, players on Earth could bring 1% of their strength to the real world. Zhao Yi was very happy about this, as it could effectively motivate Earth players to become professionals, and keep moving forward on the professional path. A large number of Earth players can now acquire the knowledge to become professionals, but it is not so easy to become a professional. Earth players with comprehension will become professionals first, while more Earth players with poor comprehension will need a longer time to become professionals. Ordinary Earth players can still hold on for 10 days or half a month, but if they cannot become professionals for several months or even longer, perhaps a large number of ordinary Earth players will not be able to hold on. When Zhao Yi was on Blue Star, he played games for entertainment, not to be played by the game, which is also the idea of most players. After all, people have a limit. When they reach their limit and still can't see where the road ahead is, they will easily give up. Now, after becoming professionals, players on Earth can bring 1% of their strength to the real world. This situation can very well motivate players on Earth to become professionals and move forward on the professional path. Civilians can contribute to the Violet Empire, professionals can contribute more to the Violet Empire than civilians, and mid-level professionals can contribute more to the Violet Empire than low-level professionals. Zhao Yi wants more mid-level and even high-level players to live in the Violet Empire. There is no need to worry that high-level players will disrupt the order of the Violet Empire. It is impossible for all players to become legendary masters, and even impossible for all players to become high-level professionals. Like the natives of the living world, players need to practice and improve their realm. The advantages of players on Earth are all 5-star talents and immortality. It is not enough to have these two advantages. They also need understanding and a lot of practice resources. The comprehension is not good, and a large number of Earthstar players have been screened out. The cultivation resources are in the hands of various forces in the world of life, and the Earthstar players need to make contributions to obtain cultivation resources. The cultivation resources in the world of life are very abundant, but they are also limited, and they cannot meet their own needs. Obviously, there will not be too many cultivation resources that can be distributed to Earthstar players. In the future, there should be Earthstar players who grow into high-level professionals, and may even become legendary masters, but the number of legendary masters among Earthstar players should not exceed the number of legendary masters among the indigenous people. More importantly, the immortal gods have already appeared. It is more difficult for Earth players to become gods than it was for Jiao Yi to become a legendary strongman. The gods dominate the changes in the world of life. In the many professional academies in the Violet Empire, there are constantly heroes from other worlds becoming professionals. These heroes from other worlds have become the focus of the academy teachers. According to the above requirements, these people have a relatively high level of understanding among the heroes from other worlds, and they will be able to go further on the road of professionals in the future. The teachers of the academy need to continue to pay attention to these people and determine their character. If they meet the requirements of the Violet Empire, the academy will issue a letter of introduction and send them to the professional academy to study. In a professional academy in a small town, Hu Fei became the second Earthstar player to be promoted to a professional in the professional academy. This shows that Hu Fei has a good understanding. Hu Fei chose the profession of archer. Like Xiao Yi's original profession, Jiao Yi has a talent for archery, and Hu Fei also has a little talent for archery and has studied archery. When choosing a profession before, Hu Fei thought carefully and chose the shooter. The 6 major professional systems in the game world have their own advantages and disadvantages. There is no all-round profession in ordinary professions. Hu Fei did not choose the mage according to the previous virtual reality games. This time he chose the shooter who he thought had some talent. When the study officially started, Hu Fei thought that his choice was very correct. After learning about the study situation of the mage, Hu Fei felt that the mage profession was not something he could get involved in. There were so many people in his professional academy crying and shouting to change classes. Because of his talent for the shooter profession, Hu Fei became the second professional. After becoming a 0-level shooter, Hu Fei immediately went to the Adventurer Guild branch in the small town to register as an adventurer. In the game world, Hu Fei would broadcast live most of the time, but for the time being he could only broadcast live to other players. As the players on Earth became familiar with the game world, more and more people watched Hu Fei's live broadcast. Hu Fei wanted to become a broadcaster in the game world, but he couldn't do it for the time being. Hu Fei thought about investing most of his fortune to buy game coins, and then buy a mobile phone. Now the game coins are soaring, and even if Hu Fei invests all his fortune, he can't buy enough game coins, so he can only put this idea aside for the time being. My name is Xiao Feifei, and I'm going to continue today's game journey. After playing games for so long, according to my exploration of the game world, I can basically determine 2 important routes for development in the Violet Empire. One is the official Violet Empire, and the other is the Adventurer Guild we are in now. It is said that the Adventurers Guild also has an official background in the Violet Empire. The Adventurers Guild only exists in the Violet Empire, and there are mercenary guilds outside the Violet Empire. Becoming an official professional in the Violet Empire, and becoming an adventurer of the Adventurers Guild are actually the 2 main ways for us players to make money. Official professionals have the advantage of stability and salary, but they are subject to great constraints and cannot take some tasks independently. Adventurers are very free and can accept tasks at will. One point worth mentioning is the Points Mall of the Adventurers Guild. According to gossip, this Points Mall originated from the Blue Star player period. At that time, there was a Points Mall in the system panel of the Blue Star players. They could get points by killing undead, and then use the points to exchange various items in the Points Mall. The types of items are more than those of the Adventurers Guild. The Violet Empire was founded by a Blue Star player. This great god has really become a god now. Perhaps because of this great god, the Adventurers Guild has a Points Mall. In the Adventurers Guild, some tasks will give points rewards. Mainly the tasks officially released by the Violet Empire, all have points rewards. You can complete the tasks to get points, and you can use these points to exchange for the items you want in the Points Mall. Some things can't be bought with game coins, but can be exchanged with points. This is the role of the Points Mall. At first, there were mercenary guilds in each city of the Violet Empire, but due to the competition from the Adventurer Guild, perhaps only cities above the level of a large city can see traces of mercenary guilds. The content of Hu Fei's explanation is something that most players who watch the live broadcast do not understand, especially the players in the Violet Empire. After hearing Hu Fei's explanation, they feel that it will be useful, and give Hu Fei gifts. Seeing the gifts flying in the live broadcast room on the light screen, Hu Fei was very satisfied. His painstaking efforts to collect information have not been in vain. It is not shameful to make money. The competition in the game live broadcast industry on Earth is very fierce. Fortunately, there are many virtual reality games, which can divert the flow of game anchors, and Hufei has his own tricks. Now that Second World has appeared, basically all anchors have entered Second World, and the competition is even more intense. Hufei can only think of various ways to attract players to watch his live broadcast. Making money is the most important thing. Use money to buy what you want, and finally transform it into strength. Become a strong person, and then bring strength to Earth. Chapter 364. As more and more Earth players become professionals, some forces in the world of life can't wait to throw Earth players into the war. The Earth players who become professionals first are still only level 0 professionals, to be exact. The highest level is only level 1. Such professionals are pure cannon fodder on the battlefield. In the Violet Empire, they will never let level 0 professionals go to the battlefield. At most, they will be used as city defense forces, and the highest town level city defense forces. But other forces don't care about the poor strength of Earth players. After all, Earth players are immortal, and much more useful than cannon fodder. When the fearless cannon fodder appears on the battlefield situation changes a little. At the same time, another thing happened. Earth players will lose level after death and resurrection. Generally, they will only lose one level of experience, and will not drop from professionals to civilians. This matter is just a small matter. Most Earth players who become professionals don't care. If the level drops, they can rise again. The Earth players in the outside world have begun to get involved in wars, while most of the Earth players in the Violet Empire are constantly absorbing knowledge in the professional academy. In a mage academy in Xiaocheng, Wang Mu, a player from Earth Star, has been a mage of the Earth system for a month. He is the third player from Earth Star to become a professional in this mage academy. Wang Mu is very smart. This is what most of his relatives and friends think of him, but there is a second sentence to this view, which is not used in the right way. Wang Mu has liked playing games since he was a child, and is addicted to the game world. This situation has caused Wang Mu to be in the middle of the academic performance. When he went to college, he was directly qualified. After graduating from college, Wang Mu had no idea what kind of job to look for, so he soon chose to become a professional gamer and make money by playing games. Putting all his intelligence and talent into playing games, Wang Mu became famous in a certain gamer circle in just 1 year, and earned enough money to support his living expenses. This was when Wang Mu did not fully focus on making money, but was more focused on experience in games, and only devoted a small part of his energy to making money. If Wang Mu had put more energy into making money, he might have become rich. On this day, Second World appeared on Earth. Wang Mu was attracted by Second World, and wanted to enter the game world to have a look. Unfortunately, he did not get a place in the internal test. When Second World was publicly tested, Wang Mu did not hesitate to put all his energy into Second World. Because of Wang Mu's intelligence and understanding, Wang Mu became the third Earth player to be promoted to a professional in his professional academy. Wang Mu was not excited at all. He was addicted to games every day. No, he was addicted to studying. Studying made Wang Mu happy. After Wang Mu became a professional, the teachers of the professional academy took Wang Mu as a key observation target. After a month of observation, they determined that Wang Mu met the requirements, and the professional academy quietly conducted a final inspection on him. Wang Mu was only a 0-level professional, and he cast a first-level illusion. Under the effect of the first-level illusion, Wang Mu answered all questions. After answering one question after another, Wang Mu passed the test. When Wang Mu woke up from the illusion, he appeared directly in the dean's office. Wang Mu, all your performance since entering the academy has been seen by me and the teachers. Our Violet Empire needs talents like you. There are very few things you can learn in the academy. I want to recommend you to go to the professional academy to study, and become a great professional in the future, and make more contributions to the Violet Empire. Wang Mu accepted the dean's words after a brief thought. Then two choices appeared in front of Wang Mu, the Violet Academy and the Azure Academy. The Violet Academy is the first professional academy in the Violet Empire, and it is also the most comprehensive of all professional academies in the Violet Empire, with all professional departments. The Azure Academy is the 8th academy established by the Violet Empire, and only recruits students with magic talent. The master of the Azure Academy is a legendary water mage. There is only one legendary master in the Azure Academy, who has the deepest research on water magic, and is also good at other magic. At least one epic master is in charge of other magic. In the mage department, the ability of Azure Academy is slightly better than that of Violet Academy. After all, Azure Academy is more professional, while Violet Academy pursues big and comprehensive. After thinking for a while, Wang Mu decided to go to Azure Academy to study, and the dean gave Wang Mu a letter of introduction. With the letter of introduction, under the guidance of a teacher, Wang Mu took the teleportation array for the first time and entered Azure Academy directly. With the letter of introduction, Wang Mu easily became a freshman of Azure Academy. Of course, before becoming a freshman, Wang Mu also needs to sign a contract. To study in the professional academy, students have to choose to serve the Violet Empire for 10 years, or pay off the tuition in 10 years. To study in the professional academy, students have only one choice, which is to serve the Violet Empire for 100 years. Wang Mu didn't care about this. In order to learn more knowledge, he signed the contract without hesitation and successfully became a student of the Azure Academy. Wang Mu is just one of the Earthstar players who entered the mini-professional academy of the Violet Empire. Before and after Wang Mu, there were other Earthstar players who entered the professional academy after investigation. Players who could enter the Violet Empire Professional Academy will become big shots in the future. According to what I have learned, the professional talents of NPCs range from 1 star to 5 stars. 1-star talent can at most become a first-level professional, 2-star talent can at most become a third-level professional, and 5-star talent can at most become a legendary strongman. NPCs with 1-star and 2-star talents can only enter the professional academy to study, and NPCs with 3-star and above talents can enter the professional academy to study. NPCs who can enter the professional academy to study are all geniuses and have a higher chance of becoming strong. I'm so envious. We are all Earth players, and we all have 5-star talents and immortality. Why can some people enter the professional academy to study, while I haven't become a professional yet? Is my comprehension so bad? With our 5-star talents and immortality, I feel that as long as I enter the professional academy to study, I have a greater chance of becoming a legendary strongman in the future. It's a pity that I didn't come to the Violet Empire, and it's a pity that my comprehension doesn't seem to be very good. The Violet Empire is just one of many countries in the realm of life, but it is the most powerful country in the realm of life, and it also has a great influence on the players on Earth. Some changes from the Violet Empire will quickly affect the entire player group. From the first Earth player entering the Violet Empire's professional school to study, things quickly fermented. As a large number of Earth human forces entered the second world, the players who entered the professional school became the target of the Earth forces everywhere. They can see that the players who enter the professional school are more likely to go further in the future. Going further on the professional path means being able to bring more powerful forces to Earth in the future, which is very important. Therefore, all Earth players who are exposed and enter the professional school to study are immediately wooed by major Earth human forces. Dear, do you want to join us? As long as you join us, you will immediately be given a single-family villa, plus 10 million cash, and a monthly salary of at least 1 million cash, and a personal maid to take care of you. Hello, our XX Consortium welcomes you to join us. As long as you join our consortium, you will become a core member of our consortium, and you can mobilize more than 100 million in cash. In the future, you can even become a director, or even the head of our consortium. We are official personnel of the Rabbit Country. Because you joined the Violet Empire Academy, you have been noticed by other forces, some of which may have malicious intentions. I hope you can join us. You and your family will be more closely protected. Faced with the solicitation of the human forces on Earth, players soon chose to join one of the forces. They all exposed their situations, and they were obviously not the kind of people who would rather die than surrender. They would not refuse to gain a lot of benefits on Earth. But there are also players on Earth who dislike this situation. Now, not only will they not expose their situations, but they will also hide information as much as possible, and not let the outside world know. This is really a troublesome thing. There may be some dangers in the future. When they become strong, it will be much easier to obtain wealth on Earth, and they will also be able to resist threats. Of course, there are also players who see the power that the human forces on Earth can mobilize. Although they cannot exert much power in the game world for the time being, they can recruit players with the wealth of Earth. As long as the number of players is large enough, and they grow up in the game world, the forces on Earth will continue to grow in the game world. As humans on Earth, some people trust their compatriots more than NPCs. After all, the so-called NPCs are flesh and blood natives of other worlds with their own ideas. Who knows if they have any ill will towards Earth? Because of a series of events caused by the Violet Empire Academy, players often complain on the game forum. Why didn't I come to the Violet Empire? Why haven't I become a professional yet? Why can't I enter the professional academy to study? the Earthstar players only dare to say these words in places where NPCs can't reach them. If they are heard by NPCs, it is very likely to cause the NPCs' favorability to decrease, and they will not be able to get what they want. However, geniuses have geniuses' ways of playing, powerful forces have powerful players, and ordinary people have ordinary people's ways of playing. As one of the top 100 game anchors in the Rabbit Country, Hufei has an increasing number of viewers every time he broadcasts live. The people who watch Hufei's live broadcasts are mainly ordinary players. The game content explained by Hufei is the gameplay of ordinary players. Ordinary players know what to do next by watching Hufei's live broadcasts. This is limited to ordinary players in the Violet Empire. The changes of the players on Earth will not affect the divine of the realm of life. The divine pays attention to the players on Earth, but will not always pay attention to them. The same is true for Zhao Yi. After a while, Zhao Yi had an idea for the players on Earth. Let the players on Earth believe in him, connect with the power of faith, and understand Earth. This is what happened on Blue Star, and it was applied to Earth. The players on Blue Star returned to Blue Star, and Blue Star started to operate again, but the connection between the gods of the living realm and the human believers on Blue Star caused Blue Star to change rapidly. In just 1 year, various churches were built all over Blue Star, especially the churches of the Violet Empire Guardian God Church, which accounted for more than half of the total number. The patron saint of the Violet Empire is Zhao Yi, who is from Blue Star. In addition, Zhao Yi is the most powerful among all the gods, and has invested the most in Blue Star. The Violet Empire Patron Saint Church has developed rapidly on Blue Star. However, due to the previous confrontation between the Qin Kingdom player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the world of life, some countries supported other sects to fight against the Violet Empire Patron Saint Church, but some countries in the Anti-Qin Alliance camp also turned to Qin Kingdom. With the intervention of the gods, the speed of technological development on Blue Star has dropped sharply. In some areas, small-scale wars have increased for the sake of faith. Zhao Yi didn't have many ideas about the changes on Blue Star. As long as Qin Country didn't have any problems, it didn't matter to Zhao Yi whether the technological development was improved, suspended, or regressed. After all, Zhao Yi was now the god of the world of life, the god of eternal life. Compared with other gods, Zhao Yi was still good. Other gods had the idea of controlling Blue Star. Now Zhao Yi had ideas about Earth Star, and perhaps other gods had already had ideas and put them into action. It was just that it was not an easy task to make the players on Earth Star believe in the gods of the world of life. The Earthlings, like the Blue Starlings, either cannot generate faith in the gods of the living world in a short period of time, or cannot convert their faith in a short period of time. In fact, there is a way to quickly generate faith or convert faith, which is to connect the Earthlings players to the kingdom of God, face the gods directly, be infected by the gods, and quickly become the gods' fanatics. But no god has done this. Zhao Yi has not used this method to convert the indigenous strongmen into his fanatics. Other gods may have done it, and may even want to convert the Earthlings players, but they have been warned by the world consciousness. At least at this stage, the world consciousness will not allow the gods to do such illegal things to the players on Earth. It is impossible to directly convert the players on Earth into fanatics, so we can only do it slowly. Let the players on Earth feel the greatness of the gods step by step, and then let the players on Earth become believers of the gods. In this regard, Zhao Yi feels that he has more advantages than other gods, especially the doctrine of the Violet Empire Guardian God Church, which encourages people to be positive and optimistic, and it is very easy to win the favor of the players on Earth. It can be said that the speculation of a small number of people on Earth is correct, and the gods of the world of life do have ideas about Earth. People, believers, and the power of faith are what the gods care about most. Zhao Yi also has to participate in the competition among the gods. If he is weak, his side will be in danger. Chapter 365. On Earth, it has been just 10 days since the public beta of the Second World, and 50 days have passed in the game world. In just 10 days, the Second World has had a huge impact on Earth. If any listed company does not announce its entry into the Second World, its stock price will directly fall to the limit, which shows the influence of the Second World on Earth. All countries in the Earth Federation, major consortiums, and large and small companies have mobilized financial, material and human resources to enter the Second World, and the officials of various countries have even mobilized their troops to enter the game world. Not only that, all forces are stepping up efforts to promote Second World to allow more people from Earth to enter the game world. Second World is a real alien world disguised as a game. It is impossible to recharge real money to enter the game. If you want to get a lot of game currency, you can only buy it from players. The game currency produced by players is limited. Only when the number of players is large, the game currency obtained and accumulated will be more. The power of money in the world of life is not as great as on Earth. Some players on Earth have already come into contact with magic crystals, which are a higher level of professional trading currency than gold, silver, and copper. However, there are many precious treasures that cannot be bought with magic crystals, unless the premium is very high, so high that the people who hold the treasures are tempted. The power of money still plays a big role in the world of life, so a group of human forces on Earth are trying to gather game currency, and they can only choose to buy game currency from individual players. The vast majority of individual players are ordinary people, and most of them don't care about the future, but only care about the immediate interests. They sell game currency in exchange for real currency to improve their real life. There is nothing wrong with this approach, it is just a choice. The ultimate goal of the human forces on Earth, who have gathered game currency, is still strength and lifespan. Lifespan is the most important. This is the common pursuit of humans on Blue Star, Earth, and even humans in the world of life, and it will not change with the passage of time. 50 days have passed in the game world. The players on Earth have been exploring the game world, and have learned more and more about it. Soon, leaders of various countries on Earth sat together to hold the Earth Federation Conference. In fact, before the establishment of the Earth Federation, there were constant internal strife on Earth, and wars often occurred. With the increase in population and the continuous consumption of non-renewable resources, people of insight realized that if this continued, the human civilization on Earth would only go to destruction. First, the major countries sat together, reached a consensus, and established the Earth Federation together, and then small and medium-sized countries joined the Earth Federation one after another. The Earth Federation is a tight and loose national organization. After the establishment of the Earth Federation, there has been no war on Earth. Although there are still fights among countries, they are mainly non-war fights. Countries can use more power in one place, which has greatly improved the speed of technological development of human civilization on Earth, and finally entered the era of interstellar navigation. The Earth Federation has been looking for a life planet that can accommodate a large number of Earth humans. Before a life planet is found, a different world suddenly appears. All countries have set their sights on the second world. With the understanding of the game world, the officials of all countries can see the power of the world of life, and the Earth humans who enter the game world as players are too weak. The Earth humans need to unite to get more from the game world, which is why today's Earth Federation meeting is held. We Earthlings are not the first players in this game world. Before us, there was a group of players from Blue Star who came to the game world. The Blue Star players left one after another 60 years ago, leaving only a small number of Blue Star players who will stay in the game world forever. The most famous Blue Star player is a god named Zhao Yi. According to the information we have collected, Zhao Yi is the first god in the world of life and established the most powerful country in the world of life, the Violet Empire. Perhaps as a player, the Violet Empire is more friendly to us Earthlings. We should have a goal. Since some of the previous batch of players were able to become immortal gods and become the strongest in the game world, we are also players, and we also have 5-star talents and immortal bodies. We also have the opportunity to become immortal gods, so that we can gain more benefits from the game world. Intelligence shows that professionals need to cultivate to the legendary realm, and then absorb the power of faith to eventually become gods. The power of faith comes from people, or more precisely, from believers. We have so many people on Earth, and the power of faith generated can completely create more than 10 gods. We need to create gods. At the meeting of the Earth Federation, the God-making plan was born under the unanimous decision of the leaders of various countries. The God-making plan is a long-term plan. In the early stage, the officials of various countries selected talented Earth players and provided resources to allow these talented players to enter the legendary realm as soon as possible. The 10 players who entered the legendary realm first will embark on the path of faith and deification with the help of the Earth Federation. The players who entered the legendary realm later will serve as substitutes. Once any of the 10 players in front have problems, they will fill in according to the ranking. The Earthlings also have their pride. With advanced technology, the Earthlings believe that as long as a player reaches the legendary level, they can quickly gain a large number of believers. Note, the important intelligence or knowledge obtained by the Earthlings is mainly obtained from the professional schools of the Violet Empire, and is only relatively important. The truly important intelligence and knowledge are not accessible to the Earthlings players and students. The God-making plan is to allow the Earthlings to have more power in the game world, so that they can gain more benefits from the game world. The situation in the world of life is dominated by gods, and strength is the foundation. The top leaders of all countries in the Earth Federation can see this clearly. Without strength, they will only be pawns on the chessboard. In addition to the God-making plan, the Earth Federation meeting also stipulated that the Earth players can compete in an orderly manner, and they cannot fight to the death, and they cannot consume most of their strength in the internal fighting of the Earth players. In addition, while the Earth Federation invests most of its strength in the second world, the production, life and technological development of the Earth humans must continue, and they cannot abandon technological development and invest all of it in the second world. The second world came suddenly. If it disappears suddenly, the Earth humans will suffer a huge loss. So we cannot blindly invest all our strength into the second world. We must also allocate some strength to continue the original route of Earth human civilization. As long as there are no problems with both routes, Earth human civilization can continue to develop. The Earth Federation conference ended, and the Earth Federation countries held their own conferences. The God creation plan is very important to all countries. Gods, powerful beings standing at the top of the game world, have unlimited lifespans, can grant others eternal life, and have power that exceeds the most powerful weapons on Earth. With all the resources of the Earth Federation, 10 gods are created. It can be said that these 10 gods will be the controllers of the Earth Federation in the future. In the current Earth Federation, power is still the most important, but in the future Earth Federation, force is the most important. Just like the game world, the strong are respected. Although many people want to see the Earth Federation become like the game world, it is now impossible to stop it. For the sake of life, power, and interests, the Earth humans will continue to enter the game world. Soon, the news about the God-making plan gradually spread, and major financial groups with close official relations with various countries learned about the God-making plan at the first time. The God-making plan was circulated among the upper echelons of the Earth Federation, and it was almost impossible for the middle and lower echelons of the Earth Federation to know about it. It was directly blocked on the Earth Internet. The immortal gods, and the resource division behind them, are all valued by all forces on Earth. The importance of the second world to Earth's human civilization will only continue to increase, and the investment of all forces on Earth in the second world is also increasing. Before we knew it, the number of Earthlings who had entered the second world had exceeded 5 billion. The population of the natives of the living world is very large, 10 times the total population of Earthlings, nearly 150 billion. From the 10,000 in the internal test, which did not make any waves, to the 10 billion on the first day of the public test, which had some impact, to today's more than 5 billion, the number of Earthlings players alone has had an increasing impact on the living world. The biggest impact is the price of food in the living world. The Violet Empire is the country that produces the most grain in the world of life, and it is also the country that exports the most grain. There are also a large number of Earthstar players living in the Violet Empire, and even foreign Earthstar players continue to pour into the Violet Empire, causing the population of the Violet Empire's origin continent to increase by almost 1/20th in less than 2 months. However, the price of grain in the Violet Empire has hardly changed under the official leadership. Unlike the Violet Empire, the price of grain in most areas of the world of life has continued to rise due to the appearance of a large number of Earthstar players. A price increase of only 10% is considered low, and some areas have even increased by 100%. The nobles and merchants saw the benefits and didn't care about the lives of the lower-class civilians, which caused the grain prices to continue to rise, and the nobles and merchants gained a lot of profits. People always need to eat, and the Earthstar players also need to eat. When the grain prices rise, they have to buy. The lower-class civilians dare not object to the increase in grain prices. The Earthstar players have opinions, but those Earthstar players, who have 5-star talents and immortal bodies, but have not yet become professionals, do not have the power to fight against merchants and nobles. At this stage, there are only a few players on Earth who can become professionals. They don't have the power to change the order yet, so they can only accumulate strength silently. Xiao Yi and the gods of the living world don't know about the God-making plan of the Earth humans yet, and they won't care even if they know. The root of everything is strength after all. Too many strong people in the living world have died on the road of believing in the God-making. Even if it is the last step of believing in the God-making, opening the God-making ceremony with the strength of the perfect demigod realm, there is a greater chance of falling. After the God-conferring ceremony begins, the gods, enemy legends, and transformation realm masters will not miss this opportunity. The gods do not want more gods to appear in the realm of life, and the enemies do not want their enemies to become immortal gods. A dozen semi-gods in the perfect realm hold the God-conferring ceremony together to disperse the forces that hinder the God-conferring, but in the end, it is a lot if 1/3 of the masters succeed in God-conferring. As more and more gods appear in the realm of life, it becomes more and more difficult for latecomers to become gods. Even with the help of other gods, they cannot successfully become gods. The powerful demigod forces in the world of life are all like this. If it were a player from Earth, it would be very difficult to become a god from scratch. At least now, there is no possibility of a player from Earth becoming a god. Only with the passage of time, the overall strength of the players from Earth increases, and more legendary players appear in the future, will there be a possibility of becoming a god. That will happen at least 100 years later. The players from Earth all have 5-star talents, and the great country of Earth concentrates its resources on one person. Even so, it takes at least 100 years to grow from 0 to a legendary player. Some forces in the realm of life have the ability to cultivate geniuses to the legendary realm within 100 years, and the precious treasures consumed are not available to the players on Earth. Gods are immortal, and 100 years seems very short for them, but it has only been a short time for them to become gods, and they are not yet at the point where they can live a year as a day. The gods are too powerful, and the realm of life is their chessboard. Every move of the players on Earth cannot escape their attention. It can be imagined that once the players on Earth have the power to threaten the gods will definitely take action in advance to eliminate the disaster, and the world consciousness does not stop this. The current Earth players are seen by the gods as a force that can be used. The gods fight each other, and under the influence of the power of faith, most gods want to gain more believers and gather more power of faith. In the world of life, the competition between the gods is almost in a state of entanglement. Except for the violet god system, it is difficult for other gods to destroy another god. The sudden appearance of Earth players may become a force to change the situation. Just like the battle between the living camp and the undead camp in the world of life, the blue star players came, and the blue star players were used by the living strong to consume the power of the undead. The characteristic of blue star players is that they can quickly upgrade by destroying the undead, while the characteristics of Earth star players are 5-star talents and immortality. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. There is no doubt that Earth star players are also a force that can be used. When the strength of Earth star players increases, it will be able to effectively reduce the losses of the gods in the war. The Violet Empire is cultivating Earth star players, and other god forces are also cultivating Earth star players. The gods will not lag behind in this. Cultivate Earth star players, and develop believers from Earth star players. These things are left to the subordinates. The gods are high in the kingdom of God, and overlook the world. Chapter 366. Time flies, and it has been 1 year since the public beta of Second World. For such an important first anniversary for a game, for Second World, it is the same as in the past, with no special activities. The players on Earth have long been accustomed to it. Although for most players on Earth, Second World is too hardcore and difficult to play, more and more players on Earth have become professionals in the game world and have transferred 1% of their power to the real world, so that in the past year, players on Earth have continuously poured into Second World. Anyone on Earth who has the conditions will enter the Second World, either to develop in the game world, or to make money in the game world to improve real life, or to experience life in another world. Some countries on Earth will even subsidize money for families without conditions to buy gaming helmets, so that they can also enter the game world. In the game world, there are also significant changes in Earth players, such as more and more forces in the world of life recruiting Earth players, and more Earth players are hired to participate in the war. On the battlefield, the heroes from another world are terrifying creatures to the low-level native professionals. They are fearless, and will not hesitate to exchange 1 for 1. They are even willing to kill 10 0-level heroes from another world to kill 1 first-level native professional. The heroes from another world have immortal bodies, and can be resurrected after death, while the native professionals have only 1 life, and once they die, they are completely dead. If they are fanatics, they may ascend to the kingdom of God. Fanatics are very important to the gods, but not all fanatics will ascend to the kingdom of God after death. The only reason is that the souls of fanatics quickly dissipate or are broken up after death, and there is no time to be led into the kingdom of God. This situation is particularly common on the battlefield. The low-level native professionals are afraid of those brave warriors from another world who are not afraid of death. This situation causes the other side to start recruiting warriors from another world, and then 2 waves of warriors from another world fight each other. For this situation, the Earth players don't mind at all. This is not an internal fight. Killing the Earth players who belong to the enemy can also make money, which is enough. When the Earth players are still weak, they can only rely on the powerful forces of the various parties in the world of life. Only when the players on Earth become stronger will they have enough strength to form a powerful force and participate in the division of interests in the world of life. After a year, the top players on Earth have become second-level professionals, and the number of first-level players on Earth is in the hundreds of millions. All players on Earth have 5-star talents. If players on Earth with high comprehension do not care about the basics, they can become professionals in just a dozen days. It takes about half a year to go from a 0-level professional to a first-level professional, and it takes a year to go from a first-level professional to a second-level professional. Some Earth-star players are lucky and have a chance encounter, such as getting a drop of precious life essence, which quickly improves their realm. In this way, they become a second-level professional in 1 year. There are more than 10 billion Earth-star players who have entered the realm of life. With such a large number, there are always some very lucky people who can become second-level professionals in just 1 year. The strength of Earth-star players improves very quickly, but it is still far behind that of Blue-star players at the beginning. The Blue-star players at the beginning were able to quickly upgrade by destroying the undead, such as Zhao Yi himself, who was promoted to the second level in almost a month after entering the realm of life. The strength of the players on Earth-star is improving very fast, but it is still within the acceptable range of the strong people in the world of life. After all, the players on Earth-star all have 5-star talents. If they are trained by the major forces in the world of life, it will be no problem to enter the third level in a year. If the strength of the players on Earth-star improves at the same speed as the players on Blue-star, it will definitely cause the strong people in the world of life to be wary. After all, there is Zhao Yi among the players on Blue-star, the first semi-saint strongman, the first semi-god strongman, and the first god in the world of life. Zhao Yi has too many first titles. The speed at which the strength of the Earth-star players improves is within the acceptable range of the strong men in the world of life, so the Earth-star players are regarded as a usable force, and the Earth-star players have begun to play their role. However, as all forces have thrown the Earth-star players into the fight seems to have reached a new balance. Among the powerful forces in the world of life, only the Violet Empire has not thrown the Earth-star players into the fight. In the eyes of Earth players, the Violet Empire and the countries outside the Violet Empire are completely two different worlds. The civilization of the Violet Empire has reached the modern level, while most of the countries outside the Violet Empire are at the ancient level. In the Violet Empire, everyone can live a happy life with no worries about food and clothing, while in countries outside the Violet Empire, people often die of starvation and disease. The chaos in foreign countries corresponds to the peace in the Violet Empire. For a long time, the citizens of the Violet Empire have been accustomed to believing that there are only two countries in the world of life, the Violet Empire and foreign countries. Even the Earth-star players living in the Violet Empire gradually came to this idea. It has only been a year since the first batch of Earth-star players entered the realm of life. If the Earth-star players living in the Violet Empire are determined to climb the professional path, they are still students of the professional academy or professional school, and will not easily leave school early. They all want to learn more knowledge in school, and lay a solid foundation for future development. In order to lay a solid foundation, the time required for Earth-star players in the Violet Empire to become a 0-level professional, and to be promoted to a first-level professional is slower than that of foreign Earth-star players. However, the Earth players of the Violet Empire have been able to feel that after the first level, their strength improvement speed has been catching up with foreign Earth players. If you want to go further on the professional path, a solid foundation is very important. If you don't lay a solid foundation, you will only pay more in the future. In the game forum, some Earth players are often proud of being citizens of the Violet Empire. The strength, wealth, and peace of the Violet Empire, as well as the various tasks for Earth players to make money, are all things that the Earth players of the Violet Empire can brag about on the game forum, which also constantly attracts foreign Earth players to the Violet Empire. This situation has led to a continuous increase in the percentage of Earth players in the Violet Empire, and it has long been the country with the highest percentage of Earth players among the countries in the world of life. However, in the eyes of some upper-class people in the Earth Federation, the Violet Empire also has a shortcoming at this stage. That is, under the same profession and level, the combat effectiveness of Earth players in the Violet Empire is generally weaker than that of foreign Earth players. The reason for this shortcoming is very simple, that is, Earth players in the Violet Empire lack opportunities for actual combat. From entering the game world to now, more than 90% of Earth players in the Violet Empire may not have died once. There are no bandits in the Violet Empire. There are not many combat missions issued by the Adventurer Guild. The missions accepted by Earth-star players are mainly national construction missions that give points as rewards. It can be said that Earth-star players in the Violet Empire do not have many opportunities for actual combat, so it is normal that their combat effectiveness is weak. In foreign countries, Earthstar players are hired by indigenous forces, or take the initiative to participate in the fight in order to obtain money and training resources. They participate in more actual combat, and because they are immortal, they fight like they don't care about their lives, and their combat effectiveness increases accordingly. So the Earth players gave each of them a name. The Earth players in the Violet Empire are academic players, who focus on learning, while the Earth players in foreign countries are practical players, who focus on fighting. To a certain extent, fierce fighting can also be regarded as a kind of practice. In the battle, the energy is consumed intensively, and after the battle, the practice effect is greatly improved. The Earth players who study in the Professional Academy and Professional School of the Violet Empire don't care whether they are academic or combat players. They have long understood that the opportunity to learn is hard one. When you are weak, you need to be more stable and work hard to improve your strength. When you are strong, you can completely crush the enemy with force. The Earthstar players who entered the Professional Academy to study have already experienced the benefits of laying a solid foundation. Their levels belong to the first echelon among the Earthstar players, and some are even at the forefront. As time goes by, the top 10 of the Earthstar player level list may be occupied by Earthstar players from the Violet Empire, and the top 100 of the level list will also occupy most. Now their main task is to study. When they have learned enough, they will also have the opportunity to fight in actual combat. Earthstar players who are willing to fight can directly join the Violet Empire army. If graduates of the Professional Academy join the army, they can directly become junior officers. It can be said that the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire and the Earthstar players in foreign countries have already developed on two different paths, and the division between the academic school and the practical school is not wrong. However, the proportion of Earthstar players who can become academic school players and practical school players is actually very small, less than 1/10. In the Violet Empire, Earthstar players are the best group. No matter how old they are, as long as the village chief passes the inspection, they can get a letter of introduction to study at the Professional Academy. It's just that most of the older people are old in their hearts and have no intention of continuing to learn. They just experience life in the game world. In addition, the speed of time between Earth and the game world is also a disguised way to prolong life. The Earth players who are willing to become professionals are mostly young people, teenagers, and some middle-aged people who are willing to continue to struggle. This situation is the same in countries outside the Violet Empire, but most forces in the world of life have age requirements for recruiting Earth players, and generally recruit young people. Earth players who cannot become professionals are considered lower-class civilians even if they are immortal. It is difficult for them to live in countries outside the Violet Empire, and they will be oppressed and exploited by nobles and professionals. In the Violet Empire, Earth players who do not want to become professionals can even obtain fields and experience farming life in another world. Even if they do not farm, there are various jobs that can make money to support themselves. The wealth and peace of the Violet Empire have always attracted Earth players. A year has passed, and the gods of the living world have made great progress in the human beings of Earth. The gods have always wanted to extend their tentacles to Earth. They cannot infect the players of Earth personally, but they can make the players of Earth believe in them actively. The Earth Federation has come up with a god-making plan, which has led to increased investment in the second world by countries, major financial groups, and major families on Earth. However, the gods of the human beings of Earth are still too far away from them. There are too many old people on Earth who are in high positions, but have a short life. Even without the gods sending their men to contact them, they will take the initiative to contact the gods to gain power and more life. Gods can give power and life, and there is only one condition for gods, which is faith. For power and life, some people choose to believe in gods from other worlds. Maybe they are just shallow believers at first, but gods still give rewards. Under the blessing of gods, the Earthlings who are just shallow believers directly become first-level divine magicians. Returning to the Earthling body with 1% of power, I feel that the aging body is emitting a little vitality again. The stability that comes from being in a high position for a long time has long been lost. For them, who are not far from death, lifespan is the most important, followed by power. Seeing the power of the gods in the other world, in order to gain more lifespan, they choose to offer their faith. Soon some people become true believers, or even devout believers of the gods. Within a year, some people become fanatics, and at the same time, they receive more gifts from the gods, and become higher-level divine magicians. Because of these believers, the tentacles of the gods extend to the earth, and then the gods stop moving forward. The gods wanted to build churches on Earth and spread their faith like they did on Blue Star, but as soon as they made a move, the Earth Federation reacted. The Earth Federation did not dare to directly ban the church, as this would anger the gods of the other world. They did not know the power of the gods of the other world, but they knew that it was unimaginably powerful. The other world was a real world, and everyone was worried that one day in the future, the gods of the other world would come to Earth. The technological weapons of Earth were powerful, but no one thought that those technological weapons could stop the gods, let alone kill them. According to the information obtained by the Earth Federation, a legendary warrior in the other world can destroy a large city by himself. There is a transformation realm between legend and holiness. Perhaps a god can destroy a small country with one move. The holiness cannot use power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life, but it does not mean that it cannot use power beyond the legendary realm on Earth. Even if it only uses the power of the legendary realm, Earth will be in danger. The church cannot be abolished directly, but there are other ways to prevent the gods of the other world from spreading faith. In addition, we must find those Earthlings who have surrendered to the gods of the other world. In front of the world of life, Earth is too weak. Earth humans need time to develop, otherwise they will be slaughtered by the gods without any ability to fight back. Chapter 367. Compared to the actions of other gods against the humans on Earth, Zhao Yi's actions are slower and less radical. Other gods are natives of the world of life, only Zhao Yi is from Blue Star. So Zhao Yi understands the similarities and differences between Blue Star and Earth better, and the approach to Blue Star and Earth should also be different. More than 60 years ago, the gods' progress on Blue Star was very smooth. Just 1 year after the Blue Star players returned to Blue Star, churches of various sects blossomed all over Blue Star, and the number of believers of the gods on Blue Star increased sharply. This result is caused by the fact that the players from Blue Star came to the world of life, especially those who survived until the gods appeared, and they deeply understood the power of the gods. Such a powerful god can still connect with the believers on Blue Star after the players return to Blue Star, which makes the humans on Blue Star understand the power of the gods even more. The gods of the world of life are real gods, and the gods that the humans on Blue Star once believed in are all false. Under the continuous propaganda of the Blue Star humans, who have become believers in the world of life, more and more humans on Blue Star have faith in the gods of the world of life. Another reason is that Blue Star is not as united as Earth Star. The Earth Star Federation can unite the forces of Earth Star to come up with a god-making plan, but the human civilization of Blue Star cannot do it at all. Facing the relatively united Earth Star Federation, the Earth Star humans have only been in contact with the world of life for 1 year, only more than 2 months in real time. In such a short time, the Earth Star humans will not completely surrender. In the end, such a result will appear. The sects of the gods have developed so slowly on Earth Star that they are almost stagnant, and there are not many believers at all. Zhao Yi understood the situation on Earth to some extent, so his approach was different from that of other gods. He was not busy cultivating fanatics among the Earth humans, nor was he in a hurry to build churches on Earth to spread faith. He only subtly influenced the Earth players in the Violet Empire in the realm of life. The doctrine of the Violet Empire Guardian God Church was a doctrine that was enough to surprise the Earth players. This kind of uplifting doctrine did not exist on Earth at all, and in the realm of life, there was only the Violet Empire Guardian God Church. In the first month of Earth players entering the realm of life, the teachings of the Violet Empire Guardian Church caused a huge sensation in the game forum. What the hell are the teachings of the Violet Empire Guardian Church? Is this still a religion? You are worthy of being the first batch of heroes from another world. Don't stop me. I want to join the Violet Empire Guardian Church. Just based on this teaching, the Violet Empire Guardian Church has won my favor. If I earn enough game currency, I will definitely go to the Violet Empire to settle down. What a weird doctrine, but I like it. Maybe I will believe in this patron saint of the Violet Empire one day. Some Earth players choose to go to the Violet Empire because of the doctrine of the patron saint of the Violet Empire. Earth players take the initiative to become Zhao Yi's believers, and the speed is slower than other gods gaining Earth players' believers, but Zhao Yi doesn't care about this. For the Earth players who become true believers, Zhao Yi will bestow divine grace on them and make them divine magicians. Divine magicians are also professionals, and can bring 1% of their power back to the Earth body. This situation also caused quite a stir in the game forum, causing some Earth players, who were unwilling to learn professional knowledge, to try to believe in gods, and seek to become divine magicians. But most Earth players will be disappointed. Outside the Violet Empire, true believers cannot become divine magicians at all. In the eyes of other gods, ordinary Earth players become believers, just like most ordinary believers in the world of life, and their main role is to provide the power of faith. Ordinary believers must become fanatics before they can obtain the grace of God. In addition, it is not possible for earth players to become believers of the God of the realm of life or change their beliefs in a short period of time. In addition, the Earth Federation is vigilant against the God of the realm of life. Even if the Violet Empire Guardian God cult has not extended its tentacles to Earth, the Earth Federation's vigilance has not decreased at all. Zhao Yi ignored those and proceeded step by step according to the original plan. The most important step of this plan is to increase the influence of the Violet Empire and the Violet Empire Guardian God cult on Earth players, and finally gain the trust of Earth players. This step will take a long time, and Zhao Yi will only put less energy on Earth. Developing the Violet Empire and the Violet God system are Zhao Yi's main tasks, which require Zhao Yi to occupy more energy, but Zhao Yi will also divide some energy to accompany his woman. Other gods, under the influence of the power of faith, have ignored many things. They care more about believers and the power of faith. Many times, they will start wars at all costs to gain more population. Love, family, friendship, etc., the gods have already let go. But these emotions are very important to the gods of the Violet God system. A god who is high above and has no emotions, even if his lifespan is infinite, is not what they pursue. If Zhao Yi had not solved the influence of the power of faith on the gods, at least Joanna and Brittany would not want to become gods. In the endless void, the Violet God system is located here. The Violet God system is the largest god system in the world of life, consisting of a total of 5 gods, while other god systems have at most 2 gods. After all, there are relatively few gods in the world of life. There are only 23 gods so far, and the Violet God system alone accounts for more than 1/5 of the number. The gods of the 5 gods of the Violet God system are all gathered in one space, which is very unique. In the middle is Zhao Yi's kingdom, also called the Violet Main Kingdom. The kingdoms of the 4 gods, Shirer, Ignaz, Brittany, and Joanna, are located in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions of the Violet Main Kingdom, and the distance is very close. Demigods and semi-saints can fly directly from one kingdom to another, but legendary masters cannot do it. The void is too dangerous, and most legendary masters cannot set foot in it. Zhao Yi used his divine power to build 4 long bridges from the main kingdom to the 4 subordinate kingdoms, so as to facilitate the angels to travel between the main kingdom and the subordinate kingdoms. Compared with other gods, the 4 gods, Shirel, Ignaz, Brittany, and Joanna, are very relaxed. As Zhao Yi's subordinate gods, they don't need to consider spreading faith, guiding dead fanatics, and many other things that gods have to do. These things are done by Zhao Yi's god clones. The 4 subordinate gods can do whatever they want on weekdays. They are not affected by the power of faith, and often send their clones to the world of life. Although all things were done by Zhao Yi's god clone, Zhao Yi's god clone was relatively easy compared to other gods. With the 2 semi-artifacts, the Gate of the Kingdom of God and the Reincarnation Pool, and the transformation of a large number of angels, Zhao Yi only needed to tell the location of a fanatic to the angel when he felt that a fanatic was dead, and the angel would do everything else. The angel received the location, drove the Gate of the Kingdom of God to descend to the world of life, and led the soul of the fanatic to the Kingdom of God, obtained the body of the Holy Spirit in the Reincarnation Pool, and then allocated a place to live. It can be said that angels are the best subordinates of gods, and the best providers of faith power. However, the faith power required to transform an angel is too much, and it may take 500 years to get back the cost. The time to become a god is relatively short, so 500 years feels long. For immortal gods, time should be the least valuable. The more interesting thing is that Zhao Yi was the first to transform the soul of a dead fanatic into a Holy Spirit, and shape the Holy Spirit into an angel. Later, other gods actually followed Zhao Yi, and shaped their Holy Spirits into angels. Angels from different kingdoms of God are mainly distinguished by the color of their wings. For example, the wings of the angels from Zhao Yi's kingdom are purple gold, while the wings of the angels from other kingdoms are white, black, gray, etc. And the gods have shaped 6-winged angels with legendary strength. Whether it is a strong person in the transformation realm, or a sacred person of immortality, they cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life. Although angels spend most of their time in the kingdom of God, they can also be active in the world of life, and they are completely loyal to God, and will not have any thoughts of betrayal. Angels are the best tools for God. For such tools, they can be fully invested in the war in the world of life. Even if they are asked to carry out suicide attacks, angels will do it without hesitation. Other gods are also very demanding in the use of angels. Gods need more power of faith, So they require angels to pray wholeheartedly all day long, without any personal time at all. However, as the holy spirits of the gods, the angels will not resist at all. Instead, they believe that the orders of the gods are right, and they want to dedicate everything to the gods. In the 5 kingdoms of the violet god system, there is an environment like the mortal world, with cities, villages, lakes, rivers, farmlands, orchards, etc. The 5 gods of the violet god system have very few restrictions on the angels. The angels can do whatever they want, and live a happy life, that only existed in their imagination when they were in the mortal world. The other kingdoms of God are quiet, while the kingdom of the violet god system is full of laughter and joy. Zhao Yi has few restrictions on the angels, but when the angels were in the mortal world, they spent a long time praying every day. After ascending to the kingdom of God, they no longer need to sleep, and spend more time praying every day. If the real scenes in the kingdoms of God are placed in the world of life, I believe that more people will believe in Zhao Yi. If the devout believers and fanatics of other gods see these contents, they will definitely think that they are all false. Once the level of piety reaches the level of true believers, it is not easy to change faith, unless the god of faith dies, or the faith collapses, or the believer is under the threat of death. If it is a fanatic, it will directly die to show its determination, and there is only a very small possibility of changing faith. The life of the angels of the violet god system has a little bit of the breath of the mortal world, but it is still very different from the mortal world. The 5 gods are not even willing to watch the life of the angels, and are more willing to experience the life of the mortal world. Perhaps the young couple eating and drinking in a snack bar is Zhao Yi and Melissa in disguise. In the past year, Melissa has taken Zhao Yi shopping more often than before. The arrival of Earth players has brought some changes to the world of life. The most obvious changes are the food and clothing from Earth, which are also the industries that are most easily brought into the world of life. Perhaps some food raw materials on Earth are not available in the world of life, but the world of life is larger than Earth, with vast land and abundant resources, and substitutes can always be found. Even if the food tastes average, there will be gourmets who come to try it and taste the food of another world. The world of life is a different world for the people of Earth, and Earth is also a different world for the people of the world of life. The people of the world of life are also curious about the different world, provided that the people of the world of life can live a life without worries about food and clothing. If you don't have enough food and clothes, how can you pay attention to the things in the different world? The Violet Empire is the richest country in the world of life, so the food and beautiful clothes of Earth are mainly found in the Violet Empire. Not long after the players of Earth came to the world of life, some merchants of the Violet Empire paid attention to the players of Earth. The shrewdness of the merchants made them realize that exotic customs are a good opportunity to make money. So when the players from Earth leave the novice village and enter a city, they will see various recruitment information for players from Earth, such as chefs, fashion designers, and even historians. The history of Earth is a very good story for some people, and it can also make money. If players from Earth want to make money, they mainly accept recruitment. If they want to be their own boss, they can't do it in the early days of the world of life, because they have no money. In the past year, all kinds of food and clothing from Earth have been moved to the Violet Empire. Although compared with the huge food and clothing library of the Violet Empire, the food and clothing from Earth can only occupy a very small proportion, but the exotic style attracts people's attention. On Earth, the game world has become a topic of national concern. In the Violet Empire, Earth has also become a topic of national concern. Compared with the lower-class civilians in foreign countries, the lower-class civilians in the Violet Empire easily accept the appearance of Earth players. Even the lower-class civilians know that Earth players have 5-star talents and immortality. The talents of Earth players make the vast majority of citizens in the Violet Empire envious. Those who do not have professional talents envy them, those who have professional talents but are not high in talent envy them, and even those with high enough talents envy them. Immortality, this is a talent that all gods envy. The gods have studied the immortality of the players on Earth, and they all understand that immortality comes from the God of creation and life, world consciousness. Under the power of world consciousness, players on Earth can be resurrected continuously. In fact, the gods can also resurrect people, but the stronger the person, the greater the cost of resurrection, and the gods cannot resurrect themselves. Perhaps world consciousness can resurrect fallen gods. The people of the Violet Empire pay attention to the players on Earth. Under this kind of attention, the food and clothing from Earth will attract Chinese people to buy, which is a good opportunity to make money. A group of forces on Earth can only watch and have no money to participate in it. When they have money, the heat of exotic customs is long faded. Chapter 368. Earth players are constantly being recruited by various forces in the realm of life and thrown into the war. Relying on the rapid growth of 5-star talents and the powerful immortality talent, Earth players are growing rapidly and accumulating merits. In order to encourage Earth players to fight bravely, various forces in the realm of life have launched their own merit exchange system, which can be exchanged for various weapons and equipment, alchemy props, potions, cultivation resources, and even noble titles. It's just that the merit exchange system in the outside world is worse than the points mall of the Violet Empire Adventurer Guild, and it is even worse than the official merit exchange system of the Violet Empire. After all, the Violet Empire is too rich, and the Violet Empire can exchange items for official professionals and freelancers at a slightly lower value. The only advantage of the merit exchange system in the outside world is probably the noble title. The official merit exchange system of the Violet Empire also has noble titles, but the nobles of the Violet Empire are different from foreign nobles. The nobles of the Violet Empire have no fiefdoms, only noble salaries. The merit exchange system of various forces in the world of life deeply attracts the players on Earth to participate in the battle, and strive to kill one enemy after another. Even the armies of some countries on Earth have joined the war in the realm of life. Such an army will soon grow to a level that exceeds the ordinary army of a great power in the realm of life. The ordinary army of a great power is formed on the basis of first-level professionals, and the army of players on Earth can also reach this level, mainly because there are fewer second-level professionals as officers, and there are no third-level professionals. However, the players on Earth have immortal bodies, and are fearless in killing powerful enemies. If the number of casualties in the army of the living world exceeds 30%, the morale will collapse. The army of the Earthstar players can fight to the last man. When the Earthstar players obtain merits, they will immediately exchange them for weapons and equipment, alchemy props, potions, and other things to quickly increase their strength. However, there are also Earthstar players who save up merits, and some even set their sights on the title of nobility. The title of nobility is also the Lord. In countries outside the Violet Empire, basically all of them can obtain a fiefdom that matches the title. With a fiefdom, they can build an army belonging to the Lord in the fiefdom. The players on Earth had carefully learned about the experience of the players on Blue Star. At first, the players on Blue Star could choose their own professions, including Lord, Combat profession, and Life profession. The Lord was the most powerful profession, and could obtain more things. The strong players on Blue Star were basically born as lords. With the experience of the players on Blue Star, many players on Earth set their sights on the noble title, thinking of becoming a noble in the world of life and having their own fiefdom. In the Violet Empire, there was a small number of players who chose to leave the Violet Empire because the nobles in the Violet Empire had no fiefdom. Ambitious players on Earth think that they will first acquire a small territory and then develop and expand it. Sooner or later, the territory will become a country, or even a country larger than the largest country on Earth. You cannot be king on Earth, but in the world of life, as long as you have the strength, you can be an emperor who rules over hundreds of millions of people. A country cannot be built in one day. You need to develop from a small territory, recruit people, gain merits, upgrade your title, acquire a larger territory, and let the territory grow and expand. On September 7th, 162 of the Holy Calendar, nearly half a year after the players from Earth entered the realm of life, Kennard Hit, a player from the Eagle Country of Earth, was the first to accumulate enough merits and exchanged for a third-class Baron title from his country. The third-class Baron is the lowest level of the noble system in the realm of life. When the generals of the players from Blue Star first descended into the realm of life, they were directly awarded the third-class Baron title. The territory was 5 square kilometers in size, with a third-level village covering an area of 10,000 square meters. The territory needed to reach a population of 300 and obtain the second-class Baron title before it could be upgraded. Nowadays, when a player from Earthstar becomes a third-class Baron, the size of the fiefdom he obtains is not fixed. It may be only a few square kilometers, or more than 10 square kilometers. The residents in the fiefdom may be only dozens of households, or hundreds of households. As the first noble of the realm of life, Kennard did not care how many people there were in the territory. As long as the territory was large enough, it was fine. If there was a lack of population, he could fill it with players from Earthstar. Kennard did not need those stupid civilians at the bottom of the realm of life. Kennard was the first among the billions of Earthstar players to obtain the title of noble in the realm of life. Obviously, Kennard was not an ordinary person. The Hit family, from which Kennard was born, controlled the Hit Consortium, one of the top 10 consortiums in Eagle Country. After nearly a year and a half of development in the realm of life, the Hit Consortium has accumulated a lot of wealth, and there is no shortage of manpower. A large number of Hit Consortium employees are still employed by the Hit Consortium in the game world. Kennard continued to fight on the battlefield with his men to gain merits. The fiefdom was built by the Hit family. The Hit family even made a big fuss about Kennard becoming the first Earthstar player noble in the realm of life on the game forum, and in the real world. Number 1. Kennard Hit became the first Earthling to obtain a noble title in the game world. Kennard will develop his territory into a powerful country and eventually become an immortal god, just like Xiao Yi, a Blue Star player in the history of the game world. Kennard Hit is a third-class baron, the glory of the Earth Federation, and the glory of the Eagle Country. Under Kennard's leadership, the Earth Federation will eventually gain a firm foothold on Earth. Kennard Hit, the strongest Earth player. Seeing the Hit family's promotion of Kennard, although some Earthstar players disdained it and thought Kennard was just one step ahead, more Earthstar players were still affected by the promotion, and a large number of ordinary players wanted to join Kennard's territory. While promoting Kennard, the Hit family also released recruitment information, recruiting strong players with a lot of money, and soon strong individual players were attracted. Kennard Hit's leave lasted only 3 days. 3 days later, a Rabbit Country player obtained a noble title. After that, Earthstar players continued to obtain noble titles in various countries in the world of life. When hundreds or thousands of Earthstar players become nobles of the world of life, the title of nobility is no longer rare. As time goes by, even some individual players may obtain the title of nobility. However, it is difficult to develop a territory without a force to rely on. At this stage, the backgrounds of Earthstar players who become lords are not simple. They may be official forces of the Earthstar country, or financial forces, or powerful family forces. The lord does not need to have the talent to manage the territory himself. The forces to which the lord belongs will arrange personnel to build the territory well. The most important thing for the lord is strength, followed by merit. As the territories of Earth players were being built, more and more Earth players became members of the territories, and the territorial armies also began to be built. Most of the territories of Earth players did not even have a single native of the realm of life. As Earth players descended on the realm of life, the role of Earth players had already been highlighted in one war after another. The two armies had similar basic strengths. The former was composed of Earth players, and the latter was composed of natives of the realm of life. There was no doubt that the former was almost invincible. There won't be too much loss in the battles. People can be resurrected after death, mainly because of the loss of weapons, equipment, alchemy items, and potions. In addition, the resurrection level will drop after death, which takes some time to recover. In contrast, the morale of the indigenous army will collapse after some casualties. Facing the fearless Earth player army, perhaps a wave of attacks will be defeated. The Earth players can notice their own advantages, so the player lords will form an army composed of Earth players. Of course, there is also a very big disadvantage for Earthstar players now. That is, the time they have been in the world of life is too short. The strongest Earthstar players are only level 3 professionals. They are lucky to be able to enter the level 3. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 years for a 5-star talent to be promoted from 0 to a level 3 professional. Time. Earthstar players need time. Earthstar players outside the Violet Empire, referring to those who have become professionals, various activities. Earthstar players in the Violet Empire are still studying in the Professional Academy and Professional School. Even in the Professional Academy, students have to study for 3 years. Only qualified students can graduate from the Professional Academy after 3 years, and those who fail need to stay in school for another year. In the Professional Academy, there is no limit on the study time, but the graduation time is determined by the student's professional level. One thing that is better about the Professional Academy than the Professional Academy is that after reaching the first level, students have much more freedom and do not need to attend classes every day. Most of the Earthstar players in the Professional Academy and Professional Academy are still studying patiently, and their strength is constantly improving, which greatly increases their patience in learning. It's just 3 years of learning. 3 years in the game world, converted into real time, is only more than half a year, not long. Some people envy foreign Earth players who become nobles and get fiefs, but when they think about their own origins and what they get from the Violet Empire, their envy is reduced a lot. Some people envy the Lord players, but more people envy the Earth players who descended into the Violet Empire. Compared with the Earth players in the Violet Empire, it is really too difficult for them to become professionals. Most of the Earth players in the Violet Empire can enter the Professional Academy to study, and the Violet Empire also has a large number of tasks for Earth players to earn game currency. To this day, there are still people on the game forum saying that the Earth players in the Violet Empire have turned on the simple game mode, and their games are nightmare level. The proportion of Earth players who are willing to fight and kill is not large. More Earth players still like the peaceful life in the Violet Empire, but they have no money and are far away from the Violet Empire, so they can't go to the Violet Empire at all. As time passed slowly, the strength of the Earthstar players was growing rapidly. There were many lucky Earthstar players who became third-level professionals, and the Earthstar players with high comprehension entered the second level one after another. Regardless of the very few third-level players, as the number of second-level players increased rapidly, the power of the fourth calamity was emerging. In the army of a big country, the zero-level professionals were cannon fodder, the first-level professionals were ordinary soldiers, and the second-level professionals were elite soldiers or officers. If the second-level professionals gained enough merits, they could become the third-class baron at the bottom of the noble system, which showed the status of the second-level professionals. The Earthstar players, who have a little strength in the world of life, can do whatever they want according to their own personality. The Earthstar players with malicious intentions will also bully the lower-class civilians in the world of life. The Earthstar players with justice will also help those lower-class civilians in the world of life who are bullied. In most countries outside the Violet Empire, the lower-class civilians are the objects of oppression and exploitation by the nobles and professionals. If a professional injures a civilian, no one cares at all. If a civilian is killed, at most a small fine will be imposed. There are many righteous players on Earth. In previous virtual reality games, they would not change the situation of NPCs in the game because of their own feelings, because they know that those NPCs are just NPCs, a computer program, so they cannot put their emotions into it. In Second World, NPCs are real people with flesh and blood. After a long time in the world of life, the players on Earth have been constantly integrated into this world. When they see someone being bullied by others, the righteous players on Earth will stand up. It is possible that the Earthstar player who stood up is not a professional yet. It is possible that he did not dare to stand up when facing the same thing on Earthstar, but in the world of life, he has an immortal body. He bravely stood up, and would not regret it even if he was killed. Soon, some Earthstar players with justice in their hearts had power, and they had the power to change the evil they saw. There are nobles bullying civilians? Let's go up and teach this noble a lesson. If the noble dares to do it again, we will kill him directly. This kind of thing is obviously illegal. If you kill a noble, you will also lose your life. However, the Earthstar players have immortal bodies, so similar things will eventually be left unresolved. Also, because similar things have not happened too often, and the people killed are all minor nobles, the native nobles are not afraid of Earthstar players for the time being. Other players have asked, "You are an Earthstar player, they are NPCs, and there are no tasks. Why do you want to help those NPCs? It may even lead to your own death and demotion. Playing games is fun. I can't bear to see weak people being bullied in front of me. If I have the ability, I will help them. That's how I feel. Follow your heart and do what you want." Other countries in the world of life maintain their own order. The growing strength of the Earthstar players will gradually change the order of these countries. Only in the Violet Empire, the Earthstar players with justice in their hearts can't find the opportunity to help NPCs. The Earthstar players with malicious intentions will soon be caught or driven out of the Violet Empire if they want to do evil. Chapter 369. The Holy Land of the Dragon Clan, One Long Academy. Ever since the Earthstar players, who performed well in the Professional Academy, received letters of introduction to study at the Professional Academy, the Earthstar players quickly became the envy of most other native students in the One Long Academy. Like other professional academies in the Violet Empire, One Long Academy requires a minimum of 3-star talent to enter the Professional Academy. The population of the Violet Empire is so large, but the proportion of people with professional talent is almost the same as that in the outside world. On average, at least one person with 1 star or above talent can appear in at least 50 people, at least one person with 2-star talent can appear in at least 500 people, at least one person with 3-star talent can appear in at least 5,000 people, one person with 4-star talent can appear in 50,000 people, and one person with ordinary 5-star talent can appear in 500,000 people. It is difficult to find a saint-level talent higher than the 5-star talent among 100 million people. Although the 5-star talent has the potential to become a legendary strongman, talent alone is not enough. Comprehension, sufficient training resources, and more importantly, not to die halfway. A 3-star talent among more than 5,000 people is actually a genius, and a 5-star talent is a genius among geniuses. There are treasures that can change talents in the world of life, but they are rare and difficult for high-level professionals to obtain. Talent is hard to change, and talent represents one's potential, so people with low talent have always envied people with high talent. The Earthstar players, who entered Wanlong Academy to study, all had 5-star talent, which made some of the native students of Wanlong Academy envious and gave rise to the idea of why am I not a hero from another world. The native students were envious and jealous of the Earthstar players' talents, and some even resented them, but that was all. No one would make a move, as there were the rules of Wanlong Academy and the laws of the Violet Empire. As time goes by, although one side is a warrior from another world, and the other side is a native of the living world, both sides are the same people. The players from Earth gradually integrate into Wanlong Academy, and the native students continue to accept the players from Earth. First they are classmates, then they are friends. Some native students even feel the role of the warriors from another world with 5-star talents and immortal bodies, and take the initiative to make friends with them. The biggest feature of Wanlong Academy is the dragon. Anyone with the talent of the knight profession dreams of contracting a dragon as their partner, just because the dragon is powerful. This situation makes most of the newcomers with 3-star or higher talents detected every year enter Wanlong Academy, and only a small number go to Violet Academy. The knight professional players, who are lucky enough to go to the professional academy, all come to Wanlong Academy. Wanlong Academy has 2 major departments, Dragon Knight Academy and Dragon Warlock Academy. Most of the students enter the Dragon Knight Academy, while the Dragon Warlock Academy may not have a new student for several years. Therefore, the Dragon Warlock Academy is mainly researched by some Dragon Warlocks, studying new methods to reduce the probability of death and give birth to more Dragon Warlocks. The Earthstar players, who entered Wanlong Academy, mainly entered the Dragon Knight Academy, but some also entered the Dragon Warlock Academy. These Earthstar players are freshmen, and are also the subjects of research by the teachers. The Earthstar players, who have immortal bodies, are undoubtedly the best research subjects. The teachers did not conduct research on the Earthstar players, but used the methods they developed to make people become warlocks on the Earthstar players. In the past, the teachers could only conduct research on death row prisoners who voluntarily participated in the experiment. The probability of death was more than 999 per thousand, which shows how low the probability of making people become warlocks is, and the number of death row prisoners who voluntarily participated in the experiment was decreasing. The lack of experimental subjects has slowed down the research of the teachers. Now the arrival of the immortal players from Earth has greatly accelerated the research of the teachers. Using Earth players as experimental subjects, with the permission of the Violet Empire, the Earth players also need to volunteer to become experimental subjects. In a year and a half, many Earth players have become sub-dragon warlocks, and even dragon warlocks. You should know that the Dragon Warlock is a powerful profession of the diamond level, practicing both magic and martial arts, and has a lifespan that exceeds that of human professionals of the same level. While other players can only take ordinary jobs such as warrior, shooter, assassin, mage, and priest, there are players who take the powerful hidden job of Dragon Warlock. If it were known to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. However, Lu Xiangchen, a player from Rabbit Country on Earth, who became a Dragon Warlock, was an ordinary person on Earth. Lu Xiangchen was worried that if his knowledge of becoming a Dragon Warlock was spread, something bad would happen, so he asked his teacher to hide the fact that he became a Dragon Warlock and only told the outside world that he became a Sub-Dragon Warlock. If other players knew that he became a Sub-Dragon Warlock, he would not only fail to attract the attention of the Earthstar forces, but would be laughed at by some players. Normal dragons have 4-star or 5-star talents, and Dragon Warlocks have 4-star or 5-star talents if they change to professional talents. In fact, Earthstar players should feel that it is not cost-effective to become a Dragon Warlock with a 4-star talent. After all, Earthstar itself has a 5-star talent. If you become a Dragon Warlock with a 4-star talent, the limit is the king level, and it is difficult to be promoted to an epic strongman. However, Warlocks also have advantages. They can cultivate faster with less resources consumed, and there is almost no bottleneck. Most Warlocks have a longer lifespan than human professionals of the same level, etc. The Earthlings themselves have studied, and believe that it is impossible for all people to become legendary masters. Only a small number of players can eventually become legendary masters. In this case, it is possible to become a 4-star Dragon Warlock, but to become a Sub-Dragon Warlock, only a very small number of Sub-Dragons have 5-star talents, a small number of Sub-Dragons have 4-star talents, and most Sub-Dragons have 3-star talents or less. And the Sub-Dragons of the same level are far from being the opponents of the giant dragons, and the same is true for Sub-Dragon Warlocks and Dragon Warlocks. In the eyes of the outside world's earthly players, it is better not to become a warlock than a sub-dragon warlock. But the students of the Dragon Warlock Academy of Wanlong Academy don't care about this. They know the teacher's research. After becoming a sub-dragon warlock, there is a chance to become a dragon warlock. This is a new technology, the blood level is improved, and it is easier to be promoted from a sub-dragon warlock to a dragon warlock than to become a dragon warlock directly. At least now that he has become a sub-dragon warlock, his training speed has increased, and his strength is stronger than that of ordinary players and native professionals on Earth. In addition, as an experimental subject, Wanlong Academy also provides high subsidies and caring guidance from teachers. Lu Xiangchen, who has become a 5-star dragon warlock, was directly accepted as a disciple by a 7th-level dragon warlock. If Lu Xiangchen sells the things given by his teacher, he will definitely become the richest player on Earth. The wealth accumulated by some small and medium-sized forces on Earth in the world of life cannot catch up with Lu Xiangchen. The Earthstar players, who have become sub-dragon warlocks and dragon warlocks, have made a fortune quietly. They don't need to do tasks to make money, they just need to keep learning and improving their strength. Lu Xiangchen even feels that his level may enter the top 10 of the rankings in the future. Other Earthstar players, who have not yet become sub-dragon warlocks and dragon warlocks, can only hope that their luck will be better, and that the experiment will succeed soon and become a powerful warlock. Although there are still relatively few Earthstar players who have become sub-dragon warlocks and dragon warlocks, it is much better than the previous situation of the Dragon Warlock Academy. Some teachers of the Dragon Warlock Academy were in tears. When Aboriginal students enter the Dragon Warlock Academy, they usually study and become assistants to the teachers. When Earth players enter the Dragon Warlock Academy, they have to be experimental subjects. If the experiment succeeds, they will become Dragon Warlocks or Sub-Dragon Warlocks, and then study. At the Dragon Knight Academy, Aboriginal students and Earth players have the same experience. First they study, and then they look for giant dragons or sub-dragon partners while studying. The Dragon Holy Land, where the 10,000 Dragons Academy is located, is home to most of the giant dragons and sub-dragons in the world of life. Zhao Yi's real body is in charge of the Dragon Holy Land. With the power of a saint, he restrains all the giant dragons and sub-dragons in the Dragon Holy Land, so that they cannot attack the teachers and students of Wanlong Academy. However, if the teachers and students of Wanlong Academy provoke a giant dragon or sub-dragon first, the other party can fight back, and even seriously injure it, but cannot kill it. Students of the knight profession enter the Dragon Knight Academy of Wanlong Academy. First learn ordinary knight knowledge, and then there is an important course, the Dragon and Sub-Dragon Identification course, to learn to recognize the main giant dragons and sub-dragons in the Dragon Holy Land. After completing this course, students must determine the object they want to contract according to their own talents. For example, students with 5-star talents can contract with 5-star red dragons, blue dragons or gold dragons, etc. Students with 3-star talents can contract with deformed 3-star dragons, and more often sub-dragons with 3-star talents. All the players on Earth with 5-star talents chose to contract with 5-star dragons without hesitation for the first time. After determining the type of dragon, they first took a course that specifically explained this dragon, and gained a deep understanding of the habits of this dragon, laying the foundation for contracting a dragon partner. After finishing this course, the players from Earthstar started to take action. The teachers basically have residences of various 5-star dragon cubs. The players from Earthstar brought gifts to the teachers' homes, and tried their best to make friends with the 5-star dragon cubs they liked, and finally made the dragon cubs agree to sign a contract and fight together as their close partners. Dragons are all proud, and even dragon cubs cannot easily make the students of Wanlong Academy sign a contract. The players from Earthstar catered to their needs and persisted in their struggle, day after day, month after month. Some people couldn't hold on any longer and chose a less difficult goal, while others continued to hold on. Compared to the arrogant and few giant dragons, there are more sub-dragons, and students majoring in Dragon Knights at the Dragon Academy can always find a sub-dragon to sign a contract. Moreover, many sub-dragons are anxious to leave the Dragon Holy Land. In the Dragon Holy Land, the dragons are the masters. Although Zhao Yi is now the controller of the Dragon Holy Land, under Zhao Yi, the giant dragons are rampant in the Dragon Holy Land, and the sub-dragons are the objects of bullying. Most sub-dragons can tolerate it, but a small number of sub-dragons cannot, and would rather sign with humans than stay in the Dragon Holy Land. The number of dragons is not just a problem of small numbers. The number of dragon cubs suitable for students to sign is very rare. Almost every dragon cub is surrounded by dozens, or even hundreds of human lickers. This is still the case of level correspondence. 5-star dragons can only sign with 5-star talents, while 4-star dragons can sign with 5-star talents. Originally, there were a circle of students around the dragon cubs. As the Earth players came to the Dragon Academy, there were more humans around the dragon cubs. The students, who were competitors, used various means to see who could win the favor of the dragon cubs. Some Earth players were still persisting, while others who had given up were constantly making contracts with sub-dragons. The sub-dragon knight was not bad among the special professions. If the sub-dragon contracted had a 5-star talent, it would at least be a crystal-level special profession. Moreover, the knight profession is different from the warlock profession. The warlock profession is restricted by the bloodline level, but the knight is not restricted by the mount. If a sub-dragon knight appears, it will soon become famous and attract the Earth Star forces to win over. Time came to the last month of the 162nd year of the Holy Calendar, and the first dragon knight appeared among the players on Earth Star. The first dragon knight was called Ji Leu, who was born in a small country and had an upper-middle family. The dragon cub contracted by Ji Leu was a 4-star talent white dragon. Although the contract was only a 4-star talent white dragon, it was also a real dragon. The incident quickly fermented on the game forum and the Earth Internet, triggering heated discussions among the Earth humans. Someone actually became a dragon knight. Dragon knight is a very powerful hidden profession, but this is not a good thing for Jalayu or the country where Jalayu is. His country is too weak to defend Jalayu. Rumor has it that all the major countries in the Federation have taken action to compete for Jalayu, but it feels that the rabbit country will win in the end. After all, it is too close to the rabbit country, almost a neighboring country. It is said that the blue star player who became a god has changed his job to a dragon knight. His contracted dragon is a silver dragon, and now it has become a semi-saint who has surpassed the legendary realm. Is Ji Leu's contracted dragon male or female? Looking at Ji Leu's photo, he is a very handsome big boy. Maybe it is a female dragon attracted by Ji Leu's handsomeness. As the gossip on the internet said, after the news that Ji Leu contracted a 4-star talented white dragon to become a dragon knight came out, various forces on Earth took action and wanted to bring Ji Leu under their command. The officials of the small country where Ji Leu was located were even half a step slower. For the officials of the country, they hoped to keep Ji Leu and do their best to train Ji Leu, so that Ji Leu could rank in the top 10 and become a legendary strongman and a candidate for the god-making plan. However, the country's strength was too weak. If Ji Leu could not be kept, Ji Leu would be exchanged for as much benefit as possible from the big country. In the end, Ji Leu was taken under the command of the rabbit country officials. Ji Leu's country was too close to the rabbit country, and had always been the rabbit country's sphere of influence. For the future of the country, the rabbit country was the best choice, and Ji Leu did not mind becoming a member of the rabbit country, and even yearned for the rabbit country as the strongest country in the Federation. Chapter 370. In the eyes of Earth players, the combat professions in the second world are mainly warrior, shooter, assassin, mage, and priest. Swordsman, knight, shield warrior, lancer, shooter, assassin, fire mage, water mage, earth mage, wind mage, nature mage, and priest are all the 5 professions that are easier to get a job. Only one priest is a little special, and only Earth players with relatively pure hearts can get a job. Therefore, among Earth players, the priest profession is relatively rare among ordinary professions, but as the strongest auxiliary profession, priest players are very popular. The divine magician is recognized as the 6th major profession by the native professionals of the world of life. In the eyes of the players on Earth, at least at this stage, it is more difficult to get a job than a priest, and it is almost catching up with the relatively common special professions. The reason is that the divine magician needs to have faith in the gods of the world of life and reach the level of fanatics, so it is easier to become a divine magician. It has been less than 2 years since the players on Earth came to the world of life, and less than half a year in reality. In such a short period of time, there are still very few players on Earth who have faith in the gods of the world of life. There are ordinary professions and special professions. In most cases, special professions are more powerful than ordinary professions. It is easy to get a job in ordinary professions, but it is difficult to get a job in special professions. In the eyes of Earth players, special professions are hidden professions in some virtual reality games they have played. Earth players, who have become professionals, are pursuing special professions with strong job transfers, but outside the Violet Empire, it is not just difficult to transfer to special professions, but very difficult. It is relatively easy to transfer to special professions, which is also one of the reasons why the Violet Empire attracts Earth players. For example, Wonlong Academy has 2 relatively common special professions, the Sub-Dragon Knight, and the Sub-Dragon Warlock, and very rare diamond-level special professions such as the Dragon Knight and the Dragon Warlock. Whether it is the Dragon Knight or the Dragon Warlock, they are all special professions that are almost invincible at the same level, but the rarer the special profession, the more difficult it is to change jobs. In Wanlong Academy, Sub-Dragon Knights appear in large numbers, and it is considered good if a Dragon Knight can appear every year. The number of Sub-Dragon Warlocks has gradually increased because of the appearance of Earthstar players. Like Wanlong Academy, all major professional academies in the Violet Empire have special professions for students to work in, and the difficulty of employment is not great compared to ordinary special professions. Almost 100% of the students in Wanlong Academy are employed in special professions, and the worst case is 50% of the students in other professional academies are employed in special professions. It can be said that the opportunity for Earth players to enter the professional academy of the Violet Empire to obtain special professions is imminent, and there is a chance to obtain very rare and powerful special professions. There are also Earth players who switch to special professions in areas outside the Violet Empire, but compared with the number of Earth players who switch to special professions in the Violet Empire, it is less than 1/5. You should know that the territory of the Violet Empire occupies less than 1/30th of the area of the Origin continent, and the population of the Violet Empire accounts for less than 1/15th of the Origin continent. However, the proportion of Earthstar players who switch to special professions is the opposite. Special professions are very attractive to Earthstar players. Ordinary Earthstar players do not have the money to travel to the Violet Empire. Those Earthstar players who are supported by Earthstar forces have all gone to the Violet Empire, trying to find a way to enter the professional academy first, and then obtain the qualification to study in the professional academy. Unfortunately, they are still inferior to the Earth players who landed directly in the Violet Empire. To this day, there are still a lot of players on the game forum who envy those who landed directly in the Violet Empire. The importance of special professions is understood by all the Earth forces. While they send players who they think are outstanding to the Violet Empire, they also recruit Earth players who have transferred to special professions in the major professional academies in the Violet Empire. Ji Liu, who transferred to a 4-star Dragon Knight in the Wanlong Academy, is a very good example. All the major forces on Earth have tried to recruit Ji Liu. If Ji Liu did not accept the recruitment of other Earthstar forces, or did not accept the recruitment of the top Earthstar forces, Ji Liu might be kidnapped or even assassinated by some Earthstar forces. Ji Liu chose to accept the recruitment of the most powerful force on Earthstar, the Rabbit Country official. Ji Liu's safety was sufficiently guaranteed, and the benefits he would get on Earthstar would not be less. Now Ji Liu is one of the key training targets of the Rabbit Country official. The Rabbit Country official does not mind Ji Liu's small country origin, and hopes that Ji Liu can become one of the top 10 players on Earthstar who are promoted to legends, and become one of the 10 people in the God creation plan. Lu Xiangchen, who became a 5-star Dragon Magician, is more powerful than Ji Liu's 4-star Dragon Knight. He is also a citizen of Rabbit Country. If Lu Xiangchen tells the Rabbit Country officials about his profession, he will definitely be more valued by the Rabbit Country officials. However, Lu Xiangchen, who came from an ordinary family, is more cautious and is not willing to reveal his profession for the time being. Changing to a special profession is not only more powerful than ordinary professions, but also has other benefits. For example, Lu Xiangchen was accepted as a disciple by a 7th-level Dragon Magician. If a 7th-level professional leaks something through his fingers, it can kill a lower-level professional. The things the teacher gave Lu Xiangchen directly made Lu Xiangchen rich. In the major professional schools of the Violet Empire, all Earthstar players who changed to special professions that are relatively rare were accepted as apprentices by high-level professionals, and some were even accepted as apprentices by legendary strongmen. Of course, in most cases, the actual situation should be the other way around. The Earthstar players in the professional school were first spotted by the teacher, who was a high-level professional, accepted as apprentices, and then changed to special professions. There are only a few cases where players first switch to a special profession and then become apprentices. With a teacher who is a high-level professional, players on Earth will have a smoother career path. In Lu Xiangchen's opinion, his teacher is more important than joining a major force on Earth. The treasures of the world of life that the major forces on Earth cannot provide can be easily taken out by his teacher. Less than 2 years after players on Earth enter the world of life, when the highest level professional is the 3rd level, the various forces on Earth rely on the bottom level players to work and earn money. The accumulated wealth seems to be a lot, but the total is not as much as the wealth of a legendary strongman in the world of life, And the wealth accumulated by a major force on Earth is not as much as the wealth of Liu Xiangshan's teacher. Ji Liu, who studied at Wanlong Academy with Liu Xiangshan, was also accepted as a disciple by a high-level dragon knight, but his treatment was slightly worse than Liu Xiangshan's. This was also the difference between a 4-star dragon knight and a 5-star dragon warlock. The Earth-star players lived up to their 5-star talents. The Earth-star players with high comprehension became professionals in the fastest 10 days, without a good foundation. Without adventure, the fastest Earth-star players took another half a year to become first-level professionals, and another year to become second-level professionals. Now they challenged the third level. 2.5 years have passed since the Earth-star players came to the world of life, and more Earth-star players have become second-level professionals. In the professional academies across the Violet Empire, the Earth-star players will graduate in another half a year. The Violet Empire has begun preparations, hoping that more Earth-star players will be used by the Violet Empire. In the past, becoming an official professional attracted a large number of freelancers to become official professionals. Official professionals have generous benefits, especially the official merit system that is better than the Adventurer Guild Points Mall, which deeply attracts the attention of freelancers. The chance of death is extremely low for an official professional. As long as you are not killed in battle but seriously injured on duty, the official will even give you the top-level life medicine, the Water of Life, for treatment. The Water of Life is a treasure that can regenerate the broken limbs of professionals and restore their vitality. The chance of death is extremely low, and there are generous welfare benefits and merit system. A large number of freelancers who want a stable life are willing to become official professionals. However, in the early days of the founding of the Violet Empire, it was easier for freelancers to become official professionals. After that, it became increasingly difficult to become an official professional. Today, the Violet Empire has accumulated a large number of professionals with its huge population. Because the medical and health conditions in the Violet Empire are constantly improving, the average life expectancy of ordinary people has exceeded 70 years old, but the life expectancy of professionals is higher. Among the newborns, 1/50th of them have professional talents, and the actual professional group accounts for about 1/40th of the total population of the Violet Empire. There are more and more professionals. If the Violet Empire does not expand, the official positions for professionals are also limited, so it is becoming increasingly difficult for freelancers to become officials. But this was in the past, and those were all native professionals. Among the native professionals, 1-star talents accounted for the vast majority. For example, in the 6th year of the Holy Calendar, the total population of the Violet Empire was less than 500 million. In the professional talent test that year, only 17 5-star talents appeared. With the current population of the Violet Empire, it is difficult to detect 100 5-star talents in a year. 5-star talents have the potential to become legendary masters. Even if they cannot become legendary masters, they have a higher chance of becoming high-level professionals than 4-star talents. The 1-star talents, who make up the vast majority of the professional group, are a far cry from the 5-star talents. The official professional positions are limited, and it is increasingly difficult for 1-star talents to join the official. Now it is different. Now the official target is the Earth-star players. The Violet Empire has little prejudice against Earth-star players. Earth-star players are heroes from another world. The founding emperor of the Violet Empire, and the gods of the Violet Empire are also heroes from another world. Not only do all Earth-star players have 5-star talents, they also have the immortal body that even the gods want. Such Earth-star players can undoubtedly play a role far beyond that of 1-star talents, so the official Violet Empire is very willing to absorb Earth-star players. The Violet Empire army needs Earth-star players, and other places in the Violet Empire also need Earth-star players. In this case, there is still half a year before the graduation of Earth-star players in the professional academy. The Violet Empire has taken action to make Earth-star players become official professionals as much as possible. Soon, notice boards were set up in professional academies everywhere, and the notice boards wrote the benefits of becoming an official professional. Teachers are also taking action, talking to the Earth-star players one by one, either directly or indirectly, suggesting that they become official professionals. Whether they are individual players or players belonging to Earth-star forces, they can become official professionals. As long as the player completes his work and does not harm the interests of the Violet Empire, the Violet Empire will not care which Earth-star force the Earth-star player belongs to. Even some personnel of a certain Earth-star force can collectively join the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is strong enough. Not to mention Xiao Yi, even the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire do not think that all the Earth-star forces can develop to the level of the Violet Empire. Moreover, the Earthstar players are scattered throughout the origin continent and cannot be concentrated in one area. The high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire have an idea, and many Earthstar forces have the same idea, which is to join the Violet Empire system, contribute to the Violet Empire, and enhance their own strength. These Earthstar forces may have the idea of turning over and becoming the master in the future, but as long as the Violet Empire maintains its overwhelming strength, there is no need to worry about the Earthstar players rebelling. The Earthstar players, who do not rebel, are very useful tools. Not only the Violet Empire, but also outside the Violet Empire, a large number of Earthstar forces have joined their own personnel in batches to one or more indigenous forces, hoping to develop themselves with the help of indigenous forces. This is not a problem, and indigenous forces cannot train Earthstar players for nothing. Earthstar players must make sufficient contributions to obtain resources from indigenous forces. However, most indigenous forces treat Earthstar players differently from indigenous professionals in their own forces. They treat Earthstar players worse and regard them as cheap labor. The Violet Empire is different. The Violet Empire treats all its registered professionals equally, whether they are Earth players or native professionals. In terms of welfare benefits, the official professionals of the Violet Empire are better than the native professionals of external forces, and even better than the Earth players of external forces. Such a big gap should be able to attract a large number of Earth players to become official professionals of the Violet Empire. When the promotion of professional academies in various places began, it quickly attracted the attention of Earth player students in professional academies. In fact, there are a large number of Earthstar player students who are unwilling to become official professionals, mainly because they do not want to be constrained and prefer to become freelancers, freely choosing tasks to do in the Adventurer Guild. However, now that they have learned more about official professionals and their generous benefits, a large number of Earthstar player students have quickly changed their minds. There is no way the Violet Empire has given too much. Individual players are suitable to become official professionals, and members of Earthstar forces are also suitable to form groups to become official professionals. Chapter 371. It's over. I'm tempted. The Violet Empire has given me too much. I'm a worker on Earth, and I'm going to be a worker in the game world. However, with the official welfare benefits of the Violet Empire's professional staff, if I can exchange them all for Earth's wealth, I don't need to be a worker anymore. Although I can't become a millionaire all of a sudden, I'm almost entering the high-income group. At most, I can exchange 1/3 of the things for Earth's wealth. Life on Earth is important, but the development of the game world is more important. Maybe one day I can become a high-level professional. Becoming an official professional is somewhat unfree, but the benefits are too good. If I don't become an official professional, I will mainly accept tasks from the Adventurer Guild in the future. This is very free, but the income is unstable. It is better to become an official professional. I feel that becoming an official professional is very suitable for us individual players. From now on, the Violet Empire will be our backer. Whether it is the Earth or the game world, there is no bigger backer than the Violet Empire. We can be promoted in the Violet Empire system, and we may even have the opportunity to command thousands of troops in the future. Faced with the actions of the Violet Empire, the players on Earth, who were studying in the professional academies in various places, were all moved. If it was really just a virtual reality game, most players would definitely not want to be restricted everywhere, and want to play the game freely. The second world is a real alien world disguised as a real world. It is just a matter of exchanging the wealth of the game world for the wealth of Earth. What is more important is that the power in the game world can be reflected in the real body by 1%. In the real world, in order to live, most ordinary people want a stable job. Now it is the same in the game world. They need a stable job. The job of the official professional in the Violet Empire will be very stable and high-paying, which is attractive enough. This is a very good opportunity for the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire. The Earthstar players outside want it but cannot get it. There are even more Earthstar players who may become official professionals in the future. It will be much more difficult to become an official professional. The Earthstar players in the Violet Empire posted the benefits of official professionals on the game forum and the Earthstar internet, causing a strong response. What kind of luck do I have? Why didn't I come to the Violet Empire? Even if I can't enter the professional school to study, it is a very good thing to be an official professional. Compared with the players who came to the Violet Empire, my difficulty is simply a nightmare. I have to work hard for food every day, and I don't know when I can become a professional. I'm so envious. I really envy the players who landed directly in the Violet Empire. I don't know how many times I've envied them. It's true that birth determines everything. We are still struggling to survive, and the players of the Violet Empire are about to take off. Is there a poor travel team? Let's go to the Violet Empire together. If this continues, it will be difficult for me to become a professional. Only by going to the Violet Empire can I have a new beginning. The Violet Empire took action again, attracting players from the outside world to the Violet Empire. Even the various forces on the Earth held a meeting because of the welfare benefits of the official professionals of the Violet Empire. Since the Earth players entered the game world and had a preliminary understanding of the game world, there have been Earth players who have been thinking about one thing: why the Violet Empire is so different in the game world. The nobles of the Violet Empire do not have fiefs, while the nobles of most countries in the outside world have fiefs. The Violet Empire's approach is called centralization, which can better concentrate the country's power. The development level of the Violet Empire looks like the modern period of Earth, and the development level of most foreign countries looks like the ancient period of Earth. The Violet Empire is the most powerful and richest country in the game world. Everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, and there is no trace of beggars. In other countries, professionals can beat and scold civilians at will, but in the Violet Empire, such things will never happen. Even professionals and civilians can talk relatively equally. Even in the treatment of Earthstar players, the Violet Empire is very different from the outside world. In the end, the main reason why Earthstar players think that the Violet Empire is different from other countries in the game world is that the founding emperor of the Violet Empire is also a player. This player is not an Earth player, but a player from the technological civilization world. Under the leadership of this player, who has become a god, the Violet Empire today exists. It is precisely because of the leadership of a player that the Violet Empire can be so different, making the Violet Empire the most attractive country to Earth players among the many countries in the game world, far exceeding the second place. Earth players in the professional academies in various parts of the Violet Empire continue to make choices to become official professionals after graduation. After making the choice, they start to make the next choice. Become an official professional and accept official arrangements, but the official does not randomly assign positions, but also refers to the professional's own wishes. For example, if a professional likes to fight, he will be assigned to the army. If someone is a priest and does not want to join the army, he will be assigned to the hospital. If someone has ideas and talents for management positions, he will be assigned to management positions first. The Violet Empire will not assign a professional who is unwilling to fight to the army. After the position is assigned, there is also an internship period. If the internship period is not qualified, the position must be changed. Soon, 3 months passed, and when the first batch of Earthstar players were 3 months away from graduation, their graduation choice came: whether to choose to become an official professional or a freelancer. They still had 3 days to consider. After 3 days, at least 4/5 of the Earthstar players chose to become official professionals. The Earthstar players who wanted to become freelancers were put aside, and the Earthstar players who wanted to become official professionals were all issued a document, requiring the Earthstar players to write down their wishes in the document. Just like the college entrance examination on Blue Star, it is divided into the first choice, the second choice, and the third choice. Finally, the Earthstar player student signs his name, indicating that he agrees to accept the arrangement of the Violet Empire and become an official professional. After that, their teachers will put the Earthstar player students' test scores, daily performance, teacher evaluation, etc. into a file and submit the file to the official. For the arrangement of Earthstar player students, the most important thing is the strength level, followed by the choice, and finally the test scores, daily performance, teacher evaluation, etc., which are combined to arrange positions for Earthstar player students. The players from Earth, who are about to graduate from the professional academy here, have entered the final stage of study. While studying, they are waiting for the arrangement of the Violet Empire. On the other hand, all departments of the Violet Empire know that a group of heroes from another world are about to graduate. In a new court meeting, the ministers in charge of various departments have requested to arrange more heroes from another world to their departments. As the top leaders of the Violet Empire, the ministers are very clear that the newly arrived heroes from another world all have 5-star talents and immortal bodies. The department with more heroes from another world means that the strength of its department can grow faster than other departments. Of course, the competition is mainly between the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Police. The Army, Navy, and Air Force are the components of the Violet Empire Army. These 3 departments need heroes from other worlds the most to increase their strength and reduce the loss of personnel in the war. The Police Department is mainly responsible for the security within the Violet Empire and also needs heroes from other worlds. Other departments, such as the Ministry of Commerce, have little demand for Earth star player students who graduated from the professional academy. Army Minister Elliot, Your Majesty, I hope to get at least half of the heroes from other worlds. In the war, most casualties occurred in the army. I need heroes from other worlds, who are immortal to perform some tasks with a relatively high casualty rate. Refers only to players from Earth who want to join the army. The army of the Violet Empire must be greater than the Navy and Air Force combined, but Elliot only requires at least half of the heroes from another world, which Elliot thinks can be achieved with a high degree of certainty. If you ask for 2/3, or even more heroes from another world right away, you will have to fight 1 against 2 or even 1 against 3 in this court meeting, and you may not even get half of the heroes from another world in the end. Monica, the Minister of the Navy, Your Majesty, please give us more heroes from another world in the Navy. We have the Marine Corps in the Navy. If you could assign more heroes from another world to our Navy, the Navy can perform more important tasks. Air Force Minister Rodolph, Your Majesty, our Air Force also has airborne troops. The Navy can only operate in coastal areas, but our Air Force can participate in the war with the Army. Sure enough, facing a Ludo's choice, the Air Force directly competed with the Navy instead of competing with the Army. As for the Minister of Police, he watched Monica and Rodolph's competition speechlessly. He couldn't compete with them. The 3 armies divided most of the heroes from the other world, leaving only a small part for the police department. After all, with the public security in the Violet Empire, the arrival of a large number of heroes from the other world in recent years has not caused much damage to public security, and the police department has fought far less than the 3 armies. Moreover, the City Defense Army belongs to the Army, and can be mobilized to join the battle when necessary. In the end, Queen Alice made a decision that the Army would get half, and the Air Force, Navy, and Police would each get 1/6. The Minister of Police was very surprised to see that the Police Department, Air Force Department, and Navy Department received the same proportion, but soon, he was met with the eyes of Monica and Rodolfo. At the court meeting, the first batch of graduated heroes from another world were assigned to various departments, and then each department arranged positions for the heroes from another world assigned to their own departments. The accurate job arrangement was slower, and it was not until the first batch of heroes from another world were about to graduate that their arrangements were officially sent to various professional academies. It has been 3 years since the Earth players entered the realm of life. The first batch of Earth players, who entered the professional academies in various parts of the Violet Empire, will soon complete their 3-year study time and graduate. Although only more than half a year has passed in the real world, it is a real 3 years in the game world. 3 years of friendship between classmates and teachers. Some classmates have become good friends, and some male and female classmates have even become lovers. Many people are reluctant to leave the place where they have studied and lived for 3 years. At the graduation ceremony, the Dean of the Professional Academy gave a speech, and the content of their speeches was roughly the same. Although you are heroes from another world, but in the world of life, the Academy will always be your home. I hope that after leaving the Academy, you can contribute to our country like other graduates of the Academy, so that our country will become stronger and richer. Finally, 3 years of study and life are over. Graduates, who have become official professionals, have no holidays. They take their luggage and go to their workplaces by various means of transportation. Only a small number of graduates, who want to be freelancers, stay in the local area. Most of them have already set their goals, mostly going to larger cities, where there will be more development opportunities. The heroes from the other world from Earth officially enter the army of the Violet Empire. The Army, Air Force, Navy, and even the police department have no idea of breaking up the heroes from the other world and mixing them with the native professionals. At present, there are relatively few heroes from another world who have graduated, and even fewer heroes from another world who join the army and become police officers. Therefore, in the army, only the division-level troops will generally establish a Phoenix Company, and only the police department will be more dispersed and assign heroes from another world to small cities. When more heroes from another world join the army, all regiment-level troops will establish Phoenix Companies. Phoenix, a powerful monster that once appeared in the world of life, will be reborn from the ashes every time it dies. If there were not too few phoenixes, they could compete with the dragons for a position. The heroes from the other world on Earth are all immortal, so the name of Phoenix is really suitable for them. As the heroes from the other world joined the army, the Violet Empire began to prepare for a new war. War is the eternal theme of the world of life. There is rarely peace in the world of life, and most of the time, wars are constantly breaking out. The Violet Empire launched a war mainly to obtain more population and expand the living space for the citizens of the Violet Empire. At the same time, The Violet Empire has always had a very just slogan for launching wars, which is to eliminate oppression and exploitation and let everyone live a happy life. At least the citizens of the Violet Empire are very supportive of the country launching foreign wars. After conquering the enemy's land, it won't take long for the people on this land to integrate into the Violet Empire. The rapid change in life will also make them think that the Violet Empire is right to launch a war. As for other people's thoughts, it doesn't matter. Nothing can satisfy everyone. Chapter 372. As the most powerful country in the world of life, the Violet Empire has won every war since its founding, and the casualties in each war are relatively small. The Violet Empire is a divine power, and it is the most powerful among all the divine powers. Other divine powers will not fight against the Violet Empire alone. This situation has caused other divine powers to give up expanding to the areas around the Violet Empire, and regard at least 100 million square kilometers of land, including the Violet Empire's homeland, as the Violet Empire's sphere of influence. Only when the Violet Empire completely digests these lands will it border on the spheres of influence of other gods. If the Violet Empire continues to expand, it will have to go to war with other gods. It is expected that at that time, at least 2/3 of the area of the origin continent will be divided up by a group of gods. As the various gods border each other, the conflicts between the gods will increase suddenly. Not only will there be wars between the gods, but there will also be gods fighting against gods. This situation has never happened since the birth of the gods. The Violet Empire is mentally prepared for the battle with other divine forces. The Violet God system and the Violet Empire have the strength to defeat 2 or even 3 divine forces. There will be no war between divine forces for the time being, but even if it is an ordinary war, the Violet Empire needs enough time to prepare for the war. In the war, although the Violet Empire suffered relatively small casualties, it consumed a lot of military supplies. It can be said that it used money to kill the enemy to reduce its own casualties. As the richest country in the world of life, this approach is very suitable for the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire can support such a war, but the death of the personnel trained with great difficulty is a greater loss for the Violet Empire. Other countries are not so good. It is easy for a war to consume the country's wealth drastically. If you want to win a war, you can only fight with your life. Now the Violet Empire has another war preparation, which is the heroes from other worlds, who have just joined the army. It takes time for them to integrate into the army. After joining the army, they will first undergo a 3-month recruit training to allow them to initially integrate into the army, and then find some relatively simple tasks for them to perform so that they can further integrate into the army. Gradually, if you want to truly put the heroes of the other world into the war, it will take at least a year, which is enough time for the Violet Empire. Ding Yimin, a retired soldier from the Rabbit country, did not choose to become a security guard or other suitable professions for retired soldiers after retiring, but chose to be a professional gamer and make money by playing games. There is no direct connection between veterans and professional gamers, and there is no legal provision that veterans cannot become professional gamers. Every year, many veterans in the Earth Rabbit country become professional gamers, which is enough to show the importance of the game industry on Earth. It is definitely one of the pillar industries. However, Ding Yimin is not very good at playing virtual reality games. As a professional gamer, he can only barely support himself. Second World suddenly became popular on Earth, and Ding Yimin was naturally not qualified to become a beta player, but when the public beta was launched, Ding Yimin entered the game as soon as possible. The experience is more realistic than other virtual reality games, just like traveling to another world, which greatly improved Ding Yimin's talent for playing games. On June 5, 161 of the Holy Calendar, Ding Yimin left the novice village and went to the nearest city, becoming the first batch of otherworldly brave students in the professional academies across the Violet Empire. Because of his status as a veteran, Ding Yimin successfully became a shooter in the professional academy, and his teacher's evaluation was very good, and he almost got the opportunity to study in the professional academy. By the time he graduated on June 5, 164 of the Holy Calendar, Ding Yimin was already a second-level shooter. During the 3 years of study and life, Ding Yimin's strength in the game world continued to improve, and the wealth he gained in the game world also made Ding Yimin's life in the real world much better. At least his life was no longer miserable. The change in life made Ding Yimin a little ambitious. He wanted to become a strong man in the game world, and a rich man in the real world. Wealth, strength, and longevity all made Ding Yimin full of motivation. As a casual player, Ding Yimin, like most of his classmates, chose to become an official professional of the Violet Empire. As a retired soldier, Ding Yimin chose to join the army. The day after graduating from the professional academy, Ding Yimin took his luggage and took a magic aircraft to the designated city. Among the means of transportation in the Violet Empire, the teleportation array is the fastest, but the most expensive. The second is the magic aircraft, and the third is the magic train. The magic aircraft is faster than the magic train, and the price is also higher than the magic train, but it is still within Ding Yimin's affordability. At the designated location in the designated city, Ding Yimin met other Earth players, and they all joined the same army. Under the introduction of the NPC commander, Ding Yimin and other Earth players learned about the army's specific arrangements for them. There are a total of 120 heroes from other worlds joining our division. Since you are a separate group, it is not suitable to be dispersed, so you will be organized into a Phoenix company. Phoenix, a powerful monster in the legend of the world of life, will be reborn from the ashes every time it dies. Although your strength is still weak, the Empire has great expectations for you. We hope that you can make more contributions to the Empire. The more contributions you make, the more rewards you will get. The Empire will not treat you differently because of your identity as a brave warrior from another world. You will be treated equally. You will undergo a 3-month recruit training. For the time being, the commander, deputy commander, platoon leader, and deputy platoon leader of the Phoenix Company will be held by the instructors, and the squad leader and deputy squad leader will be held by the strongest among you. In the army, strength is the most important, followed by command ability. At the same time, as a member of the army, discipline is very important. If you do not obey the orders of your superiors and violate discipline, you will be expelled from the army at the least, and at the worst. The Earthstar players, including Ding Yimin, listen carefully to the explanation of the NPC leader. The Earthstar army is an army, and the Violet Empire army is also an army. Especially since the Violet Empire was founded by a Blue Star player, the Earthstar players are more or less familiar with the rules of the Violet Empire army and can accept them. Among the 120 heroes from another world, Ding Yimin is not the only veteran. There are not only veterans, but also active soldiers. Veterans and active soldiers account for more than 1/6 of the total number. Even if they are not veterans or active soldiers, they have already made psychological preparations before joining the army. The NPC leader briefly explained the rules, and asked again if anyone wanted to quit. Seeing that no one quit, he took them to the station prepared for the Phoenix Company, where the instructors were already in place. From the moment Ding Yimin and others stepped into the camp, the 3-month recruit training officially began. The first item of recruit training is to select the squad leader and deputy squad leader. The company leader and deputy platoon leader are both served by instructors. The squad leader and deputy squad leader must be selected from the heroes of the other world. They are just acting and need a period of probation. They can be promoted only if they are qualified. They may even be the future platoon leader and deputy platoon leader, or even the company leader and deputy company leader. Of course, it is also possible that students who graduated from professional schools will come to serve as company leaders and deputy company leaders. Among the 120 heroes from another world, the lowest level is level 1, and the highest is level 2. There are quite a few level 2 warriors, and all the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders can be level 2 professionals. Level 2 professionals, who want to be squad leaders, please step forward. At the command of the company commander, all the heroes from another world who have reached level 2 step forward. The squad leaders and deputy squad leaders may seem to be low-ranking positions, but compared to ordinary soldiers, they are already a very good start, and the welfare benefits of the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders are a little higher than those of ordinary soldiers. One step ahead, every step ahead, all the heroes from the other world who have reached the second level must compete, otherwise they will not choose to join the army. Because the number of second-level people exceeds the number of squad leaders and deputy squad leaders, a competition began. The swordsman class directly fights with swords, while the archer class competes in archery. Different professions have different competition methods, but the most important thing is that even if the heroes from the other world have immortal bodies, they should not be ruthless. Being ruthless to comrades is a taboo in the Violet Empire army. After a competition, Ding Yimin successfully became the squad leader of the first archer squad with his excellent archery skills, and the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders of other squads of the Phoenix Company were also selected one after another. The formal training is about to begin. The instructors first took out a large number of weapons and equipment and alchemy items from their storage items. These are the standard equipment of ordinary soldiers in the Violet Empire, all of which are black iron grade. The standard equipment of the Violet Empire army, the 0-level professionals use ordinary equipment, The first-level professionals use black iron grade equipment, the second-level professionals use bronze grade equipment, and the third-level professionals use silver grade equipment. There are also special forces, and all third-level professionals can use gold grade equipment. Although there are second-level professionals in the Phoenix Company, they are still in the training period for new recruits, so they all use the same black iron level equipment. Black iron level equipment, whether in the void trading field or in the market, the transaction price of a single piece is between 1 low-grade magic crystal and 10 low-grade magic crystals. In the Violet Empire, even the equipment for new recruits must be of medium quality. A set of new recruit equipment can be sold for at least 50 low-grade magic crystals in the outside world, but for the Violet Empire army, the purchase price is at least only 20 low-grade magic crystals. 1 low-grade magic crystal can be exchanged for 10 gold coins, but 15 gold coins are not enough to buy 1 low-grade magic crystal. In the realm of life, a copper coin can be sold for more than 100 federal dollars at its highest price, but now a copper coin can be sold for about $3. A set of recruit equipment is worth more than 6 million federal dollars. If it can be sold, it can make a family that only lives an ordinary life directly financially free and no longer need to work hard to make money. With such high-value equipment placed in front of the recruits, most of the heroes in the other worlds are excited and can't wait to get their own equipment immediately. Only a few people can look calmer after seeing these equipment. The recruits lined up, and the instructors distributed sets of equipment to the recruits. If the size of the weapons and equipment was not suitable, they could be exchanged. The recruits who received the equipment first put it on immediately. When a set of standard equipment was put on, the feeling of people immediately changed. This is one of the differences between freelancers and military professionals. Military professionals all have complete sets of equipment. Not to mention the attributes of the equipment, the appearance of the equipment alone gives people a different feeling: a majestic warrior, a mysterious wizard, and a holy priest. As for freelancers, most of them are low-level professionals with no money. Even if they want a complete set of equipment, they can't afford it. They are usually lucky to get a set of various scattered equipment. Most of them can't even get a set of scattered equipment, so they don't have to think about the appearance. When all 120 recruits put on new equipment and stood in line, a sense of momentum emerged. This momentum is still small. When they complete the recruit training and even go through the battlefield, they may become imposing and even murderous. After changing into equipment, the training officially began. As expected by some recruits, the first training item was Q training, which was the most familiar thing for active and retired soldiers. During the break, a player from Earth, who had become a soldier of the Violet Empire, posted on the game forum that the army had issued a complete set of black iron level equipment. The game forum can also post pictures and even videos, but the players from Earth, who have become soldiers of the Violet Empire, dare not do so. If they post it, it is equivalent to violating discipline. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. It was just a paragraph of text, and it didn't reveal any military secrets, so it was not important. Even the Violet Empire would arrange for some Earth players to say it on the game forum or even the Earth Internet to attract Earth players to the Violet Empire. Soon, the fact that the Violet Empire army gave the Earth players and soldiers black iron grade standard equipment had a huge impact on the game forum. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Can the Violet Empire be quiet? Isn't it just giving a set of black iron grade equipment to the players who join the army? Well, I'm envious again. I was hired by the NPC forces, and I was given an ordinary long sword when I went to the battlefield for the first time. Now the equipment on me is all exchanged for merits by fighting on the battlefield. The gap is really big. I feel that the reason why all players are given a set of black iron equipment is not because the Violet Empire is rich, but because the Violet Empire treats us Earth players equally. They also give a set of black iron equipment to NPC soldiers, but for players in other NPC forces, equipment can basically only be exchanged for merit. As expected of a country established by Blue Star players, I feel that the Violet Empire is really friendly to us Earth players. Other NPC forces are just taking advantage of us and giving us too little. If I hadn't had no money and signed a contract, I would really want to go to the Violet Empire. This is my fate. New discoveries about the Violet Empire have made the Violet Empire increasingly attractive to Earth players. Chapter 373. Among the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire, Ding Yimin is almost unknown, while Hu Fei is very famous, more famous than most Earthstar players who enter the professional academy. However, Ding Yimin has been in the second level for some time, while Hu Fei is still a long way from the second level. In fact, Hu Fei is more talented in playing games than Ding Yimin. After all, Hu Fei is one of the top 100 game anchors in Rabbit Country. Even in this real alien world, Hu Fei should play better than Ding Yimin. The reason for the difference between Ding Yimin and Hu Fei is that they made different choices. Ding Yimin is just an average professional gamer who can only make a living on Earth. After entering the game world, Ding Yimin studied hard and tried to improve his strength. He only exchanged a small part of the wealth he got from the game world for Earth currency to improve his real life. Ding Yimin's path is to improve his strength first, then make money. The stronger his strength, the more money he makes, and some people will even rush to give him money. Hu Fei is different. He makes money while improving his strength. The more money he makes, the more training resources he can buy, which makes him improve his strength faster. The disadvantage is that the speed of improving his strength in the early stage will be affected by making money. If Hu Fei spends most of his energy on improving his strength, he may have the opportunity to enter the professional school to study. Sometimes Hu Fei will regret it. As one of the top 100 game anchors in Rabbit Country, Hu Fei also makes money by live streaming in the game world, for the players on Earth and for NPCs. Live streaming for Earth players, making money is average, mainly to get attention. Second World suddenly appeared on Earth. No one knows whether there will be a day in the future when Second World suddenly disappears and Earth humans can no longer enter the game world. Hu Fei has always been worried about this. His main job is a game anchor. If Second World suddenly disappears, he will have to rely on this job to play other virtual reality games to make money, at least to ensure his popularity on Earth. In the early days of live streaming for Earthstar players, Hu Fei's live streaming content was to introduce the game world to Earthstar players and tell them how to play the game better as a novice player. When introducing the game world, Earthstar players really liked to learn about the Blue Star players who came to the game world before them. Hu Fei spent a lot of effort to collect a lot of information about Blue Star players and told them vividly during the live streaming. In this way, Hu Fei's live streaming quickly attracted a large number of Earthstar players to watch, especially the Earthstar players who came to the Violet Empire. After all, Hu Fei was in the Violet Empire, and the game content he talked about was mainly about the Violet Empire. When the price of game currency in exchange for real currency continued to drop, Hu Fei spent most of his wealth to buy game currency and a mobile phone that could be used for live broadcasting. With a mobile phone, Hu Fei could finally live broadcast to NPCs in the game world. In the entire game world, Hu Fei was one of the first few Earthstar players to live broadcast to NPCs. When an Earthstar player became a live broadcaster in the game world, he immediately attracted a large number of NPCs to watch. The live broadcast industry in the game world has been developing for decades, and the competition is also very fierce. As an Earthstar player, Hu Fei cannot compare with NPC live broadcasters in other aspects, but there is one place that NPC live broadcasters cannot compare with, that is Earthstar. The players on Earth like to learn about the game world, and the natives of the world of life also like to learn about Earth. So Hu Fei explains Earth, its history, culture, technology, and other aspects to the NPC audience during the live broadcast. Hu Fei's behavior is not a betrayal of Earth. The information that Hu Fei can learn is information that does not need to be kept secret. The gods of the world of life can easily learn this information through various channels, and even learn secret information that Hu Fei cannot know. The gods of the living world and even the top leaders of various countries know the situation on Earth, but the professionals below do not know the situation on Earth. They are very curious about this alien world, so they come to watch the live broadcast of players on Earth. When they are in a good mood, they will directly give generous rewards. You know, even in such a wealthy country as the Violet Empire, the lower-class civilians can live a happy life as they originally imagined, but it is very difficult to buy mobile phones and computers. Only upper-middle-income families in the Violet Empire can afford mobile phones or computers, and they can afford them, but may not necessarily buy them. It can be said that those who watch live broadcasts or even become anchors in the living world are relatively wealthy. Without money, they can't even afford mobile phones or computers. Rich viewers, even if it's just a small reward, at least 1 silver coin each time, if the mid-level professionals are happy, they will even reward low-grade magic crystals. Facing such a group of wealthy viewers, Hu Fei's wealth increased rapidly. With more wealth, he can buy more cultivation resources and improve his cultivation speed. However, because Hu Fei has to live broadcast, his energy is scattered and his strength cannot catch up with the Earthstar players in the professional academy. He is also a little behind the first echelon in the professional academy. Hu Fei is gradually reducing the number and time of live broadcasts, mainly reducing the live broadcasts for Earthstar players. Live broadcasts for NPCs make more and more money, and Hu Fei is also converting a small amount into Earth Star wealth. By then, even if Second World suddenly disappears, Hu Fei will have a lot of Earth Star wealth and become a rich man, and he doesn't plan to be a game anchor anymore. The importance of live broadcasts for Earth Star players is getting smaller and smaller. In order to have more time to practice and improve his strength, Hu Fei reduced his live broadcasts for Earth Star players. At the same time, because they saw that Hu Fei made a lot of money by live broadcasting for NPCs, more and more Earth Star player anchors became Hu Fei's peers in the living world and also wanted to live broadcast for NPCs. Faced with the increasing number of competitors, Hu Fei specially formed a team to better serve himself, improve the quality of live broadcasts, and by the way, the time for practice is also increasing. Hu Fei understood that wealth is important, but strength is more important. Wealth must continue to increase, and strength must also continue to increase. The body in the real world can obtain 1% of the power in the game world. When the strength of the players on Earth increases, and even one day they become legendary strongmen, the power they can show in the real world will be very great, and they will be able to be fearless of technological weapons. Perhaps at that time, chaos will occur on Earth. Without strength, how can they protect their wealth? In such a huge game world, there is only one Violet Empire that can keep its wealth without relying on strength. No one knows what changes will happen to Earth in the future. Hu Fei needs strength. Once he has wealth, he must constantly transform it into his own strength. Earth players are growing rapidly. As the most sacred of Earth players in the world of life, Zhao Yi is also paying attention to Earth players. Becoming an immortal sacred, there are not many things that can interest Zhao Yi. Before becoming a player on Earth, Zhao Yi's target was the one who was a great being in the hearts of the gods. He was the god of creation and life, and was also very likely the world consciousness. No god had ever seen him, but they could feel his presence. He became Zhao Yi's target. After becoming a god, Zhao Yi's saint body and god clone were constantly improving in strength. As long as his strength could continue to improve, he would get closer and closer to him. He was still a blur to Zhao Yi, so at least he had to see him more clearly first. He sent the Blue Star players to the Realm of Life, and he also sent the Earth Star players to the Realm of Life. Zhao Yi was curious. Why did he send humans from other worlds to the Realm of Life, and gave these heroes from other worlds different abilities? Why did he do this? What is the meaning of doing this? Zhao Yi didn't understand it yet. Maybe it was a matter of time, or maybe it was a matter of strength. In fact, there has always been an unsolved mystery in Zhao Yi's heart. We are all Blue Star players. Why can I directly see the contents of the card when I open the treasure chest? Through this magical ability, every time Zhao Yi opened a treasure chest, he could choose the best things in the treasure chest, or the things he needed most. When the Blue Star players came to the Realm of Life, Zhao Yi was just an individual player, without the help of relatives and friends, and fought alone. Other Blue Star players, especially the official forces of various countries in Blue Star, were able to quickly gather relatively large forces, and develop rapidly in the Realm of Life. At the beginning of entering the Realm of Life, the development of Zhao Yi's territory was not even in the first echelon. The gap between the individual player lord and the big player lord was too big. However, Zhao Yi relied on his special ability to get the best things from the treasure chest every time, which was something that even the European emperors among the Blue Star players could not do. With this special ability, Zhao Yi's territory developed rapidly, first entering the first echelon, then competing with the strongest Chongjin territory in Chen State for the first place, then consolidating the first place, and finally far away from the second place. Not counting Lin Mengyao, other players only entered the King Realm, while Zhao Yi had already completed the legend. Other Lord players can only get a princely territory or build a kingdom, but Zhao Yi directly creates an empire. The gap is so big, and it is all because of Zhao Yi's special ability. This ability is so special that Zhao Yi doesn't think it is his talent at all. Maybe it is related to the rules of the world. Becoming the sacred of the world of life, the rules of the world are still not something Zhao Yi can touch. Zhao Yi feels that except for the infinite lifespan, the others don't seem to be in line with the identity of the sacred. The sacred is just a stronger professional. The god of creation and life, or the world consciousness, is the real sacred. Zhao Yi didn't know if he was the only one who had acquired special abilities, or if other Blue Star players also had special abilities, but their abilities were not well developed and not highlighted. Among the Earth Star players, who have descended into the Realm of Life, have any of them also acquired special abilities? This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Yi pays attention to the Earth Star players. If there is one or several Earth Star players, whose strength increases much faster than other Earth Star players, there must be a secret. But just like Zhao Yi himself was hiding his strength at the beginning, Perhaps the Earthstar players will also hide their strength. The power of the sacred is very strong, but it cannot be omnipotent and omniscient. If there is really no Earthstar player with special abilities, Zhao Yi feels that he will not attack him, or quietly pay attention to him, or pull him into the Violet Empire. He is already an immortal sacred, and he can also make others immortal sacred. Zhao Yi will not be afraid of Earthstar players with special abilities. Zhao Yi's own strength is still growing rapidly. It is unknown how many years it will take for Earthstar players with special abilities to become sacred. By that time, Zhao Yi will have become even stronger. The only interesting thing is the immortality of the Earthstar players. Other gods want to obtain this ability, and Zhao Yi also wants to obtain it. The immortality of the Earthstar players also belongs to the world rules. No matter what, the Earthstar players are a very important force for the Violet Empire. There are not many things that Zhao Yi can pay attention to, and the Violet Empire is one of them. Even if you become an immortal god, competition still exists. The gods outside the Violet God system are deeply influenced by the power of faith. They may have become what the believers think, but their thirst for the power of faith will not decrease at all. They want to gain more believers, they want to gain more power of faith, and they also want to gain more powerful power. Only with more powerful power can they gain more power of faith. Relatively speaking, Zhao Yi still prefers peace. But Zhao Yi can only lead the peace of the Violet Empire, not the peace of the entire world of life. Other divine forces are constantly increasing their strength. If the Violet Empire does not increase its strength, or its strength growth rate is a little slower, the Violet Empire will become the target of other divine forces. Every 10 years, the Violet Empire would launch a foreign war to gain more land. The natural population growth rate of the Violet Empire has already slowed down. Even after a few hundred years, the land of the Violet Empire can bear the increasing population. If the land increases, the strength of the Violet Empire will grow faster, which is why the Violet Empire has a foreign war every 10 years. The Earthstar players with immortal bodies are a very useful force. They can play a role in the war of foreign expansion, but the real role is in the war between the gods. Compared with the war of external expansion between the strong and the weak, the battle between the gods is truly fierce. It is unknown how many people will be killed or injured. Introducing a large number of Earth players to join the war can effectively reduce casualties on one side. Perhaps in the future, there will be a situation where the outcome of a war will be decided by Earth players, and the side with more and stronger Earth players will win the war. The battle between the gods has not yet arrived. Now it depends on which side can attract more Earth players to join. At least in this regard, the Violet Empire has a very big advantage. The Violet Empire will not treat Earth players differently. Most countries and forces outside the Violet Empire will treat Earth players differently, and this situation cannot be changed in a short time. Chapter 374. In the Violet Empire, the first batch of Earthstar players, who graduated from the professional academy in various places. Most of the Earthstar players were attracted by the benefits of official professionals, and became official professionals, but there were also a small number of Earthstar players, who yearned for freedom, and did not want to be unconstrained and became freelancers. From the moment they graduated from the professional academy and became freelancers, they needed to pay off the tuition fees for studying at the professional academy in the next 10 years. The Earthstar players, who became official professionals, only needed to work for the Violet Empire for 10 years. After 10 years, they could choose to continue working for the Violet Empire or resign and become a freelancer. In this regard, the Violet Empire treats both the natives and the Earth players equally. The cost of studying in the professional academy for 3 years is unaffordable for ordinary families in the Violet Empire, and even middle-income families cannot afford it. Many Earth players, who yearn for freedom, choose to become official professionals because of the high cost of studying. Those Earth players who choose to become freelancers believe that they can pay back the tuition in the next 10 years. It is difficult for first-level professionals to pay back the tuition in 10 years. However, all the players on Earth have 5-star talents. It is not difficult for players on Earth who graduate from the professional academy to become second-level professionals. When they become second-level professionals, their earning ability will be improved, and it will be much easier to pay back their tuition. In the Violet Empire, freelancers who want to make money often choose the same path, registering as an adventurer in the Adventurers Guild, accepting tasks from the Adventurers Guild, doing tasks, and getting rewards after completing tasks. In the Adventurers Guild's task list, tasks from the official Violet Empire are the most popular, because official tasks will give points, and points can be exchanged for good things that cannot be bought from the outside world from the Adventurers Guild's Points Mall. The Points Mall is very popular among freelancers, so there is no shortage of people to do official tasks. Earth players who become freelancers will also accept official tasks. Compared with official professionals, they just work for the Violet Empire in a different way. Of course, this form of work is very free. If you feel tired, you can just take a few days off and continue working. To become an official professional, you must ask for leave first. In the realm of life, the two most famous task platforms are the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurer Guild. In addition to these two major task platforms, there are many small task platforms. These task platforms, like the Adventurer Guild, only cover the territory of one country at most. In the realm of life, the Mercenary Guild is the most widely covered task platform, and the number of registered mercenaries is far more than that of the Adventurer Guild, but the Adventurer Guild is still the most popular task platform because of the points mall. However, the Adventurer Guild has the official background of the Violet Empire, and it is difficult for a task platform with an official background to establish a branch in another country. The Mercenary Guild is a neutral force, so it can establish branches in various countries in the realm of life. There are also Mercenary Guild branches in the Violet Empire, and even in every city in the Violet Empire. With the emergence of the Adventurers Guild, there is no need for the government to suppress the Mercenary Guild. In fair competition, the Adventurers Guild quickly defeated the Mercenary Guild, making the Mercenary Guild branches only exist in large cities and above. Employers often think of the Mercenary Guild when they want to issue cross-border tasks, but all domestic tasks are in the Adventurers Guild. The Mercenary Guild also thought about building a redemption system similar to the Points Mall, but when it really took action, it was found that relying on the Mercenary Guild's own strength, it was even impossible to establish a redemption system that was only 1/10 of the value of the Points Mall. As a neutral force and a task platform, the Mercenary Guild has also accumulated some wealth, but the wealth of the Mercenary Guild is too far behind that of the Violet Empire. The Mercenary Guild had to give up the idea of competing with the Adventurer Guild. Fortunately, other task platforms were unable to establish a redemption system similar to the Points Mall. Outside the Violet Empire, the Mercenary Guild is still developing steadily. Now, with the arrival of Earthstar players, the development speed of the Mercenary Guild has increased a lot. Earth players who become freelancers in the Violet Empire choose the Adventurer Guild, while Earth players who become professionals outside the Violet Empire mostly choose the Mercenary Guild. As freelancers, Earth players outside the Violet Empire are very envious of the Earth players in the Violet Empire for having such a good task platform. Earth players in the Violet Empire only show off on game forums and the Earth Internet, and then concentrate on doing tasks. Earth players who like to fight alone do single-player tasks, or they can form groups to do team tasks. Some independent players with good relationships set up an adventure group. There are also ambitious independent players who recruit people to set up adventure groups. There are also adventure groups set up by forces on Earth. In fact, setting up an adventure group is to set up a force, such as a mercenary guild. In history, many mercenary groups have developed into top forces with legendary strongmen. In the eyes of many players on Earth, the adventure groups of the Adventurer Guild and the mercenary groups of the Mercenary Guild are similar to the guilds and gangs in other virtual reality games on Earth. The first choice for Earthstar players to establish power in the realm of life is to become a noble to obtain territory and develop power in their own territory, followed by establishing adventure groups and mercenary groups. Becoming an adventurer in the Adventurer Guild is the most popular choice for freelancers. There are other options, and the one that is second only to the Adventurer Guild in fame is sea exploration. The sea exploration is still widely circulated among Earthstar players in the Violet Empire because of Hufei's live broadcast. The ocean area of the realm of life is not inferior to the land area. In the vast ocean, a large amount of wealth is buried under the sea. Various magical material veins are easy to find on land and will be mined soon. In the ocean, the difficulty of discovery is greatly increased due to the barrier of seawater. After the end of the undead disaster, the danger of the ocean has greatly decreased. A great age of navigation has arrived. A large number of professionals drive ships into the ocean to search for treasures under the sea. The main force among them is the former Blue Star player lords. They rely on the alchemy ships opened from the treasure chest and recruit their former subordinates to obtain a lot of wealth from the ocean. Especially those Blue Star players who choose to stay in the world of life forever. Most of them live in the Violet Empire. They may be in Hufei's live broadcast room. Occasionally, a small reward is like winning a big prize for Hufei. It is precisely because Hufei knows the past of the number one brother that he learned about the information of the age of exploration, and then explained this history during the live broadcast to the players on Earth. The ocean of the world of life is too big, and it is very difficult to explore the seabed. Especially as time goes by, the strength of the creatures in the ocean continues to grow, and the danger increases. The development of the ocean by humans in the world of life has not yet been completed to 1/3, or even less. Even today, in the Violet Empire, there are always news about certain professionals finding a rare magical material vein in the ocean and making a fortune, which constantly attracts freelancers to go to the ocean. The first batch of Earth players graduated from the professional academy. Some Earth players, who became freelancers, have the idea of going out to explore the sea and want to make a fortune, and some ship owners have also set their sights on these Earth players. Faced with the increasingly dangerous ocean, Earth players with immortal bodies are very suitable for ocean exploration. The ocean is dangerous. It has even produced high-level aquatic monsters, but the number is relatively rare. However, there are more mid-level aquatic monsters. The highest level of Earth players is only level 3, and there are very few of them. It is easy for Earth players with such strength to encounter danger when they enter the ocean to explore. Although Earth players are immortal and can be resurrected after death, the resurrection place is in the church on land, not on the spot. Once you die in the ocean, after resurrection, in addition to the level drop, more importantly, all the weapons and equipment you carry are gone, which is the biggest loss. It can be said that if you want to explore the ocean, strength is the most important, followed by money. The role of money is reflected in many aspects. If you want to explore the ocean, you need a boat. An ordinary wooden boat can only fish at the seaside. If you want to go deep into the sea, you must have an alchemy boat, and the higher the level of the alchemy boat, the better. If you have an alchemy boat, but there are not enough members on board, you need to use money to make up for it, buy better weapons and equipment, alchemy props, and potions to increase the strength of the crew. If you want to explore the ocean, you need both strength and money. Exploring the ocean is about getting rich. If you don't have strength and money, you should not enter the ocean. There are forces on Earth who want to explore the ocean of the living world. After careful investigation, they find that they can gather some wealth, and even buy the worst alchemical ship. After buying the ship, they don't have much money. Weapons, equipment, and various supplies all require money, and the crew is not strong enough. Many Earth players have figured out that at this stage, the only way to explore the ocean is to accept the recruitment of NPC ship owners. Once there is a harvest on the ocean, the ship owner will make a fortune, and the crew will also make a small fortune. The Earth forces will order their players to accept the recruitment of NPC ship owners and explore the ocean. The purpose is not to make a fortune, but to learn the experience of exploring the ocean. When the strength and wealth of the Earth forces increase, they can explore the ocean themselves. In the coastal cities of the Violet Empire, some Earth players, who graduated from the professional academy, want to go out to sea for exploration, and some ship owners want to recruit Earth players with immortal bodies to go out to sea for exploration together. The two sides hit it off, and the Earth player joined the team to explore the ocean together. Although there were relatively few second-level professionals among the Earth players who joined the team, most of them were first-level professionals, and their strength was at the bottom of the team, but the immortality of the Earth players made the other team members have no objections. Once they encountered danger, they could let the Earth players leave the danger away, and at most they would give more money as compensation when they returned. It was also because there were more ship owners who wanted to recruit Earth players, and there were relatively few Earth players who chose to explore the ocean after graduation, so the ship owners actually competed for them and continuously improved the treatment of Earth players. This situation makes the salary of Earth players who want to explore the ocean several times higher than that of Earth players who become official professionals. Of course, it is only the salary that is high, and other aspects are incomparable. Going out to sea to explore is more than 10 times more dangerous than joining the Violet Empire army. It has been 3 years since Earth players descended on the world of life, and more Earth players have become professionals. A very small number of Earth players with good luck become third-level professionals, and Earth players with high comprehension and good luck become second-level professionals. Earth players who enter the Violet Empire Professional Academy to study or are recruited by other NPC forces generally become first-level professionals, and there are even more zero-level professionals. The focus of more Earth players who become professionals is on the largest number of zero-level professionals. Most of the zero-level professionals do not become professionals by acquiring knowledge from NPC forces, but Earth players acquire knowledge from NPC forces, and then let other Earth players learn and become professionals, with a transfer in the middle. For a wealthy country like the Violet Empire, knowledge about professionals is very expensive, and ordinary people cannot get much access to it. However, The Violet Empire conducts talent tests on all citizens, and anyone with a 1-star talent can free enter the professional academy to study. The relationship between professionals and civilians in the Violet Empire is relatively harmonious, but there is no need to spread the knowledge of professionals to ordinary people. Most countries in the world of life will not conduct talent tests on all citizens. Those with super talents will farm for their whole lives because their talents are not detected, and eventually die of old age and illness, or even starve to death. Most professionals in these countries think that they are superior to the lower-class civilians, and will not spread the knowledge of professionals to civilians. The situation on Earth is different from that of the Violet Empire and other countries in the world of life. In addition, with the support of the Earth Federation and other countries, the players on Earth who have become professionals have begun to impart professional knowledge to those who have not yet become professionals. The main channels for imparting knowledge are game forums, live broadcasts, and the Earth Internet on the system panel. Through these channels, more players on Earth have acquired professional knowledge, and eventually become professionals under the guidance of anchors, or through self-study. There are even anchors who do paid live broadcasts, and users must pay to watch the live broadcasts. There are also posts that need to be paid to view, etc. If you want to make the Earthstar players pay, you must have real skills and knowledge, and soon some Earthstar players stand out. Standing at the top of the paid live broadcast are a very small number of Earthstar players who have reached the 3rd level or come from the Violet Empire Professional Academy. The second is the Earthstar players who are currently studying or graduated from the Violet Empire Professional Academy and have reached the 2nd level. The students of the Violet Empire Professional Academy and the Professional Academy are the most famous academic players. They are good at learning, and some of them have a talent for teaching and educating people. These people stand out and earn some wealth through paid live broadcasts. Chapter 375. More and more Earth players have become professionals. Although their strength is still relatively poor, the rapid increase in strength brought by their numbers, immortality, and 5-star talents has made the influence of Earth players on the living world continue to increase. The two places where the biggest impact is produced are war, and a large number of Earth players begin to do things according to their own preferences. Earth players with a sense of justice will stand up and beat up nobles or professionals when they see them bullying civilians. In serious cases, they will even kill them directly. If the Earth players with a sense of justice are not strong enough, they can still rely on their immortality and friends to cause great trouble to the enemy. The malicious Earth players began to bring various destruction to the world of life. Because the Earth players have immortality, they can do whatever they want. The chaos brought by the Earth players to the world of life is constantly expanding and worsening. Only a few areas outside the Violet Empire can avoid this chaos. 3 years in the world of life, more than 7 months on Earth. The changes brought by players on Earth to the world of life are increasing, and the changes on Earth itself are also increasing. There are 3 main changes on Earth itself, namely the changes brought by a large amount of capital invested in the second world-related industries, the changes brought by the gods of the world of life extending their tentacles to Earth, and the changes brought by players on Earth bringing 1% of the power of the game world back to reality. A normal Earth without the appearance of second world should be the rapid development of virtual reality games and other entertainment industries, which makes most people on Earth indulge in various entertainments and reduce the consumption of resources. At the same time, Earth continues to develop technology, especially space navigation technology, and strives to find other planets suitable for Earth humans to live in the universe, expanding the living space of Earth humans. However, now, because of the emergence of the second world, Earth humans can obtain power and life through the second world, which is what all Earth humans want. Earth humans crave power and life, so various forces on Earth have invested countless funds in industries related to the second world. Although at the Earth Federation Conference, the Earth countries decided to continue technological development while investing in the second world, in the actual implementation process, the investment in technological development is constantly decreasing, and the speed of technological development is constantly declining. Once the daily second world game time comes, there are almost no people on the streets, and no one participates in other entertainment activities. Everyone enters the game world, leaving only a small number of people in the real world to continue to maintain the operation of society. With the help of those Earthlings who took the initiative to surrender to the gods of the realm of life, the tentacles of the gods of the realm of life have successfully extended to Earth. The gods want to build churches on Earth to spread their faith, develop believers, and gain more power of faith. The gods of the realm of life are real gods. The top leaders of the countries in the Earth Federation understand that once the gods of the realm of life widely spread their faith on Earth, and a large number of Earthlings become their believers, it will have a huge impact on Earth. With one order from the gods, their believers will change the situation in the Earth Federation. The countries of the Earth Federation wanted to stop the gods of the living world from spreading their faith on Earth, but they didn't dare to do it so directly. Through the second world, Earth and the living world have been closely connected. The high-level officials were very worried about angering the gods of the living world. They couldn't bear the anger of the gods. Even if they analyzed and guessed that the gods of the living world could not come to Earth, the power of the gods was unimaginable. In this case, the countries of the Earth Federation could only delay the spread of the gods of the living world on Earth, and didn't dare to completely block it. At the same time, the leaders of various countries also understand that when the two worlds come into contact, most of the Earth humans will enter the game world. They will not be developed into believers on Earth, but they are very likely to be developed into believers in the game world, which is not something that the leaders of various countries on Earth can stop. They can only hope that before more Earth humans become believers of the gods of the living world, the Earth humans have already possessed some power. Even if they cannot resist the gods of the living world, they must have greater autonomy. Compared with the threat brought by the gods, the power brought by the Earth humans from the game world to reality has a greater impact on Earth. The human civilization on Earth is a technological civilization that develops technology. The human civilization on the world of life is a supernatural civilization that develops supernatural powers. The human civilization on the world of life can also develop technology, but it is used to the convenience of supernatural powers, and supernatural powers can bring people strong power and more life. It is relatively slow in technological development, and more of it is the combination of supernatural powers and technology. The human civilization on Earth cannot develop supernatural powers, because Earth lacks something that can bring supernatural powers to humans, the magic element. It is because of the existence of magic elements that humans in the world of life can cultivate fighting spirit or mana to become professionals. Today, humans on Earth can bring 1% of their power from the game world, but Earth still has no magic elements, so humans on Earth cannot cultivate fighting spirit or mana on Earth. 1% of power is reflected in the physical fitness and soul of humans on Earth. The warrior profession mainly increases physical fitness and slightly enhances the soul. The mage profession mainly enhances the soul and slightly increases physical fitness. The strongest player on Earth is already a Tier 3 professional. With 1% of the strength of a Tier 3 warrior, his body is not strong enough to withstand a blow without breaking the skin, but he already has far more strength than the strongest strongman on Earth. With bare hands, he can easily beat 10 people. This is still considered normal. With 1% of the strength of a Tier 3 mage, it is magical. They can use mental power on Earth to achieve a kind of supernatural power imagined by the humans on Earth, telekinesis. Using mental power to control fine needles can easily kill people silently. As more and more Earth players become professionals, the number of public security incidents on Earth is increasing. If they are just ordinary people, without guns or knives, and if a conflict occurs, they can fight with fists and legs, it is difficult to cause serious injuries, let alone death. Now with 1% of the power from the game world, and without guns or knives, the consequences of fighting are serious, and the number of deaths is increasing. Especially when they feel that they have mastered the power, and are influenced by the game world, many people's personalities seem to have changed, and they become reckless in their actions on Earth. There are also people who were once cowardly, who, because they have gained power, have begun to retaliate against those who have bullied them. When the highest level of players on Earth is only level 3, the number of public security incidents on Earth has increased, but the overall situation can still be controlled. This is still the case when humans on Earth play games for 8 hours a day, and after the game, they spend a lot of time on game-related matters, leaving little time for going out. However, as the strength of players on Earth continues to increase, public security issues will become more and more serious. The top leaders of the countries on Earth even thought that if there were players on Earth who were not subject to official constraints from their countries, and became strong in the game world, and had strong power in the real world, such players on Earth would do something serious. In order to maintain peace on Earth, the countries on Earth can only do one thing, which is to increase their efforts in the game world, work hard to cultivate their own people, and at the same time accept talented people from the outside world. As long as their own strength is strong enough, no matter what happens in the future, they can minimize the impact as much as possible. In fact, the situation is more serious than the countries on Earth think. In the 3 years of the game world, players from Earth have flocked to the game world. What happened in 3 years has changed a large number of players on Earth. For example, ordinary people on Earth only want to take out a loan to buy a house, marry a wife with a normal appearance and figure, have a child, and live an ordinary life. But because of Second World, they gradually develop ambitions. Become a rich man? No, become a strong man in the game world and the real world. With power, beauty, money, and status, you can get whatever you want. As a player, Zhao Yi has become the idol of countless players on Earth. Zhao Yi is just an ordinary person on Blue Star, but he has built a powerful country in the world of life, and he has become an immortal god. Many ordinary players on Earth have Zhao Yi as their goal, and they also want to build a powerful country or force, and also want to become an immortal god. Ordinary people on Earth are like this, and those who already have some wealth or status will have great ambitions. Ambitious people, especially those with power, are the source of unrest. If an ambitious person has no power, he can only bury his ambition deeply, and will not have any impact on the outside world. But the Second World brings power to the people of Earth. Some high-level officials of various countries on Earth have fantasized that it would be great if the Second World did not appear, and Earth continued its original development trajectory, which is a visible and tangible trajectory. The arrival of the Second World brings too many unknowns, and no one knows what Earth will become in the future. The unknown is scary and frightening. Official forces, consortium forces, family forces, corporate forces, etc., all the forces on Earth that control a lot of wealth are developing rapidly in the game world. Wealth is the foundation for the rapid development of these Earth forces. They can use Earth wealth to obtain game currency from ordinary players, and they can use Earth wealth to recruit talented players who are standing out among hundreds of millions of Earth players. However, in addition to these forces, there is another force that is developing rapidly, that is, the online game guild. Since the emergence of online games on Earth, online game guilds have been born. The first online game guilds were formed because of the players' organizations such as guilds and gangs in online games. They formed friendships in a gang and agreed to enter the next game together to continue fighting. Online game guilds were born. Online game guilds that were formed just because of friendship are often difficult to last. Most online game guilds quickly disbanded before the second online game was finished. If you want an online game guild to have cohesion and last for a long time, money is the most important. Money can bring people who met through the internet together better than friendship. Before online game guilds entered the corporate era, money mainly came from guild presidents or other core members. Most of them were children of wealthy families, and some were wealthy people who started from scratch, but liked to play games. They could invest large sums of money in guilds, and guilds began to gradually become formalized. When virtual reality online games were born, the era of big online games arrived, and online game guilds took off. For example, the top 10 online game guilds in Rabbit Country have more than 100,000 registered members, hundreds or thousands of core members who receive salaries, thousands or even tens of thousands of fixed ordinary members, and the largest number of peripheral members, mainly recruited on the spot in each game. The influence of online game guilds on a virtual reality, as well as the fact that online game guilds can earn money in games, has led to the entry of capital into this industry, making online game guilds corporatized and more formal. After the emergence of the Second World, online game guilds of all sizes in the Earth Federation entered the Second World to fight. Because of their own fame, and the fact that most humans like to stick together, online game guilds that seem weaker than those official forces and consortium forces quickly gathered a large number of people. In terms of wealth, online game guilds are not as good as official forces and financial forces, but in terms of playing games, even if it is a real game, other forces are not as good as online game guilds. These situations make the development of online game guilds slower in the early stage. As the strength of guild members increases, the development speed of guilds accelerates, and even attracts the attention of financial forces, corporate forces, family forces, etc. Except for official forces, other forces have taken action, either acquiring or injecting capital into online game guilds that they are optimistic about, controlling online game guilds, and strengthening their own forces in the game world. However, there are also a large number of online game guilds that are unwilling to be controlled, and at most accept capital injection while retaining their autonomy. Regardless of the issue of control over online game guilds, after obtaining a large amount of funds, online game guilds are developing at a faster pace. The voices of major online game guilds on game forums and the Earthstar internet are getting louder and louder. They are constantly recruiting members and recruiting experts. However, while online game guilds are developing rapidly, their own shortcomings are also gradually magnified, affecting the development of online game guilds. The players from Earthstar come from Earthstar. Earthstar is the foundation of the players from Earthstar. If the players from Earthstar die in the game world, they can be resurrected. If they die on Earthstar, they are really dead. Compared with official forces, financial forces, etc., online game guilds are only good at playing games. The foundation of online game guilds on Earthstar is too weak. The online game guilds acquired by other forces are the best example. Even if it is impossible to acquire or control online game guilds, because of their good game playing, online game guilds will have players stand out from time to time. However, online game guilds cannot keep these talented players, and are poached by other forces on Earthstar. Online game guilds with weak foundations have no way to resist. Faced with this situation, many presidents of online game guilds made the same choice, using the chicken to lay eggs, and allow the online game guild to be acquired while retaining a certain amount of power. In the following time, they worked hard to improve their own strength. As long as they had strong strength, the online game guild would still be theirs, and they could also gain more. Chapter 376. Time continues to move forward. Every month, a group of heroes from other worlds graduate from the professional academies across the Violet Empire. Since the internal testing of the Second World, it has had a huge impact on Earth. By the time that the Second World was publicly tested, most of the people on Earth had entered the Second World in just over 2 months. More than 2 months on Earth is equivalent to 1 year in the realm of life, which means that in the first year, most of the players on Earth have descended into the realm of life. The Earthstar players who descended into the Violet Empire spent about a week in the novice village. As long as they passed the inspection, they could get a letter of introduction from the village chief and go to the professional academy in the city closest to the novice village. It can be said that most of the Earthstar players who descended into the Violet Empire who met the requirements entered the professional academy in the first year of their arrival in the world of life. The professional academy in various places counted the alien world heroes who enrolled within a month as a batch of students. When the time entered the 4th year of the Earthstar players' arrival in the world of life, a group of Earthstar players would graduate from the professional academy every month. Most of the Earthstar player graduates will become official professionals and work directly for the Violet Empire. A small number of Earthstar player graduates will become adventurers of the Adventurer Guild, accepting official missions issued by the Violet Empire and working indirectly for the Violet Empire. The various departments of the Violet Empire started to scramble for Earthstar player graduates. As batches of Earthstar players graduated from the professional academy, the intensity of the competition gradually decreased, and in the end everyone was able to discuss the allocation of Earthstar player graduates in a somewhat calm manner. Since the first batch of Earthstar players graduated and became official professionals, more clear official professional benefits have been spread on game forums and Earthstar Internet, and compared with the game life of unofficial professionals, a higher proportion of Earthstar players who graduated in the next batch have become official professionals. Although more and more Earthstar players have become official professionals, the various departments of the Violet Empire have no intention of abandoning Earthstar players. Especially the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Police Department, as the parts related to combat. Once there is a dangerous mission that will cause serious injuries or even death to personnel, the role of the immortal Earthstar players will be highlighted, which can effectively reduce the number of casualties on their side. The immortality of the Earthstar players is important, but the 5-star talent is actually more important. 2 choices. One is immortality plus 1-star talent, and the other is a single 5-star talent. If the native professionals are given a choice, most people will choose the 5-star talent. For the weak Earthstar players, having immortality is not of much use to the forces of the living realm, especially for those Earthstar players who have not yet become professionals. Even if dozens of them stand together, they are not enough to be killed by a 0-level warrior. The talent that can quickly improve strength, combined with the immortal body, the importance of Earthstar players will only grow. In each batch of Earthstar player students who graduated from the professional academy, about 1/10 of them reached the 2nd level, and the rest were all 1st level. In the case of indigenous students, most of them have 1-star talents, and only about 1/10 have 2-star talents. Those with 3-star talents were taken away by the major professional schools of the Violet Empire. Even for students with 2-star talents, it is very difficult to become a 1st-level professional in 3 years of study, let alone students with 1-star talents. Every year, students in professional academies around the country will repeat a year and still cannot become professionals, and are forced to leave the professional academy. Professionals with 1-star talent and 0-level strength are cannon fodder, whether in the Violet Empire or other countries in the world of life. Of course, the Violet Empire will not use soldiers with 0-level strength as cannon fodder, but mainly use them as city defense forces. In comparison, those who have just graduated are 1st-level strength and have 5-star talent, and their strength will increase rapidly. Which department in the Violet Empire does not want such professionals? There is another premise here, that is, the Violet Empire does not discriminate against Earth players, unlike most forces in the world of life, who mainly use Earth players in war. With Jiao Yi, the Violet Empire will never discriminate against Earth players, and can use them boldly and treat them equally. The only difference is that in dangerous missions, they should try to let the immortal Earth players go, and every time an Earth player dies, or is seriously injured, they will be given sufficient compensation. As an official professional, the Earthstar players are very happy to accept this dangerous mission with high compensation. After all, they can be resurrected after death. The only loss is that the level will drop every time they die, but the compensation given by the Violet Empire exceeds the loss of the death level drop. Earthstar players, who only study in the professional academy, are just ordinary training for the Violet Empire. After becoming an official professional, if they want to obtain more training resources, they have to fight for it on their own. Compared with these people, the very small number of Earthstar players are still studying in the major professional academies of the Violet Empire. They are the key training targets of the Violet Empire. They also have 5-star talents, but their comprehension is higher, and they stand out among the Earthstar players. The Violet Empire gave them the goal of becoming a legend, hoping that they could grow into legendary strongmen in the future and make more contributions to the Violet Empire. When the time entered 3.5 years after the Earthstar players came to the world of life, in addition to those Earthstar players who encountered opportunities and quickly became third-level professionals, gradually, there were Earthstar players with high comprehension who entered the third-level realm through step-by-step practice. In the entire world of life, more than half of the Earthstar players who were promoted to the third level through step-by-step practice were in the Violet Empire, or to be more precise, in the major professional academies of the Violet Empire. The characteristics of academic players are to learn more knowledge, consolidate the foundation, become a professional, and practice steadily. Today, academic players, mainly students and graduates of the Professional Academy of the Violet Empire, are rapidly showing their strength. This situation also makes the major forces on Earth more frantic to poach academic players, especially those Earth players who are still studying in the major professional academies of the Violet Empire. Once they transfer to a relatively powerful special profession, the Earth forces will offer at least $100 million federal dollars to poach them. The third-level professional is only one step away from the middle level. It is the basic composition of the elite troops of various countries in the world of life. In the ordinary troops based on the first-level professional, it can at least manage a force of hundreds of people. The third-level professional has made enough contributions, and can become a viscount in the noble system. In places outside the Violet Empire, they can obtain a fiefdom the size of a town. However, after the Earthstar players enter the third level, it will take a long time to become a fourth-level professional. With their 5-star talents, it takes at least 4 years. To this day, it has not been 4 years since the Earthstar players came to the world of life. In addition, due to the cultivation resources, all Earth players have 5-star talents, but the higher the level, the fewer Earth players can step on it. Earth players, who become official professionals of the Violet Empire, are luckier. At least the Violet Empire is the richest country in the world of life. The lower-class civilians can live a life without worries about food and clothing, and the income of professionals of the same level is also higher than that of professionals in the outside world. With the wealth of the Violet Empire and the importance of Earth players, the Violet Empire is still constantly attracting Earth players from the outside world to join the Violet Empire. Not all Earth players want to be professionals, and the proportion of Earth players willing to fight is even smaller. In the novice village of the Violet Empire, there are some Earth players with good intentions, but they have not received the letter of introduction from the village chief. Most of them are older Earth players, who are just ordinary people on Earth. They do not have the drive of young people. They enter the second world mainly to experience the real life in another world. In the end, many Earth player families composed of couples settled down in the novice village. Since they don't have much money and their status as Earthstar players prevents them from getting loans from banks in the Violet Empire, they can only rent houses in the village. According to the number of people and ages in a family, the village distributes land to them. If they work for other villagers to earn money, their salary will be directly raised to the normal level of the Violet Empire, which is several times higher than the salary of Earthstar players who have left the novice village to study at the professional academy. Everyone is from the same village, and the villagers do not discriminate against these Earth players who have settled down. Instead, they are very curious about the difference between Earth and the Violet Empire. This is because in the Violet Empire, the lower-class civilians in the Violet Empire live a rich life, have time for various entertainment activities, and have the leisure to learn about the situation on Earth and use it as an entertainment activity to pass the time. Some of the Earth players in the Violet Empire, who have not become professionals, have settled in villages and live a stable farming life. With the technological level of Earth, the urbanization level is very high. There are not many villages. Outside the city, there are mainly large and small farms, which produce crops on a large scale, mechanized, and intelligent basis, reduce costs, and supply various crops to people living in the city. Most humans can no longer farm by themselves, and at most they can grow flowers on the balcony at home. Now in the game world, they can experience the fun of farming. However, more players from Earth go to settle in the city, and it is easy to find a job with a salary slightly lower than the normal level of the Violet Empire. Even if the salary is slightly lower than the normal level, it can not only meet the needs of living in the game world, but also exchange some game currency for real currency to improve real life. Because of the motivation generated by making money, a large number of Earth players are not satisfied with working in the real world, and continue to work in the game world. They are still good. It is not easy for Earth players, who have not become professionals in areas outside the Violet Empire, to find a job that can make some money. There are also a large number of people who can only maintain the level of not starving to death. There are also Earth players who are very unhappy in the world of life and no longer enter the world of life. The main reason why the Violet Empire attracts Earth players is to attract those who have become professionals or want to become professionals. With the current population of the Violet Empire, there is no shortage of civilians, but there is a shortage of professionals, and even more so, professionals above the 0 level. 0 level professionals can make more contributions to the Violet Empire than civilians, but compared with first level professionals, 0 level professionals are much worse. As long as the Earth players have the idea of becoming professionals, with the 5-star talents of the Earth players, even if their comprehension is low and they cannot become mid-level professionals, it is still relatively easy to become a first-level professional, and they can become a second-level professional with hard work. The Violet Empire expands outward every 10 years, acquiring large tracts of land for the Violet Empire. The reason for the expansion every 10 years is that it takes 10 years to completely digest the newly occupied land. It takes time to integrate the people living on the newly occupied land into the Violet Empire, and it also takes time to build on the newly occupied land. Nowadays, there are a large number of Earthstar player professionals in the Violet Empire. Whether they become official professionals or freelancers, they all serve the Violet Empire. A new war is coming soon, and there are so many more professionals available in the Violet Empire. The time it takes for the Violet Empire to digest the newly occupied land will be greatly shortened. In the future, the Violet Empire can even launch a large-scale foreign war every 5 years, or even every 3 years, and there is no need to worry about not being able to digest the newly occupied land in just a few years. The only thing to worry about is that other forces in the world of life will compete with the Violet Empire for Earthstar players. Earthstar players are obviously a very useful force. The Violet Empire itself is rich and powerful, and the Violet Empire is friendly to Earthstar players. All aspects make the Violet Empire the most attractive country in the world of life for Earthstar players. At present, the forces in the realm of life mainly use Earth players in wars, and treat them differently, as if they were cheap tools. When the Earth players of the Violet Empire play a greater role, it is expected that the forces in the realm of life will gradually change their attitude towards Earth players. Even if the nobles and native professionals below still have the idea of treating them differently, they have to change under the suppression of the gods. And the forces in the realm of life will prevent the Earth players within their sphere of influence from leaving and working for other forces. Therefore, the current Violet Empire is trying to attract Earth players as much as possible, and now is probably the last chance. Those gods are deeply influenced by the power of faith, but their cognition of things cannot change. The gods stand in the kingdom of God and overlook the world of life, and they understand all kinds of things. For example, when the Earth players just came to the world of life, the gods paid attention to the Earth players and studied them. Knowing that the Earth players have immortal bodies, they immediately thought that the Earth players can play a huge role in the war, so the gods first absorbed the Earth players. It won't be long before the war between the gods will break out. Chapter 377. In the central area of the eastern region of the Origin continent, there is a country called the Ithaca Empire, which was founded by the Ithaca family, and has been established for more than 2,000 years. The Ithaca Empire today has a demigod and 2 legendary masters in charge, and is considered a relatively powerful force in the world of life. However, having a demigod in charge did not bring any sense of completeness to the Ithaca Empire. If it was in the world of life more than 100 years ago, when there were no gods in the world of life, the demigods and the half-saints were the strongest. The Ithaca Empire with demigods in charge would be one of the most powerful forces in the world of life. In the current world of life, the most powerful forces are those with gods in charge. Forces with only a demigod in charge, and so few legendary combat power cannot resist the gods at all. Even if the forces below the gods unite, it is useless. The non-god forces are being swallowed up by the gods. The Ithaca Empire is also afraid of a god force, which is the strongest among all the god forces, that is, the Violet Empire. Originally, the Violet Empire was on the easternmost side of the eastern region of the Origin continent, and the Ithaca Empire was in the central area of the eastern region. There were other countries blocking the two countries, but as the Violet Empire continued to expand, it has bordered the Ithaca Empire, bordering a powerful Violet Empire, and this powerful divine power expands every 10 years, taking more land and population under its control. How can the Ithaca Empire's top leaders not be afraid, especially looking at the current situation in the Violet Empire? A new expansion war seems to be coming, and the Ithaca Empire's top leaders have become more afraid, feeling that this time it will be the Ithaca Empire's turn. The Ithaca Empire is about to perish. Since the Violet Empire launched a foreign war every 10 years, the Ithaca Empire has felt a huge threat from the Violet Empire. The Ithaca Empire's top leaders have tried every possible way to prevent the Ithaca Empire from being destroyed by the Violet Empire. For this reason, the leaders of the Ithaca Empire even wanted to introduce other gods, and even let other gods spread their faith in their own country, and also wanted to use the power of other gods to stop the Violet Empire. The leaders of the Ithaca Empire believed that the believers and faith power that were so important to the gods would definitely attract other gods to help the Ithaca Empire resist the Violet Empire. However, when the Ithaca Empire took action, the legendary strongmen went to each god force to seek help, but they were all ruthlessly rejected. No god force wanted to intervene in the Ithaca Empire. No matter how much the Ithaca Empire paid, it was rejected. Then the Ithaca Empire received a piece of news that made the Ithaca Empire's top leaders collapse. Hundreds of millions of square kilometers of land, including the Ithaca Empire, were identified as the sphere of influence of the Violet Empire, and other divine forces would not intervene. Each divine force had a corresponding sphere of influence, and the divine forces had already divided the entire Origin continent. No wonder the gods did not have any heartbeats when facing the Ithaca Empire's hundreds of millions of people, which had already been divided into the Violet Empire. The Ithaca Empire was just a fish meat that could be slaughtered at will, and their opinions were useless, and there was not much resistance. Yes, facing the powerful Violet Empire, the Ithaca Empire has no resistance at all. Today, the Ithaca Empire has only one demigod and two legendary masters, and the demigods cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the realm of life, which is equivalent to the Ithaca Empire having only 3 legendary forces. The most powerful Violet Empire in the realm of life can easily send out dozens of legendary masters, and the Violet Guardian can even send out angels with legendary combat power. In terms of top-level combat power, how can the Ithaca Empire fight against the Violet Empire? The top-level combat power decides the outcome, and the battles below are not important at all. Moreover, in the battles below the legendary level, the Ithaca Empire is far from being the opponent of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is the most powerful country in the world of life, and the Ithaca Empire is now only a country of lower middle strength in the world of life. The gap is dozens or even hundreds of times. With such a big gap, the high-level officials of the Ithaca Empire have long lost the desire to fight the Violet Empire. Since they knew that no other gods would help the Ithaca Empire, most of the Ithaca Empire's high-level officials have already given up. Before the Ithaca Empire was destroyed by the Violet Empire, they, quietly, gained as much wealth as possible, and before the Ithaca Empire was destroyed, they looked for a powerful force to join, and even settled in the Violet Empire. But there are still people working hard. As the royal family of the Ithaca Empire is the home of the Ithaca family, and it is also the foundation of the Ithaca family. If the Ithaca Empire is gone, the demigods of the Ithaca Empire will fall immediately, and the Ithaca family will suffer a heavy blow. Over the years, the Ithaca family and the nobles loyal to the Ithaca family have been working hard. They hope that the demigods of their country can become real gods. Only by becoming real gods can they have some chance to stop the Violet Empire. Even if they become gods, they are not absolutely sure to resist the Violet Empire. If they succeed, the Ithaca Empire only has one god, while the Violet Empire has 5 gods behind it. How many gods are there in the realm of life? After so many years, the demigods of the Ithaca Empire have entered the 4th stage, not far from the perfect demigod realm, but the army of the Violet Empire will soon arrive. More importantly, it is unimaginable that the perfect demigods want to be deified. On the day of deification, they will inevitably be blocked by other gods. No matter what, the Ithaca family is still making the last effort, or the last struggle. Rumors have already spread among the people of the Ithaca Empire. The Violet Empire is coming, we will become citizens of the Violet Empire, and we will soon live a good life. Hold on a little longer, I heard that the civilians of the Violet Empire can live a life without worries about food and clothing, and we will never have to go hungry again. Damn nobles, damn Ithaca Empire, and the gods who don't bless us at all go to hell. Originally, the lower-class civilians of the Ithaca Empire worked hard every day to support their families, and had no time to pay attention to the outside world. However, the nobles of the Ithaca Empire oppressed the lower-class civilians too harshly. They wanted to accumulate more wealth before the fall of the Ithaca Empire. If they lost their territory, it would be difficult for them to make more money. The oppression of the lower-class civilians by the nobles even affected the spread of the faith in the patron saint of the Ithaca Empire. A large number of lower-class civilians gave up their faith, and even turned around to curse the god because the god did not protect them. This situation largely slowed down the progress of the patron saint of the Ithaca Empire. In addition, the Violet Empire wanted to spread the news of the Violet Empire in the Ithaca Empire, especially among the people, as they wanted to make the people of this land not resist the Violet Empire after occupying the Ithaca Empire. On the one hand, there was the oppression and exploitation of the nobles, and on the other hand, there was the happy life of the Violet Empire. The lower-class civilians of the Ithaca Empire quickly made the right choice, and welcomed the Violet Empire. The lower-class civilians of the Ithaca Empire did not care about any country, they only cared about their own lives, and wanted to be well-fed and clothed. The lower-class civilians welcomed the arrival of the Violet Empire, and even some professionals hope that the Violet Empire will rule this land. Not all professionals like to bully the lower-class civilians. Some professionals want a stable life. At least professionals in the Violet Empire make more money. For those professionals who do not want to be ruled by the Violet Empire, the Violet Empire mainly promotes its own strength and severe punishment for evil professionals, hoping to make them leave the Ithaca Empire as soon as possible. The Earthstar players who landed in the Ithaca Empire gradually learned about the Ithaca Empire's situation. Some Earthstar players couldn't wait for the Violet Empire to attack the Ithaca Empire, and set off early on the road to the Violet Empire, thinking of joining the Violet Empire as soon as possible, instead of struggling to survive in the game world. Some Earthstar players still stayed in the Ithaca Empire. Although the Ithaca Empire and the Violet Empire are neighboring countries, the land area of the Ithaca Empire is not small. Without a little strength, you can't think of traveling a long distance to quickly enter the Violet Empire. Some Earthstar players, who have already made some progress in the Ithaca Empire, are reluctant to give up their accumulated wealth, and continue to stay in the Ithaca Empire, waiting for the arrival of the Violet Empire to bring changes to this land. A war is about to break out. The Ithaca Empire knows that the Violet Empire is going to attack, and the Violet Empire knows that the war is coming. For a country that must win every battle, the lower-class civilians do not care about their country launching a war. The victory of the war has little to do with them, and they will not get any benefits. On the contrary, if the war is lost, the place where you live may be invaded by the enemy, and the family may be destroyed. However, the Violet Empire is different. Before and after each war, it will be publicized through various channels such as radio, newspapers, and the internet. The lower-class civilians in the Violet Empire mainly learned about the upcoming war through radio and newspapers, and they support the Violet Empire to start a war. The people who most support the Violet Empire to start a war are those who have been oppressed and exploited by the nobles, and have been brought a happy life by the Violet Empire. They thought of their miserable lives in the past, and sympathized with the poor people who were oppressed and exploited by the nobles outside the Violet Empire. As believers of the patron saint of the Violet Empire, they hoped that the god could spread hope and happiness throughout the world of life. The lower-class civilians supported the war, the merchants supported the war, the freelancers supported the war, the official professionals supported the war, and some Earth players in the Violet Empire also supported the war. The merchants supported the war because the Violet Empire expanded its territory and increased its population through war. The market in the original territory was close to saturation, and the newly occupied land was still blank, which was a good opportunity for merchants to make money. When a war breaks out, some merchants will follow the army. As soon as the army in front occupies an area, the merchants behind will quickly enter the area to seize the local market. This operation allows merchants to occupy the market one step ahead of others, but it is also a little dangerous. The army cannot fully guarantee the public security. More merchants will enter the newly occupied land in large numbers after the war. There are even a small number of merchants who will inspect the target area before the war. These merchants need to be well informed and determine the goals of the Violet Empire's foreign war. If they inspect the wrong area, their investment will be in vain. After the Violet Empire occupies a new piece of land, it will carry out large-scale construction on this land, building roads, bridges, houses, water conservancy facilities, etc. In order to complete various projects as soon as possible, the Violet Empire will issue a large number of tasks in the Adventurers Guild. These tasks with points rewards deeply attract adventurers, who are freelancers. They come to the newly occupied land to complete one task after another, without competing with each other, because the tasks issued by the Violet Empire cannot be completed in a short period of time. This is the best opportunity for adventurers to make money in points. Compared with freelancers, official professionals, especially those soldiers, are more likely to gain merit in war. Become a soldier to defend the country, but in the case of the living world, they want war more and make merit in the war. As long as they make merit, they can get what they want. Most of the Earthstar players, who become professionals, become official professionals, and a small number become freelancers. A large number of Earthstar players also hope to gain more benefits in this war. In the eyes of the Earthstar players, the Violet Empire is so powerful, and it is not like the Violet Empire is going to war with other forces of the same level. It will easily crush a weak enemy. As long as the war can be won, a lot of spoils can be obtained in the war, which can be rewarded to the professionals who participated in the war. The Earthstar players are all immortal. After they joined the Violet Empire army, they understood that as phoenixes, they often have to perform those dangerous tasks. For the native professionals, it is a dangerous task with casualties, but for the Earth players, it is an ordinary task. They don't care about death at all. If they are seriously injured and need a lot of money to cure, they will choose to commit suicide. For performing such dangerous tasks, the Earth players can get more rewards. In normal times, the Earth players can't get a few high-reward dangerous tasks. Only in war will there be a large number of dangerous tasks. War can make the Earth players gain more benefits. The Earth players also support the Violet Empire to launch a war. It is best to start the next war after one war ends. This is a war supported by most people. Chapter 378. As the Violet Empire's army continued to mobilize, the tense atmosphere in the Ithaca Empire became increasingly intense. The war was about to come. Some nobles of the Ithaca Empire had already fled in advance, fearing that they would not be able to escape in time after the war broke out. Just almost. On April 26, 165 of the Holy Calendar, the strongest man in the Ithaca Empire finally entered the semi-god realm. Only by becoming a god can the Ithaca Empire continue to exist. There must be a god force that is very happy to see another god force appear around the Violet Empire. Even if this god force has relatively few legendary combat forces, other god forces will dispatch legendary combat forces to support it. Only by becoming a god can one be valuable enough to be wooed and supported by other gods. If one fails to become a god, he will only be the object of oppression and exploitation by the gods, or the prey to be slaughtered at will. The Ithaca family made a desperate move. Under the orders of the demigods and the emperor, the Ithaca Empire's patron saints, and those who were still loyal to the Ithaca family took action. The Ithaca Empire had no delusion that it could successfully deify, with the help of the power of other gods. The gods did not want more gods to be born in the world of life, especially gods that were not from their own pantheon. The best result is that other gods do not come out to stop the demigod of the Ithaca Empire from becoming a god. It is the other strong men who have reached the perfect state of demigods, who have the idea of becoming gods together. Only when dozens of strong men who have reached the perfect state of demigods start the ceremony of becoming gods together, can a strong man block the obstruction from other gods, and become a god successfully. Let's forget it this time. It's too sudden. Other strong men who have reached the perfect state of demigods are not ready. The probability of success in becoming a god is very low, but the Ithaca family has no choice. With the efforts of the patron saint church of the Ithaca Empire, and those who are still loyal to the Ithaca family, the ceremony of becoming a god officially began on April 28. The Ithaca Empire was too weak. Under the power of the Violet Empire, the Ithaca Empire had been infiltrated like a sieve. Every move of the Ithaca Empire could not escape the eyes of the Violet Empire. On the day when the Ithaca demigod was deified, 10 legendary masters of the Violet Empire descended. Under the siege of the 10 legendary masters of the Violet Empire, the only demigod and 2 legendary masters of the Ithaca Empire all fell. Seeing this scene, the gods, demigods and saints did not feel any surprise. The gap between the strength of the Ithaca Empire and the Violet Empire was too large, and the probability of the Ithaca demigod being deified was infinitely close to zero. Because of the death of the demigod of Ithaca, a large number of fanatics in the Ithaca Empire chose to commit suicide and follow the demigod of Ithaca. The demigods and legendary masters of the Ithaca Empire were all dead, but the Violet Empire was not in a hurry to attack the Ithaca Empire, and was still making the final preparations in an orderly manner. The wealth of the Ithaca Empire was not important to the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire wanted everyone in the Ithaca Empire, who was hostile to the Violet Empire, to run away before the war broke out, so that the Violet Empire could take over this land with less loss. Just as the Violet Empire thought, seeing that the demigods and legendary masters of their country were dead, more nobles chose to flee. They could not adapt to life under the rule of the Violet Empire, and they were reluctant to give up their noble titles. Perhaps they would have a chance to get a noble title in other countries. Even some nobles who were loyal to the Ithaca Empire chose to leave the Ithaca Empire. The Ithaca family and some nobles who were loyal to the Ithaca family chose to live and die with the Ithaca Empire, but they also sent away some talented clansmen. They were the last hope of the family, and maybe one day they could complete the revenge of the Ithaca Empire. The Ithaca family had no intention of moving out of the Ithaca Empire as a whole. This was the foundation of the Ithaca family. If the Ithaca family left the Ithaca Empire, they would be hit hard. More importantly, the Ithaca family's demigods and legendary masters were gone. As a former demigod force, the wealth of the Ithaca family was eye-catching enough. If the Ithaca family moved out of the Ithaca Empire as a whole, it was basically certain that some force would come to seize the Ithaca family's wealth. It would only take 2 legendary masters for the Ithaca family to resist. The Ithaca family's goal is too big, so they stay in the Ithaca Empire. The Ithaca Empire is already the sphere of influence of the Violet Empire, and other forces dare not come to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Let the talented clansmen leave with some wealth. The goal is smaller, and it is easier to succeed. Those who stay and are determined to die are trying to gather more strength. They know that they can't resist the Violet Empire, but they want to make the invaders pay a greater price. Even if they only have one breath left, they will crawl over and bite the enemy. According to the survival rules of the living world, this is a war without right or wrong. It is just the law of the jungle. There has been no war on Earth for a long time, and most of the Earth players, who are accustomed to peace, do not dislike this war, but instead want to gain more benefits from the war. Finally, the time came to May 8th, and the Violet Queen made her voice through the radio, announcing that the Violet Empire had declared war on the Ithaca Empire. As soon as the Violet Queen's voice fell, the citizens of all parts of the Violet Empire cheered. "We will win! We will win!" At the same time, the army and air force gathered in the western border of the Violet Empire took action and marched towards the Ithaca Empire. The Ithaca Empire is a landlocked country. In this war, the Violet Empire Navy could not participate, and could only watch from the sidelines. It would be great if our warships could fly in the sky. More than one naval general thought that if they had flying warships, they could join this war, and the war would allow them to gain more merits. No matter what the Navy commanders thought, they could only watch the war this time. They would watch the Army and Air Force fight carefully, find out where the Army and Air Force made mistakes, and then laugh at them. Space gates opened one after another, and the army of the Violet Empire appeared outside the cities of the Ithaca Empire. Some cities surrendered directly, while others resisted stubbornly. Facing the cities that resisted stubbornly, the army of the Violet Empire directly bombarded them with magic energy artillery. After the resistance force was sharply reduced, the Phoenixes were used as the vanguard to rush into the city and fight with the remaining resistance forces. As participants in the war, the players from Earth would not post on the game forum due to discipline and the sense of urgency on the battlefield. However, on the edge of the battlefield, there were still players from Earth observing the battle of the Violet Empire army. They wanted to see what the difference was between the Violet Empire army and the armies of other countries in the world of life. At this glance, they suddenly discovered that the Violet Empire was much stronger than the Ithaca Empire, and now they were fighting with Krypton gold, using the power of money to eliminate the resistance forces in the Ithaca Empire as much as possible. Compared with the army of the Violet Empire, the army of my NPC country is simply poor. To use an analogy, the former are Krypton gold players, and the latter are just stingy white-collar female players. I participated in the battle, and my NPC army only carried out a few rounds of long-range spell attacks, and the magic cannons could not fire a few shots, so they let us players charge and wanted to use us players to defeat the enemy NPC army. I should have thought of it long ago. The Violet Empire is so rich, and the Violet Empire army is not short of money. Even if we, the Earth players, join in, the war will still be fought in the original way. This is the Violet Empire that is not short of money, and this is the power of Krypton gold. Excuse me, is it too late to join the Violet Empire now? The normal, Krypton gold, tactics of the Violet Empire army are something that the Earth players who have joined the Violet Empire army have not thought of. They refer to the battles outside and think that with so many Earth players joining the Violet Empire army, in order to reduce the consumption of military supplies and the number of NPC casualties in this war, they should send more Earth players to fight. As long as the rewards are enough, the Earth players can ignore the missions that are sure to kill them. I never expected that even with the participation of Earth players, the Violet Empire army would use the power of money to consume the enemy's manpower, and then send Earth players as vanguards and assault teams. Faced with the Violet Empire's approach, most Earth players directly had a full favorability rating. Earth players wanted to do more difficult tasks to get more rewards, but that didn't mean they were willing to be cannon fodder. Most forces in the world of life were using Earth players as cannon fodder, but the Violet Empire didn't use Earth players as cannon fodder, and the gap was immediately apparent. The Earth players who participated in the war had no time to post on the game forum. Those Earth players who did not participate in the war saw this situation and directly praised the Violet Empire on the game forum, hoping to get more Earth players to join the big family of the Violet Empire. Because of the special nature of the Violet Empire in the world of life, many Earth players in the Violet Empire like to call themselves Violet Empire players, and other players are foreign players. The Earth players in the Violet Empire are proud of being Violet Empire players, and often praise the good of the Violet Empire on the game forum and the Earth internet, so as to make foreign players envious and jealous. This feeling is very good to think about. Over time, on game forums and the Earthstar internet, Earthstar players gradually divided into two groups, Violet Empire players and foreign players. The number of Violet Empire players could not match that of foreign players, so the Violet Empire players wanted to get more Earthstar players to join their big family. There were also foreign players who wanted to make their NPC countries famous, but it was difficult to succeed. Most foreign countries were relatively homogeneous and could not be compared with the Violet Empire. There was only one Violet Empire in the world of life. Back to the war. With the participation of Earth players, coupled with their own strong strength and the power of Krypton gold, the Violet Empire army pushed forward all the way, and no resistance could stop the Violet Empire army's advance. The generals of the Violet Empire, while commanding the army, paid attention to the battle situation of the army. They could clearly see that compared with the last war, the losses of the Violet Empire army had decreased significantly. However, if the number of deaths was calculated, it actually increased year on year. The main number of deaths was among the Earth players, but they were able to be resurrected after death, which reduced the losses of the Violet Empire army. Some of the Earth players who joined the Violet Empire army have been promoted to the 3rd level, and more Earth players have been promoted to the 2nd level. The Earth players already have some power. However, the time that the Earth players have joined the army is relatively short, and they have never participated in a war before. This is the first time they have participated in a war, and the strength of the Earth players has been greatly affected. After this war is over, the strength of the Earth players who participated in this war will be greatly improved, and in the next war, the performance of the Earth players will be much better. The Violet Empire players originally belonged to the Violet Empire. In this war, a large number of Earthstar players in the Ithaca Empire also joined the Violet Empire. When the Violet Empire army attacked the city, the native professionals and Earthstar players bribed by the Violet Empire helped the Violet Empire army to break the city. Compared with some nobles and professionals who were still loyal to the Ithaca Empire, the Earthstar players in the Ithaca Empire had no loyalty to the Ithaca Empire. After all, from the public beta of Second World to today, the time of the living world is still more than half a month away from 4 years. 4 years have not yet made the Earthstar players loyal to the forces of the living world. The same is true in the Violet Empire. In order to make the Earthstar players work better, the Violet Empire is mainly driven by interests at this stage. As time goes by, loyalty will gradually increase. The Violet Empire drives the Earthstar players with interests, and so do other forces in the living world. The resistance forces of the Ithaca Empire also want to hire Earthstar players to resist the Violet Empire army. However, compared with the Violet Empire, the Ithaca Empire is a poor guy. A large number of Ithaca Empire nobles have fled, and the resistance forces in the Ithaca Empire cannot buy off many Earth players. The most important point is that the Earth players in the Ithaca Empire can see that the Ithaca Empire will lose, and these Earth players will live under the rule of the Violet Empire in the future. If they accept the employment of the Ithaca Empire resistance forces in this war, and fight against the Violet Empire army, How can they live in the Violet Empire after the war is over? Accepting the employment of the Violet Empire is the best choice. Not only will you get more rewards, but you will also have the opportunity to join the Violet Empire army after the war and become an official professional of the Violet Empire. The official professional of the Violet Empire is already a very enviable job among the players on Earth. The Violet Empire army is advancing continuously, and one city after another is occupied by the Violet Empire army. Under the fearless charge and attack of the players on Earth, the Violet Empire army occupied the land of the Ithaca Empire faster than ever before. Chapter 379. In just 3 days, the Violet Empire army took control of all the cities of the Ithaca Empire, which was equivalent to occupying the entire territory of the Ithaca Empire. Next, the Violet Empire army needs to go from cities to villages, and then to the wilderness to eliminate all resistance forces, and completely control this newly occupied land. For the powerful Violet Empire, it is easy to eliminate the remaining resistance forces in the newly occupied land, and it is also easy to integrate such a large piece of newly occupied land into the Violet Empire. What really needs attention is that the Violet Empire, which has expanded its territory again, has finally bordered a divine force. This god power bordering the Violet Empire is called the Washi Empire. In the realm of life, any god power cannot be underestimated. Although the Violet god system has the largest number of gods, like the Washi Empire, there is only one god sitting in the realm of life. The key is that the realm of life cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm. No matter how powerful the gods are, they can only exert the power of the legendary perfection realm in the realm of life. When two god forces fight in the realm of life, it depends on which side has more and stronger legendary combat power. The Washi Empire is the closest divine power to the Violet Empire. The Washi Empire's guardian god knows that his own strength is far inferior to that of the Violet Empire, and he has no intention of competing with the Violet Empire in the battle of gods. This situation makes the Washi Empire's guardian god use most of his faith power to increase the legendary combat power of the Washi Empire, and his own strength grows slowly. Even the Violet Empire does not know how many legendary combat power the Washi Empire has. Of course, even if you don't know, with the strength of the Violet Empire, the number of legendary combat power in the Violet Empire must be far more than that of the Washi Empire. Before the Violet Empire decided to launch a war against the Ithaca Empire, the Violet Empire's top leaders had carefully considered the border between the Violet Empire and the Washi Empire during and after the war. For a force without a god in charge, the god's power can crush it, but when the god's power becomes an opponent, everything needs to be carefully considered. The loss of personnel in the destruction of the Ithaca Empire by the Violet Empire was very small. If the Violet Empire and the Washi Empire went to war, the loss of personnel would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. In order to prevent accidents in the war against the Ithaca Empire, the Violet Empire sent a large army to capture the area of the Ithaca Empire adjacent to the Wishur Empire on the first day of the attack on the Ithaca Empire, and sent heavy troops to garrison there to guard against the Wishur Empire. In fact, while the Violet Empire was preparing for war against the Ithaca Empire, it was also preparing for war with the Wishur Empire. The Violet Empire could not be sure whether the Wishur Empire would join the war because of the Ithaca Empire, so it had to make the necessary preparations. At least the Violet Empire was confident that it was stronger than the Wishur Empire. The high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire can all feel that even if the Violet Empire and the Walian Empire will not go to war now, there will be a war between the two countries in the future. The war of faith has never ended. The war between the Violet Empire and the Walian Empire will come sooner or later. What the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire have to do is to minimize their losses as much as possible. The most important thing to guard against is the legendary combat power of the Walian Empire. The number of legendary combat power of the Walian Empire is unknown. Once a legendary combat power of the Walian Empire breaks into the territory of the Violet Empire, it will cause huge losses to the Violet Empire. Another point is that there has been no war between the forces of gods in the world of life, and no one, including Zhao Yi, can be sure to what extent the war between the two forces of gods will develop. The war between the forces of gods will eventually break out, and the Violet Empire can only continue to increase its strength, among which the Earthstar players are a key point. The Earthstar players with 5-star talents are constantly improving with the passage of time. The Violet Empire is also the richest country in the world of life. With the financial resources of the Violet Empire, it can cultivate more high-level Earthstar players. The immortal and powerful Earth players can effectively improve the strength of the Violet Empire's army, thereby reducing the loss of personnel in the war between the Violet Empire and other divine forces. Because of the confidence brought by its strength, the Violet Empire has been more stable after bordering the Washi Empire, and there are many high-level officials in the Washi Empire who are worried. If possible, the Washi Empire does not want to border another divine force, especially the Violet Empire, which is known as the strongest force. It is impossible to understand the specific strength of the Violet Empire. The high-level officials of the Washi Empire also understand that their own strength is far inferior to that of the Violet Empire. Compared with the Washi Empire, the Violet Empire has a much larger population, wealth, and strength. The only condition that the Washi Empire is qualified to fight against the Violet Empire is that they are both divine forces. As a divine force, the Washi Empire is much stronger than the Ithaca Empire that was destroyed by the Violet Empire. The Washi Empire is not as easily destroyed by the Violet Empire as the Ithaca Empire. Once the Violet Empire and the Washi Empire go to war, as long as the Washi Empire can resist the Violet Empire army and delay the Violet Empire army, I think other divine forces will quickly intervene in this war and help the Washi Empire fight against the Violet Empire. It is difficult for other divine forces to form an alliance, but facing the powerful Violet Empire, they will never give up any opportunity to weaken the Violet Empire. The Ithaca Empire, which was just destroyed by the Violet Empire, is too weak to participate in the struggle of divine forces. The Washi Empire obviously has this qualification. The Washi Empire has the strength to resist the Violet Empire, but with the strength of the Violet Empire, even with the support of other divine forces, the Washi Empire will suffer heavy losses. This is what the high-level officials of the Washi Empire are worried about. They don't want the Washi Empire to border other divine forces, and they don't want to go to war with other divine forces. However, the Washi Empire is not controlled by these high-level officials, but by the guardian god of the Washi Empire. If the god sends down a divine order and asks them to attack the Violet Empire, they must obey unconditionally. Not only the Violet Empire, but the Washi Empire, and all the divine forces in the world of life have been crushing the forces without gods in the past. The losses will not be as small as the Violet Empire, but they will not be too big either. Once a war breaks out between two divine forces, the losses will be unimaginable. Most of the high-level officials of each divine force are unwilling to see a war between them, but they must obey the will of the gods. The Violet Empire has stationed heavy troops in the border area bordering the Washi Empire, and the Washi Empire has also stationed heavy troops in the border area. Perhaps in the next period of time, there will be constant small frictions between the two sides. The Violet Empire has initially controlled the newly occupied area. Although there may be some dangers in the newly occupied area, those merchants who want to seize the market have already poured in. As freelance adventurers, they have to wait for the Adventurers Guild to build branches in the newly occupied areas and issue tasks before they can come to accept the tasks. The adventurers will not wait too long. Establishing branches of the Adventurers Guild in the newly occupied areas is one of the most important tasks of the Violet Empire and the Adventurers Guild. With a large number of adventurers entering the newly occupied areas, the cities destroyed by the war can be quickly repaired, and new wide and straight roads will be built. The officials followed the army out of the city and headed for the villages outside the city. When the people in the village learned that the Violet Empire's army had arrived, many of them came out to welcome the royal army. The ignorant lower-class civilians of the former Ithaca Empire did not know about the Violet Empire. In the final stage, under the more cruel oppression and exploitation of the nobles, people from the Violet Empire spread the news in the countryside, making these lower-class civilians know the existence of the Violet Empire, and know that the Violet Empire can make them live a happy life. A happy life is still far away from them. Their biggest hope is to have enough food every day, and no more relatives starving to death. They don't know whether the Violet Empire can really feed them, but their previous life is bad enough and can't get any worse. Maybe the Violet Empire can really feed them. So they welcome the king's army with hope, but more villagers hide in their homes, and secretly watch the Violet Empire army arrive. The Violet Empire army came and left, leaving only some officials in each village. In each village, only 2 officials are professionals, and they are all level 0, mainly warriors. One of them will serve as the village chief, another as the sheriff, and there will be several to more than 10 minor officials, and then they will hire people in the village. The first thing the village chief does when he takes office is to determine the area of land within the village. After determining the area of land, he will send people to notify every household and ask each household to send a representative to distribute land to all villagers for free. Free distribution of land. Once this is said, no matter how scared the villagers are, each household will send one person to gather in the village open space. The village chief told the villagers that under the rule of the Violet Empire, everyone can get a certain amount of land for free, including children. The land allocated to 2 children is equivalent to the land allocated to an adult. Under the temptation of free land, the villagers came out of their homes one after another, and the officials from the Violet Empire had to do a preliminary registration of people. After counting the number of villagers, the land will be allocated according to the number of villagers. According to the land allocation of the Violet Empire, some villages may not have enough land to allocate, so the quota will be temporarily reduced. When the villagers have trust in the Violet Empire, they will be relocated to other places to live, and the remaining villagers will be able to allocate the specified area of land. There are also villages with large farmland areas, but they will not allocate more farmland to the villagers. When the population of the village increases, the remaining farmland needs to be allocated, and it can be rented out to villagers at other times at a low price. The villagers couldn't believe it when they really got the farmland. In those rumors, the Violet Empire is very good, but after all, it is the first time for them to officially contact these things, and it will take time to verify everything. At least at this stage, the villagers have initially accepted the rule of the Violet Empire, and they can be happy for a day when they see the farmland that seems to belong to them. In the original Ithaca Empire, from cities to villages, residents lined up to register. After the registration, they officially became citizens of the Violet Empire. Compared with the bewilderment of the native residents, the Earth players were very happy to become players of the Violet Empire. They happily announced this good news to others on the game forum. This is indeed good news, a good news that makes the outside Earth players envious. For players who have descended on the Ithaca Empire, it is really a pie in the sky. The Violet Empire has actually destroyed the Ithaca Empire. All players in the Ithaca Empire can become players of the Violet Empire. The Ithaca Empire is really weak. It was swept away by the Violet Empire in just 3 days. It's not that the Ithaca Empire is too weak, it's that the Violet Empire is too strong. They are both empires, but the Violet Empire has immortal gods behind it, but the Ithaca Empire doesn't. The two are not at the same level at all. I feel that the Violet Empire is bullying people. I really envy the players who descended to the Ithaca Empire. Although they did not descend directly to the Violet Empire, they can now become Violet Empire players. Think about the advantages of the Violet Empire over other countries. The Violet Empire is really suitable for us players. I am also in a neighboring country of the Violet Empire. I hope the Violet Empire will quickly launch a new war and annex my country. I also want to become a Violet Empire player. Originally, some Earth players who landed in the Ithaca Empire chose to leave the game world because they could not hold on due to the nightmare-level game difficulty. Now that they know from the Earth Internet that the Ithaca Empire has been annexed by the Violet Empire, they can't wait to return to the game world. It would be best if they could become professionals. Even if they cannot become professionals, experiencing life in another world is something that all Earth players cannot give up. The Earth players simply cannot accept this kind of life in a different world where they are starved to death every day, so they choose to leave the game world. In addition, some Earth players from the new neighboring countries of the Violet Empire try to cross the border and enter the Violet Empire. The attraction of the Violet Empire to Earth players has never decreased. Every once in a while, a little new content will appear, and the attraction will suddenly increase. However, there is still a big difference between the newly occupied land and the native land. For example, the Professional Academy will appear in every small city-level city in the native land. It will take some time to build the Professional Academy on the newly occupied land. This is the bad side, but there is also a good side. The newly occupied land is in a state of disrepair, and the branch of the Adventurers Guild has not yet been established. The Violet Empire has already hired a large number of people there. The Earthstar players in the newly occupied land will definitely not lack jobs, and the money they can earn from these jobs is much more than the money they have earned in the past. In the past, it was extremely difficult to find a job that could support themselves. Chapter 380. On the Origin continent, the Violet Empire conquered the Ithaca Empire, and was busy digesting the newly occupied land. This was a very important matter for the Violet Empire, and the citizens were paying attention to it. However, in a super large demi-plane owned by the Violet Empire, the Sky City stood in a high magic environment area. The mages living here did not pay attention to the war between the Violet Empire and the Ithaca Empire at all. The mages studied and researched, and were not affected by the outside world. The next moment, a vortex of magic elements appeared from the core magic tower in the center of the Sky City. In a short period of time, this vortex of magic elements became larger and larger, attracting more magic elements and swallowing them all, like a black hole that can swallow all light. The mages in the Sky City, who were originally immersed in learning or research, felt the changes in magic elements, and woke up one after another. What happened? Which master is breaking through? No, it doesn't look like a breakthrough. The mages went out of their homes because of the change in magic elements, and soon discovered that the change in magic elements was caused by the core magic tower of the Sky City. The owner of this magic tower was the legendary fire mage Gu-Wendel, the chief alchemist of the Violet Empire. The mages understood that this was not a breakthrough in someone's realm, but was caused by Lord Gu-Wendel's experiment. A small number of mages thought of something, and showed joy on their faces. They knew that Lord Gu-Wendel's most important research project could have such a great impact in the Sky City. Perhaps this project has made great progress. As a member of the Violet Empire, they hope that this project will succeed. The site shifted to a huge laboratory in the core magic tower of the Sky City. Gu-Wendel and his assistants stood on the edge of the laboratory, their eyes fixed on the center of the laboratory. At this moment, in this huge laboratory, a huge magic array was arranged using various precious magic materials, almost filling the entire laboratory floor. It is precisely because this magic array with a cost of more than 100 million low-grade magic crystals is in operation that it will have a huge impact on the Sky City. A large number of magic elements inside and outside the Sky City are attracted by this magic array. Under the effect of the magic circle, the magic elements quickly liquefied from the gas state, and finally solidified and condensed into magic crystals. It turned out that the most important research project of Guldar, the chief alchemist of the Violet Empire, was to artificially create magic crystals. The human civilization of Earthstar can be called a technological civilization, and technology is the only means for the development of human civilization on Earthstar. The human civilization of the world of life can be called a supernatural civilization, and supernatural power is the main means for the development of human civilization in the world of life. The human civilization of Earthstar relies on technology to develop itself, among which energy is the most important for the development of human civilization on Earthstar. Just like a car, if there is no gasoline or electricity, the car cannot be driven. If there is no energy, the human civilization on Earth cannot develop. At the current technological level of human civilization on Earth, electricity is the most important, especially the breakthrough of nuclear fusion power generation technology a few decades ago, which greatly alleviated the crisis caused by the rapid consumption of non-renewable energy. Nuclear fusion power generation technology allows human civilization on Earth to use extremely cheap energy, and even helps human civilization on Earth to explore outer space. Electricity is the most important energy source for human civilization on Earth. It is precisely because of the emergence of electricity that the technology of human civilization on Earth has exploded. In just 200 years, the changes are much greater than those in the past thousands of years. Without electricity, the technology tree developed by human civilization on Earth based on electricity will collapse in an instant, and human civilization on Earth will also fall into a state of collapse. In order to obtain more, cheaper and cleaner electricity, human civilization on Earth has continuously developed hydropower, wind power, solar power, and nuclear fission power from the initial thermal power generation. Compared with these power generation methods, nuclear fusion power generation can be said to have brought human civilization on Earth into a new era. The importance of magic crystals to the human civilization of the world of life is equivalent to the importance of electricity to the human civilization of Earth. The human civilization of Earth uses electricity to drive various machines, and the human civilization of the world of life uses magic crystals, magic elements/magic energy, to drive various machines. Magic crystals are actually solid magic elements, so magic elements are the most basic energy source of human civilization in the world of life. There are gaseous magic elements in the air of the world of life. Magic elements from the void are inexhaustible. Although magic elements are inexhaustible, there are very big problems in using magic elements as energy. The original mages, through studying some special high magic environment terrain, created a magic gathering array to gather magic elements. As long as the magic gathering array is arranged on the machine will have a continuous source of energy. The problem lies in the size of the magic gathering array and the speed of gathering magic elements. Generally, the larger the magic gathering array, the more magic elements it gathers, and the faster it gathers. The smaller the magic gathering array, the fewer magic elements it gathers, and the slower it gathers. Unless expensive and rare magic materials are used, a small, but medium-sized magic array can be constructed. This situation makes the human civilization in the living world mainly arrange magic arrays on large machines, while on small machines produced in large quantities, magic crystals are directly used as energy, and magic arrays are not arranged on them. As a solid magic element aggregate, magic crystals can release a large amount of magic elements as energy to drive machines. In addition, there are magic gathering arrays on large machines, and magic crystals can also be used as direct energy. For example, the magic train running on the railroad. Because it enters the low magic environment area during the driving process, the efficiency of magic gathering and absorbing magic elements is seriously affected. Although it can be used in the high magic environment area to absorb additional stored magic elements for the magic train to consume, there will be accidents, and magic crystals are needed as backup energy. Magic crystals are roughly equivalent to batteries on Earth, and are more important than batteries. It took only a few hundred years for the human civilization on Earth to study electricity and create batteries, while the human civilization in the living world has been studying the artificial manufacture of magic crystals for tens of thousands of years. It's not that they haven't studied the artificial manufacture of magic crystals in these tens of thousands of years, but the cost of artificially manufactured magic crystals is too high, so they can only continue to study. Magic crystals and batteries have similarities and differences. Both have the function of storing energy, but batteries can only be artificially created, while magic crystals can be produced naturally. The magic crystal veins in the land of the living world. Initially, the terrain has the function of gathering magic elements, which continuously gather a large number of magic elements to form magic crystals, which continue to grow and increase, and finally become magic crystal veins. Even a few magic crystal veins will give birth to magic crystal hearts. The magic crystal heart does not need to care about the terrain. As long as the magic crystal heart is placed in a non-magic free area, it can continuously attract magic elements and condense into magic crystals outside the magic crystal heart. Each magic crystal heart is a cash cow that can continuously produce magic crystals, and can serve as the foundation of the great forces in the living world. With a magic crystal heart, even without the technology to artificially manufacture magic crystals will not be exhausted. On the other hand, to this day, the magic crystal veins in the world of life have not been fully mined, especially in the ocean, where a large number of magic crystal veins have not been discovered on the seabed. Due to various factors, all major forces in the world of life have conducted research on artificially manufacturing magic crystals, but they are not very urgent. After a long period of research, there is output, but the artificial manufacturing magic crystal technology is too costly to be put into use. After the establishment of the Violet Empire, the artificial manufacturing magic crystal technology became a key research project of the Violet Empire. This important task was given to the Empire's chief alchemist Gu Wendell to carry out, and a huge amount of funds were invested in this project. The Violet Empire attaches far more importance to the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing than the major forces in the world of life. This result is naturally due to Zhao Yi. The lower-class civilians in the Violet Empire can live the happy life they originally imagined, but this is not enough in Zhao Yi's opinion. As a human civilization that possesses extraordinary power, on average only 1 person in 50 people has the talent to become a professional. It is difficult to make all professionals, so let's change the goal, and let the lower-class civilian families afford home magic tools, magic machines/electrical appliances. Relying solely on mining magic crystal veins and magic crystal hearts to produce magic crystals is far from achieving the goal of allowing lower-class civilian families to afford household magic tools. The most critical point is the magic crystal. As the income of lower-class civilian families increases, they can buy a household magic tool by saving money, but they cannot afford magic crystals. Through formal channels, a piece of low-grade magic crystal can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. If you want to buy a piece of low-grade magic crystal, you often need 15 gold coins. In areas outside the Violet Empire, an ordinary civilian family only needs 3 gold coins a year to feed the whole family. The current magic crystals are too valuable, and even the lower-class civilians of the Violet Empire cannot afford them. Only when the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing is broken through and low-cost magic crystals can be mass-produced, can it be possible to make household magic weapons affordable for lower-class civilian families. Not only can household magic weapons be affordable for lower-class civilian families, but also various magic weapons that only consume magic crystals, but not mana or fighting spirit can be manufactured. This kind of magic weapon can be used even by non-professionals, and professionals can use it to exert its full power, and it will not consume their own fighting spirit or mana, and can continue to fight for a longer time. The Violet Empire was so wealthy that it had thought about mass-producing magic weapons that only consumed magic crystals, but it never did. The Violet Empire's army was still mainly equipped with various types of magic cannons. The Violet Empire's alchemists had already developed many types of magic weapons that only consumed magic crystals. For example, the new magic gun. The original magic gun, during the undead plague, Zhao Yi had obtained many by opening treasure chests, and had also learned about the information of the magic gun. The original magic gun was very expensive to manufacture, up to tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals, and the cheapest platinum equipment only cost 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. The magic gun consumes magic crystals every time it fires. It consumes 10 low-grade magic crystals at a time, which can kill the skeleton soldiers who have just entered the second level. It consumes 100 low-grade magic crystals at a time, which can kill the skeleton soldiers who have just entered the third level. The magic gun has high manufacturing costs and high use costs. The new magic gun no longer directly consumes the energy being generated by the magic crystal, but fires ordinary metal bullets or special alchemical bullets. The magic crystal provides energy, activates the wind magic array, and gives the bullet in the gun chamber a thrust to fire the bullet. The cost of the new magic gun that has reached the power of the original magic gun has been greatly reduced. The new magic gun with the maximum power that can only kill first-level professionals is even cheaper, and can be equipped in large quantities to the Violet Empire army. The Violet Empire's alchemists have also developed many weapons similar to the new magic gun. There are many styles of magic guns alone, including pistols, semi-automatic rifles, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, etc. However, the technology of artificially manufacturing magic crystals has always been the same, and these magic weapon manufacturing technologies can only be temporarily reserved. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Gu Wendell led the team to study the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing, and also purchased the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing from other forces for research. In more than 160 years, he also took out the artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology belonging to the Violet Empire, but it was still far from enough, because the cost of manufacturing a low-grade magic crystal was higher than that of a low-grade magic crystal. Only in the case of mass production, the cost of manufacturing a low-grade magic crystal is lower than that of a low-grade magic crystal, then it meets the conditions. On June 3rd, 165 of the Holy Calendar, a day that will change the times, a new experiment of artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology was successful. According to Gu Wendell's calculations, excluding development costs, only calculating the array cost, magic crystal manufacturing cost, and device loss costs, in a medium magic environment, a standard magic crystal production device will recover all costs when it produces magic crystals worth more than 241 million low-grade magic crystals. Continue to manufacture magic crystals, and every 95 low-grade magic crystals can produce 100 low-grade magic crystals. Although the cost of artificially manufacturing magic crystals is still relatively high, as long as the cost is lower than the output, even if it is only a little lower, it is a huge breakthrough, and this artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology is worth formal use. When Gu Wendell sent the news to the palace, Queen Alice came with the Empire's high-ranking officials, and Zhao Yi also sent an avatar. This shows the importance that the Violet Empire attaches to the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing. For Gu Wendell's efforts and contributions, Zhao Yi directly gave him a reward. Gu Wendell will become the new patron saint of the Violet Empire, and the god of alchemy in the world of life. Hearing the reward given by Zhao Yi, Gu Wendell, who is already a legendary strongman, is still very excited. He loves alchemy and desires eternal life. In the alchemy profession, there are many alchemists who want to gain more life through alchemy. The excited Violet Empire's high-ranking officials found a room in the core magic tower of the Sky City to hold a meeting. Zhao Yi asked Gu Wendell to continue researching the new artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology to make the production equipment more stable, reduce the cost of the production equipment, and continue to reduce the cost of manufacturing magic crystals. Using 95 low-grade magic crystals to make 100 low-grade magic crystals is just a beginning. There is still a long way to go to make household magic tools affordable for the lower-class civilian families. Chapter 381. In a room in the core magician tower of the Sky City, the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire gathered here to hold an important meeting concerning the future of the Violet Empire. The Violet God System is the strongest God System in the world of life, and the Violet Empire is the strongest force in the world of life. But this is far from enough. The current Violet Empire is not as strong as the Dragon Clan before the calamity of the undead. At that time, the Dragon Clan needed the human forces of the world of life to unite, and pay a huge price to destroy the Dragon Clan. Zhao Yi is no longer the emperor of the Violet Empire, but the direction of the Violet Empire's development is still led by Zhao Yi. Since Zhao Yi came to the realm of life, he has always been worried. He must have absolute strength to ensure the safety of himself, his family, and even his own forces. The closest goal to Zhao Yi is to hope that the Violet Empire can have the power to fight against the combined forces of other gods in the realm of life. The ultimate goal is to become the overlord of the realm of life. Once an ordinary person on Blue Star, he has developed such great ambitions during his growth, and he also has the strength to realize his ambitions. Under the influence of Zhao Yi's will, the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire were also not satisfied with the title of the strongest force in the world of life. They wanted the Violet Empire to become even stronger, and even the overlord of the world of life. Even if there were no Earth players coming, the Violet Empire was working towards this goal. The country with the largest population in the world of life, the richest country in the world of life, on this basis, the Violet Empire is still one of the few countries in the world of life that has professional talents for all citizens, and all citizens with one-star talents will be trained by the country to become professionals. The final result is that the Violet Empire has become the force with the largest number of professionals in the world of life, far surpassing the second place. At the beginning, it still had a numerical advantage among low-level professionals. After more than 160 years, the number of professionals in the Violet Empire has already ranked first in all ranks of professionals, and is still widening the gap with the second place. The huge population base of the Violet Empire has made the Violet God system the most powerful God system in the world of life. As time goes by, the strength of the Violet Empire will only become stronger and stronger, far widening the gap with the second place and moving towards fighting against all the gods in the world of life. This goal is constantly moving forward. Non-God forces are no longer taken seriously by the God forces. The only opponent of the God forces is the God forces. After that, hundreds of millions of Earth players descended on the world of life. The Earth players all have 5-star talents and immortal bodies. Such Earth players are obviously of great help to the Violet Empire in achieving its goals. In addition, Zhao Yi once had the identity of a Blue Star player. When other forces in the world of life used Earth players as cheap cannon fodder, the Violet Empire became the force in the world of life that valued Earth players the most. All Earth players who pass the examination and meet the requirements can enter the professional academy to study and become a professional. If they have a very high level of comprehension, they can even go to the professional academy to study. It has been 4 years since Earth players came to the realm of life. More than 1/10 of the Earth players active in the realm of life are in the Violet Empire, and a large number of players are constantly pouring into the Violet Empire. Earth players with 5-star talents and immortal bodies can effectively reduce the number of casualties on their own side in wars by joining the army. As freelancers, they become adventurers of the Adventurer Guild, and can contribute to the construction of the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire allowed more Earth Star players to work for it. As the Earth Stars grew rapidly, the Violet Empire could achieve the goal of fighting all the divine forces in the realm of life more quickly. The arrival of Earth Star players was like a blessing from heaven to the Violet Empire. The high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire never expected that not long after taking over the Ithaca Empire, another surprise would come. This was a bigger surprise than the arrival of Earth Star players. After all, Earth Star players were Earth Star players. Most of the former Blue Star players eventually returned to Blue Star, and only a small number stayed in the realm of life forever. No one knows whether the Earth Star players can always come to the world of life, or whether they can no longer come to the world of life after playing the game for a period of time. In the eyes of the high-level officials of the Violet Empire, the Earth Star players are not a force that can be used forever. At least at this stage, the power of the Earth Star players should be used well. In the end, before the Earth Star players leave the world of life forever, the Violet Empire has become the overlord of the world of life. At that time, even if the Earth Star players are gone, the Violet Empire still has the power to suppress all forces in the world of life. Therefore, while the Violet Empire is developing the power of the Earth Star players, it has never stopped developing the power of the indigenous people. The power of the indigenous people is the power that truly belongs to the Violet Empire. Compared with the Earth Star players, which have a time limit, the artificial magic crystal technology that can be promoted and used is definitely a bigger surprise. This technology can make the Violet Empire richer, and also make the indigenous power of the Violet Empire leap forward. Magic elements are the main energy source of human civilization in the world of life. However, only by arranging a magic gathering array can magic elements be used as energy. The magic gathering array cannot be widely used due to various factors such as cost and efficiency in absorbing magic elements. Instead, magic crystals used as batteries are more commonly used. Magic crystals are not only batteries, but also the main currency of the professional class of the human civilization in the world of life. Professionals can also use magic crystals to speed up their cultivation efficiency. In other words, magic crystals are an important and common cultivation resource. Such important magic crystals have a profound impact on all aspects of human civilization in the world of life. A disaster of the dead made all the major forces in the world of life poor. This poor means that magic crystals are consumed in large quantities. Originally, 15 gold coins were needed to exchange a piece of low-grade magic crystal. After the disaster of the dead, it doubled directly. At least 30 gold coins were needed to exchange a piece of low-grade magic crystal. A few years after the end of the undead calamity, the War of Faith broke out again. In a few years, the major forces in the world of life had just accumulated some wealth, but it was quickly consumed. The rapid consumption of magic crystals means that there is no money to buy weapons and equipment, alchemy props, potions, and other military supplies. On the battlefield, the victorious side needs to pay the price of more casualties. On the contrary, if the power of Krypton gold is used, the number of casualties will be greatly reduced. If there is no money, you can only use human lives. As the largest exporter in the world of life, the Violet Empire sells a large amount of military and civilian supplies to the outside world every year, earning a lot of wealth for the Violet Empire. This is an important reason why the Violet Empire has become the richest country in the world of life. Export, ocean exploration, domestic demand development. For various reasons, the wealth of the Violet Empire has been growing, and this wealth mainly refers to magic crystals. The more magic crystals the Violet Empire has, the better weapons, armor, alchemy tools, and potions it can produce for the Violet Empire army. The two armies have the same quality of soldiers, but the Violet Empire army is stronger with the power of Krypton gold. This is the role of magic crystals. The more magic crystals there are, the stronger the Violet Empire will be. However, in the previous world of life, magic crystals could not be mass-produced like batteries on Earth. The previous artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology made it more expensive to manufacture a low-grade magic crystal than a low-grade magic crystal. Manufacturing magic crystals is losing money. The more you manufacture, the more you lose. Finally, with the huge investment of the Violet Empire and the talent of Gu Wendell, the first practical technology for artificially manufacturing magic crystals in the world of life was born. When a standard magic crystal production device produces magic crystals worth more than 241 million pieces of low-grade magic crystals, all costs are recovered and it continues to produce magic crystals. For every 95 pieces of low-grade magic crystals spent, 100 pieces of low-grade magic crystals can be produced. It seems that this technology for artificially manufacturing magic crystals is still a bit poor, but for the Violet Empire, it has the value of practical and large-scale promotion. Moreover, the technology of artificially manufacturing magic crystals has achieved its first breakthrough. This technology will continue to improve in the future, reducing the cost of producing magic crystals. This is already a very good start. At least in the future, the magic crystals owned by the Violet Empire will no longer be affected by foreign trade, ocean exploration, and the production of magic crystal hearts. Just like the batteries on Earth, as long as the Violet Empire is willing, it can continuously produce new magic crystals. Magic crystals are wealth, and the Violet Empire can make money from money, and wealth can make the Violet Empire stronger. As long as there are more magic crystals, the Violet Empire can equip the military professionals with better weapons and equipment, and carry more alchemical tools and potions. Those magic weapons that only consume magic crystals, but not fighting spirit and mana can be mass-produced. Armed with such magic weapons, the Violet Empire's army will be able to fight more persistently. Even ordinary people can use these magic weapons to fight professionals. In the room, the high-level officials of the Violet Empire unanimously decided that as long as the first production device built by Gu Wendell runs well in the future, and no other problems occur, more magic crystal production devices will be immediately built. Ministers have been imagining that the future Violet Empire will become more powerful because of the artificial magic crystal technology, and it seems that dominating the world of life is just around the corner. However, Gu Ying, the Minister of Commerce, raised a question: where should the magic crystal production device be built? This is not a small problem. The Sky City is located in a high magic environment area. The Sky City's own magic gathering array has been in operation. The first magic crystal production device built by Gu Wendell was started for the first time, and a huge magic element vortex appeared, which had a huge impact on the Sky City, making it impossible for the mages to practice normally and conduct magic research normally. The magic crystal production device, in a medium magic environment, can eventually spend 95 low-grade magic crystals to produce 100 low-grade magic crystals. In a high magic environment, the manufacturing cost can be reduced a little. In the origin continent of the Violet Empire and the Demiplane, there are many areas with high magic environments. The problem is that these high magic environment areas are useful, such as building a professional school or a military training base. In the world of life, any high magic environment area is the object of competition among various forces. In the past, when the strong men of the transformation realm had not yet appeared, the top forces with legendary strong men sitting in the headquarters must be located in the high magic environment area to meet the status of the top forces. In a high magic environment, the concentration of magic elements is higher. Professionals who practice in a high magic environment can improve their practice efficiency. This effect is the most important for professionals. If the Violet Empire promotes the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing, it will obviously not have only one or two magic crystal production devices, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of magic crystal production devices to start working together to produce magic crystals for the Violet Empire. Once a magic crystal production device is placed in a high magic environment area, if the area of this high magic environment area is relatively small, once the magic crystal production device is started, this high magic environment area will be useless, and other professionals will not be able to practice in this high magic environment area. Compared with the high magic environment area, the medium magic environment area is more, and it is almost everywhere. With the size of the Violet Empire, it is easy to use some medium magic environment areas to produce magic crystals, so Gu Wendell first considered to produce magic crystals in the medium magic environment. Gu Ying raised the question, and most of the other ministers also thought that magic crystal production equipment should be built in the medium magic environment area. As the proposer of this question, Gu Ying also expressed an idea. If the magic crystal production device is fixed in one place and operates for a long time to absorb magic elements to produce magic crystals, although there will be a continuous supply of magic elements from the outside, it is more likely that the magic elements will not be replenished in time. The magic crystal production device needs to be operated for a period of time, and then stopped for a period of time, waiting for the concentration of magic elements in the area where the magic crystal production device is located to reach a certain level before it can be restarted. I wonder if the magic crystal production device can be moved. If it cannot be moved, you can also try to fix it on a large ship. The large ship is sailing in the ocean. When the concentration of magic elements in a certain area is absorbed by the magic crystal production device and drops to a certain level, the large ship will carry the magic crystal production device to another place. When Gu Ying's idea was put forward, Queen Alice and other ministers' eyes lit up. Gu Ying's idea was very good, but they didn't know whether it was feasible. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Alice directly used her mental power to contact Gu Wendell in another room of the core mage tower. Alice simply told Gu Wendell about the ship carrying the magic crystal production device. Gu Wendell thought about it for a while, and replied that it was feasible. In fact, Gu Wendell was a little surprised. He had never thought that such a movable magic crystal production device could be made. Indeed, this magic crystal production device fixed on the ship is much better than the magic crystal production device fixed on land. The magic crystal production device fixed on the ship can produce magic crystals without stopping, allowing the Violet Empire to recover its costs faster. Chapter 382. The practical technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing has appeared. In the minds of the high-level officials of the Violet Empire, the importance of artificial magic crystal manufacturing is directly higher than that of the players on Earth. More manpower, material resources, and financial resources are invested in the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing. Under the leadership of the Empire's chief alchemist Gu Wendell, the practical technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing is advancing rapidly. The next step is to develop the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing in 4 steps. The first step is to continue to study the first experimental magic crystal production device. The second step is to build a fixed magic crystal production device in a medium magic environment area on land. The third step is to build a special ship, build the magic crystal production device on the ship, and combine the two into a magic crystal factory. The fourth step is to build a large number of magic crystal factories to provide more magic crystals for the Violet Empire. In the first step, the experimental magic crystal production device was continued to be studied. The two most important points are the stability of the magic crystal production device and the reduction of the manufacturing cost of the magic crystal production device. If the magic crystal production device is unstable and breaks down after a few operations, it is a very troublesome thing. It is better to increase the manufacturing cost to increase the stability of the magic crystal production device. The longer it can run stably, the better. While ensuring the stability of the magic crystal production device, the manufacturing cost of the magic crystal production device should be reduced as much as possible. The first experimental magic crystal production device was built by Gu Wendell using a large amount of precious magic materials, and the cost exceeded 100 million low-grade magic crystals. The magic crystal production device has costs, and the manufacturing of magic crystals also has costs. Only when the magic crystal production device runs for a long time and all costs are recovered can it make money. According to Gu Wendell's calculation, it costs 95 low-grade magic crystals to make 100 low-grade magic crystals. Don't let the magic crystal production device run out of service life and not recover the cost, then such artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology is not practical. By studying the first experimental magic crystal production device, a new magic crystal production device that guarantees stability and reduces manufacturing costs can be developed, and new experiments can be conducted to build new magic crystal production devices under standard conditions. Only when the fixed magic crystal production device is studied clearly can a mobile magic crystal production device, which is the final magic crystal factory, be built. When the first magic crystal factory passes the acceptance, the Violet Empire can build more magic crystal factories to continuously produce magic crystals for the Violet Empire. One thing needs to be noted: although the ocean of the life realm is vast, the magic crystal factory cannot be placed in the ocean of the life realm. The practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology is an important technology that can change the pattern of the life realm. Even if it is a force with God sitting in the seat, if it has the practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology, it only takes a few decades for the power in the life realm to increase a lot. Magic crystals are cultivation resources in themselves, and they can also be used to purchase other cultivation resources. The more magic crystals there are, the more cultivation resources there are, and the more professionals can be trained. Just like the Violet Empire, all citizens with 1-star talents will be trained by the Empire to become professionals. The continuous cultivation resources can allow the power to produce more legendary powerhouses. The gods themselves can reduce the consumption of faith power to cultivate legendary powerhouses, and use the faith power to improve their own strength, or they cannot reduce the consumption of faith power, so that more legendary powerhouses can appear in their own power, and have more powerful power in the world of life. In addition, legendary combat power does not only refer to legendary strongmen. For example, in the Sky City, there is an epic mage sitting in charge, and with the cooperation of other mages below the epic realm, it can exert legendary combat power, and there are also legendary magic arrays. Whether it is the Sky City or the legendary magic array, if you want to exert legendary combat power for a long time, it is far from enough to rely on the magic array to absorb the stored magic elements, and it requires a large amount of magic crystals. This shows the importance of magic crystals, and the importance of practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology. Once the magic crystal factory of the Violet Empire appears in the world of life, it will be easy to find the magic crystal factory with the power of the gods. The technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing has greatly increased the strength of the Violet Empire. Other gods are more and more afraid of the Violet God system of the Violet Empire, and then they unite to besiege the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire needs power, and needs power that can fight against all external forces. Before it has the power to fight against all external forces, the Violet Empire needs to hide itself. The Violet Empire cannot place the magic crystal factory in the ocean of the living world, so it can only be placed in the waters of the demi-plane. Fortunately, the Violet Empire has many demi-planes. The demi-planes owned by the Violet Empire are mainly obtained by Zhao Yi from opening treasure chests, and some are obtained by the Violet Empire from conquering cities and destroying other forces. The most important of all the demi-planes are two super-large demi-planes, one with an area of nearly 16 million square kilometers, and the other with an area of more than 20 million square kilometers. There are vast waters in these two super-large demi-planes. Below the two super-large demi-planes, there are more than 10 large demi-planes, 6 of which have an area of more than 1 million square kilometers. Half of the large demi-planes have large enough waters for magic crystal factories to birth. At present, the two super-large demi-planes are the main ones. With the waters in the two super-large demi-planes, it is not a problem to place hundreds of magic crystal factories. If the super-large demi-planes are not enough, continue to place them in large demi-planes, or even medium-sized demi-planes. When the Violet Empire makes a leap forward in its strength through the artificial magic crystal technology, and initially has the power to fight against the combined forces of other gods in the world of life, then the magic crystal factory can be placed in the ocean of the world of life. Before there is enough strength, it is necessary to hide. The Violet Empire is a very young country, and has enough time to accumulate strength. Moreover, the gods of the Violet God system are here. They are all immortal gods and dominate the development of the Violet Empire. The development of artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology has been temporarily determined. At this stage, the development of the Violet Empire will not change because of the emergence of practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology. Only when the magic crystal factory is officially in operation and produces magic crystals continuously, the development of the Violet Empire will gradually begin to change. Now, the Earth players with 5-star talents and immortal bodies have brought more changes to the Violet Empire. In the newly occupied lands of the Violet Empire, the Earth players, who have become professionals, are very active. They either take on tasks one after another from the Adventurers Guild alone or in teams, and complete these tasks to obtain a lot of money and points. The professional Earth players in the Violet Empire generally enter the first level, and some enter the second level. Such Earth players become adventurers of the Adventurers Guild as freelancers, and come to the newly occupied areas to do tasks. Among the indigenous adventurers, a large proportion are zero-level professionals, and the powerful indigenous adventurers will not come to the newly occupied areas to do these official construction tasks. In this comparison, in the newly occupied areas, the Earthstar player adventurers have made more contributions than the indigenous adventurers, making the newly occupied areas develop rapidly. Cities have been repaired, bridges are being built, and wide and smooth roads are extending into the distance. The Earthstar players have made great contributions to the development of the newly occupied areas, and they have also earned a lot of wealth and points. In their spare time, their favorite thing is to post on the game forum to show off how much wealth they have earned after completing tasks today. Stop talking, stop talking. Isn't it okay for me to go? Anyone from XX Empire who wants to immigrate to the Violet Empire, please add me as a friend. We will form an immigration team and go to the Violet Empire. I have a friend in the Violet Empire. He has earned 1 million federal dollars by taking quests from the Adventurers Guild. I'm so envious that I really want to fly there directly. This is the difference between the real alien world and a game. If a game treats some players with an easy start and others with a nightmare start, the game will soon fail. We have to persist no matter how bad the start is. If there is a chance, we will go to the Violet Empire. It is really friendly to us Earth players. Violet Empire players like to see the words of envy and jealousy from outside players. The more envy and jealousy from outside players, the happier they feel. Violet Empire players think that the Violet Empire is good in every aspect, but some foreign players also think that the Violet Empire has many bad sides. It is a good thing to make money in the Violet Empire, but it is a pity that Violet Empire players cannot enjoy another important gameplay in the game world. As long as we get enough merits, we can become nobles of NPC countries and have our own territories. Other players can join the territories. Can you Violet Empire players do it? You should know that the founding emperor of your Violet Empire was also a third-class baron noble at the beginning. He developed step by step to establish the Violet Empire. As Lord players, we also have the opportunity to grow from a small territory to a powerful country. Faced with this kind of post, Violet Empire players quickly found a way to deal with it. Did you learn history in vain? The Violet Empire is a centralized system, while other NPC countries are aristocratic feudal systems. The centralized system is obviously better than the aristocratic feudal system. One of the reasons why the Violet Empire can be so powerful is centralization. It's so funny. Do you think anyone can build a country from scratch? There are many players on Blue Star, but only one player can build an empire. We, the individual players, should stop daydreaming. Earning more money in the second world is the best thing. Financial freedom is the best thing. The players of the Violet Empire and foreign players fought fiercely, but the Violet Empire players had too many advantages, and the foreign players had too few examples to show. Foreign players secretly complained about their own countries, why the gap between them and the Violet Empire was so big. The players from Earthstar, who were attracted by the Violet Empire, continued to set out on the road to the Violet Empire. Some of them planned to save more money before setting out on the road. After all, the journey was long and eating along the way was a big problem. The players from Earthstar, who went to the Violet Empire, included individual players and players from Earthstar forces. Individual players wanted to make more money by playing simple games and were attracted by the Violet Empire, while Earthstar forces needed to think seriously. In the eyes of most Earthstar forces, the Violet Empire had many advantages and some disadvantages. Among them, the territory gameplay was not much of concern to individual players, but it was what Earthstar forces cared about the most. Most individual players want to make more money, and most Earthstar forces want to develop their power. Blue Star players came to the world of life earlier than Earthstar players. Although only one Blue Star player established an empire in the world of life, the Earthstar players will not give up easily, especially the major Earthstar forces. They want to take the Violet Empire as their goal and build a powerful country in the world of life, and have gods to sit in charge. The Violet Empire is powerful and wealthy, and the centralized system makes it difficult for Earthstar forces to develop in the Violet Empire. On the contrary, those countries outside that still have aristocratic feudal systems have given the Earthstar forces the opportunity to develop themselves. However, the Earthstar forces will not give up the Violet Empire. The reputation of the Violet Empire's academic players is very loud, and they can earn more wealth in the Violet Empire than in the outside world. Because of their small number of people, small forces on Earth can only choose foreign countries or the Violet Empire. Medium-sized forces on Earth have already started betting on both sides, acquiring territories in foreign countries on the one hand, and forming adventure groups in the Violet Empire on the other. The big forces on Earth, such as the Rabbit Country Official, directly develop in all countries of the world of life. The number of Earth players under the Rabbit Country Official is sufficient, and the financial resources that the Rabbit Country Official can mobilize are also very strong, so it is completely possible to develop in all countries of the world of life. There are many big forces on Earth who have the same choice as the Rabbit Country Official. Although it is developing in all countries, the Violet Empire is the most powerful and richest country in the world of life. The major forces on Earth have invested the most in the Violet Empire. The Earth players in the major professional academies of the Violet Empire are the objects they are competing for. In addition, the Violet Empire gathers a large number of individual players, and the major forces on Earth exchange money from these individual players for the money of the world of life. If they can choose, the organizations or forces established by individual players are also willing to develop in the Violet Empire. Individual players do not have much economic foundation, and they can only earn everything by themselves. It is a very good choice to establish an adventure group in the Adventurer Guild of the Violet Empire. In any case, the current players on Earth are still too weak, and can only rely on the indigenous forces of the world of life to develop themselves. Becoming a god and building a powerful country are still too far away from them, so they can only take one step at a time. Chapter 383. In a cave in the wild, dozens of Earthstar players gathered together, led by a third-level swordsman. There were 2 third-level professionals in the team. One was a third-level shooter, and the other was a third-level Earth magician. The remaining Earthstar players were all second-level professionals. It has been almost 4.5 years since the Earthstar players came to the world of life. More and more Earthstar players have become third-level professionals, and more Earthstar players have become second-level professionals. This team in the cave, which does not belong to the major forces of Earthstar, but is composed of individual players, already has such a strong strength. The leading third-level swordsman said, "Our target this time is the Lord of Tort City in the north, Earl Tort, a 4th-level swordsman. Earl Tort has committed many evil deeds and oppressed his subjects. Many of them starve to death every year. And Earl Tort's subordinates are also evil. The subjects of Earl Tort are simply living a life worse than death. We must kill such a hateful scum. Boss, we only have 3 third-level ones. Can we kill a 4th-level one?" A second-level team member asked. "We will definitely be able to kill Count Tort. We are not afraid of death. If everyone dies once and kills Count Tort, it will be a success for us," the third-level swordsman replied confidently. The other 2 third-level professionals nodded and agreed with the third-level swordsman. 3 third-level professionals and a group of second-level professionals desperately attacked a 4th-level professional, and they would definitely be able to kill him. The only question is when Count Tort will be alone, or when there are few people around him, and then besieged by their team. This must be investigated carefully. 7 days later, a great battle broke out in Tort City. Dozens of Earthstar players besieged Count Tort, who was patrolling the city. After paying the price of the death of 2 third-level and 17 second-level players, Count Tort was finally killed. The remaining Earthstar players were surrounded and killed by Count Tort's men. None of the Earthstar players who attacked Count Tort left Tort City alive. Soon, a video of this team of Earthstar players attacking Count Tort appeared on the game forum and the Earthstar internet. At the beginning of the video, the third-level swordsman explained the reason for killing Count Tort. The video ended with the death of the last Earthstar player who participated in the attack on Count Tort. The title of the video, First Kill of NPC Earl Noble, directly attracted many Earthstar players to click and watch. Brothers, you dared to kill an Earl Noble. Earl Nobles are at least 4th-level professionals. This is not the first 4th level NPC killed by our players, but the first 4th level NPC noble killed. You are really brave. Don't even think about staying in this NPC country in the future. Good job, reward 100, but unfortunately I am far away from you, otherwise I would also like to join your team. Such a hateful NPC noble must die. They are all living people, but they starved to death under the oppression of such hateful nobles. Some people were directly beaten to death. It's so miserable. The NPC Earl Noble died, and you were all wiped out. Everything you had was gone, and you suffered heavy losses. I don't know if this video can help you recover your investment. I will also give you a small reward of 10 yuan to support you. I hope you can kill more evil NPC nobles. The title of killing the NPC Earl Noble first directly made the video popular. The Earthstar player team that killed Earl Tort was watching the backstage. The rewards from other Earthstar players made the backstage income figures keep jumping. The members of this Earthstar player team are all people who hate evil. Earthstar human civilization and technology are so advanced, but occasionally there are bad guys doing evil things. As ordinary people, they dare not take action, and can only hope that the bad guys will be punished by law. Now that they have come to the world of life, they have gained power and immortality. The heart of punishing evil and promoting good is beating again. When they see evil people, they want to take action. If the evil people are strong, the Earthstar players with the same idea will unite to eliminate the evil people. In order to kill the evildoers, they would pay the huge price of losing their level and everything they have. However, there are also many Earthstar players who like to punish evil and promote good, and they plan to recover their losses through other methods. Making videos of the process of punishing evil and promoting good is one of them, which will attract other Earthstar players to give them rewards. There are even Earthstar players who directly broadcast live when they are punishing evil and promoting good, which can indeed attract a large number of players to watch, but it is also prone to accidents. There are always Earthstar players who secretly report to NPCs for money to get rewards, and the Earthstar players who punish evil and promote good are directly killed by NPCs. Gradually, fewer Earth players started live broadcasts to punish evil and promote good, and they mainly made videos. Relying on first kill NPC Earl Noble, this Earth player team quickly received many rewards from other Earth players. In just 3 days, they made up for the loss in money. The subsequent rewards were equivalent to pure profit, supporting the team to continue to punish evil and promote good. In addition, other Earth players applied to join the team, including 2 third-level players. However, the players of this team had not been happy for a few days before the revenge from the NPC came. The Shieling Empire where Earl Tort was located directly issued a wanted order. Anyone who killed, captured or provided information about the otherworld hero who killed Earl Tort would receive a large reward. On the same day, a player from Earth brought the information of this team to claim the reward. Soon, a large number of NPC professionals and a small number of professional players from Earth went to hunt down this team of players from Earth. Count Tort was killed by a brave warrior from another world, which had a huge impact on the Shieling Empire. In the noble system of Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, the Earl, who can only be a professional of the lowest level 4, occupies a relatively important position. If a Baron dies, there is no need to care. A second-level professional can become a Baron if he has made enough merits, and the territory is only a few square kilometers. The importance of the Earl is much greater than that of the Viscount and Baron, not to mention that the Earl is dead. As the strength of the heroes from another world increases, will they turn their attention to the Marquis, Duke, and even Prince? The nobles of the Shieling Empire can no longer bear it, especially the nobles below the Marquis. With their strength, they are in danger of being attacked and killed by the heroes from another world. They are nobles. How can they be killed by the despicable heroes from another world? Taking advantage of the weak strength of the heroes from another world, all the heroes from another world are driven to other countries by killing. In fact, the aboriginal nobles are full of envy and hatred towards the players on Earth. 5-star talent, immortality, any one of which is what the aboriginal nobles desire. Why can the heroes from another world have 5-star talent and immortality, but they don't even have 4-star talent? All the heroes from another world deserve to die. This time, the Earl was attacked and killed by the heroes from another world, which directly triggered the anger in the hearts of the aboriginal nobles. Faced with the anger of the nobles, the Emperor of the Shieling Empire must take it seriously and directly issue a wanted order. Then the Emperor persuaded the nobles not to drive away all the heroes from another world. The heroes from another world with immortal bodies are a very useful force. There are good and bad heroes from another world. Just drive away the evil heroes from another world, and keep the good heroes from another world, as a force to reduce the loss of their own personnel. The nobles are still the nobles of the past, but the royal family is not the royal family of the past. The royal family now has more powerful power. The Shilling Empire does not have a god, but a demigod. The nobles of the Shilling Empire are still thinking that this demigod can become a real god and grant them eternal life. Faced with the emperor's persuasion, the nobles could only accept that most of the heroes from another world could not be moved, but those who dared to attack and kill the nobles and destroy everywhere in the empire could not be spared. The nobles took out their wealth, and the royal family followed suit. Any heroes from another world who did evil would be rewarded with a large sum of money to kill these evil heroes from another world and make them leave the Shilling Empire. There was no other way. The heroes from another world had immortal bodies and could be resurrected after death. The only way to drive the heroes from another world out of the Shilling Empire was to kill them. The Shilling Empire's move was just the beginning. It was also because of the influence of this Earthstar player team wanted by the Shilling Empire that a large number of Earthstar player teams appeared in other countries, in the world of life, and even in the Shilling Empire itself, wanting to make trouble. Your team can kill an NPC Earl Noble, and our team is not bad either, and we can also kill NPC Earl Nobles. For a time, the number of attacks on NPC nobles in various countries in the world of life suddenly increased, and the attackers were all heroes from another world. The chaos brought by the heroes from another world to the countries of the living world has caused each country to offer a large reward to those heroes from another world who do evil and intensify the crackdown. However, no country has expelled all heroes from another world. As long as they use heroes from another world, they can feel the benefits of using heroes from another world and are unwilling to give up this useful power. Facing the attacks of NPC forces, the player teams from Earthstar did not give up their actions even when they died, and continued to attack and kill NPC nobles everywhere. After all, they can be resurrected after death, and just a few deaths cannot change their minds. Some of these Earthstar player teams are formed by Earthstar players who really want to punish evil and promote good, but some are formed by Earthstar players who want to become famous and make money. When they were punishing evil and promoting good in the world of life, the local forces on Earth also noticed them, and the ones who noticed them were mainly the official forces of various countries on Earth. The Earthstar players punished evil and promoted good in the world of life, and they wanted to punish evil and promote good on Earth even more. But their power on Earth was still relatively weak, and they did not have immortal bodies, so they did not dare to punish evil and promote good like they did in the world of life. However, as time goes by, the strength of the players on Earth increases, and the power they bring back to Earth will continue to increase. When the strength increases to a certain level, the strength will give them the confidence to dare to punish evil and promote good on Earth. However, even if it is to punish evil and promote good, the official forces of various countries on Earth are unwilling. For example, in a criminal incident, the crime is not punishable by death, but it is beaten to death by the people who punish evil and promote good. Punishing evil and promoting good should be replaced by being brave and righteous, and it should be done in moderation, so that some national officials can accept it. The Earthstar players brought 1% of the power of the world of life to Earthstar. In the past few years, this situation has greatly increased the number of public security incidents on Earthstar. It can be expected that the situation will become more serious as time goes by. The Earthstar players in the world of life not only punish evil and promote good, but also commit evil everywhere. For example, they formed a bandit team and robbed villages and towns everywhere to plunder wealth and women. If punishing evil and promoting good is barely acceptable, committing evil is completely unacceptable, and it will easily cause greater chaos on Earthstar. Power fosters ambition. Even the major financial groups on Earth have strong concerns, fearing that with so much wealth, powerful players will come to rob their wealth in the future. The major financial groups can only work hard to cultivate their own power, and want to have enough strength to protect themselves. But this is not safe. Maybe a casual player will have an adventure and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. In order to maintain the order of Earth, all countries on Earth are actively preparing, but no matter how much preparation they have, they still feel unsafe and accidents are likely to occur. It would be great if all the countries in the realm of life were like the Violet Empire. A small number of people sighed in their hearts. When Earth players continue to punish evil and promote good and commit evil in various countries in the realm of life, only the Violet Empire maintained its original order. No Earth players were seen punishing evil and promoting good, and only occasionally did Earth players commit evil. The Violet Empire did not need Earth players to punish evil and promote good. The laws and regulations of the Violet Empire were perfect, and any criminal incidents would be quickly handled by the sheriff. On the contrary, it is the Earthstar players who occasionally do evil things. A small part of them are the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire who are impulsive, but more of them are foreign Earthstar players who quietly cross the border and quickly return after destroying the border area of the Violet Empire. The purpose is very simple, just to become famous and make money. The border of the Violet Empire is long, and it is impossible to stop everyone from crossing the border. In order to deal with these Earthstar players who enter the territory of the Violet Empire to cause damage, the Violet Empire directly issues tasks in the Mercenary Guild with a large sum of money. Mission requirements: kill the target Earth player. Mission deadline: until the Earth player leaves the realm of life or drops to level 0. As long as you kill the target Earth player once, you will be paid. The Violet Empire is not short of money. You must kill such players, so that they will never enter the realm of life. Faced with the means of the Violet Empire, the number of Earth players who dare to enter the Violet Empire to cause destruction has dropped sharply. Power fosters ambition. Power makes people do whatever they want. Fortunately, more people are willing to abide by the order, and fewer people want to punish evil and promote good, and fewer people want to do evil. After all, power is the most important. Only when the power is strong enough can order be established. Without enough power, order will be destroyed. Chapter 384. The players from Earth, whose strength is constantly improving, are bringing more chaos to the world of life. While the countries in the world of life are busy cleaning up the evil players from Earth, the Violet Empire, which is devoted to development, has made new progress in the technology of artificially manufacturing magic crystals. In the super-large demiplane where the Sky City is located, a new magic crystal production device has been built in a medium magic environment area closest to the high magic environment area where the Sky City is located. Start. Under the watchful eyes of Gwendol and a group of assistants, the magic crystal production device started to operate, and magic elements were constantly sucked into the magic crystal production device. Soon, pieces of standard low-grade magic crystals were produced. One thing to note is that the magic crystals born naturally and the magic crystals produced by the magic crystal heart are irregular. After that, the irregular magic crystals are cut into standard specifications before they can be circulated as currency. The magic crystals produced by the magic crystal production device are directly standard specifications of magic crystals. After the magic crystal production device has been running at low efficiency for a period of time, Gwendol ordered to improve the efficiency. The speed of the magic crystal production device has increased, and more magic elements are absorbed from the outside world. A magic element vortex appears above the magic crystal production device, and as the speed of the magic crystal production device increases, the magic element vortex becomes larger and larger. The final result is that the magic crystal production device produces a low-grade magic crystal faster and faster. In the end, it will take less than 1 second to produce a low-grade magic crystal. If it is calculated based on producing 1 low-grade magic crystal per second, 60 yuan per minute, 3,600 yuan per hour, 86,400 yuan per day, and 31.104 million yuan per year, which can all afford epic equipment. However, according to Gwendol's research, the speed of producing 1 low-grade magic crystal per second is a little too fast, and it should be reduced a little. If the magic crystal production device is operated at a production efficiency of 1 low-grade magic crystal per second, the life of the magic crystal production device will be reduced. If the magic crystal production efficiency is slightly reduced, the magic crystal production device can recover all costs and ensure the life of the magic crystal production device if it is operated continuously for no more than 10 years. Of course, this magic crystal production device cannot be fixed on land, but must be placed on a large ship as the final product, the magic crystal factory. If the magic crystal production device is fixed on land, after the magic crystal production device has been running for a period of time, the concentration of magic elements in the area will continue to decrease, causing the magic crystal production efficiency to continue to decrease. On the contrary, the magic crystal factory can move on the water surface. When the concentration of magic elements in this area decreases, the magic crystal factory does not need to stop working. The magic crystal factory can be directly moved to another area. How much will the magic crystal production efficiency be affected? The practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology has reached the second step. In Gwendol's opinion, the possibility of achieving the predetermined goal in the second step is very high. If the second step is successful, there will be basically no problem in the third step. It is just to put the magic crystal production device on the big ship. The difficulty is not great. The difficulty of practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology has always been in the magic crystal production device. The second step of the practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology is still led by Gu Wendell. In the third step, Gu Wendell's tasks will be reduced, and he will no longer pay attention to this in the fourth step. Instead, continue to study the practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology, reduce the cost of magic crystal production equipment, and reduce the cost of producing magic crystals. The artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology is moving towards the goal of large-scale promotion, which makes the high-level officials of the Violet Empire very happy. Even though it takes nearly 10 years for a magic crystal production device to recover its cost, it still costs 95 low-grade magic crystals to produce 100 low-grade magic crystals. You should know that the actual amount of magic crystals invested by the Violet Empire in the magic crystal production device is not much, but more of various magic materials. To a certain extent, magic materials are used in exchange for magic crystals, and these magic materials belong to the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire uses the magic crystal production device to exchange magic materials for magic crystals. Compared with consumables such as magic crystals, magic materials are relatively sufficient for the Violet Empire. Not only the Violet Empire, but most forces in the world of life have relatively sufficient magic materials. After a war, the main consumption is magic crystals, and magic materials will also be consumed, but it will not make a force poor because of the consumption of magic materials. The Violet Empire has enough magical material veins, mainly from the ocean and the half-plane. Most of the magical materials, like metals, are non-renewable resources. Compared with the renewable resources of magic crystals, the former should be more important. However, at the current stage, the magic materials can never be consumed, but the magic crystals are consumed quickly due to the war, and the magic crystals produced are far less than the consumed magic crystals. Time is not important to the sacredness of immortality, and you can sleep for decades or hundreds of years. However, there will be too many accidents in a long time. If you can improve your strength quickly in a short time, don't improve your strength step by step over a long time. For the Violet Empire, which has rich reserves of magic material resources, exchanging magic materials for magic crystals is a very worthwhile thing to do. When there was new progress in the practical artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology, the top leaders of the Violet Empire held 3 consecutive meetings and officially decided to start mass production of magic weapons. Not only is magic weapons produced, but while mass-producing magic weapons and consuming newly occupied land, the Violet Empire must begin preparing for the next war. The next war has at least a 70% chance of being a war between the Violet Empire and another god force, and this god force is likely to receive help from other god forces. The Violet Empire must be prepared for wars between god forces, and the Violet Pantheon must also be prepared to launch wars against other pantheons. There has not been a war between 2 god forces in the world of life, but it can be predicted that once a war breaks out between 2 god forces, those high and mighty gods will also take action, gods fighting gods, gods fighting. In the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of low-level and mid-level professionals, the power of gods is unimaginable. No one knows how terrifying it is when 2 gods fight. The people in the world of life are lucky. Under the rules of the world, gods cannot use power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. If the gods can use all their power in the world of life, legendary strongmen can destroy a city with one blow, and gods can even destroy a kingdom with one blow. It has been more than 160 years since Zhao Yi's original body became a saint, and more than 110 years since Zhao Yi's clone became a god. As time goes by, Zhao Yi's strength has been growing. Because of the power of faith of believers, the god's strength increases faster than saints. Perhaps there are gods whose strength exceeds Zhao Yi's original body, but Zhao Yi is confident that his god clone will be the strongest. The Violet Empire has too many people. The huge population provides countless faith power for the gods of the Violet God system. As the main god of the Violet God system, Zhao Yi has all the faith power at his disposal. The strength of other gods in the Violet God system has increased to be similar to that of the gods in the outside world. More faith power increases the strength of Zhao Yi's god clone. Strength also gives Zhao Yi confidence. As long as all the gods in the outside world do not join forces, Zhao Yi has absolute confidence in winning the battle of gods. The 2 sacred treasures, the Time Hourglass and the Holy Spear, can greatly increase Zhao Yi's strength. Even Zhao Yi's kingdom is much stronger than the kingdoms of other gods. However, if possible, the war should be delayed as much as possible. Every time it is delayed, the Violet Empire will become stronger. When the war can no longer be delayed, the Violet Empire cannot passively take the beating, but must take the initiative to launch an attack and spread the flames of war to the enemy's territory. It's chaos, chaos. The players on Earth are bringing all kinds of destruction to the realm of life. Whether it's punishing evil and promoting good, or committing many evils, in the eyes of the aboriginal nobles of the realm of life, those heroes from another world are doing evil, and they must drive away all these evil heroes from another world. They also want to kill the heroes from another world to level 0 like the Violet Empire, or kill them so that they never dare to enter the realm of life again, but their wealth is too far behind that of the Violet Empire, and they only hope to kill those evil heroes from another world out of their country. Faced with the bounty offered by the aboriginal nobles, a large number of aboriginal professionals accepted the mission, and a small number of Earth players were attracted by the bounty. As Earth players, they were more likely to obtain intelligence, so they could complete the mission more easily than the aboriginal professionals, and get a large amount of rewards. Many Earth players who were offered bounties were killed several times, but they still did not give up their ideas and continued to punish evil and promote good. Only those Earth players who really did evil were quiet. However, with the continuous chaos, things gradually became serious. Although the countries in the world of life mainly offer bounties to evil players from Earth, and do not want to expel all players from Earth, a small number of players from Earth are causing chaos, causing a large number of aboriginal nobles and professionals to hate the entire group of players from Earth. Some aboriginal nobles directly refuse entry to all players from Earth, and some aboriginal shops also refuse to allow players from Earth to shop. There are more and more places with signs saying brave men from other worlds are not allowed to enter. Especially those players from Earth who have entered the aboriginal power system suddenly find that their situation has become difficult, and their aboriginal colleagues, who used to be able to talk to them, now refuse even gifts. Brothers, can you please calm down? This is a real world, not a fictional game world. Don't do what you did in the game world in the world of life. Do you know how many people have suffered heavy losses because of your actions? We are here for profit, not to play games. Those unarmed civilians are real people. How can you bear to kill them? Their lives are already bad enough, but you bring death to them. They are all living people, but you become bandits and robbers to kill them. I doubt whether these evil people have a demon living in their hearts. We can't go on like this. We came to this world as heroes from another world, and we are not trusted by NPCs. Now that you are making trouble, NPCs distrust us even more. Not only distrust, they have become hostile to us. I am speechless. Ordinary players curse at the actions of a few Earth players in the game forums, and the Earth Internet, and the various forces on Earth who suffered heavy losses could not sit still. Becoming a lord, forming a mercenary group, and climbing up in the NPC forces, such things are impossible for most individual players, and mainly the various forces on Earth will do it. Now, due to the actions of a small number of Earth players, the forces of all forces on Earth in the world of life are hostile to NPC nobles and professionals, and their development has stagnated or even regressed. Because of this incident, a new meeting of the Earth Federation began. After the meeting, all countries on Earth issued temporary decrees, requiring all Earth players to stop doing evil in their NPC countries. Violators will be sentenced to imprisonment for more than 1 year, but less than 10 years. Many Earth players do not care about this temporary decree, thinking that what they do in the game world will not be discovered by others at all, and they do what they want. However, soon, the countries on Earth announced additional conditions, and each country would offer a large reward for those who committed evil in the world of life. Such additional conditions immediately stopped those Earth players who punished evil and promoted good and committed evil. Even with the lowest 1-year imprisonment, the world of life has passed for 5 years, and if you don't enter the world of life for 5 years, your strength will be pulled apart at once. Strength is the most important thing, and they can't stay away from the second world. Earth is the foundation of the Earth players. The actions of the countries in the world of life cannot stop the Earth players from committing evil. In the end, it was the Earth countries that took action and immediately stopped the Earth players from punishing evil and promoting good or committing evil. Although the number of evil Earth players in the realm of life has suddenly decreased, the hostility from the native nobles and professionals will not disappear in a short period of time because of the chaos created by the Earth players before. In a short period of time, the situation of Earth players in countries outside the Violet Empire will not be very good. What else can the Earth forces that have suffered heavy losses do? They can only transfer more manpower to the Violet Empire. Now in the realm of life, only the NPCs of the Violet Empire will not be hostile to Earth players. Even if the Violet Empire has various restrictions, a group of Earth forces can also develop their own strength within the Violet Empire. More people will be transferred to the Violet Empire, and some people will be left here to continue to manage the territory and mercenary group. When the hostility of the NPCs here towards the players on Earth is reduced, the people from the Violet Empire will be mobilized back. The Violet Empire does not care about this situation that is almost like borrowing chickens to lay eggs. If you want to develop in the Violet Empire, you must work for the Violet Empire. You work, I pay you wages, and it is a normal transaction. When the time comes, you leave, and the Violet Empire will not care. Maybe by then you don't want to leave the Violet Empire. Chapter 385. The Earthstar players in the Violet Empire like to divide all Earthstar players into two groups, the Violet Empire players and foreign players. The Violet Empire players are proud of their identities, and often make comments on game forums and Earthstar internet that make foreign players envious and jealous. Although the Violet Empire is the country with the largest territory, the largest population, and the highest player density in the realm of life, the Violet Empire is still far behind the entire Origin continent. The number of Violet Empire players accounts for less than 1/10 of all Earthstar players. This means that on the game forums and the Earthstar internet, a Violet Empire player needs to face 10 foreign players. Even those who occupy the Violet Empire are sometimes defeated by foreign players in debates. For this reason, the Violet Empire players spontaneously promote the Violet Empire on the game forums and the Earthstar internet, attracting more Earthstar players to the Violet Empire and increasing the number of Violet Empire players. The spontaneous promotion of the Violet Empire players is effective. There are constantly Earthstar players from all over the Origin continent who have either embarked on the road to the Violet Empire or are preparing to go to the Violet Empire. However, this time, because the Earth players punished evil and promoted good and committed evil, they aroused the hostility of the native nobles and professionals in the outside world. After the Earth countries issued temporary laws to restrain the Earth players, the number of Earth players who punished evil and promoted good and committed evil was greatly reduced, but the hostility of the native nobles and professionals towards the Earth players will not disappear for a while. The hostility from the native nobles and professionals made the situation of the outside Earth players somewhat difficult, especially the development of the various forces of the Earth within the native forces became stagnant or even regressed. In this case, more Earth players choose to go to the Violet Empire, where the natives are not hostile to Earth players. The original Violet Empire players wanted to expand the group of Violet Empire players. As more Earth players came to the Violet Empire, the group of Violet Empire players grew rapidly, but a problem arose. One of the important reasons why Violet can attract outside Earth players is that the Violet Empire is rich, and doing tasks in the Violet Empire can earn more money. The problem is that the number of tasks is limited. Even after the Violet Empire occupied the land of the Ithaca Empire, a large number of tasks were generated. When more players from Earth poured into the Violet Empire, and their first stop was mostly the newly occupied land of the Violet Empire, adventurers began to compete for tasks in the newly occupied land. You should know that at this stage, most of the players from Earth who poured into the Violet Empire are professionals, and they are mainly first-level and second-level professionals. The proportion of zero-level professionals is relatively small. Zero-level professionals do not have enough wealth and power to come to the Violet Empire. A large number of Earth players poured into the newly occupied areas of the Violet Empire, which first caused the native professionals to choose to leave and return to the areas where they originally performed tasks. The newly occupied areas of the Violet Empire are limited in area and tasks, while the overall area of the Violet Empire is vast. If the influx of Earth players is dispersed to various parts of the Violet Empire, these Earth players can be barely digested. Some of the native professionals left first, and soon, some old and new players of the Violet Empire also chose to leave, leaving the original Ithaca Empire land and going to live in other places in the Violet Empire. As time goes by, more professionals choose to leave the newly occupied land. Most of the professionals who leave the newly occupied land still act as adventurers to take tasks from the Adventurer Guild, but some professionals also make other choices. For example, going out to sea to explore is the second only option to becoming an adventurer to do tasks. Many earthly forces have made a decision that as long as someone in their forces is promoted to the 4th level, they will buy ships or even form a fleet and go out to sea to explore in order to gain more benefits. Before there were 4th level professionals, people could be sent to the indigenous ships to follow the indigenous teams to explore the ocean. In this process, players who joined the indigenous teams needed to learn well, so that they could explore the ocean with their own forces in the future. Many individual players also took a fancy to the generous salary offered by the indigenous ship owners. If they had gains in the ocean exploration, they would also be given a large amount of bonuses. Money made these individual players choose to join the ranks of ocean exploration. Adventurers, ocean exploration, after them, are employed alchemists, pharmacists, array masters and other secondary positions. Alchemists refine various magic weapons and alchemy props, and pharmacists prepare mana potions, life potions, etc. For all professionals, weapons, equipment, alchemy props, and potions are indispensable items, which can effectively increase the strength of professionals. A group of earthly forces, they form forces in the world of life, and they also wanted their forces to be able to produce various weapons, equipment, alchemy props, and potions. Being able to produce them by themselves is self-sufficient, and it is cheaper to produce them by yourself than to buy them from outside. Purchasing from the outside world is subject to others' control, and is also affected by market price fluctuations. The former Blue Star player lords were able to think of being self-sufficient in military supplies and daily necessities, and not being strangled by the natives. The current Earth Star players can also think of it, especially those Earth Star forces that want to develop their power in the world of life. It is particularly important to produce various military supplies by themselves. Earth Star players all have 5-star talents, but their talents in alchemy, medicine, etc. vary from person to person, and more depends on their understanding. In addition to the talent for alchemy and pharmacy, there is also the difficulty of acquiring knowledge to become an alchemist or pharmacist. In the outside world, it is difficult to acquire relevant knowledge. In the Violet Empire, it is much easier to acquire knowledge. Even in the Violet Empire Professional Academy, there are classes such as alchemy and pharmacy to teach talented students relevant knowledge. If you have high enough talent in these secondary positions, you can also enter the Professional Academy to study. Only those Earth Star players who descended directly into the Violet Empire are eligible to enter the Professional Academy. Earth Star players who came to the Violet Empire later can no longer enter the Professional Academy. Later, if the Earth Star players wanted to obtain relevant knowledge, they could only buy it with money. They could buy relevant knowledge in the Adventurer Guild, on the Violet Empire internet, and in professional bookstores. The price was relatively expensive, but cheaper than the outside world. Of course, it was just basic knowledge. Advanced knowledge was not so easy to buy. Individual players could not afford to buy basic knowledge, but the Earth Star forces had money and could buy it. Through game forums and the Earth Star internet, more Earth Star players could get in touch with these basic knowledge at a reduced price or even for free. After getting to know the basics, the next difficulty comes. For example, alchemists need to buy tools and materials to refine an item, and they can only succeed after many failures. Knowledge can be shared for free, but the cost of buying tools and materials is inevitable, which is something that individual players cannot afford. Only the Earth Star forces can spend a lot of money to cultivate secondary professions such as alchemists and pharmacists. For the Earth Star forces, cultivating secondary professions such as alchemists and pharmacists is not enough. The indigenous forces have already used alchemy workshops and pharmaceutical workshops for mass production, which is equivalent to assembly lines versus manual production. The former can not only greatly reduce production costs, but also have a very terrifying production efficiency. The Earth Star forces have no choice but to take one step at a time, at least first train alchemists and pharmacists, and then consider alchemy workshops and pharmaceutical workshops. Whether it is an Earth Star player or an indigenous professional, the best jobs are still the natural magician, earth magician, and priest. For Earth Star players, except for the difficult profession of priest, it is relatively easy to be a natural magician and earth magician. Earth mages are the main force in building houses, roads, and bridges. Nature mages help farmers speed up the growth of crops in the fields. Earth mages with certain strength often set up a construction team and recruit powerful warriors and ordinary people to take on various construction tasks. Nature mages with certain strength often become big landlords. If they are stronger, they will cultivate magic plants themselves. Cultivating magic plants can make more money, but the investment cost is also very high. Many casual players regretted not choosing the two easy-to-earn professions of Earth Mage and Nature Mage. There are more ways to make money than these. Even ordinary people can make money by writing novels and live streaming. As time goes by, the players from Earth Star who entered the newly occupied land of the Violet Empire have gradually moved to other areas of the Violet Empire and have their own development. When they really came to the land of the Violet Empire, they could see the Violet Empire more clearly, instead of just hearing about it on game forums and Earth Star internet. In fact, many Earth players who have never been to the Violet Empire do not believe what the Violet Empire players say. They think that the Violet Empire players are exaggerating the facts and think that the Violet Empire may be better than other countries, but it will not be far better than other countries. Until they entered the Violet Empire and saw everything with their own eyes, it turned out that the natives of the Violet Empire really had no prejudice against Earth players. It turned out that the Violet Empire was really that rich. And it turned out that the Violet Empire was really that stable. The Violet Empire is the most orderly of all the countries in the world of life. Under the constraints of the law, professionals will not bully civilians. Long-term integration allows professionals to drink and chat with civilians. The atmosphere of the Violet Empire gives many Earth players a very comfortable feeling. After all, Earth players who like to disrupt order are a minority. A group of Earth forces want to develop their own forces in the indigenous countries with poor order. Most of the players under the Earth forces also like order and don't like chaos. Finally, they came to the Violet Empire, especially Zhaocheng, the capital of the Violet Empire, which is definitely the most prosperous city in the world of life. The peace of the Violet Empire makes many Earth players feel that even if they don't become professionals, they can live well in the Violet Empire, without being oppressed by nobles and professionals, and experience life in another world. I was wrong. It turns out that the Violet Empire is really that good. I regret not coming to the Violet Empire earlier. If I had come to the Violet Empire earlier, I could have reached a higher level, made more money, and even made me financially free earlier on Earth. Fortunately, now I have come to the Violet Empire, and I have become a Violet Empire player. I just came to the Violet Empire. I want to work hard to make money, and bring my parents over. It's so hard for us to live in a foreign country. I'm better off as a professional. My parents are old and it's a bit difficult for them to become professionals. If they can come to the Violet Empire, ordinary people can live well, which is very suitable for my parents. It turns out that what the players in the Violet Empire said is true. I didn't believe it before, but I found it's all true when I came to the Violet Empire. Compared with the previous country, it's a world of difference. I decided to live in the Violet Empire in the future and never leave. I hope the Violet Empire will continue to be strong. Although the old players of the Violet Empire had their tasks snatched away by the new players, the arrival of a large number of new players has made the Violet Empire player group stronger. They feel proud and proud. They speak out on the game forums and the Earthstar internet, welcoming the new players to join. Let's work together to make the Violet Empire dominate the world of life. Zhao Yi wanted the Violet Empire to dominate the world of life, and the high-level officials of the Violet Empire also wanted to dominate the world of life. Unexpectedly, the players of the Violet Empire also wanted to dominate the world of life. More players from Earth come to the Violet Empire. The peace, order, and prosperity of the Violet Empire make the players from Earth stay. However, this is not enough. Under Zhao Yi's will, the leaders of the Violet Empire should try their best to integrate the players from Earth into the Violet Empire. Integrating the players from Earth into the Violet Empire is just like integrating the people from the newly occupied land into the Violet Empire. The players from Earth have their own culture, and the people from the newly occupied land also have their own culture. The Violet Empire, which has been established for more than 160 years, also has its own culture. The Violet Empire is a very young country among all the countries in the world of life. In the more than 160 years since its establishment, it has already developed its own culture. The most important thing is that the Violet Empire has a large enough population. The people in the newly occupied lands plus the continuous influx of Earthstar players account for less than 15% of the total population of the Violet Empire. If the Earthstar players no longer return, then the Earthstar players will easily integrate into the Violet Empire. However, the players on Earth travel back and forth between the realm of life and Earth. Earth is the foundation of the players on Earth. It is difficult to make the players on Earth fully integrate into the Violet Empire. So we need to change the direction and make the players on Earth feel a sense of identity with the Violet Empire. This is easier. The previous players of the Violet Empire felt a sense of identity with the Violet Empire after living in the Violet Empire for 4 or 5 years, and were proud of their identity as Violet Empire players. After another 4 or 5 years, these new players will also feel a sense of identity with the Violet Empire. Chapter 386. A large number of Earth players went to the Violet Empire, and the Aboriginal forces did not feel much. On the one hand, the Earth players who went to the Violet Empire accounted for a small proportion of the total number of Earth players in their own sphere of influence, less than 1/10, so there was no shortage of Earth players for the time being. On the other hand, the Aboriginal forces treated the Earth players as freelancers, free and easy, and went wherever they could make money. If the Violet Empire was profitable, they went to the Violet Empire. Another point is that the Aboriginal nobles and professionals are still hostile to the Earth players, so they don't care if the Earth players run away. The nobles even hope that there will be no Earth players in their territory. The weak Aboriginal nobles are very afraid of the Earth players, worrying that these immortal Earth players will kill them one day. Under the killing of the Earth players, some Aboriginal nobles are also forced to change themselves, and the oppression and exploitation of the people in their territory has been reduced a lot. In the previous stage, the various chaos created by the Earth players in the world of life even affected the struggle between the Aboriginal forces to a certain extent. After the chaos created by the Earth players decreased, the struggle between the Aboriginal forces continued. However, due to the hostility of the native nobles and professionals towards the Earth players found that they could get less merits for doing similar tasks than before. The Earth players had a hard time in the outside world, but they lived more comfortably in the Violet Empire. As long as they did not crowd into the newly occupied areas of the Violet Empire, but dispersed to various parts of the Violet Empire, and took tasks from the Adventurer Guild, they could make money faster than in the outside world. Compared with the Adventurer Guild in the Violet Empire, the Mercenary Guild in the outside world could get more rewards for the same level of tasks in the Adventurer Guild, just because the Violet Empire was very rich. There are also a lot of combat missions in the Mercenary Guild, but few combat missions in the Adventurer Guild. This shows that the order in the Violet Empire is very good, while the order in the outside world is relatively poor. Earth players, who are used to doing combat missions in the outside world, can only do some non-combat missions when they come to the Violet Empire. They are a little uncomfortable at the beginning, and even have the idea of leaving the Violet Empire to do combat missions. However, there are only a few combat maniacs among Earth players, and the rewards for the same level of missions are higher, so Earth players quickly like the Violet Empire. Especially for individual players, most of them make money as their first priority. In the Violet Empire, they can make more money. In the realm of life, the Violet Empire can develop much faster than other countries. Compared with Earth, the Violet Empire has reached the early modern level of Earth, while other countries in the realm of life are still at the ancient level of Earth. In the Violet Empire, the internet covers the entire country. First-level professionals can afford computers and mobile phones, and ordinary people can take magic trains or even magic aircraft to travel thousands of miles away. The other countries in the world of life are poor and backward. The most important reason why the Violet Empire can develop much faster than other countries is Zhao Yi. Under Zhao Yi's order, a large number of professionals are invested in the construction of the Violet Empire. A zero-level professional can exert the power of several or even more than 10 ordinary people, and a first-level professional can exert the power of dozens of ordinary people. After the end of the undead disaster, everything was in ruins. The Violet Empire took Earth magicians as the main force and started large-scale construction, building roads, bridges, towns, and villages. In just a few years, the lower-class civilians in the Violet Empire lived a life of food and clothing. Since the day the Violet Empire was established, all citizens have been tested for their professional talents. As long as they have a 1-star talent, they can receive education in the professional academy and become professionals. A large number of professionals have devoted themselves to the construction, making the Violet Empire develop much faster than other countries. The efforts of professionals are an important reason why the Violet Empire has become the richest country in the world of life. After the public beta of the Second World, a large number of Earth players have descended on the Violet Empire one after another. They have grown into professionals. Whether they become official professionals or freelancers, they are working for the Violet Empire and increasing the speed of its development. Now, a large number of professional players from Earth are pouring into the Violet Empire. With the efforts of all the professionals, the Violet Empire will continue to develop rapidly, while other countries in the world of life are still crawling at a snail's pace. The final result of the rapid development of the Violet Empire will be the continuous improvement of the strength of the Violet Empire. In the world of life, strength is the most important. The Violet Empire is developing rapidly, and players from Earth are pouring in. The high-level officials of the Violet Empire have set their sights on the technology of artificially manufacturing magic crystals. Now that the artificial production of magic crystals has been completed, we have entered the third step, placing the magic crystal production device on a special large ship and combining it into a magic crystal factory. The difficulty of the third step is very low. As long as the second step is successful, the success of the third step is just a matter of time. The third step is successful, and the fourth step is to build magic crystal factories in large quantities. The large-scale construction of magic crystal factories means that the Violet Empire will no longer lack magic crystals, and the Violet Empire army equipped with magic weapons will greatly increase its strength. There was a feeling that when Gwendol's first experimental magic crystal production device was born, the guardian gods of the Silver Wolf Empire, the Commodore Empire, the Satley Empire, and other gods all had a vague feeling of badness, but they didn't know where this bad feeling came from. In the hearts of believers, the gods they believe in are omnipotent. In reality, the gods of the living world cannot be omnipotent. There are many things in the living world that they cannot understand. As the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing progresses step by step, the bad feeling in the hearts of the gods gradually worsens. Something big has happened. More than one god had similar thoughts. Big things for gods. You can imagine the seriousness of the problem, but the gods don't know where the problem is. Unrest has already arisen. In order to cope with the major events that will happen in the future, the gods have only one way, which is to increase their own strength. More population is needed. More believers are needed. More power of faith is needed. Just when the Violet Empire's artificial magic crystal manufacturing technology has entered the third step, the gods of the living realm have issued divine orders, ordering their forces to start wars, to obtain more population. The war in the living realm has never stopped. Under the divine orders of the gods, more wars are about to break out. It is a war between the gods and the surrounding non-god forces. The gods need to obtain more population. More wars are about to break out. For a time, the prices of military supplies in the void trading field and market soared. The actions of the gods are very obvious, and there is basically no concealment. The non-god forces around the gods know without guessing that the gods will definitely target them first. When all the non-god forces are gone, the gods will fight against each other. The gods are very powerful, but the non-god forces will not give up resistance. Anyway, the gods cannot exert power beyond the legendary realm in the world of life. If the gods can use their full strength, they will surrender as soon as possible. If they cannot use their full strength, there will be more fighting. At the moment of life and death, all the family assets must be taken out and converted into strength to fight against the upcoming army of gods. When the gods made a move, the Violet Empire paid close attention. The high-level officials of the Violet Empire, even Zhao Yi, did not understand why the gods suddenly made a big move to swallow up the non-god forces. Over the years, the gods have been swallowing up the non-god forces, and the Violet Empire is the same. It's just that in order to digest the newly occupied land, the Violet Empire has launched foreign wars at a relatively slow pace, while the intervals between other gods launching foreign wars are relatively fast, but none of them are as big as this time. It seems that they want to swallow up as many non-god forces as possible regardless of casualties. Even Zhao Yi could not have imagined that the big commotion caused by the gods was actually caused by the artificial magic crystal technology of the Violet Empire. Because the practical artificial magic crystal technology belongs to the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi could not feel uneasy like other gods. Although the reason why the gods made a big commotion is unknown, the Violet Empire also has its own actions. The war era is the best opportunity for peaceful countries to make money. The most obvious manifestation is the soaring prices of various military supplies in the void trading field and the market. In the more than 160 years since the end of the Undead Calamity, the living world has experienced many wars. In each war, the Violet Empire sold a large number of military supplies through the void trading field and made a lot of money. The money earned from the sale of military supplies made a huge contribution to the development of the Violet Empire. At that time, the Violet Empire needed money to support a large team of official professionals. Every month, it had to pay money to the nobles who took away the fiefdom. National construction needed money, and money was needed everywhere. The lucrative arms business in the war years greatly reduced the financial pressure of the Violet Empire. Now, the opportunity for the Violet Empire to make a lot of money has come again, but this time the Violet Empire has to change the way of making money. After all, the first magic crystal factory is under construction, and it is almost impossible to fail. If the first magic crystal factory is successfully built, more magic crystal factories will soon be built. When the magic crystal factories are in operation, magic crystals will be produced continuously, and the Violet Empire will no longer lack magic crystals. Magic crystals are no longer what the Violet Empire needs, so change the trading model. In the past, customers used magic crystals to purchase various military supplies made by the Violet Empire. Now, customers will use various magic materials to exchange for various military supplies from the Violet Empire. Most of the magic materials in the world of life are non-renewable. Although the Violet Empire is not short of them now, for the future, the more these magic materials are stored, the better, and they can continue to be made into various military supplies and sold at high prices. All empires in the world of life have the ability to manufacture various commonly used military supplies. The only difference is the amount of production. Obviously, the Violet Empire has the highest production, while the production of most empires in the world of life is insufficient to meet the needs of large-scale wars, so they need to purchase from the outside world. The Violet Empire changed its trading model, and customers would hardly refuse it, because the channels for purchasing large quantities of military supplies are very limited, and more importantly, magic crystals themselves are also very important military supplies. After each war, many forces became poor, which means that the magic crystals were gone, but there were still many magic materials. Using magic materials to exchange for various military supplies is just one change in the Violet Empire, and another change is more important. Zhao Yi wants the Violet Empire to dominate the world of life. The Violet Empire's senior officials want to dominate the world of life, and the Violet Empire's players also want to dominate the world of life. Everyone has the same idea, and everyone works together towards this goal. The strength of the Violet Empire is constantly growing, becoming the strongest force in the world of life, but this is not enough. The Violet Empire does not have enough strength to resist the combined efforts of other divine forces. In the future, the strength of the Violet Empire must surpass that of other divine forces to dominate the world of life. In order to achieve this goal, the Violet Empire must continue to grow in strength, and the growth rate of the strength of other divine forces must be slowed down, stagnated, or even regressed. Since a group of divine forces want to take action against the surrounding non-divine forces, the Violet Empire must find a way to assist these non-divine forces. Unless the Violet Empire intervenes personally, the final outcome of the non-god forces is destruction. The Violet Empire will not intervene personally, but only wants the gods to pay a greater price in the war. The Violet Empire needs to assist those non-god forces. Assisting non-god forces will increase their strength, and at the same time, the Violet Empire cannot lose too much money. The Violet Empire's high-level officials directly set their sights on the weapons and equipment of the Imperial soldiers. In the past, the weapons and equipment of the Violet Empire soldiers would be replaced with new ones when they were scrapped. When the soldiers served for a certain period of time, they could leave with their own weapons and equipment when they retired. Under such circumstances, the Violet Empire rarely sells second-hand weapons and equipment to the outside world, but this time is different. Some alchemy workshops in the Violet Empire located in the demi-plane are continuously producing magic weapons. Soon, the Violet Empire army will replace these magic weapons and eliminate a large number of old weapons and equipment. In order to assist other forces, the Violet Empire can replace some troops in advance and sell the eliminated old weapons and equipment to the forces to be assisted at a low price. It is still magic materials in exchange for weapons and equipment. The Violet Empire does not want magic crystals. Although it is to aid other forces, the Violet Empire cannot replace all its troops at once. On the one hand, it has not produced enough magic weapons for replacement, and on the other hand, the new weapons and equipment need to be adjusted by the soldiers. If all the equipment is replaced at once, the combat effectiveness of the Violet Empire army will be greatly reduced. The Violet Empire army needs to replace its equipment gradually, and the old weapons and equipment will be sold at a low price to the forces in need of assistance. There is still enough time, so that the forces will not be destroyed before the assistance of the Violet Empire arrives. Chapter 387. On February 17, 166 of the Holy Calendar, at the gate of the Mad Dragon Regiment under the Central Corps of the Violet Empire Army, Melbourne, the regiment leader and his men were quietly waiting. In the order of the Violet Empire Army, the Mad Dragon Regiment is an elite unit, and the ordinary soldiers are all second-level professionals. Melbourne, the regiment leader, is a senior fourth-level professional. The elite troops in the Violet Empire Army have their own unit numbers, and their own names, Mad Dragon. It is a name, and it is a name related to dragons. It is an elite among elite troops. The reason why the Crazy Dragon Group was called Crazy Dragon is that since its establishment, the Crazy Dragon Group has played its own style in battle after battle. It dares to take the initiative to attack enemies that are several times larger than itself, and defeats the enemy at a very small cost. The Crazy Dragon Group's madness, strength, and performance eventually earned it the name Crazy Dragon. As the elite of the elite troops of the Central Corps of the Violet Empire Army, the Mad Dragon Regiment will be one of the first troops to be equipped with new magic equipment. Now the regiment leader Melbourne is waiting for the arrival of the Military Equipment Department to deliver new magic equipment to the Mad Dragon Regiment. Melbourne did not have to wait for long. At the scheduled time, 2 magic cars and 2 magic transport vehicles appeared in Melbourne's sight. The 4 magic cars drove to the gate of the Mad Dragon Regiment's base. After both parties verified their identities, Melbourne shook hands with Qian Bai, a fourth-level professional who led the equipment department. The two talked while walking into the base. In the Crazy Dragon Group's base, the handover of new magic equipment officially began. Qian Bai's men took out boxes of new magic equipment from the storage props, and finally there was a large box of things taken down from the magic transport vehicle. This box of things was special, and could not be put into the storage props. Qian Bai's men took out all the new magic equipment, counted them twice to confirm the quantity, and officially handed them over to the Crazy Dragon Group. The Crazy Dragon Group took over these new magic equipment, counted them twice again, confirmed that there was no problem with the quantity, and officially completed the handover of the new magic equipment. However, Qian Bai and his team's mission was not over yet. They waited aside for the time being. Melbourne began to call people, calling over 30 people from his group, including all ordinary professions. Under the guidance of Qian Bai's people, more than 30 people from the Crazy Dragon Group began to change into new magic equipment. The new magic equipment of the Crazy Dragon Group is basically the same as the original standard equipment, with the main difference being the power supply of the equipment. The original standard equipment, as magic equipment, mainly relies on fighting spirit or mana to drive, while the new magic equipment can be driven by fighting spirit, mana, or magic crystals. The Violet Empire is building a magic crystal factory, which will produce magic crystals continuously in the future, and the Violet Empire will never lack magic crystals again. This situation means that the new magic equipment of the Mad Dragon Group will be mainly driven by magic crystals, which greatly reduces the professionals' fighting spirit and mana consumption. Only when all the magic crystals carried are consumed, it is necessary to continue to use fighting spirit or mana to drive the magic equipment. The Mad Dragon Group using old equipment and the Mad Dragon Group equipped with new magic equipment are similar in peak combat power, but in terms of combat endurance, the latter will greatly exceed the former, which increases combat power in disguise. Professionals can rely on magic crystals to slightly speed up the recovery of fighting spirit and mana, or use mana potions to recover fighting spirit and mana at a faster speed. These are not as good as using magic crystals directly to activate magic equipment. A swordsman from the Mad Dragon Group picked up a bronze-level long sword, which looked no different from the old equipment. He could activate the long sword by injecting fighting spirit into it. Where are the magic crystals placed? At this time, Qian Bai's people opened the special box, which was filled with rectangular crystals that were only the size of fingers. Open the end of the bronze-level long sword hilt. There is a vacancy. Insert the crystal into this vacancy. The new magic equipment is finally complete. The swordsman of the Mad Dragon Group just touched the complete bronze-level long sword, and immediately felt that it had changed. It only needed a little bit of fighting spirit to activate it, and no more fighting spirit was needed to exert the power of the old bronze-level long sword. It turned out that the finger-sized rectangular crystal was the energy source of the new equipment, equivalent to the battery on Earth. This crystal is a battery. The low-grade magic crystal is placed in this crystal. The volume of a low-grade magic crystal is much larger than a crystal the size of a finger. In fact, this crystal is also a miniature storage item. It can only store 10 low-grade magic crystals at a time. The Violet Empire has no shortage of empty stones for refining storage items. Ordinary storage items cannot be placed in another ordinary storage item, so the energy crystal can only be placed in a box alone. Fortunately, the energy crystal is very small, and a large box can hold all the energy crystals needed by the Mad Dragon Group. Each new magic equipment has a place to place the energy crystal. Once the equipment is damaged, the energy crystal is directly taken away. The energy crystal is not easy to be damaged, and its lifespan is much longer than the equipment itself. The new magic equipment equipped by the Crazy Dragon Group is a professional version. It only takes a little fighting spirit or mana to activate the energy crystal and provide energy for the equipment. There is also a normal version. There is a switch in the hidden position of the equipment. Non-professionals manually turn on the switch to activate the energy crystal. When more than 30 members of the Mad Dragon Group were fully armed with new magic equipment, they were full of novelty to experiment with the power of the new equipment. They could exert the power of the old equipment without consuming do-chi or mana. The new equipment was really great. However, some people also saw the problem. The new magic equipment did not consume do-chi or mana, but it would consume a lot of magic crystals. Although our Violet Empire also had it, it could not consume it in this way. Faced with this question, the group leader Melbourne could not answer it, and Qian Bai from the equipment department could not answer it either. With their identities, they could not know about the magic crystal factory. As soldiers of the Empire, they just need to follow the orders from above to change their equipment. If there are any problems, they will be solved by the above. After Qian Bai's people handed over all the precautions of the new magic equipment to the more than 30 people of the Crazy Dragon Group, Qian Bai's task was completed, and he got on the magic car and left the Crazy Dragon Group's base. Half an hour later, Melbourne issued an order for the whole group to assemble and change their equipment. The officers and soldiers of the Crazy Dragon Group lined up and received the corresponding new magic equipment and the same number of energy crystals according to their professions and ranks. The Crazy Dragon Group replaced their equipment just like ordinary people on Earth bought a new car. Professionals immediately abandoned their old love when they saw their new love. As soon as they received the new equipment, they couldn't wait to change into the new equipment, but they didn't throw away the old equipment at will, but put it back into their own storage props. As long as the soldiers of the Violet Empire reached the second level, they could obtain storage props that could accommodate all their equipment. When the soldiers reached a certain service period, they could take all their equipment away when they retired, and only the storage props had to be left behind. Although the Violet Empire has a lot of sky stones for refining storage tools, it cannot be wasted too much. In fact, the Violet Empire has already established a recycling industry for waste magic materials. When all the members of the Mad Dragon Group changed into new equipment, they installed energy crystals on their new equipment under the guidance of more than 30 people who were already familiar with the new equipment. If one person could not do it well, 2 people would help each other. The professionals who were originally wondering why the new equipment was a bit ordinary, after installing energy crystals on the new equipment, they suddenly discovered the difference between the new equipment and the old equipment. The new equipment did not need to consume fighting spirit, but could be activated by mana to exert the power of the old equipment. The energy of the new equipment came from the energy crystals. Yes, this new equipment is interesting. As long as the magic crystals are not used up, I can keep fighting. When the magic crystals are used up, I still have fighting spirit to consume. The new equipment is good, but it is too wasteful of magic crystals. Is our country rich to this extent? With the new equipment, our Crazy Dragon Group will be much stronger. Ordinary soldiers of the Crazy Dragon Group can also find the problem with the new equipment, but they just think about it briefly and quickly put the problem behind them. This problem is not something a soldier should consider. They are only thinking about how to get used to the new equipment as soon as possible. The Crazy Dragon Group has a total of 12 companies, one of which has a unique name, the Phoenix Company. At the beginning, in the Violet Empire Army, a division could only have 1 Phoenix Company, but now, a regiment can have 1 Phoenix Company. The Earthstar players in the Phoenix Company were more surprised than the native professionals. According to the information, they learned about the armies of other countries in the living world from the game forums, and the Earthstar internet. The Violet Empire Army is stronger than the troops of the same level. Perhaps the rank of weapons and equipment is similar, but the weapons and equipment of the Violet Empire Army will be replaced after being worn to a certain extent, and soldiers will not be allowed to use worn equipment that will reduce combat effectiveness. Weapons and equipment are one, and those consumables, alchemical props such as explosive arrows and bombs, life potions, mana potions, detoxification potions and other potions, these disposable consumables are almost inexhaustible. In other countries in the world of life, in the early stage of a war, they can be replenished, but in the middle stage, they are sometimes gone, and in the later stage, they are not seen at all. As long as the supply of these disposable consumables is guaranteed, the combat effectiveness of an army can be greatly increased. The last is Magic Crystal. The army of the Violet Empire is equipped with a large number of magic cannons. Excluding the Sky City and the Floating Fortress, the magic cannon consumes the most magic crystals in the army. With the wealth of the Violet Empire, the army of the Violet Empire can continuously fire in every siege and use magic cannons to smash the enemy's defense system. Other countries in the world of life are not so good. Their armies are also equipped with magic cannons to some extent, but the frequency of using magic cannons is far less than that of the Violet Empire. When the magic crystals are consumed in the late stage of the war, the magic cannons can only be thrown into the corner. These are the reasons why the Violet Empire's army is strong. I didn't expect that the Violet Empire was not satisfied and actually replaced the new equipment. The Earthstar players can see that the energy crystal is the role of the battery. The energy in the energy crystal replaces the professional's fighting spirit and mana. The power of the new equipment has not increased, but it can allow the professional to continue fighting for a longer time, which also increases combat effectiveness. When it was time to rest, the Earthstar players talked a lot in the exclusive group chat of the Phoenix Company of the Mad Dragon Group. The new equipment is really good stuff, but I'm a little reluctant to use it. I'd rather use my fighting spirit to fight to death than use up magic crystals, which are all money. With the new equipment, After a period of running in, our Crazy Dragon group will be much stronger. We are so lucky to be able to descend directly to the Violet Empire, to be able to become a professional so easily, and to become a high-income group of the official professional of the Violet Empire. In a few years, I will be able to be financially free on Earth. Tell me, is it only our Crazy Dragon group that got new equipment, or is it common? I feel that it's not just our group that got new equipment. Our group is very strong, but there are many other groups at the same level as ours. At least 10 or more groups got new equipment, but it's impossible for all groups to get new equipment. The Violet Empire is rich, but not rich enough to support the entire army with magic crystals. It's a pity that we can't show off our new equipment on the game forum. The Violet Empire army has discipline, and Earth players who join the Violet Empire army must also be subject to constraints. Don't think that the Violet Empire will not find out if you leak secrets in game forums that the natives can't see. The power of the gods can extend its tentacles to Earth. There is no need for the gods to take action. As long as the intermediate wizards use the spell of identifying lies, they can find the Earth players who leak the secrets and punish them according to military regulations. Even if the Earth players have immortal bodies, they cannot escape punishment, even if they never return to the afterlife. At first, dozens of Earth players in the Violet Empire army leaked secrets during chats on the game forum Earth Internet. They were severely punished and reported to the entire army. After that, the number of Earth players violating military regulations decreased significantly. A new day arrived, and the Crazy Dragon group began training and running in new equipment. During the running-in period, magic crystals were consumed like water. A lot of magic crystals were burned, and the Crazy Dragon group felt the pain from top to bottom, but there was no way, and no one dared to hide magic crystals, so they could only complete the running-in of new equipment as soon as possible. After the new equipment is run in, daily training consumes one's own fighting spirit or mana, and occasionally consumes magic crystals for training. When there is a combat mission, the magic crystals are burned directly. The same situation as the Mad Dragon group, hundreds of elite troops of the Violet Empire's army, navy and air force changed their equipment at the same time, replaced with new magic equipment, and a large amount of magic crystals were burned during the run-in period of these hundreds of elite troops. Fortunately, with the financial resources of the Violet Empire, it can afford the consumption of magic crystals. Soon, the first magic crystal factory will be completed, and more magic crystal factories will be built next. In the future, the Violet Empire will no longer lack magic crystals. Using magic crystals to exchange for combat power is worth it, very worth it. Chapter 388. Just as the Violet Empire's army began to replace new magic equipment, the intensity of the battle of faith in the world of life suddenly increased. In addition to the Violet Empire, other divine forces took action and launched a fierce attack on the surrounding non-divine forces. The non-divine forces that had been prepared resisted resolutely. However, facing the powerful divine forces, even the semi-god forces that had been prepared were beaten back step by step, and could only defend the city or rely on some steep terrain to resist the enemy. Under the resolute resistance of the non-god forces, the god forces were able to advance quickly, but the losses were increasing. Of course, the non-god forces suffered greater losses. As the war started, the casualties on both sides of the battle continued to increase, and weapons, equipment, alchemy tools, potions, magic crystals, etc. were consumed rapidly. The god forces were under the order of the gods, to obtain more population as quickly as possible. The top leaders of the god forces also had the idea of ending the battle as soon as possible. Perhaps in this way, they could minimize the loss of personnel and reduce the consumption of wealth. Both sides involved in the battle invested a large number of Earth players. Because of the hostility of the indigenous nobles and professionals, some Earth players turned to the Violet Empire for development, but more Earth players did not move. The journey to the Violet Empire is long, and coupled with insufficient strength, thinking about going to the Violet Empire, they can only stay for the time being. Many Earth players are waiting for their strength to improve and accumulate more money before going to the Violet Empire. However, the war broke out. Compared with the tasks of the Mercenary Guild, participating in the war can gain more benefits. The Earth players who stayed, as long as they were not anti-war, accepted the recruitment of the indigenous forces in the region and participated in the war. Whether it is the god forces or the non-god forces, they all understand that the Earth players with immortal bodies have a great role to play. No matter how hostile the native nobles and professionals are to the Earth players, they have to temporarily suppress their anger and work hard to recruit Earth players. The Earth players don't care whether they join the god forces or the non-god forces. The god forces are more powerful, and seem to be sure to win the war against the non-God forces. The relatively weak non-God forces offer more rewards to attract Earth players to join. Whether they join the God forces or the non-God forces, it's alright. Because of the sudden fierce war of faith in the outside world, many Earth players in the Violet Empire were attracted by the war. In the war, they could gain more benefits, so a small number of Earth players came to the Violet Empire for only more than half a year and left the Violet Empire in a hurry. More Earth players still stayed in the Violet Empire. They also understood that they could gain more benefits in the war, but at that time, they were fighting with their lives. Earth players have immortal bodies, but every time they die, their levels will drop. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Many Earth players are trying to avoid death. As their levels increase, they can do more difficult and rewarding tasks. It has been almost 5 years since the Earthstar players came to the world of life. The first casual players all wanted to make money in the world of life, exchange it for Earthstar wealth, make financial freedom on Earthstar, and upgrade their levels. More than 4 years have passed, and the casual players in the first, and even second echelons have gradually changed their minds. They found that it was easier for them to make money, and it was only a matter of time to be financially free on Earthstar. The stronger they were, the more money they made. More importantly, they gradually gained powerful power on Earthstar. As a result, more players on Earth changed their minds and made upgrading and improving their strength their first goal, reducing the number of deaths as much as possible, and therefore did not intend to leave the Violet Empire to participate in the wars of other forces. In the Violet Empire, the rewards for taking tasks from the Adventurers Guild are not as much as those for participating in the war, but fighting desperately on the battlefield again, and constantly dying and resurrecting, will also make people feel tired. After all, the second world is not a virtual reality game created by the Earthlings themselves, but a real alien world. In this real environment, the desire of Earthling players to fight has sharply decreased. The Violet Empire is still better. You can complete tasks steadily to get rewards, buy training resources, and work hard to improve your strength. Even if you are a casual player, you have the opportunity to become a high-level professional. Fighting and killing are really tiring. I seem to have become bloodthirsty before. When I see other people on Earth, I have the idea of killing them in my mind. This situation is really uncomfortable. After staying in the Violet Empire for a few months, this situation has gradually improved. A peaceful environment is more suitable for me. What's more, the Violet Empire has no shortage of opportunities for us to make money. There's no point in participating in the war. The NPC forces are just using us as a death squad. The missions are doomed to fail, and the rewards haven't increased much. Even if we participate in the war, we have to join the Violet Empire. At least the Violet Empire gives us Earth players a lot of rewards. I don't know when the Violet Empire will continue to launch wars. The realm of life is in chaos again. It's better for our Earth. It's always peaceful. The current Violet Empire seems peaceful, but I feel that one day, the Violet Empire will also join the war. I really hate fighting games. Casual games are so good. It is becoming less and less cost-effective to exchange your life for rewards. I suggest you reduce the fighting and work hard to upgrade. Earth players have their own ideas, but the situation in the world of life will not change because of the ideas of Earth players. Even if all Earth players join a non-God force, they cannot make this non-God force resist the attack of the God force. The strength of Earth players is still too weak. The Violet Empire has not participated in the war for the time being. While observing the wars of other forces, it sells various military supplies and daily necessities to various forces. The same situation will occur in many battlefields on the Origin continent. The military supplies consumed by both the attackers and the defenders are purchased from the Violet Empire through the Void Trading Field. In order to purchase these military supplies, the various forces in the world of life try their best to empty their coffers and take out various magical materials that they have accumulated and are mining to trade. In the current situation of the Violet Empire, making money is no longer the main task of the Violet Empire. The importance of causing trouble to the gods and increasing their losses has risen to the first place. The Violet Empire will still sell military supplies and daily necessities to both sides of the war, and the prices are almost the same. On this basis, the Violet Empire will give some special care to non-God forces, so that the non-God forces can get more military supplies without paying the same amount of money, increase their own strength, and bring more losses to the attacking God forces. The Violet Empire will even sell cheap old weapons and equipment directly to non-God forces. Those old weapons and equipment were just replaced by the elite troops of the Violet Empire. Many of them are 80% new and almost not worn out. After a little refurbishment, they can be sold as brand new weapons and equipment. In order to arm the non-God forces, the Violet Empire chose to sell them at a low price. Seeing the Violet Empire's approach, the high-ranking non-God forces who received preferential treatment quickly understood the truth of the matter. Obviously, the Violet Empire gave them such a big discount, even though they were also gods. The purpose was to bring greater losses to their current enemies. The non-God forces were willing to accept the Violet Empire's approach. Facing the attack of the gods, they were unwilling to give up their country, let alone their citizens. It's not how much they love their people, it's simply the importance of population, believers, and faith to demigods. Without believers, demigods will be severely damaged if they don't perish. In the world of life, demigod forces barely have some status, and can resist the power of gods a little. If there is no demigod, the final result can only be destroyed by the power of gods, or become a subsidiary of the power of gods. Only with strength can there be status, and only with status can one obtain more benefits and a bright future. Without strength and status, one cannot obtain many cultivation resources, and the future is bleak. They can only fight a bit, but the forces without a transformation realm expert are not even qualified to fight. Faced with the assistance from the Violet Empire, the non-God forces accepted it, but they were not satisfied and secretly contacted the Violet Empire to give more assistance. As long as the Violet Empire gives us more help, we can hold back this great enemy for the Violet Empire. They want the Violet Empire to provide more military supplies, and even want the Violet Empire to directly send legendary experts to participate in the war. No matter the former or the latter, the Violet Empire cannot accept it. Non-God forces want the Violet Empire to give more military supplies, which is actually asking the Violet Empire to give them directly. The Violet Empire is not rich enough to give them away. At most, it can lower the price. It is up to you to choose. For the latter, the Violet Empire sends legendary warriors to participate in the war, which is equivalent to the Violet Empire directly participating in the war and fighting with another god force. This is even more unacceptable. The Violet Empire does not want to go to war with other god forces at this stage. The Violet Empire is a divine power, and the small non-divine power is not qualified to negotiate with the Violet Empire. Once the Violet Empire is tough, the non-divine power quickly bows its head. Finally, the Violet Empire also made a promise that if they are defeated, they can retreat to the Violet Empire and receive the protection of the Violet Empire, and must abide by the laws of the Violet Empire. For the promise of the Violet Empire, the high-level non-divine power barely smiled and accepted it. For the defeated, only another divine power can protect them. Compared with other divine forces, the Violet Empire has a characteristic, which is the order of the Violet Empire. Everything in the Violet Empire is about order, and they will not destroy the order themselves. As long as they come to the Violet Empire, and do not violate the laws of the Violet Empire, they will not be coveted because of their wealth. It can barely be regarded as a retreat. If you can defeat the enemy, you must defeat the enemy at all costs. The Violet Empire's assistance to non-divine forces is still continuing, and it assists more than 10 non-divine forces at a time, and a large amount of military supplies are provided to increase the strength of non-divine forces. Not only the Violet Empire is aiding these non-god forces, but even other god forces are aiding non-god forces far away from their sphere of influence, with the same purpose as the Violet Empire, making other god forces pay a greater price in the war. When all non-god forces are destroyed, the world of life will be a battle between a group of god forces. From the beginning to the end, the god forces are enemies of each other, and one day there will be a fight. Therefore, the god forces are taking action in advance, looking for opportunities to cause greater losses to other god forces and reduce the strength of other god forces. However, in terms of aiding non-god forces, other god forces cannot compare with the Violet Empire. The Violet Empire is rich and can aid more than 10 non-god forces at a time, while other god forces can only aid 1 or 2 non-god forces at a time. After all, other god forces are also at war, and they don't have so much to give to non-god forces. Moreover, the aid they give is much worse than that of the Violet Empire. For example, the weapons and equipment they provide are basically damaged versions. Faced with the damaged weapons and equipment, the non-god forces were also happy to accept them, as it was better to have them than not. What made the other god forces speechless was that among all the god forces in the world of life, only the Violet Empire remained quiet, and did not launch a war against the non-god forces. The other god forces had no chance to bleed the Violet Empire. In the previous war between the Violet Empire and the Ithaca Empire, there were god forces that wanted to give assistance to the Ithaca Empire, but the Ithaca Empire was too weak and the Violet Empire was too strong. Even if they gave assistance, the Ithaca Empire could not struggle for a long time, and they did not want to conflict with the Violet Empire at that time. The War of Faith continues. It has lasted for hundreds of years. There were only occasional truces for a few years. There was no large-scale war in the world of life. At other times, large-scale wars continued. Wars always kill people. The War of Faith is a war for faith and population. Both sides of the war restrained themselves from attacking civilians, but there were always mistakes in fierce battles. If a legendary strongman made a mistake, a small city would be blown to pieces. In addition, during the war, food production was severely reduced and civilians had no food to eat. The sect would use this opportunity to distribute food to civilians to spread faith, but it was impossible to get food for all civilians who lacked food. I don't know how many civilians will starve to death because of the war. As the main force in the battle, professionals, under the will of the gods, kill the enemy. They have more powerful power and longer lifespan than civilians, but they die easily in the war just like civilians. War is the eternal theme of the world of life, and no one knows when peace will come. Chapter 389. The first magic crystal factory is officially completed. Gu Wendell, who has already focused his work on improving the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing, led his team to inspect the magic crystal factory. The magic crystal factory sailing in the waters began to operate, and a magic element vortex gradually appeared and continued to expand, attracting more magic elements into the magic crystal factory and solidifying them into pieces of standard magic crystals. 10 days later, when the concentration of magic elements in this area could not meet the needs of the magic crystal factory to operate at full efficiency, the magic crystal factory continued to work while sailing forward and changing its anchorage. A month later, the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire came to the first magic crystal factory. Seeing that the magic crystal factory was continuously producing magic crystals, and confirming that the magic crystal factory had reached the set target, the high-ranking officials of the Violet Empire all smiled. The road for the Violet Empire to dominate the world of life will officially begin from this moment. In the past, when the Violet Empire was about to allocate funds to various departments, the cabinet meetings were almost about to fight, and everyone wanted to get more funds. This time, all the ministers unanimously agreed to inject as much money as possible into the Magic Crystal Factory project and build more Magic Crystal Factories to the maximum extent possible. Magic crystals are money, and the Magic Crystal Factory can produce magic crystals, which is completely money-making money. The more money you invest, the more money you earn. When the Violet Empire has seemingly endless magic crystals, even if other forces in the world of life unite, they will not be the opponent of the Violet Empire. At this stage, the matter about the Magic Crystal Factory must continue to be hidden. The Magic Crystal Factory is only built in the demi-plane, and most people who come into contact with the Magic Crystal Factory cannot leave the demi-plane or contact other people in the demi-plane. Once the Magic Crystal Factory that can make money is exposed, it will directly lead to the suspension of the War of Faith. All forces in the world of life will besiege the Violet Empire, and all gods will besiege the Violet God system. If any god force in the world of life obtains the construction technology of the Magic Crystal Factory, it will only take 10 years to increase its strength, and it will only take a few hundred years to have the strength to dominate the world of life. If it is the Violet Empire with a stronger foundation, the time to dominate the world of life will be greatly shortened. In the demi-plane of the Violet Empire, the first batch of magic crystal factories began to be built. In the outside world, the War of Faith is still going on. The Violet Empire is still selling various military supplies and daily necessities to both sides of the battle, and by the way, it provides assistance to non-god forces. On the surface, the Violet Empire itself is still developing in the origin continent, and there is no sign of launching a new war. In this case, a small number of Earth players can't sit still and leave the Violet Empire, accepting the employment of a certain indigenous force, participating in the War of Faith, fighting on the battlefield to gain more benefits. The Earth forces that developed in the God forces also transferred some Earth players from the Violet Empire. Since there is a war, they can gain more merits from the war, so that they can climb up in the God forces, such as being promoted to the noble title and obtaining a larger fiefdom. The Violet Empire did not stop these Earth players from leaving the Violet Empire, nor did it care. The Earth players who left accounted for less than 1% of the total number of Earth players in the Violet Empire, so everyone parted ways in peace. Compared with these Earth players who left, the Violet Empire paid more attention to the Earth players who came directly to the Violet Empire and received education in the Professional Academy and Professional School. The second was the Earth players who immigrated to the Violet Empire from the outside world. The Earth players who landed directly in the Violet Empire had the strongest sense of identity with the Violet Empire, and thus the group of Violet Empire players emerged. It would take time for the later Earth players to develop a sense of identity. The Violet Empire itself was already good enough, and there was no need to change for the Earth players. It was impossible for all Earth players to like the Violet Empire. It was enough to make most Earth players think that the Violet Empire was good. In the outside world, the intensity of the War of Faith suddenly increased, causing a sharp increase in the number of casualties among professionals and lower-level civilians. The original God forces in the realm of life were all attacking non-God forces step by step. Although they were not as slow as the Violet Empire, they were not too fast either. They would attack the next force as soon as they eliminated one force. They needed to leave some time to consume the newly occupied land and store military supplies. The previous Violet Empire launched a foreign war every 10 years, often destroying an empire and gaining land ranging from 6 million to 10 million square kilometers, as well as hundreds of millions of people. After destroying an empire, the Violet Empire will seize the time to integrate the newly occupied land into itself, but the Violet Empire's approach is relatively time-consuming. The actual situation is that the Violet Empire has developed too well, and the newly occupied land wants to be fully integrated into the Violet Empire as soon as possible. The Violet Empire's idea is that the newly occupied area should become the same as other areas. Even if it cannot be completely the same, it cannot be too different. Give all the lower-class civilians land, build bridges, roads, and railways, rebuild towns and villages, and improve the living environment of the lower-class civilians. Even the existing cities will be renovated on a large scale. Let the people in the newly occupied areas live a life of no worries about food and clothing as soon as possible. The appearance of the Violet Empire can reach the level of the modern period of Earth Star, which has been achieved after hundreds of years of step-by-step development. If the newly occupied land wants to reach the same level, it will no longer take hundreds of years, but it will not be completed in a few years. Even if it takes 10 years, it can only barely keep up with the pace of the Violet Empire. After all, the Violet Empire is still developing in the past 10 years. In 10 years, when the newly occupied areas develop to a certain extent, most of the professionals can be gradually transferred, and the Violet Empire can start a war again to expand its territory. Other divine forces are far less developed than the Violet Empire. They want to integrate the newly occupied land into themselves, but they will not carry out large-scale construction like the Violet Empire. The sect has made great contributions to integrating the population of the newly occupied land into the divine forces. In the war, civilians will not be killed indiscriminately, but the problem of lack of food has always been unavoidable. As long as the sect distributes food to the lower-class civilians, even if these lower-class civilians originally have faith, or even true believers, they will slowly change their minds and change the object of their faith. As for the construction of the newly occupied land, it is mainly left to the locals themselves and the new lords of this land. They cannot and will not carry out large-scale construction. Compared with integrating the newly occupied land into themselves, for other divine forces, the real problem that restricts the launch of the next war is military expenditure and military supplies. Other divine forces are not as rich as the Violet Empire. Although a war against non-divine forces will not make this divine force poor, it will also consume a lot of wealth and military supplies. If you want to continue to launch wars, you must slow down for a few years, accumulate some wealth, and purchase military supplies. In a war, the victorious party can obtain spoils of war, but most of the spoils are given as rewards to the nobles and professionals who participated in the war. The remaining small part of the spoils cannot make up for the military expenses and military supplies. In addition, nobles and professionals will not hand over most of the spoils they obtain in a battle, but put them in their own pockets. It is impossible for them to report and summarize all the spoils first, and then distribute rewards according to merits, like the Violet Empire. Before the calamity of the undead, wars were launched to obtain land and resources. Most of the forces that took the initiative to launch wars did not want to fight a war that would lose money. After the calamity of the undead, wars were launched for population. In the so-called War of Faith, population became the most important resource and spoils. But the spoils of population are needed by the gods. The high-level gods can't get much benefit from the spoils of population. It's a good thing to start a war without losing money. The wealth and military supplies consumed in the war can only be replenished after the war is over, and it will take a few years to start the next war. Other gods launch wars more frequently than the Violet Empire, making the title of the largest territory of the Violet Empire almost give way to other gods. However, the Violet Empire doesn't care about this. It can exceed the territory, but it can't exceed the population. Today, the Violet Empire, with less than 1/30th of the land of the living world, supports more than 1/10 of the population of the living world. The huge population has transformed into an equally large number of believers, and a large number of people with professional talents have also appeared. It is because of this huge population that the name of the strongest force in the living world can be established. The most important thing for the Violet Empire to be able to influx such a large population is the redevelopment of the Violet Empire. What restricts population growth is land and food. Food grows on land, but the two cannot be confused. With the same land, the Violet Empire studies high-yield crop seeds, builds water conservancy facilities, reduces agricultural taxes, and even dispatches natural mages to cast spells to speed up the growth of crops. Under various factors, the peasant families in the Violet Empire, who make a living by farming, can harvest a large amount of food every year. Through farming, they can live a happy life with no worries about food and clothing. The family has food and money, lacks entertainment activities, and has a tradition of having more children, which makes the natural population growth rate of the Violet Empire always maintain a high level. Simply put, having more children can support them, so they have more children, while the peasant families in the outside world have no food to feed them even if they have more children. Most of the land in foreign countries is owned by nobles, and peasant families live by renting the land of nobles, but the nobles exploit the peasant families in various ways, wishing to squeeze out the last copper coin in their pockets. So after the end of the undead disaster, the land on the origin continent is vast and sparsely populated, and under the oppression and exploitation of the nobles, people still frequently starve to death in various places. Until many sects appeared, in order to spread the faith, food was distributed to the lower-class civilians, and the situation of starvation was alleviated. Since people frequently starved to death, the natural population growth rate would not be very high. The population of the Violet Empire was able to grow rapidly, and although the population of the outside world was also growing, the growth rate was very slow. Over the past 100 years, the average population per square kilometer in the Violet Empire was more than 3 times that of the outside world. The population gap was getting bigger and bigger, which also led to the increasing gap in strength. Even without the magic crystal factory, the Violet Empire would still be able to gain the strength to dominate the world of life in a longer period of time. In the War of Faith, the death toll is increasing. There are people who die directly because of the war. Professionals fought on the battlefield. If a powerful professional failed, the population of a village or even a city would be wiped out. There are also people who died indirectly because of the war, mainly civilians. In the war zone, food production decreased or even failed. Even if there were sects to distribute food, they could not take care of everyone, and a large number of civilians starved to death. There are also people who commit suicide after the war is decided. In the war between the gods and non-gods, the gods will inevitably win in the end. The gods kill the strongest non-gods, the demigods, which means that the war is decided and it won't take long to win in the end. Demigods have a large number of believers, and there are also many devout believers and fanatics above the true believers. When the fanatics feel that the gods they believe in have fallen, their fanaticism for faith makes these fanatics choose to commit suicide and follow the gods, and many devout believers will make the same choice. The gods will not only not care about the suicide of the false god fanatics, but will also be very happy. Fanatics are too fanatical about the gods they believe in, and it is difficult for them to believe in a new god. If the fanatics do not commit suicide, they are likely to find ways to retaliate against the gods. Even if they cannot cause much harm, it is still a bit troublesome. The false gods fanatics are all unstable factors. If the false gods fanatics commit suicide, it is a good thing to reduce trouble. In addition, after the gods occupy this area, in order to spread their beliefs, the sect will force all people in the newly occupied area to stop believing in false gods. Those who violate the rules will be arrested directly, or even executed on the spot. It is just short of forcing people in the newly occupied areas to change their beliefs. In the newly occupied areas of the Violet Empire will not force the population of the newly occupied areas to change their beliefs, nor will it require them to prohibit the belief in false gods, but will only change their beliefs subtly. For example, the village chief, the sheriff and others will tell the villagers about the Violet Empire, saying that the happy life is brought by the great patron saint of the Violet Empire. Repeating over and over again, the villagers did not believe it at first, but as their lives became better and better, they began to believe that all this was brought by the patron saint of the Violet Empire, and began to believe in the patron saint of the Violet Empire, and it was easier to become true believers. All in all, The expansion speed of other gods' forces was faster than that of the Violet Empire, but the gap in population was getting bigger and bigger. These were two completely different development models. Some gods saw the good development model of the Violet Empire and wanted to adopt this development model, but found that even if the gods took action, it was only a superficial change at most. Chapter 390. In the realm of life, the difference between the Violet Empire and other countries comes from the difference in rulers and the difference in systems. In part, the difference in systems is caused by the difference in rulers. In terms of systems, other countries have aristocratic feudal systems, while the Violet Empire has a centralized system. Under the aristocratic feudal system, the monarch issues orders to the nobles, and the nobles have to execute the monarch's orders, but to what extent they can execute them is a very big problem. Especially for the orders of the target noble fiefdom, the nobles need to consider it seriously. The fiefdom is the noble's own fiefdom, and the monarch cannot interfere. Under the centralized system, officials in various places need to strictly implement the monarch's orders. Even in this world where the strong are respected, the ruler of a country has the most powerful power and cannot make all the nobles strictly implement their orders. This is the tradition of the world of life. It is very difficult to change this tradition. Once it is changed quickly with power, there is a great possibility that it will cause turmoil, and then its own strength will be severely damaged. The Violet Empire is the only country in the world of life that has changed its system and traditions. The reason why the Violet Empire can change its system is that the ruler of the Violet Empire is the most important reason. The second reason is that the Violet Empire is a brand new country, and everything starts from scratch. The new Violet Empire has retained some traditions from the old Violet Kingdom, and some lands outside. The power of these traditions is too far away from the power of the ruler. Even if all these traditions are eliminated, the power of the Violet Empire will not be reduced much. Moreover, the original Violet Empire exchanged noble fiefdoms for noble salaries, which was a smooth transition. The new Violet Empire implemented a centralized system without causing any losses. On the contrary, because of the concentration of power, the ruler of the Violet Empire could better mobilize the power of a country. In a country with aristocratic feudal system, if a war is launched against foreign countries, the monarch will order the nobles to gather their troops, but the nobles will not fight with all their might. The nobles have to consider their own families and their own fiefdoms, and need to leave more or less troops. It can be said that the power that the monarch of a noble feudal state can mobilize is much less than that of a centralized state. If the Violet Empire and another noble feudal state have the same level and number of professionals in the two armies, once a war breaks out between the two countries, the Violet Empire will win more than 80%, and the remaining 20% will be a draw or defeat, which is caused by strategic factors. The deep-rooted traditions of other countries have made the gap between them, and the Violet Empire increasingly larger, and the gods influenced by the power of faith have intervened less and less in the country's governance. Finally, there was the modernized Violet Empire, and other countries that maintained their ancient appearance. As time passed, the fact that some of the Violet Empire's troops had replaced their equipment with new magic equipment gradually became known to the outside world. In fact, the Violet Empire had no intention of hiding it. According to the Violet Empire's top leaders, if the outside world knew about it, it would not have much impact. If the matter of the magic crystal factory was known to the outside world, it would be earth-shattering. Just as the Violet Empire's top leaders thought, the attitudes of other gods towards the Violet Empire did not change much after learning that the Violet Empire had replaced its equipment with new magic equipment. The new magic equipment of the Violet Empire can be activated by magic crystals. Even though they know this clearly, the attitudes of other gods have not changed. At most, they are envious and jealous of the wealthy Violet Empire. So many magic equipment that have not been used and scrapped can be replaced at any time, and they are also replaced with magic equipment that can be activated by magic crystals. Replacing new equipment requires a large amount of magic crystals, and the use of new magic equipment also consumes magic crystals continuously. As long as there is a sufficient reserve of magic crystals, the combat endurance of the troops that replace new magic equipment will be greatly increased. The new magic equipment looks good, but the key is the magic crystal. Only forces with more magic crystals are suitable for large-scale equipment of new magic equipment. However, among all the gods, only the wealthy Violet Empire can replace new magic equipment on a large scale. The Violet Empire is really too rich. Just a void trading field can earn countless wealth for the Violet Empire. In fact, the market earns more wealth, but the wealth earned by the market has to be distributed to large and small forces. The wealth allocated to each god force is far less than the exclusive void trading field of the Violet Empire. The largest mission platform in the world of life, the Mercenary Guild, and the largest trading platform in the world of life, the market, should both be neutral. It's just that the Mercenary Guild makes less money, so the Mercenary Guild is still a neutral independent force, and the market makes too much money, so the Merchant Alliance is an alliance of multiple forces. If you want to establish markets in various parts of the world of life, you must build good relations with local forces and distribute benefits well, so that the market can take root in various parts of the world of life, and only then can we have the largest trading platform in the world of life today. The Void trading field cannot challenge the status of the market at all. However, the Violet Empire collects transaction fees from the Void trading field, and sells various commodities by itself, which makes the Violet Empire earn a huge amount of wealth without being fleeced by the market. The Violet Empire is rich and can afford better magic equipment, while other divine forces are poor. Not to mention new magic equipment, even the current equipment of military professionals has to be scrapped before it can be replaced. The professionals of other divine forces can only watch with envy, as the professionals of the Violet Empire change their equipment. The high-ranking officials of other divine forces also had an idea. They hoped that the army of the Violet Empire would be equipped with this new type of magic equipment to consume the magic crystals of the Violet Empire. Once a war breaks out with the Violet Empire will burst out with great power in the early stage. As long as it persists until the middle of the war, the Violet Empire's magic crystal reserves will be consumed in large quantities, and the Violet Empire will definitely lose. And then to purchase various military supplies from the Violet Empire, a group of divine forces are more willing to pay with magic materials. Many people also made what they thought was a reliable guess that the Violet Empire used these magic materials to refine new magic equipment. Compared to the gods, whose attitudes towards the Violet Empire did not change much, the emotions of the Earthstar players changed a lot. When the outside world gradually learned that part of the Violet Empire's army had replaced new magic equipment, a small part of the Earthstar players in the Violet Empire's army, who had also replaced new magic equipment, had been holding back their joy in their hearts during this period, and their desire to share was suppressed, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. When the outside world gradually learned about the new magic equipment, some Earth players in the army asked their superiors for permission to disclose the new magic equipment to other Earth players for the purpose of promoting the Violet Empire. After getting permission from their superiors, these Earth players immediately shared their experience of changing into new magic equipment on the game forum. After the game ended that day, they also talked about it on the Earth internet, proud of their identity as Violet Empire players, and even more proud of their identity as Violet Empire soldiers. The new magic equipment is really great. It is almost as powerful as the original magic equipment, but it can be activated by consuming magic crystals, and can maintain combat effectiveness for a long time in battle. With the new magic equipment, in my opinion, the Violet Empire is equivalent to Krypton Gold players, and other NPC forces are Krypton Life players. Without us Earth players, those NPCs only have one life. How can they fight without a life? Krypton Gold players are more powerful than Krypton Life players. I hope our Violet Empire will start a war as soon as possible. My sword is thirsty. I have also changed to new magic equipment. The new magic equipment is good, but it consumes too many magic crystals. Every time I consume a magic crystal, I feel my heart bleeding. Rumor has it that all the armies in the country will change to new magic equipment. The Violet Empire is really rich. I haven't changed my equipment yet, but it feels like it will be soon. I will also enjoy the power of Krypton Gold soon. More importantly, this money is not paid by me. Faced with the propaganda of the Earthstar players, who are soldiers of the Violet Empire, other Earthstar players are envious and jealous, like the professionals in the God Force. Not only foreign players are envious, but also players in the Violet Empire are envious, and official professionals who have not entered the army are also envious. For example, the Earthstar players, who are freelancers in the Violet Empire are free, but they earn less money, and they have to buy equipment, alchemy props, potions, etc. with their own money, which is more stable and safer than foreign freelancers. Becoming a soldier in the Violet Empire, equipment, alchemy props, and potions are all directly issued. Most of the individual players who become freelancers find it difficult to buy the same level of soldiers. I don't know how many freelancers regret not becoming official professionals or becoming soldiers of the Violet Empire. In addition to the envious Earth players, there are also Earth players who see the problem. The Violet Empire is the richest country in the world of life, but as the energy source of new magic equipment, does the Violet Empire have enough magic crystals to replace the national army? I feel that the Violet Empire can only replace 1/10 of the army with new magic equipment. Magic crystals are a big problem. This thing cannot be mass-produced like batteries on our Earth. If the Violet Empire replaces all the troops with new magic equipment, the Violet Empire is likely to be dragged down. The price of magic crystals in the Violet Empire has been relatively stable before. Now the Violet Empire is constantly replacing new magic equipment for the army. I feel that the price of magic crystals in the Violet Empire will rise in the future. It is recommended to stock up more magic crystals now. I am bullish. There is even a player from Earth who made a bold guess. Different from your guess, I feel that the Violet Empire's replacement of new magic equipment for the army may be a big move, maybe to attack another god force. This speculation was recognized by a small number of Earth players. Regardless of what the Earth players thought, the Violet Empire became more attractive to Earth players after another round of publicity, but the previous Violet Empire was already very attractive, and increasing its attractiveness would not make much difference. On the contrary, the Earth players who talked a lot about their identities as soldiers of the Violet Empire on game forums and Earth Internet finally released their desire to share and became very happy. No outside ideas can shake the Violet Empire's decision. The Alchemy Factory continuously produces new magic equipment, and the Violet Empire's army replaces new magic equipment in batches. The most important thing is that the first batch of magic crystal factories in the demi-plane are being built rapidly, and the first experimental magic crystal factory has already produced magic crystals stably. The first magic crystal factory produces more than 80,000 low-grade magic crystals per day on average, which is enough to supply a division-level elite force of the Violet Empire for a day of continuous combat. This is already a very exaggerated number. A magic crystal factory operates continuously for 1 year and produces tens of millions of low-grade magic crystals, which is equivalent to a medium-sized magic crystal vein. If it continues to produce for 10 years, it is equivalent to a large magic crystal vein. There are not so many magic crystal veins for mining in the world of life. Only the magic crystal heart can produce magic crystals. However, no matter how big the magic crystal heart is, the efficiency of producing magic crystals is not as good as that of a magic crystal factory. One magic crystal factory cannot meet the needs of the Violet Empire. When hundreds or thousands of magic crystal factories appear, they can support the entire army of the Violet Empire to replace new magic equipment and continuously launch large-scale wars. If the magic crystal factory can sail in the ocean of the living world, the number of magic crystals consumed by the army on the front battlefield will not be able to catch up with the number of magic crystals produced by the magic crystal factory in the rear. The birth of the practical technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing means that the forces that master the technology of artificial magic crystal manufacturing are qualified to dominate the living world, and it also means that the human civilization of the living world will take off. Just like the human civilization on Earth, when the nuclear fusion power generation technology is born, energy can no longer limit the development of human civilization on Earth. Without the emergence of the Second World, human civilization on Earth will have a bright future, and perhaps it will enter the era of interstellar immigration in a few years. The human civilization of the living world has mastered the technology of artificially manufacturing magic crystals, and energy can no longer limit the development of human civilization in the living world. In the future, cheap magic crystals will appear, and ordinary families will be able to afford various household magic tools. Magic crystals are also important cultivation resources. People with professional talents can obtain cheap magic crystals without much effort to speed up their cultivation. The living standards of human civilization in the living world will get better and better, and the strength of human civilization in the living world will become stronger and stronger. However, now, the goal of the Violet Empire can only be to dominate the living world. When other divine forces are taking action against non-divine forces, the Violet Empire, which is also a divine force, can no longer wait 10 years to start a new war.